If it's okay, let me ask you a couple questions about cryptocurrency. You've had a few opinions about Bitcoin over the years. What are your thoughts about Bitcoin today? Its role in the global financial system and just in human society in general?
Well, the evolution of Bitcoin over the years is one of the things that has influenced changes in my view. It has proven itself something like 10, 11 years ago. Imagine the programming of this, and you throw it out, and that's the idea. It has not been hacked. It has operated. It is built. It has come an amazing way over that 11 years to be probably the most excited topic among a lot of people, and has been used and is now has obtained the status of having imputed value. At the same time, it is one of those assets that is an alternative money. I think we're entering an era where there's going to be a competition of monies because of the printing of fiat money and the depreciated value. There will be a competition of monies, and Bitcoin is part of that competition. But there'll be many monies, not just crypto monies, but there'll be central bank crypto monies, but there'll be different kinds of monies. And even monies are things that you buy and sell. NFTs can become a money, a type of money. You own it and it's an investment, and you could say, I'd rather own it than own Bitcoin.
Has Ray Dalio bought any NFTs?
Not yet.
Okay.
But only just because, like, I definitely want to buy NFTs to just experience them.
Yeah.
Like I think I should produce one.
Yeah.
And I should.
I should have asked that. Have you minted an NFT? You probably should, just to know what it's like.
Yeah, that's right. This stuff is happening.
Yeah.
This stuff is real. Okay, and how it operates. But like all new real things, some are going to go and some are going to, it's like in the internet in the year 2000, pets.com could have been but maybe pets.com doesn't make it, and who knows. That's the beauty of the competitive system, that it'll evolve, and some things will be treasured and some things will be trashed. So, but when I look at it, I think we are in an environment of, what is an alternative money? A money has two purposes: a medium of exchange and a storehold of wealth. And we are looking for, and it's portable, and and it's best if it's recognized in other countries. So gold is one of those. So I look at it as an alternative gold, but I look at a number of things as alternative gold. And gold is still my favorite because of certain qualities. For example, you can't trace it. In Bitcoin, you can trace who owns it, where it's going, and so on. Governments can have that ability to trace it and so on. A gold piece of coin, it's not connected. I think not connected has benefits, particularly in a world where maybe connections can be more risky. And then also gold has been, for many thousands of years, universally recognized as a source of money. And central banks, it's the third largest source of money in central bank reserves. And I don't think Bitcoin is going to serve those types of purposes and so on. So for various reasons, I prefer gold to the other, but it's a little bit part of my mix.
But then you look at it, it hit, I think, 69,000 this year is the high Bitcoin hit. Do you think it's possible? You mentioned gold. Do you think it's possible it reaches very high numbers, like 1 million that some people talk about?
I don't think that's possible, because the way I look at it is there's a certain amount of it. And there's a certain amount of gold. I'll use gold as a benchmark. The amount of it is worth about $1 trillion. Total crypto is about 2.2 trillion. But let's say Bitcoin, it's $1 trillion. If you take the amount of money that is in gold that is not used for jewelry purposes and not used by central banks, and I assume Bitcoin won't be used for jewelry purposes or central bank purposes, that amount in gold is about $5 trillion. So right now, if you were to have a portfolio that has gold and crypto, gold and Bitcoin, it's worth about 20% of the value of gold. Do I think it's going to be worth more than gold in terms of that mix? I don't think it'll be worth more than gold. But let's say it became worth as much as gold. I don't believe it will be. I think that 20% sounds kind of about right. I really don't know what the right answer is. And then there's the question of what is all of that pool of money that, let's say, gold and gold equivalents relative to everything else. Does it go from, let's call it 6, 7, 8 trillion to 16 trillion? Maybe it could double. It depends what it is in the world environment. But basically, if you use gold as a measure, it just makes no sense that it's going to be used that much more. Am I sure about that? I'm not sure about anything. But logically, it seems to me that there's a limitation on its price in relationship to other things that are like it.
When you look at the history of the world, as you have done in your new book, Principles of Dealing with the Changing World Order, what is more important, more impactful, money or power?
They go hand in hand. They support each other and they compete with each other. Those who have money have power, a certain type of power. That power has to do with all that they can buy, but it also has the ability to influence those with political power. So, and so you see this throughout history, this symbiotic relationship, for example, between the royal families, the nobility, and the church. So you see that group of people supporting each other in various ways and then wrestling around with each other for the money and power among that group. So the dynamic that's quite classic is you could look at the parties in power back in, the 16th, 17th centuries. You would look at royal families, nobles, and the church, if you're in Europe. And then you would look at agricultural land, and there was a certain dynamic. And that varies over time. It changes. As those people get thrown out and technology changes. So when the society evolved so that it would produce goods and services, and you have something like the Industrial Revolution, the first Industrial Revolution, you have machines, and you have the talent of people that are off the farms, and then you have a struggling for power. You see that power mix change. And so we don't see that same power mix anymore, but you still see the same dynamic. You see those with money dealing with those who have political power around those assets that are considered most valuable, to particularly the productive assets that produce money.
And political power is usually centered around nation state. So the major locus of power is the nations.
Yes. In 1668, after 30 years of war, there was the development of nation states. Before then, it was really the development of countries as we know it, that there were borders, and that within those borders, those who had control got to control it, and there were not to be intrusions in those borders, and that's how we established the nation state. And then, of course, within each country, there is levels. There is a central level, and then there is typically a province or state level down below, and then there's a municipal level, so they each have different levels of power, and it's the coordination of those that determines how the country is run.
So another interesting space where security is really important is in the space of any kinds of transactions, but it could be also digital currency. So can you maybe talk a little bit about blockchain? And can you tell me what is a blockchain?
I think the blockchain word itself is actually very overloaded.
Of course.
In general,
it's like AI.
Right, yes. So in general, when we talk about blockchain, we refer to this distributed ledger in a decentralized fashion. So essentially, you have in a community of nodes that come together, and even though each one may not be trusted, and as long as a certain threshold of the set of nodes behaves properly, then the system can essentially achieve certain properties. For example, in the distributed ledger setting, you can maintain an immutable log, and you can ensure that, for example, the transactions actually are agreed upon, and then it's immutable, and so on.
So first of all, what's a ledger? So it's
like a database. It's like a data entry. Right?
And so a distributed ledger is something that's maintained across or is synchronized across multiple sources, multiple nodes.
Multiple nodes, yes.
And so where is this idea? How do you keep... So it's important, a ledger, a database, to keep that... to make sure... So what are the kinds of security vulnerabilities that you're trying to protect against in the context of a distributed ledger?
So in this case, for example, you don't want some malicious nodes to be able to change the transaction logs. And in certain cases, it's called double spending. Like you can also cause different views in different parts of the network and so on.
So the ledger has to represent, if you're capturing like financial transactions, it has to represent the exact timing and the exact occurrence and no duplicates, all that kind of stuff. It has to be represent what actually happened. Okay, so what are your thoughts on the security and privacy of digital currency? I can't tell you how many people write to me to interview various people in the digital currency space. There seems to be a lot of excitement there. And it seems to be, some of it's, to me, from an outsider's perspective, seems like dark magic. I don't know how secure. I think the foundation, from my perspective, of digital currencies, that is, you can't trust anyone. So you have to create a really secure system. So can you maybe speak about what your thoughts in general about digital currency is, and how it can possibly create financial transactions and financial stores of money in the digital space?
So you asked about security and privacy. So again, as I mentioned earlier, in security, we actually talk about two main properties. The integrity and confidentiality. And so there's another one for availability. You want the system to be available. But
Right.
Here, for the question you asked, let's just focus on integrity and confidentiality.
Yes.
So for integrity of this distributed ledger, essentially, as we discussed, we want to ensure that the different nodes, so they have this consistent view. Usually it's done through we call a consensus protocol. That's they establish this shared view on this ledger that you cannot go back and change, is immutable, and so on. So in this case, then the security often refers to this integrity property, and essentially you're asking the question: how much work? How can you attack the system so that an attacker can change the log, for example?
Right. How hard is it to make an attack like that? Yeah.
Right. And then that very much depends on the consensus mechanism, how the system is built, and all that. So there are different ways to build these decentralized systems. People may have heard about the terms called like proof of work, proof of stake, these different mechanisms. And it really depends on how the system has been built, and also how much resources, how much work has gone into the network to actually say how secure it is. So, for example, when people talk about like in Bitcoin, it's proof of work system, so much electricity has been burned.
So there's differences. There's differences in the different mechanisms in the implementations of a distributed ledger used for digital currency. So there's Bitcoin. There's whatever. There's so many of them, and there's underlying different mechanisms. And there's arguments, I suppose, about which is more effective, which is more secure, which is more.
And what is needed? What amount of resources needed to be able to attack the system? Like, for example, what percentage of the nodes do you need to control or compromise in order to to change the log?
And those are things. Do you have a sense if those are things that can be shown theoretically through the design of the mechanisms, or does it have to be shown empirically by having a large number of users using the currency?
I see. So in general, for each consensus mechanism, you can actually show theoretically what is needed to be able to attack the system. Of course, there can be different types of attacks, as we discussed at the beginning, and so that it's difficult to give a complete estimate, like really how much is needed to compromise the system. But in general, so there are ways to say what percentage of the nodes you need to compromise, and so on.
So we talked about integrity, so on the security side, and then you also mentioned the privacy or the confidentiality side. Does it have some of the same problems and therefore some of the same solutions that you talked about on the machine learning side with differential privacy and so on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so actually in general on the public ledger, in these public decentralized systems, actually nothing is private. So all the transactions posted on the ledger, anybody can see. So in that sense, there's no confidentiality. Mm-hmm. So usually what you can do is then there are other mechanisms that you can build in to enable confidentiality or privacy of the transactions and the data and so on. That's also some of the work that both my group and also my startup does as well.
What's the name of the startup?
Oasis Labs.
Oasis Labs. And so the confidentiality aspect there is, even though the transactions are public, you want to keep some aspect confidential of the identity of the people involved in the transactions? Or what is their hope to keep confidential in this context?
So in this case, for example, you want to enable like confidential transactions, even so there are different essentially types of data that you want to keep private or confidential, and you can utilize different technologies, including zero knowledge proofs, and also secure computing techniques, to hide either who is making the transactions to whom and the transaction amount. And in our case, also we can enable like confidential smart contracts, so that you don't know the data and the execution of the smart contract and so on. And we actually are combining these different technologies, and to going back to the earlier discussion we had, enabling like ownership of data and privacy of data and so on. So at Oasis Labs, we're actually building what we call a platform for responsible data economy, to actually combine these different technologies together to enable secure and privacy preserving computation, and also using the ledger to help provide immutable log of users' ownership to their data and the policies they want the data to adhere to, the usage of the data to adhere to, and also how the data has been utilized. So all this together can build we call a distributed secure computing fabric that helps to enable a more responsible data economy. So it's a lot of things together.
Yeah, wow. Let me completely shift topics on something that's fascinating.
It's all the same topic, but great.
Everything is interesting. What do you think about what the hell is money? And the recent excitement around cryptocurrency that brings to the forefront the philosophical discussion of the nature of money. Are you bullish on cryptocurrency? Are you excited about it? What does it make you think about how the nature of money is changing?
No one knows what money is. Probably no one ever knew. Go back to medieval times. Bills of exchange. Were they money? Maybe it's just a semantic debate. Gold, silver. What about copper coins? What about metals that were considered legal tender but not always circulating?
Yeah.
What about credit? So being confused about moneyness is the natural state of affairs for human beings. And if there's more of that, I'd say that's probably a good thing. Now, crypto per se, I think Bitcoin has taken over a lot of the space held by gold.
Mm-hmm.
That to me seems sustainable. I'm not short Bitcoin. I don't have some view that the price has to be different than the current price, but I know it changes every moment. I am deeply uncertain about the less of crypto, which seems connected to ultimate visions of using it for transactions in ways where I'm not sure whether it be, prediction markets or DeFi. I'm not sure the retail demand really is there once it is regulated like everything else is. I would say I'm 40-60 optimistic on those forms of crypto. That is, I think it's somewhat more likely they fail than succeed, but I take them very seriously.
So we're talking about it becoming one of the main currencies in the world. That's what we're discussing.
That I don't think will happen.
So, but the reality is that Bitcoin used to be in the single digits of $1 and now has crossed $50,000 for a single Bitcoin. Do you think it's possible it reaches something like $1 million?
I don't think we have a good theory of the value of Bitcoin. If people decide it's worth $1 million, it's worth $1 million.
But isn't that money? Like you said, isn't the ultimate state of money confusion, or however beautifully you put it?
It's like valuing an Andy Warhol painting. So when Warhol started off, probably those things had no value.
Yeah.
The sketches, early sketches of shoes. Now a good Warhol could be worth over 50 million.
Yeah.
That's an incredible rate of price appreciation. Bitcoin is seeing a similar trajectory. I don't pretend to know where it will stop, but it's about trying to figure out, well, what do people think of Andy Warhol? He could be out of fashion in a century. Maybe yes, maybe no. But you don't think about Warhols as money. They perform some money-like functions. You can even use them as collateral for like deals between gangs. But they're not basically money, nor is Bitcoin. And the transactions velocity of Bitcoin, I would think, is likely to fall, if anything.
So you don't think there will be some kind of phase shift? Will it become adopted, become mainstream for the trend for one of the main mechanisms of transactions?
Bitcoin, no. Now, Ether has some chance at that. I would bet against it, but I wouldn't give you a definitive no.
And you would
Bitcoin is too costly. It may be fine to hold it like gold, but gold is also costly. You have smart people trying to make, say, Ether much more effective as a currency than Bitcoin. And there's certainly a decent chance they will succeed.
Yeah, there's a lot of innovation. I mean, with smart contracts, with NFTs as well, there's a lot of interesting innovations that are plugging into the human psyche somehow, just like money does. Money seems to be this viral thing, our ideas of money, right? And if the idea is strong enough, it seems to be able to take hold. Like there's network effects that just take over. And I particularly see that with, I'd love to get your comment on Dogecoin, which is basically by a single human being. Elon Musk has been created. It's like these celebrities can have a huge ripple effect on the impact of money. Is it possible that in the 21st century, people like Elon Musk and celebrities, I don't know, Donald Trump, The Rock, whoever else, can actually define, the currencies that we use? Maybe can Dogecoin become the primary currency of the world?
I think of it as like baseball cards. So right now, every baseball player has a baseball card.
Mm-hmm.
And the players who are stars, their cards can end up worth a fair amount of money.
Yeah.
And that's stable. We've had it for many decades. Sort of the player defines the card. They sign a contract with Topps or whatever company. Now, could you imagine celebrities, baseball players, LeBron James, having their own currencies instead of cards? Absolutely. And you're somewhat seeing that right now, as you mentioned, artists with these unique works on the blockchain. But I'm not sure those are macroeconomically important. If it's just a new class of collectibles that people have fun with, again, I say bring it on. But whether there are use cases beyond that challenge fiat monies, which actually work very well. Yeah. Yesterday, I sent money to a family in Ethiopia that I helped support. In less than 24 hours, they got that money.
Digitally. Yes.
No, not digitally, through my bank, my primitive dinosaur bank, BB&T, Mid-Atlantic Bank, headquartered in North Carolina, chartered by the Fed, regulated by the FDIC and the OCC. Now, you could say, well, the exchange rate was not so great. I don't see crypto as close to beating that once you take into account all of the last mile problems. Fiat currency works really well. People are not sitting around bitching about it. And when you talk to crypto people, the number who have to postulate some out of the blue hyperinflation, where there's no evidence for that whatsoever, that to me is a sign they're not thinking clearly about how hard they have to work to outcompete fiat currency.
There's a bunch of different technologies that are really exciting that don't want to address how difficult it is to outcompete the current accepted alternative. So, for example, autonomous vehicles. A lot of people are really excited.
Yeah.
But it's not trivial to outcompete Uber on the cost and the effectiveness and the user experience and all those kinds of...
Correct.
Sorry, Uber driven by humans.
Yes.
And it's not, that's taken for granted, I think. That, look, wouldn't it be amazing? How amazing would the world look when the cars are driving themselves fully? It's going to drive the cost down. You can remove the cost of drivers, all those kinds of things. But it's when you actually get down to it and have to build a business around it, it's actually very difficult to do. And I guess you're saying your sense is similar competition is facing cryptocurrency. Like you have to actually present a killer app reason to switch from fiat currency to Ethereum or to whatever.
The Biden people are going to regulate crypto, and they're going to do it soon. So something like DeFi, I fully get why that is cheaper, or for some can be cheaper than other ways of conducting financial intermediation. But some of that is regulatory arbitrage. It will not be allowed to go on forever, for better or worse. I would rather see it given greater tolerance. But the point is, banking lobby is strong. The government will only let it run so far. There'll be capital requirements, reporting requirements imposed, and it will lose a lot of those advantages.
It's well better. You said you were early in on cryptocurrency. Can you give your high-level overview of just your thoughts about the past, present, and future of cryptocurrency?
So my friends told me about Bitcoin, and I was interested in equities a lot, and I was like, well, it has no net present value. It has no future cash flows. Bitcoin pays no dividends. So I really couldn't get my head around it, that this could be valuable. And then I didn't feel like I was early in cryptocurrency. In fact, because it was like 2014. It felt like a long time after Bitcoin. But then I really liked some of the things that Ethereum was doing. It seemed like a super visionary thing. Like I was reading something that was just going to change the world when I was reading the white paper. And I liked the different constructs you could have inside of Ethereum that you couldn't have on Bitcoin.
Like smart contracts and all that kind of
Exactly,
stuff.
Yeah. And even the they were even spoke about different constructions you could have.
Yeah, that's the cool dance between Bitcoin and Ethereum. It's in the space of ideas. It feels so young. Like, I wonder what cryptocurrencies will look like in the future. Like, if Bitcoin or Ethereum 2.0 or some version will stick around, or any of those. Like, who's going to win out, or if there's even a concept of winning out at all. Is there a cryptocurrency that you're especially find interesting, that technically, financially, philosophically, you think is something you're keeping your eye on?
Well, I'm not looking to like invest in cryptocurrencies anymore. But many are almost identical. I mean, there wasn't too much difference between even Ethereum and Bitcoin in some ways, right? But there are some that I like. The privacy ones. I mean, I like Zcash for its like coolness. It's actually it's like a different kind of invention compared to some of the other things.
Okay, can you speak to just briefly to privacy? What is there some mechanisms of preserving some privacy of the investor? So I guess everything is public.
Yeah,
is that the problem?
None of the transactions are private.
Yeah,
and so even like I have some numeraire, and you can just see it. In fact, you can go to a website and says like you can go to like Etherscan and it'll say like Numerai founder, and I'm like, how the hell do you guys know this?
So they can reverse engineer whatever that's called.
Yeah, and so they can see me move it too. They can see me. Oh, why is he moving it?
Yeah.
But yeah, Zcash. I mean, they also, when you can make private transactions, you can also play different games.
Yes.
And it's unclear. It's like what's quite cool about Zcash is I wonder what games are being played there. No one will.
Can I ask you a pothead question, which is, what is money, man? So if we just kind of zoom out and look at, because I'd love to talk to you about cryptocurrency, which perhaps could be the future of money. In general, how do you think about money? You said Numerai, the vision, the goal is to manage the world's money. What is money in your view?
I don't have a good answer to that, but it's definitely in my personal life, it's become more and more warped. And you start to care about the real thing, like what's really going on here. Elon talks about things like this, like what is a company really? And it's like it's a bunch of people who like kind of show up to work together and like they solve a problem, and they might not be a stock out there that's trading that represents what they're doing, but it's not the real thing. And being involved in crypto, like I put in crowd sale of Ethereum and all these other things and different crypto hedge funds and things that I've invested in, and it's just kind of like, it feels like how I used to think about money stuff is just like totally warped, because you stop caring about like the price, and you care about like the product.
So, but the product, you mean like the different mechanisms that money is exchanged? I mean, money is ultimately a kind of little, on one, it's a store of wealth, but it's also a mechanism of exchanging wealth. But that, like, what wealth means becomes a totally different thing, especially with cryptocurrency, to where it's almost like these little contracts, these little agreements, these transactions between human beings that represent something that's bigger than just like cash being exchanged at 7-Eleven, it feels like.
Yeah, maybe I'll answer what is finance. It's what are you doing when you have the ability to take out a loan? You can bring a whole new future into being with finance. If you couldn't get a student loan to get a college degree, you couldn't get a college degree, like if you didn't have the money. But now, like, weirdly, you can get it all you have is this like loan, which is like, so now you can bring a different future into the world. And that's how when I was saying earlier about if you rerun American history, economic history without these these things. Like, you're not allowed to take out loans, you're not allowed to have derivatives, you're not allowed to have money. It just doesn't really work, and it's a really magic thing how much you can do with finance by kind of bringing the future forward.
Finance is empowering. It's we sometimes forget this, but yeah, it enables innovation. It enables big risk takers and bold builders that ultimately make this. About that for hours. But let me ask you about the Bitcoin conference, because it is kind of I would say an important moment in human history. It was quite exciting in terms of size and kind of turmoil and all those kinds of things. Right. And you were there in what is it, hot and humid Miami, I believe is the way you introduced it. So what do you make of the community of Bitcoin or that particular event in human history?
What makes me sad is I remember the old Bitcoin community, and I've seen what it's become. And the old community was really fun, like the San Jose conference in 2013 or subsequent conferences. There was just a lot of people. They had no money, and they just really love this idea of decentralized money. They love this idea of decentralization in particular. And you could strike up a conversation with everyone. There's no ego at all. But what was really fun is just you could really get intimate friendships and relationships, great conversations with people there. It's kind of like the early days of AI. They all met in Dartmouth and all these other places. Very intimate. There was no egos. Everybody was just trying to do some really cool stuff. Now, just like those early days, there was an overestimate of how robust the solutions would be. So we believed, in 10 years, we're going to rule the whole world, right? Didn't exactly happen. On the other hand, Bitcoin grew from nothing in just 11 years to, I'm in Mongolia riding camels, and the camel herder has Bitcoin in the Gobi Desert. So that's telling you that's a pretty pervasive technology if you have that level of adoption that quickly. When I went to Miami, it was unrecognizable. Everything was so commercial. Half of the vendors at the conference were like watches that were cost $500,000, and they were covered in diamonds. So when you see that kind of materialism leak its way in, it at first is repulsive. The other thing was there was no, I remember one of the first conferences, Mo Levin's conference in January 2014, the North American Bitcoin conference, ironically in Miami. There was a Bitcoin Help Center booth. Dima ran it, and a few of the other Bitcoin OGs ran it. The core developers actually came over, like Jeff and others who were there, and sat at the booth. And anybody come up, ask a question. Anything you want to ask about Bitcoin. And it's like, that was the culture. Just help people, welcome in. There was no help booth there. There was no notion of that. There were 6-hour lines and superstars and things like that. And again, it was always the same thing. Look how much money all these people have made. And the whole point of Bitcoin was to redefine the notion of money, redefine the notion of value, these types of things. So it just, I'm no longer part of that. And it made me sad because I really enjoyed being part of how I got started was the Bitcoin education project. I did a class on Udemy. I gave it away for free. I had 80,000 students, and they would email me. I got 5,000 emails before I stopped answering them. And everyone come in and ask me some question about something, sometimes arcane, sometimes trivial. And I'd take the time to sit down and answer the question or forward the email to somebody I knew who could answer that particular type of question. And there were some amazing people in the early days, like Mike Hearn and Gavin and others. And they were just super committed. And Mike's case, he knew Satoshi. He actually emailed him back and forth because he was around 2009, 2010. He did the Bitcoin Java client. And Satoshi was all excited. He's like, oh, wow, Bitcoin can come to a cell phone. This is really cool and exciting. And then what happened? Mike left Bitcoin in 2013 over the whole big block debate that happened. They just treated him like dirt, like he was subhuman or something. So I don't know. The culture has changed a lot, and it's, if they like it, it's good for them. They can enjoy their religion, But
sort of in that whiteboard presentation, you gave these 3 phases, and you're kind of implying that there'll be N phases to this whole evolution, and Cardano is just like the cutting edge. But if you look back to Bitcoin, how would you compare Cardano versus Bitcoin? Sort of where we are, how we started, and how it's going.
Okay. So what I did in that video, and I've done in a lot of media interviews, because I think it really helps people understand where we're at in the clock, is face things in terms of generations. And so I said, well, the first generation is Bitcoin. And really the problem Bitcoin was trying to solve is saying, every time we want to represent or move value, we need some sort of trusted third party to facilitate that. So can we build some sort of system where we can create some notion of value that can be teleported around the world and it doesn't require a trusted third party. That's it. And it's done in a beautiful way because it didn't try to be anything else. It just was, you only have Bitcoin. You can only do one type of thing. You can only push it. You can do some things on the encumbrances of like, multi-sig and other things, but that's a one-trick pony as a system. And it wasn't really clear if that was going to work or not for a long time. It took several years to build up enough network effect and for Bitcoins to actually become valuable. And I'd say the inflection point was 2013. And at that point, it became a $1 billion market cap. There were like Silicon Valley startups, real exchanges were forming. And it got to a point where there was legitimacy behind the concept and people started getting, this is a really incredible idea because I can evade capital controls with it. I can like move $10 billion of something from one country to another country in 5 minutes. It's like, I could never do that before. And, some said, this is incredible. Okay. The problem is the minute that people validate the idea, they immediately want something they don't have. So like the minute Elon can land a rocket, there's the next big thing, right? You've landed the Falcon 9, now you're on the Starship. Similarly, you say, okay, I want programmability with this thing. It's kind of like when JavaScript came to the web browser. You went from these static, perhaps pretty, but ultimately static non-interactive pages to YouTube and Google and Facebook and these amazing, rich, incredible experiences because now you can actually interact with the user. You can program things. Stuff runs on their side. Stuff runs on your side. It's a beautiful two-way relationship. So that's what Ethereum effectively did. They bolted a programming language onto a blockchain and they went from a certain use case to whatever your imagination can have, like sunshine and rainbows and unicorns and these types of things.
So what you're saying is Bitcoin is HTML and Ethereum is JavaScript?
Basically, yeah. It was like when JavaScript came. And with like JavaScript, it has all kinds of problems and issues.
I wonder who's Flash in this analogy. This metaphor, but let's not.
Well, actually, there were plenty of ActiveX's and Flashes. NXT was an example of a failed to start, and BitShares was another example. So there were a lot of people who tried to add some notion of programmability in, or a different view of how these things should be done, and they were not as competitive. Ethereum kind of came out at that JavaScript moment. Okay, the minute you have that, then suddenly you have ICOs and DeFi and STOs and NFTs and all these word salads of things. And then people start using it, they get frustrated. Why? Because it's too slow, it's too expensive, it doesn't talk to the things they want it to talk to. And also, it gets too big to manage itself. When you're small, you have founders and foundations, and you have trusted actors and core developers, and you can feed them with pizzas. You know them, you can meet them, you can shake their hands at conferences. When you're a multi-billion person system, you're too large to be able to do that. For example, we had the Shelley Summit last year. We invited Vint Cerf to come to the summit. Vint's a brilliant guy, and he had created the internet with Bob and the rest of the gang. And back in those days, it was such a simple, small system that one of their students they said, "Hey, you need to test it." He created a video game just to kind of test the thing. And you could call the guy on the other side and say, "Are you seeing this? Are you getting the signal?" They used to have an actual address book for email addresses. Yeah. So you'd open up the book, and you'd look it up. And now look at the internet. It's like, who's in charge of that? It's this gargantuan, network, and there's no group of people you can bring in, and thus the internet evolves very slowly. You see, and so that's the problem: is that you have this situation where you want to do lots of utility, you want to do a lot of things, you want to be a financial operating system, and be everything to everyone, but then your rate of evolution slows down as your rate of adoption speeds up. So that's one of the other design goals of the third generation. It's not good enough just to do things better, faster, cheaper, and have consistent cost with your population growing, or talk to everything, your Wi-Fi moment. You also need a system that can govern itself at a scale of millions to billions of people who have divergent interests. In some cases, ice pick and eye divergent interests. They really hate each other, and they don't get along. And so that's what we termed a third generation cryptocurrency. And there's a lot of people attempting to compete in that space. There's Tezos and Algorand and ICP and Polkadot and so forth. And each and every one of them kind of brings a different blend of things that they value. So it's not completely equal between scalability, interoperability, and sustainability. Some people were very focused on high throughput, lots of transactions per second. Other people very focused on governance, like Tezos is like the governance chain, and they were one of the first to do a self-amending ledger. And other people are like Aeon or Polkadot. They're really thinking carefully about how do we build a nice interoperable ecosystem. With Cardano, we tried to actually tackle all three at the same time, which was one of the reasons why we were a little slower out of the gate. We had to write a lot more protocols, but we think we've kind of come up with a beautiful interlocking design for all of them. And again, the point is not to get it perfect, but rather get those just right set of evolutionary factors that when you click the domino, it just self-evolves into what you need it to get to.
Allow me to stretch the metaphor farther. If Bitcoin is HTML, there's HTML5. If Ethereum is JavaScript, JavaScript with V8 has become quite fast, it runs much of the internet. So the argument could be that eventually everything will be JavaScript, or maybe you could say eventually everything will be HTML, and it's just be a bunch of different tools that generate that HTML. So is it possible that just like Rousseau, we eventually return to generation 1, Bitcoin, or we return to generation 2, Ethereum, as we, at the end of this journey?
The problem is your tail is wagging the dog there. And it's not, you have a situation where you're so focused on the technology that you're failing to understand that there's still Daisy here. You still have the user. And where's the app store? Where's the one-click install? Where's the use and utility? All these layer 2 protocols and these DeFi applications, in 5 years, they're completely protocol and blockchain agnostic. Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, they care about liquidity, operating cost, and user experience. It's so preposterous and absurd for somebody to say, oh, well, I'm going to go build my application, get on the Apple Store, and I am going to use Amazon as my web host. And no matter what happens, I will always use Amazon, even if the operating cost is crazy.
I see.
You see? And so we're just in a unique period of history where there's a network effect around some initial infrastructure, and people tend to be building around that. But every single one of the top DeFi providers are, if they're getting successful into a certain network effect, they're having the multi-chain conversation. So I don't really believe in a winner-takes-all maximalist view of, well, there's going to be some protocol that becomes the God protocol. First, because they evolved too quickly. Second, the incentives aren't aligned for that. TCP/IP didn't have a token connected to it. There was no financial incentive where if TCP/IP got adopted over something else, they'd make some big company crazy amounts of money. It was a useful piece of infrastructure. So I think that the third generation is going to be as defined by the social components and the usability components as it is by the technological capabilities of the system. Really, what these technological capabilities gave you was the ability to demonstrate a proof of concept and say these things are possible. Kind of like Xerox PARC. When Steve and Bill came in, they said, wow, you have networked computers, object-oriented programming, and a GUI. And this is like, what was it, 70s? It's like, wow, it's like incredible. But none of that was an actual product. That wasn't a Macintosh. But it was enough to get the idea. And then it was a race to how do we productize something like that. And in that case, it actually took several decades to roll out that vision that those guys had. And I think that's what Bitcoin and Ethereum did. But what's unique about this is normally you throw away the prior experiments. Mm-hmm. With these things, these are self-evolving systems. So it's entirely possible to, Joe Rogan quote, to evolve Bitcoin to a point where it could become a third generation system if desired, as some amalgamation of layer 1 and layer 2 protocols. And it's the same for Ethereum. In fact, Vitalik is throwing away Ethereum and replacing it with Ethereum 2 because he recognizes he needs to upgrade and evolve the system. And that's what makes it fun, because the techniques and methodologies that they've chosen to evolve and upgrade this system are distinctly different from the ones that we've chosen. And we have no idea which one's actually going to win, but we learn from each other and we co-evolve from each other. So you're running like all these experiments in real time in a giant marketplace, and maybe they'll consolidate, maybe they'll stay divergent. I mean, look at big tech. You have Google, Apple, Microsoft, Facebook. They all coexist and they're trillion-dollar companies. Some cases with TCP, it consolidates to one standard, and that's what we end up in spot.
Do you hope that in the process of cryptocurrency pushing power to the edges, to the people, that we would be able to alleviate some of the suffering in the world caused by centralized power and the abuses of power and corruption, all those kinds of things?
100%. I made a very angry video months ago. I make angry videos. I shouldn't drink, Lex. I really should.
Maybe you should drink more.
Yeah, I know, right? It depends on who you ask. I made a video a little while. I said, our industry is an industry of frustration. It exists because we weren't the industry that charged 85% interest to the poorest people in the world for loans. We weren't the industry that charged 15% to move money for a maid sending money home to mom in Manila. We weren't the industry that laundered hundreds of billions of dollars of drug money and funded arms dealers in Africa and all these things, or permitted oil for food to exist and so forth. And the people who did these things aren't in jail. They're rich. They're billionaires. They fly private jets. So our industry is the antidote to these types of things. We say, guys, we want a system that's fair. That's it. And we want everybody to be treated equally. That doesn't mean everybody's going to win. It doesn't mean that when you lose, somebody's going to come on a white horse and bail you out. You're going to have winners and losers, but it's fair. That's all we want. That's all we've ever wanted. There's no coincidence that Bitcoin was created right around the same time as the 2008 financial crisis. It's not like these were just unrelated events. They're highly correlated to each other, okay? I'd say perhaps even causal. Go figure. And everything we've done as an industry from that moment to today and beyond has been about that endless, relentless desire to make things a little bit less corrupt, a little bit less nepotistic, and a bit more open. And it's gotten so insane that you have these things in Wyoming called speedy banks, where you're full reserve banks. They have 100% of their balance sheet is accounted for. They don't lend. And then you have the people in the banking community saying, well, those are a risk to banking. We're scared that these speedy banks are going to default. It's like, what world are you living in? You have fractional reserves, sometimes like 2% assets on the balance sheet. And then you're worried that the guys who actually have $1 for every dollar they say they have are the ones that are going to collapse. It's like the 1984 level doublespeak when you see the system and negative interest rates and all these other things. And so I absolutely believe the direction and course of this industry is to make things more honest and fair. And also, by its very existence, it exposes double standards, hypocrisy, and corruption. Just the fact that it's there. Because it's one thing to say that, well, it just can't be because of the nature of global finance. There's no way to do it otherwise. It's another thing to see it there as an example and say, well, that thing is doing it. Why can't you guys be this way? That's why I'm so passionate about Africa, because they don't like the systems they have, and everybody's really young. And they are going to throw all the systems out in the next 20 years, and they're going to replace them with something else. If we get this stuff into Africa, 1.2 billion people will be living in a considerably better system than the rest of the world. And then everybody else will look at that and say, why the hell are those guys so rich? Why are those guys making the money? Why are those guys doing so well? And it's not satisfying to hear, well, that's, Africa is just better. No one's going to say that. They're going to say, okay, yeah, it's nepotism and corruption and, lack of transparency and these types of things. So I think absolutely it has the potential to improve the human condition, but humans have to get out of the way. Humans have ingrained in themselves selfishness and a desire to maximize for themselves and their family and not think in systems. And so we have to evolve capitalism at the same time. And what I mean by that is right now, you're trying to maximize the amount of resources you get today. What we need to do is start thinking about how do we create future versions of ourselves in 2100 and create a resource for that time period. And then the name of the game is to maximize that or balance that with what you get in the short term. And then suddenly you're saying to yourself, well, if I'm doing things that are good for me today, but compromising then, I make less money. So capitalism as an engine is okay. The problem is it's misparameterized.
Right, almost like inject long-term incentives into the capitalist system.
Exactly, and cryptocurrency space is the only economic system where that's actually possible. You can create a tokenomics scheme where doing things that are beneficial for people you'll never meet because you're long dead actually makes you money today. You can't do that in a legacy financial system and so forth. So I think that's the real impact capital conversation that has to be had as you explore these things is you have to talk to people and say, look, it's not about communism or socialism versus capitalism. It's not about, hey, let's donate and save the world or try to be charity and make things better. It's all about how do you use the fact that we have a better toolkit to create a different system, a different incentive model where the default configuration of the system is long-term thinking. And the default consideration of the system is to get rid of all these negative externalities that marketplaces have and judge the success of society not by how the greatest of society are doing, but by how the least of society are doing. HDI, not GDP, this kind of thinking. And I think crypto can actually be the vanguard that kind of pushes us there. And the first countries to adopt that are going to be just significantly better places to live. And the people who envy them will force the other countries to change. That's right.
It'll be a ripple effect. So when you wake up in the morning or as you sleep like a baby, wake up multiple times in the middle of the night, do you feel the burden of this kind of future that's in your hands and not to mess it up. Like, what is it, Big Lebowski? Her life is in your hands, dude.
Don't worry about them. They're nihilists, Donnie.
Do you feel the burden of, like, because we're talking about all these 100+ papers and the academic beauty of the algorithms we're talking about, but then there's millions of human lives at stake here.
I mean, you always feel the burden, especially my own company. I mean, I have all these people work for me, and they eat because I pay them, right? So if I can't pay them, then that's my fault. Yeah, so you have to, as a leader, you always have to be cognizant that there's all these people who have signed up for your crazy vision, and you have to be larger than life. You always have to be good. You're not allowed to have a bad day. You're not allowed to feel like shit. You always have to show up. You always have to be pushing forward. And so that's a huge burden in many respects, because there's Charles the person, and then Charles the CEO, and these are very different things in terms of expectations at the very least. And so it's heavy in that respect. That said, what gives you solace is that you're not in it alone. It's lonely, but you're not alone. You have so many amazing people around you that are willing to help and actually take some of that burden. And my life has gotten considerably better when I learned how to delegate and trust. And even if people screw up and fail, it's worth the risk, because ultimately you're amplifying yourself. The other thing is that it's okay not to get all the way. You want to push there, but make sure whatever the hell you do, you leave something for somebody else to pick up and carry on. That's why we care so much about the publication process and open source code. We'll never file a patent in our entire history, because whatever we do, it's yours as much as it is mine. And maybe I can only get you 70% of the way, and I'll plop over dead from a heart attack or get killed by an eagle or something like that. Maybe somebody brings the eagle. Maybe somebody brings the Hast eagle back and it kills me. So it could happen. They're bringing the woolly mammoth back. Talk to George Church about that.
It's a good way to go.
Yeah, I know.
Either the eagle or the mammoth.
I'd rather be crushed by a mammoth, because eagles actually fly you up and drop you.
So you won't die. It'll be a slow death, and they probably peck at you.
Exactly. You'd just be grievously wounded on the ground, and the eagle's like slowly devouring you. Yeah, don't go down that way. I've lost my train of thought.
The point is that you feel deeply grateful. There's a bunch of people around you, and then you give.
You delegate, and somebody fights the eagle, and another people takes care of that, and this, that, and the other. You just do the best you can. You're in the arena. You fight as hard as you can. You leave nothing. It's for home. You could put it all on the field, and then when you go home, you have pride in what you've done, and you know that you've at least made a slight difference. One person can make a huge difference. Look at Norman Borlaug. I mean, he just went around the whole world teaching people how to grow crops. He saved 1 billion lives over the course of his life. 1 billion people didn't starve to death because of one guy. It's amazing, the asymmetry and the returns on that type of a thing, just for the knowledge transfer of all things, and yet not a household name. Mm-hmm. So that's the other side of it, of the burdens. People always want something for something. So they say, oh, if I endured all these burdens, I should be given something. I entered into this space fully expecting that probably the most likely outcome was jail. That's what my dad told me and other people told me. And it was because it's like, look at where we came from. The Liberty Dollar, E-Gold, all these things. Anybody tries to innovate the monetary system, either end up like Gaddafi, or they end up in prison, or they end up, like a nepotistic, corrupt banker or something like that. And so, the financial regulations are not built for rapid innovation. They're not built for Bitcoin. There's a reason Satoshi was anonymous. It wasn't because, he enjoyed anonymity, because there was legitimate criminal risk for this type of activity. So the fact that I've gotten this far and I'm doing pretty good, that's a win. You take that. Life is good.
What do you think about El Salvador becoming the first country to approve a cryptocurrency, Bitcoin in this case, as a legal currency? And where's this trend going? First of all, this event, if we mentioned the Bitcoin conference, the Bitcoin folks believe that this is a monumental event. Do you think this is a start of something new?
Well, they're both right, the critics and the pro people. So the critics are saying this is a nothing burger and it's just a publicity event for El Salvador. And then the people say this is the most monumental event. They may actually be right, because there's reciprocal agreements. When a country issues a currency, other countries honor that usually, and it trades on Forex exchanges. So if like Bitcoin becomes a recognized currency of a country, then it may be the case that the United States and the European Union and others can't actually stop them from trading on Forex exchanges and being treated as a currency from a regulatory perspective. So it was like a really clever backdoor into the League of Nations. And actually, we had this crazy harebrained idea years ago. We were down in Mexico at the Satoshi Roundtable, and we're like, hey, let's go buy a country. Let's go to Tuvalu and get them to do something with the cryptocurrency, because they sell everything in Tuvalu, like the .tv extension and their fishing rights, and Taiwan pays them money to recognize them and so forth. So I'm like, man, maybe we can convince Tuvalu to do something with crypto. And that didn't work out so well. But now El Salvador is actually playing the game, and that's a real country. It's got like 5 million people and so forth. So we know the president's brother, and we've had some conversations there. So maybe we'll go, in the next few months and see what's going on there and do a state visit and talk to the president. But it's an interesting development, and it's one of those things that it can't quite be ignored because a nation state's doing it. On the other hand, you have to manage expectations. Is the central bank taking a position in Bitcoin? Are they actually switching over to a cryptocurrency as their unit of account? Are they now getting off of BIS and they're all using the settlement rails of central banks? Are they actually blockchaining the entire country and they have some broad, ambitious agenda to go and do all that? That remains to be seen. And so it really is a commitment there. The other thing is that if you're autocratic, these systems are not so good for you. Because the minute you adopt these types of systems, you're pushing a lot of power to the edges. So there's a world of difference between optics and actual commitment. And actual commitment is I'm prepared to accept the consequences that the state is going to lose a lot of power along the way. And the problem is it's not clear to me if some of these politicians who are pro-blockchain, and I'm not making a statement of El Salvador in particular, I'm just saying in general, are fully aware of that reality. A lot of them seem to think that somehow they can contain the blockchain genie in the bottle and blockchain their whole country, but stay president for life. That doesn't work. Once they have that power, they're gone.
So do you think once they realize that this is one of the failure cases, one of the things that people are concerned about is governments banning cryptocurrency?
Well, that's the China case, right? They started realizing this was a legitimate threat to capital controls and to the autocratic system that they've constructed there. And then suddenly China started to build its own People's Bank of China blockchain, and Bitcoin is now the redheaded stepchild. They didn't really care too much because it was great for corruption. You could evade capital controls, and so all the well-connected people, there's, oh yeah, Bitcoin's bad, but then they'd have Bitcoin of their own and they could use it to send money around. But now the government's gotten very serious about it. They're saying like, okay, we want to control and dominate this whole thing, and it's a threat to our plan for the digital yuan to become the world standard to displace the dollar.
But so the moment you have El Salvador and just more and more countries, say there'll be a country in Europe, for example,
right,
that accepts Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies, Cardano, the idea is it would put a lot of pressure on the other. So there'll be like this kind of ripple effect
right,
that and then the individual governments won't be able to help, and eventually there'll be a superpower like, I don't know, Russia or the United States and or, I don't know, Canada. So do you see that sort of an inevitable trend where cryptocurrency takes over the world as a store of value and as a method of payments?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you can do just so much more with programmable finance. Transactions in general have 5 properties. You have the asset that runs on the rail. That's what we always think about. And you can transact that, and then you have the identity, and you transact that either like one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-one, or many-to-many. And then you have metadata. So that's the story of the transactions, like where did it take place, these types of things. And then you have the contractual relationship. So that's the smart contract component. And then you embed that within regulation. So transactions always live within jurisdictions. This is relevant to the conversation, will digital currencies take over? Because those things are right now done separately in a very fragmented and fractured way, and they're not completely globalized. And so it's super expensive to hoist up this entire system and automate things like compliance. It's usually a huge part of every bank's balance sheet. So when you look at the concept of a digital currency, you're saying all 5 of those things are programmable. And so they could be like library driven. You say, oh, I want to be in compliance with Eritrea. Okay, pull up the Eritrean library. Now you are. Built into the transaction. Previously, it's like, go hire some lawyers and go figure out the entire code and translate some things and rah, rah, rah. And it's crazy. So just the orders of magnitude efficiency gains that you get and the increased liquidity you get and the fact that you can now represent all assets with a universal way, that financial stem cell, there's an inevitability to the victory of our industry. The challenge is, how do we deal with this with the squabbling of superpowers?
Right.
China wants to be the new world standard. America wants to preserve that. And the rest of the world is trying to figure out how do we create something that's a bit more fair and balanced. And so crypto comes in, and it potentially is both an ally and a competitor to those desires. Because if you do too much crypto, you don't need the nation state anymore. If you do too little crypto, well, it's China or America. So what's that sweet?
Tesla, SpaceX, Elon Musk currently invested in Bitcoin, but are openly looking to explore other cryptocurrency investments. What case would you make for Cardano?
Well, if they truly care about alternative energy and sustainability, carbon reduction or carbon neutrality, you can't be in a system where there is no built-in mechanism to constrain the energy consumption. With proof of stake, energy consumption is a negative. You want to minimize it. If you can get the same amount of stuff done on a Raspberry Pi as you can a big server, you're going to do it on the Pi because ultimately that server cost and that energy cost is coming out of your budget. With proof of work, any innovation you come up with to optimize power, you just build more ASICs because you say, it's 30% more power efficient. Great, buy 30% more. You keep adding to the work set because you want more hash power, more share of the pie. So you have no energy savings component. And I know these people are saying, well, there's a lot of wasted energy in the grid, and this is kind of incentivizing using that wasted energy, and it's a better way of storing it than batteries because you're now storing it as a Bitcoin instead of storing it as energy. Okay, maybe there's some truth to that, but anyway, it's just
the energy is a critical point for you.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. The energy is a critical point for me with Tesla because they assert to be an alternative energy company. And unless they can make the case that somehow the proliferation of Bitcoin is legitimately going to proliferate batteries, solar, and wind or other things, then it's probably good for them to just focus on the most efficient, energy efficient cryptocurrency possible. Otherwise, you're exacerbating global warming. You're exacerbating the ecological consequences of it. The other thing is Bitcoin is the least programmable of all the cryptocurrencies. And if you want to do interesting, sexy, unique things, let's say Tesla, for example, they want to start doing V2I and V2V for autonomous vehicles and have the vehicles start talking to each other and connect it to 5G. Well, imagine if you want to build a telco coin or some sort of 5G coin and you want to build an IoT layer and network. There's just no real way to do that on Bitcoin with the way it's designed. So you'd need fundamentally different infrastructure to create such a token and regulate such a system and have these things autonomously negotiate and do business with each other. You need DEXs and stable coins and all kinds of mechanics to make something like that possible. Well, that's really beneficial to Tesla if they could figure that out, because they could create like an information sharing incentive scheme where if the cars talk to each other, including other branded cars like GM cars and Fords, they could now actually get data from those cars through a marketplace and exchange for the benefit of autonomous driving or for the benefit of understanding road conditions or safety enhancement and so forth. So it's just depending. Are you just here to speculate? Are you here to actually use it as another medium of exchange, or do you actually want to build infrastructure on this thing? The more closely you get to utility, the further down the road you get there, then the more programmability you need. And so it makes a lot more sense to be an Ethereum fan or a Cardano fan than to be a Bitcoin fan.
So to be both proof of stake and have the smart contracts capabilities.
Yes. And that's why we went over Ethereum, because they're proof of work. Chip is right.
But the way, if you think about physics and the universe has figured out a way to update the ledger of physics in a way where like a lot of people can be updating it and it stays consistent. Is there something you can say about the task of updating the ledger when a bunch of people are trying to do it, or a bunch of entities are trying to do it?
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of a consensus algorithm. So whatever ledger you're running, there has to be some mechanism to decide who's in charge. And that's what proof of work does and proof of stake does and all these other systems. And you break them down to basically 3 steps. And so we'll use Eve for kind of step number 1. Hi, Eve. How you doing? And we're going to use Wally for step number 2. And I need the monkey. Give me the monkey. What's the monkey's name?
Daisy.
Daisy the monkey. Okay. I like Daisy. Daisy is a very confused monkey.
It's pondering its own mortality.
Right. And so anyway, the first step is all about basically deciding who's in charge for that moment. So blockchain is just a sequence of events. The heart has to beat, the metronome has to click, So somebody has to be in charge. And so generally you have this notion of a resource. So there's some pool of resource out there, and it can be a token. And in that case, it's a plutocratic system. And that's what proof of stake does. Or it can be computation, but there can be other resources. But computation is what proof of work does. And so you make so many hashes, and then eventually somebody wins. And that person who wins is now the person who basically gets to decide the order of transactions and put them all together from their perspective in the system. Then once that person wins, they'll make the block. That's step 2. And after it's made, transmit it, and it gets validated and accepted. So actually, it's quite fortuitous you have the magnifying glass, because at this stage, people are trying to decide, is what I'm looking at correct or not? Now, there are other ways to potentially conceive of this, but this particular model gives you a kind of a way of thinking of all consensus algorithms in one setting. You can be Algorand, you can be a classic BFT protocol, you can be Paxos, you can be Raft, you can be proof of work, you can be proof of stake. It's always the same idea. You have to find someone or some group to be in charge. They'll reach a consensus on order. They have to then do some work, change the state of the system, update it, and then the network has to accept that that's valid. So even if this process works well, this side will say, oh, you created a Bitcoin out of thin air. You're not allowed to do that. So that's rejected. Okay, so there's checks and balances and guards all the way through. There's a meta question of fairness in all of this. Okay, so the proof of work people, they're kind of a cult, and they say that this is the only truth, and everything out here, any other resource is not legitimate or valid. And there's not a lot of evidence to that, but that's what they believe. The proof of stake people, the downside and weakness they have is it's a plutocratic model. The more ownership of the system you have, the more control you have over that system. And it suffers from the same thing the shareholder models suffer from, whereas you may maximize short-term gain over the long-term viability of the system. So a really cool question is, can you build systems that are multi-resource? So instead of just pooling from one resource to select who wins, this 25% of the time and maybe this 25%, you can do that. In fact, the cryptocurrency space did that a long time ago. There was a cryptocurrency called Purecoin in 2011, and it was a hybrid proof of work, proof of stake. So some of the blocks were made with the token ownership distribution, and some of the blocks were made with proof of work. But you could keep adding. You could put in like, hey, I want hard disk in my thing. You can put permacoin in or something like that. So create incentive for hard drives. And then you could say, oh no, I want to do like a human system, like a proof of merit. Oh my God, now we're up to 4. And you just keep adding. And each of these pools will have different adherents and actors. And then you can actually balance out the whole thing.
So as opposed to having one cult, you have many cults.
Exactly.
And they argue.
And the cults argue with each other. And we call that a government.
By the way, not all cults are bad. Physics is a cult too.
And it's sometimes bad.
It's honest, at least. Nature is a cult.
Yes.
Nature is metal.
Yeah,
Check out the Instagram.
So that's really the crux of it. You have a ledger, and the ledger is just all about saying, hey, we need to put some stuff in here. And once it's put in here, you can't turn it back. And you know when it was put in, and everybody can see it, or some group can see it. And then you need to pick somebody to modify that. So all this chaos will happen. All these transactions are all around the world, and our perception of them are different. There's a beautiful paper from Lamport that kind of talks about this from the 70s. It's like one of the most classic papers ever in computer science. I think it's been cited like 50,000 times or something like that. It's a crazy paper. But basically, you have to figure out, okay, well, somebody has to be in charge. Some group has to be in charge. And you can do it with a meritocratic, hashocratic computation thing. You can say, well, if you have coins, 25% of supply, 25% of the time on average, you'll be selected to have the right to do this or give it to somebody else. Or you could search for other resources. And they can even be human resources, like some notion of merit or social benefit. Maybe you get a token for that and you can weight it with these other systems. And that's where everything's going. We're getting to a point where we've really optimized all the properties here. We've proven all these nice things about it. And there's a lot of competition to basically build like the perfect proof of stake system, whether you're Polkadot or Algorand or any of these other guys. But now the next step is say, well, why do we just have one? We should have multiple resources. And the point is each of these has different trade-off profiles. And so they balance each other and you end up building a much more resilient system. So it's not winner take all with one particular demand.
Okay, so there's a million questions that spring up right there. But first, at the Bitcoin conference, Jack Dorsey spoke. I believe he said Bitcoin changes everything. I think you made a video for Jack trying to explain different ideas to him. I guess describing the difference between proof of work and proof of stake, as we've talked about.
Right.
What do you hope Jack Dorsey comes to understand about the difference between proof of work and proof of stake?
Well, I hope he understands it's just a resource. That's the entire point of the video I was trying to make, is like, dude, you're like in this cult where you think the only way to be secure is proof of work, and somehow proof of stake is less secure than proof of work. I don't even know how you put those inequalities there, because you're talking about apples and oranges. You're making different trade-offs, and there's different assumptions about the nature of the people involved, but the mechanics are the same. And so it's really more of a question of, what type of system do you prefer? Do you want mercenaries guarding Rome, or do you want Roman citizens guarding Rome? Okay, and as the Romans learn, it's better to have citizens usually doing that. Okay, and that's the only point I was trying to make to Dorsey. And, you know, I don't think he watched it or particularly cared, but it was more of a video for everyone, and to start that dialogue of realizing that the real game is not, is proof of stake better than proof of work? It's how do we go from 1 to n, and what should n be? Yeah. You just mentioned that semantical addressable web, going back to IPFS and these other concepts. Well, how do you pay for the enormous burden of storing that much data? You can create a consensus protocol for it. There actually is one. It's called Permacoin. Came out in 2014, 15. Andrew Miller wrote it, and a few other authors. I think John Katz may have been an author as well. But basically, it was just a throwaway proof of work style algorithm that only works if you have large amounts of data. Okay, so it's like your miners are like a hard drive, effectively.
Proof of storage, I think you call it.
Yeah,
like
this type of stuff. And there's been since then many iterations, evolutions of that type of protocol. Okay, so what if you throw that into your resource bag? Now you have a capacity in your system for storing huge amounts of information that's incentivized by the way the system works. And you can balance that with a proof of stake system. And you can balance that with let's say you have proof of useful computation. We may have a paper on that, who knows, coming soon. And what if you have a proof of useful computation where maybe you can do walkstat or something, who knows? With something like that, okay, well, now you have 3 resources inside your system, and those 3 things keep your system secure, they keep each other balanced, and they just so happen to create the world's largest supercomputer that's programmable, and it just so happens to create the world's largest database that's programmable, in addition to having a shareholder-style model for ownership inside of it to kind of balance these things out so people care about the appreciation of value inside the system. So that was my point to Jack, is you're a business guy, why are you betting all your eggs in one crazy model that's a cult? Step away and realize that that does something. It's a tool, but saws aren't the only tool in the toolbox. There's hammers and screwdrivers and other things. Go to N resources, and let's have a real conversation about what would a world computer or a world infrastructure that's useful for your business domain, in his case Twitter, require, and what type of resources would you need for such a thing?
Well, in this case, Square, more importantly. Currently, if you look at Square and Cash App, they support Bitcoin. You know, he is kind of all in on the proof of work idea. Not all in, but currently kind of that's the one supported
I guess there's just a tip in proof of work.
I love you so much, Charles. Thank you. Appreciate this. But I'm not going to run with that, even though I'm tempted to. But looking forward, do you hope Cardano becomes part of Cash App?
I mean, he's a business guy, or at least I'd hope he is. And it's not about what I want or what he wants. It's about what markets want. You know, when you run a publicly traded company, you have a fiduciary obligation to your shareholders to maximize the utility, sustainability, and value of your company. And so if he's running, a company that makes money off of these things, it makes absolutely no sense to be a maximalist. You want transaction volume. That's how you make your damn money. Coinbase was the same way. They were very maximalist in the beginning. Very quickly, they started realizing, hey, we're losing a lot of money. If we want to IPO, we kind of need to be a bit more diverse. Eric Voorhees was also a maximalist way back today. And now look at Eric. He's got Shapeshift and all these other pieces of infrastructure. He's a lot more friendly with us alties. So, Jack will make that decision. His people will make that decision, I think, based on market dynamics, transaction volume, and value to the user. And if the concern is actually legitimately security, then the only question I'd ask their team is, can you please provide me a definition of one? Doing POW is more secure than proof of stake as a tweet is not really a proof, okay? You need to actually come out and sit down and say, what is your security model? What do you care about? What do you value? What's the problems you're concerned about at proof of stake? And they never really get there. And that's why I call this maximum like a religion, because it's just like saying, well, the angels descended from the heavens. And it's like, well, how do you know? Well, because the Bible said so, or this doctrine said so. It's like, well, that's your evidence? Somebody wrote something down? Can you please give me a little bit more? They say, no, you're challenging the word of God. In this case, you're challenging the word of Satoshi. And all I ask for is just what is the burden of proof? We wrote the papers. We have security models. We went through the peer review process. God, that was not easy. We wrote formal specifications. In some cases, we formalized those specifications with Isabel, for God's sakes, which is not easy to do. And then we implemented it. And it's running in production with 1 million users at a $50 billion market cap. I mean, at what point do you start saying, well, maybe there's something there? And they say, no, there's nothing there, and it's not secure, it can't be secure. And you say, okay, then why do you believe what you believe? And they never come back to me with an answer, ever.
Well, I believe God didn't go through a peer review process when he wrote the 10 Commandments. So sometimes it works out, sometimes not. Let me ask on that same thread, ice cream. So because we'll throw around a bunch of terms for the record, what is Plutus?
So Plutus is a programming language. It's kind of a DSL that we built on top of Haskell. And basically, we wrote it after spending about 3 years thinking about all smart contracts. We were trying to figure out, what is the ideal language to express a smart contract? And then we started thinking, well, what is a smart contract? Is it the whole application, or is it just like a submodule within an application? And usually, it's the latter more than the former. You can build a self-contained program like a script, but usually what's happening is you'll have it like a video game, let's say World of Warcraft or something like that. You say, hey, maybe I want to actually create gold in World of Warcraft that's actually a currency, Okay, so I'm going to issue a token. Well, and then maybe I want to create some mechanics behind how people are going to trade that amongst each other. So that would be like a smart contract layer and issue an asset. So you have this centralized server running and proprietary software controlled by a single company. But then you've opened your application up to a broader world. And what we've done now is added a blockchain layer, and the blockchain handles the accounting of that asset and the spending policy of that stuff. So that is a much smaller program than what Blizzard is doing with World of Warcraft. So the point of Plutus was, let's create a language where you can write these small to mid-sized programs and have a high degree of confidence that they behave with correctness, and also they give you deterministic results on the consumption of resources. You can run things locally, and you actually understand what it costs to run, and that doesn't change when you deploy it on the system. If you dial up the expressiveness of the system, and like Ethereum does in these big mutable account systems, the problem is you have to have global state, so whatever you test locally doesn't actually necessarily translate to what you've deployed. Okay, so we spent a long time asking, where's the Goldilocks zone? Bitcoin script was too restrictive, and every single time Satoshi tried to dial it up, it led to mega problems. Like there was a beautiful thing called the value overflow incident in 2010, which led to the creation of billions of Bitcoin. They had to quickly clean that up and sweep it under the rug and pretend like it didn't exist. But that was mostly because of an issue with how the scripting language was implemented. And when you look at Ethereum, it's like this Pyrrhic game of stomping down these skirmishers where every update there's something they have to change or tune, and then it's not clear how you shard such a model. So we said, let's build something that's in the middle of this, and that's what Plutus basically is. And it's really designed to play very nicely with off-chain infrastructure as much as on-chain infrastructure. So you can look at all those different examples, whether it's Wolfram wants to auction off their universes, or Blizzard wants to issue an in-game currency, or you're Uber and you want to start putting peer-to-peer dynamics inside your system. You're going to gracefully connect to that on-chain code. And it's very clear how those two things connect together. Just so happens Haskell's really good for this. They have template Haskell, and it makes it very easy to embed domain-specific languages, and it makes it very easy to wire your Haskell code onto off-chain infrastructure. So in the future, you'll be able to have your off-chain run in Node or the Java Virtual Machine or a .NET application, and there'll just be this beautiful interface, and then it can talk to all your on-chain code, and that's written in that DSL, and you have a high degree of assurance that it's right.
Is there like a hello world program in Plutus that reveals the beauty of this balance that you're referring to? Sort of simple but not too simple, the Einstein idea?
Yeah. So we did do our first Hello World program actually today because we.
Yeah, I heard about this.
Yeah, but there you'd want to have the whole round trip. So you'd like to have an interaction, and I think a video game would probably show it the best. Like if we could re-implement CryptoKitties or something like that on it. and you have this off-chain infrastructure, and you have your GUI and your front end, it's running on your phone or a browser, and most of that lives off-chain. And then, but your CryptoKitties, they live on the blockchain. The whole round trip end to end with relatively low fees and low latency, and high availability of service. It never goes down. That would probably be the best thing to do. And we'll have something like that by August. It's pretty easy to build this stuff.
So what kind of off-chain interactions are supported with Plutus? What are the limits you want to put on the thing so it doesn't get chaotic?
Well, that's the beautiful thing. When you have a less expressive model on-chain, it means you can do anything you want off-chain.
On that topic, who do you think is Satoshi Nakamoto? Is it possible that you are, in fact, Satoshi Nakamoto?
No. If you have a preponderance of the evidence, I think the most likely candidate would be Adam Back. It's the Occam's razor candidate, and mostly because he's the right place, right time, right age, right skill set. If you look at the design of Bitcoin, the types of decisions, like the use of Forth, the scripting language, that was pretty common in English and European pedagogy in the 1980s and 1990s. It's like an example language for a stack-based assembly, and like little stuff like that, little quirks like that. Also, he created Hashcash, which was the predecessor of proof of work. He just kind of got a chip on his shoulder that Microsoft never did anything with it. So he's probably looking for something. He grew up with all the cypherpunks. He knew of Hal Finney. He knew of all these people. He knew Phil Zimmerman.
Hal Finney.
Well, no, because the code was not good enough. Hal was a Unix, Linux guy. He was a talented programmer. He was a talented developer. The initial code for Bitcoin was developed, it looked like on a Windows machine. Adam worked at Microsoft, go figure. And also it was very academic, and it had to be cleaned up, and a lot of things had to be patched up and fixed. If a guy like Hal developed it, they probably had less of the, let's use SecP256K1 and these types of things, and more of like, hey, let's build this cool engineering thing, and we'll figure out the protocol design later on. It just stinks of an older academic, the initial design of Bitcoin and the initial rollout of Bitcoin. And then brilliant people like Greg Maxwell and others, they came and cleaned it all up. And lo and behold, where's Adam? He's like the CEO of the largest Bitcoin development company in the space, who's trying to keep working on and building out Bitcoin. And where the hell was Adam when Satoshi was around? I don't think there was any overlap where they were both together at the same period of time. But I mean, if you really care, you can even do this. There's a lovely paper written by the U.S. Army. If you just Google like code stellometry, U.S. Army, it's a technique where you can use ML and a few other things to actually kind of develop a fingerprint for the way that people write code. So all you got to do is take the original Bitcoin source code and then take all the open source repos from around that time period and before, and see if there's a match between those two. Now, if he's really good at creating an alias, probably not so good at obfuscating the code that was written. So the odds are that you'd probably find a match to a repo that's connected to a real life human identity, or at least a weaker OPSEC, because, you're younger, you have weaker OPSEC.
Do you know if people have tried that?
I don't think anybody's actually done it, but there's actually a beautiful paper. It's like 94% accurate, the code stellometry.
Code stellometry. So I've for various reasons, I've worked with people that work on stellometry of natural language.
Okay.
And
I think it matches closest to Nick Szabo if you actually do the written stellometry analysis of Satoshi's writings to Szabo's.
So I meant stellometry as a field. I didn't actually look for application for this particular problem. But so you're saying Nick Szabo is the closest match?
Well, yeah, somebody did it years. I didn't look at if the model was sound or not, but I just remember reading on a Bitcoin talk. And Szabo is another one of the common candidates. Hal Finney, Szabo, and Adam are probably the top three things that people would list.
What do you think about this idea of anonymity, of publishing something anonymously? Would you ever consider publishing a paper? You've been part of, the Cardano ecosystem has published a lot of incredible papers. Is there ever a value to publish anonymously?
Well, every paper that goes through the referee process, the authors are ripped off. So you don't actually see the authorship when you submit to the conference. So that's just best practice. But the question is, do you preserve the anonymity post-conference and actually not reveal the author of the paper? It's a detriment for the deals we make, because the whole premise of working with our company as an academic is that you're going to have amazing co-authors and your work is going to appear in great conferences, great journals, and as a consequence, you get tenure. If you publish anonymously, it's like being doing clearance work in high energy physics or something like that. It's like after 30 years of this amazing career working on nuclear weapons and classified reactors, you finish and Then you go to apply for a job and they're like, so what have you done for the last 30 years? Stuff. Where's it on your CV? Well, I can't really talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome to community college.
Yeah.
So you get really screwed if you do that. So there's a misalignment of incentives in the academic world towards anonymity. And generally, it's only done when you're doing something very controversial or there's a whistleblowing type of a component. It's not typically done for foundational work. And Satoshi was really one of the first things, because like if there was Satoshi doxed himself, and I don't think it's possible anymore, but if he or she did that, that's like a Nobel Prize in economics, likely. You're on the short list for that. And there's enormous accolades that would come beyond the monetary incentives of being able to dox yourself. But
that'd be cool if they give a Nobel Prize in economics to an anonymous, to Satoshi Nakamoto.
It's been proposed and it was turned
That's
down.
fascinating.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are a few people in our company that have done pseudonymous publications. Like if you look at the Chimeric Ledgers paper, it's not a real name. It's a crazy name. It's a pseudonymous publication. But that's usually for throwaway work. There is one project we inherited from an anonymous person, which is fascinating. It's called QAditas. And it's basically an extension of the QAD manifesto from the 90s. And the pseudonym is Bill White. And I think it's some anonymous mathematician, but I can't figure out which one it is. But basically, it's a marketplace for deduction. So it's like this magic machine where you can create incentives for people to write mathematical proofs in a theorem prover and make some money from it. So there's some cool work that's there, and it's sad that Bill stayed anonymous, because I think that could have been easily published, and there was a lot of really cool things that could have been done with QAditas.
But since we're talking about the future, let me ask you the timeline question, or even just like definitional. What is Alonzo? You mentioned some fun Hello World experiments going on.
Right.
And how and when will Cardano get smart contracts?
Yeah, so Alonzo Church is a famous mathematician, computer science guy, and he was a contemporary of Turing. And there was like these three different views of computing: recursive functions from Gödel and Turing machines from Turing. And Church had lambda calculus, and they're all equivalent, and they all give you the ability to build a computer. So we like functional programming. So we decided
that's your favorite church.
Yeah. So we had to name something after Church, and it's just weird that we never did. So we said, okay, Alonzo is a good release name. Basically, it was bringing smart contracts to Cardano. It took us a long time to get here, and we'll be there in the next 90 days. It's we like everything we do. There's a process, and so there's all the colors of the rainbow. We start with Alonzo blue, and then white and purple. And each step you do some more things, you bring more users in, and then eventually you get to a threshold where you say, okay, everything works the way intended, and you push a button, and we initiate what's called a hard fork combinator event, and boom, the system has smart contracts. You just wake up and it's there. It's like it's in your house.
So it's going to be.
It's like when I got my blue check mark on Twitter. I woke up and I had it.
Yeah,
it's just like Christmas.
And you were never the same.
I was
never. You can't go back. It's like hard fork. It's a hard fork of Charles.
Yeah, exactly.
You got blue. Well, actually, I think you can take it away. But
can they take my check mark away?
I think. But that'd be like a hard fork backwards, I guess. Okay, so great. So that's. But currently, there's a testing procedure going on to see what does that look like, and what will give you confidence that things are working well.
Yeah. So first you start with the Mary era, which is where we're right now multi-asset. So you can do metadata and issue tokens on Cardano, but you have limited programmability on chain. Alonzo adds the programmability in, but we already have most of the foundations of the extended UTXO model and the smart contract model. It's just those things aren't ready. So the first step is say fork it. So all those rules are now there. Okay, so that's what we did with Alonzo Blue. We forked a testnet-based layer, and it successfully survived going from Mary to Alonzo, which means that you can move transactions from one side to the other. Both systems work. And then the next step is say, okay, well, are the stake pool operators, the people who run the infrastructure, able to run this testnet just like they run Cardano? And that's what we're doing right now with Blue. We're bringing all these SPOs in. And then are we able to submit and run smart contracts on the system? And they actually return a round trip. You send something, you get something back. Yay, okay. So that's where we're at. And then what you do is each step, so the next is white, you go from like 50 people to several hundred, and then purple's an open testnet where we want every single person in the entire ecosystem to use it. And it's also a dev net. So that means that people are writing with Plutus Playground and local interpreters, their smart contracts can actually start testing them now on the public infrastructure. So it's kind of like releasing dev kits to the Xbox or something like that. You send them out to game developers before you release the Xbox so they can test their video games in anticipation of the release of the system. So you run that for at least a month. And as long as it doesn't blow up in your face and, oh God, what have we done? Hindenburg, oh, the humanity, you release it and, you ship it. The problem is it's no longer in our control. There's over 100 exchanges that have listed Cardano. There's lots of wallet infrastructure. There are thousands of different constituencies. So it's less of a technological problem now, and it's more of a coordination problem. So you have to evolve in a very methodical way, and each step of the way you bring new actors in, they get ready for it, they upgrade their infrastructure to it, and then like shells, eventually you get to the outer shell, which is the hard fork for the general public. And if we've done it right, like that blue check mark, they wake up and it's exactly the same. They just get a little update thing, update your client. And they start demanding Wagyu beef.
Is there stuff you're worried about in terms of like when something's this tricky, goes up several orders of magnitudes in terms of scale? Are there problems that you foresee? Is there like we said, there's game theoretic aspects, all those kinds of things. Like what worries you the most?
I mean, I sleep like a baby. I wake up every 2 hours crying.
Damn, that's a good line. You're full of good lines.
I mean, there's a lot that
you just made me realize that expression makes no sense. I slept like a baby, but go ahead.
Yeah, exactly right. Just messing your whole world up right now, Lex. No, I mean, there's so much that keeps me up at night. It's like you're in a cold sweat every day when you have an ecosystem like this, because the other thing is you're judged as much by the applications people build on the platform as you are by the platform you've constructed. So, one of the most unfair things that happened in our industry was blaming Vitalik for the DAO hack. He didn't write the code. He wasn't responsible for it. It was a completely independent, different team. And because it blew up, a lot of people just developed this idea, Ethereum is not secure. The EVM is fundamentally broken. And it's true, there are some issues there, but come on, that's like saying, oh, well, Photoshop didn't work. Fuck Bill Gates.
Yeah.
And that's the issue is you get as a platform developer, coupled with the wins and losses of your application developers. So if they go do amazing things, it's like, oh yeah, Windows is great. We love it. And if they go do terrible things, they're like, oh man, I guess he's trying to kill all of us. So what we're kept up at night about is not just what we've constructed, but also how do we curate an ecosystem and foster the development of an ecosystem where you have assurance baked into the application and that's somehow expressible to the user. So when you download your smart contract or you click your one-click install to use your Uniswap clone or whatever the hell it is that's deployed on Cardano, you have a little green check mark or something that indicates to you that somebody audited the code or it followed a specification. The lack of that is problematic because then first, there's impersonations, the whole MyEther wallet thing, or like your videos or my videos are the same. Every comment, there's a bot that says, hey, give me some money or something like that. That kind of stuff happens. But then just protocol level flaws, like what happened with the DAO hack, that's what really keeps me up at night. How do you resolve that problem? Because I don't hire these people. I don't tell them what to do. I didn't tell them how to build things on the platform. They may have tons of experience and knowledge. They could be Simon Peyton-Jones, or they could have absolutely no knowledge whatsoever. And they read one tutorial and they've written 3 lines of code their entire life. And they've deployed something horribly broken, copy paste, and suddenly it all goes to hell. I'm judged by both. That's what really keeps me up at night. And we're, as a company, trying to figure out, and as the ecosystem, trying to figure out standards. Like at University of Wyoming, we're setting up the Smart Contract Engineering Institute. We're negotiating with them right now. And the goal there is just to create some, standards for how to certify smart contracts. And so that you can get that green check mark and know that it actually has some assurance level behind it. But God, that's a huge coordination problem. And it's a huge information presentation problem and incentives problem and so forth. And unfortunately, people who value being first to market will kind of piss in the pool for everybody else, push them in that direction.
You are one of the most prolific drug smugglers in history. What would you say motivated you? Money, power, the thrill, or was it something else?
Money.
But isn't there a point where you've had more money than you can possibly know what to do with? Or was it always more money?
I had plenty of money several times. And I think it's sort of like if you was in Las Vegas and you had the slot machine handled down and the gold coins was tumbling around you and you had sweepers bagging them up, when would you let it go?
But isn't some part of that the thrill then?
Oh, there was a lot of thrill. Sometimes way too much.
You made certainly tens of millions of dollars, probably much more. What memorable experience did having that much money make possible for you? So there's one thing is the money, and the other thing is what that money can buy.
Well, I bought everything that I could hide. I bought 7 farms. I owned the land where the city of Moreno Valley, California is. I had an option on that land. Did the planning and development of that. The most expensive coin in the world. Yachts, ships, airplanes galore.
Did that bring you happiness?
No, absolutely not. In fact, I think I'm happier now. I know I'm happier now.
So looking back, would you do it the same way all again?
No way.
Really? Even the thrill of it?
Not even the thrill of it. It wasn't worth 33 years in prison being away from my lovely family.
So money. What about the power? Just being on top of the world where nobody can, not the governments, the police, all the big bad agencies chasing you, and you could do whatever the heck you wanted.
As far as having to look over your shoulder everywhere you went and every phone call you made, make sure that you was naked with somebody in the ocean before you talked. It's rather uncomfortable.
Yeah. I like to make phone calls the same way. So everything you just described is is fascinating, a set of ideas. And, online I've been reading quite a bit and people are really excited about those set of ideas. Nevertheless, it is not the dominating technology today. So Bitcoin, in terms of cryptocurrency, is the most popular cryptocurrency, and then Ethereum and so on. So it's useful to kind of comment. We already talked about proof of work a little bit, but what in your sense does Bitcoin get right and where is it lacking?
Okay, so the first thing that Bitcoin got right is to understand that there was the need of a cryptocurrency. And that, in my opinion, trumps they deserve all the success because they said the time is ripe for this idea.
Yes.
Because very often it's not enough to be right, you have to be right at the right time.
Yes.
And somebody got it right there. So hat off to Bitcoin for that. And so what they got right is that is hard to subvert and change the ledger, to cancel a transaction. It's not impossible, but it's very hard. What they did not get right is somehow that is a great store of value, currency-wise, but money is not only a question that you store it and you put under the mattress. Money wants to be transacted. And the transaction in Bitcoins are very little. So if you want to store value, everybody needs to store value, might as well use a Bitcoin. I mean, it's the planet, but if you don't look at that for a moment, at least it's a great store of value. And everybody needs a store of value. But most of the time, we want to transact, we want to interact. We don't put the money under the mattress, right? So we wanted to, and that, they didn't get it right. That is too slow to transact. Too few transactions.
Just the scalability.
The scalability issue.
Is it possible to build stuff on top of Bitcoin that's fixes the scalability? I mean, this is the thing. You look at, there's a bunch of technologies that kind of hit the right need at the right time, and they have flaws, but we kind of build infrastructures on top of them over time to fix it, as opposed to getting it right from the beginning. Or is it difficult to do?
Well, that is difficult to do. So you're talking to somebody that when I decided to throw my hat in the arena, and I decided, first of all, as I said before, I much admire my predecessors. I mean, they got it right, a lot of things, and I really am admire for that. But, I had a choice to make. Either I patch something that has holes all over the place, yes, or I start from scratch. Yeah. I decided to start from scratch because sometimes it's let's put it this way. I certainly working very hard with a great team to give the best blockchain that one can demand and enjoy. And that said, I really believe that there is going to be it's not a winner takes them all. So it's going to be a few blockchains, and each one is going to have its own brand, and it's going to be great at something. And sometimes it's a scalability, sometimes it's ease of use, sometimes it's a thing. And it's important to have a dialogue between these things. And I'm sure, and I'm working very hard to make sure that is one of them. But I don't believe that, is even desirable to have, a winner takes all, because we need to express different things, but the important thing is going to have enough interoperability with various systems so that you can transfer your assets where you have the best tool to service them, whatever your needs are at the time.
So there's an idea, I don't know, they call themselves Bitcoin maximalists, which is essentially the bet that the philosophy that Bitcoin will eat the world. So you're talking about it's good to have variety. Their claim is it's good to have the best technology dominate the medium of exchange, the medium of store of value, the money, the digital currency space. What's your sense of the positives and the negatives of that?
So I feel people are smart, and it's going to be very hard for anybody and
to win.
Bitcoin to win. And because people want more and more things.
Yeah.
There is an Italian saying that goes as translates well, I think. It goes, the appetite grows while eating. Okay? I think you understand what it means.
Yes.
So I say, I'm not hungry. Oh, it's okay, food. Oh, let me try this and that. So we want more and more and more. And when you find something like Bitcoin, which I already had very good things to say, but it does something very well, but is static.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, store of value, yes, I think it's a great way. For the rest, it would be a sad world if the world in which we are so anchoring down, so defensive, that we want to store value and hide it under the mattress. I long for a world in which it is open, people want to transact and interact with each way, and therefore, when you want to store value, perhaps one chain, you want to have to transact, maybe is another. I'm not saying that, one chain cannot be store of value or other thing, but I really believe that I believe in the ingenuity of people and in the innovation that is intrinsic to the human nature. We want always different things. So how can it be something invented, whatever it is, decades ago, is going to fulfill the needs of our future generations? I'm not going to fulfill my needs, let alone the one of my kids, of their kids. We are going to have a different world, and things will evolve.
So you believe, so you believe that intelligent life is ultimately about adaptability and evolving. So static loses in the end.
Yes.
Let me ask so we'll return to it from a bunch of different perspectives, including like a technical perspective, but you often talk about blockchain and some of these concepts of decentralization, scalability, security, all those kinds of things. But one of the most maybe impactful, exciting things that leverage the blockchain, this kind of ledger idea of common knowledge, is cryptocurrency. So in the financial space. So can you say in the same kind of basic way, what is cryptocurrency in the context of this common knowledge and in the context of the blockchain?
Great. Cryptocurrency, right, is a currency that is on such a ledger. So imagine that on the ledger, right, initially, that somehow, say you and I are the only owner, each one, let's give it ourselves $1 billion each of whatever this unit. Then I start writing on the ledger. I give 100 of these units to my sister. I give this much to my aunt, and then now, because it's written on the ledger and everybody can see, my sister can give 57 of these units that she received from me to somebody else. And so, and that is money. And that is money because you can see that somebody who tenders you a payment as really the money there, right? You don't have any more of a doubt when you want to sell an item. If I write you a check, is the check covered? If do I have the money at the moment of a transaction? You really see, because the ledger is always updated, what you see is what I see, and what the merchant sees. You know where the money, so is the most powerful money system there is, because it is totally transparent, and so you know that you have been paid, and you know that the money is there. You have not to second guess anything else.
So the common knowledge applied there is you're basically mimicking the same kind of thing you would get in the physical space, which is if you give $100 or 100 of that thing, whatever, of that cryptocurrency to your sister, the actual transfer is as real as you giving like a basket of apples to your sister, because so in the physical space, the common knowledge is in the physics
Right.
of the atoms,
Yes.
and in its digital space, the common knowledge is in this ledger, and so that transfer holds the same kind of power, but now it's operating in the digital space.
Better way.
So what about Ethereum, which looks at proof of stake and a lot of different innovative ideas that kind of improve or seek to improve on some of the flaws of Bitcoin?
Ethereum had another great idea. So they figured out that money and payments are important as they are only the first level, the first stepping stone. The next level are smart contracts. And they were at the vision to say the people will need smart contracts, which allow me and you to somehow to transact securely without being shopped around by a trusted third party, by a mediator. By the way, because mediators are hard to find, and in fact, maybe even impossible to find. If you live in Thailand and I live in New Zealand, maybe we don't have a common person that we know and trust. And even if we find them, guess what? They want to be paid. So much so, right, that 6% of the world GDP goes into financial friction, which is essentially third party. So they had it right. The world needed that. But again, the scalability is not there. And the system of smart contracts in Ethereum is slow and expensive. And I believe is not enough to satisfy the appetite and the need we have for smart contracts. Correct.
Again, I apologize for a set of ridiculous questions, but you mentioned cryptocurrencies and money. What is money? Why do we have money? Do you think about this kind of from this high philosophical level at times of this tool, this idea that we humans have all kind of came up with and seem to be using effectively to do stuff?
Money is a social construct, okay, in my opinion. And this has been somehow, people always felt that somehow money is a way to allow us to transact, even though we want different things. Yeah. So I have 2 sheep, and then you have 1 cow, and I want the cow, but you are looking for blankets instead. So to have money, it really simplifies this. But at the end of it, and that's why a bit was invented. And you started with gold, you started with coinage, then you started with check. But at the end of the day, money is essentially a social construct, because you know that what you receive, you can actually spend with somebody else. And so there is a kind of a social pact and social belief that you have. At the end of the day, even barter requires these beliefs that other people are going to accept the quote-unquote currency you offer them. Because if I'm a mason, and you ask me to build a wall in your field, and I did, and you, in exchange, you give me 1,000 sheep, what am I going to do? Eat them all? No, I have to feed them. And if I don't feed them, they die, and my value is 0. So in receiving this livestock, I must believe that somebody else will accept them in return for something else.
Yeah,
so money is this social belief, social shared belief system that makes people transact.
That's fascinating. I didn't even think about that. That you're actually you have a deep like network of beliefs about how society operates. So the value is assigned even to sheep based on that. Everyone will continue operating how they were previously operating.
Yeah.
Somebody will feed the sheep. I didn't even think about that. That's fascinating. So that directly transfers to the space of money and then to the space of digital money, cryptocurrency. Okay. Does it bother you sort of intellectually when this money that is a social construct is not directly tied to physical goods like gold, for example?
Not at all, because after all, gold has some industrial value. Nobody denies it. It's a metal. It doesn't oxidate. It has some good things about it. But does this industrial value really represent the value at which it now is traded? No. So gold is another way to express our belief. I give you an ounce of gold, you treat it like, oh, somebody else will want this for doing something else. So it is really this notion of this. Money is a mental construct, is really, and is shared, is a social construct, I really believe. And so some people feel that it's physical, so therefore gold exists. Then, as you know now, countries, more sophisticated countries right now, they print their own money, and you believe that they are not going to exaggerate it with inflation. Not everybody believes it, but I'm saying there is at least they are not going to exaggerate it blatantly, and therefore you receive it because you know that somebody else will accept it, will have faith in the currency, and so on and so forth. But whether it's gold, whether it's livestock, whatever it is, money is really a shared belief.
Ridiculous question. Do you have any clue who Satoshi Nakamoto is? Is that even an interesting question?
Well,
is it
like
you?
Your questions,
by the way,
are very interesting. So, and I think so I would say, first of all, it's not me.
Okay.
And I can prove it because, if I were Satoshi Nakamoto, I would have not found an algorithm because it takes totally different principle to approach to the system. But the other thing, who is Satoshi Nakamoto? You know what the right answer is? It's not him or she, her or them. Satoshi Nakamoto is Bitcoin. Because to me, it's such a coherent proof of work that at the end, the creator and the creation identify themselves. So he says, okay, I understand Michelangelo. Okay, he did the Sistine Chapel, fine. He did the St. Peter's Dome, fine. He did the Moses of the Pietra statue, fine. But besides this, who was Michelangelo? That's the wrong question. It's his own work. That is Michelangelo. Yeah. So I think that when you look at the Bitcoin, is a piece of work that has its defects, yes, like anything human, but it was captivated the imaginations of millions of people, has subverted the status quo. And I'm saying, whoever this person or people are, he's living in this piece of work. For me, it is Bitcoin. That's my
the idea of the work is bigger. We forget that sometimes. It's something about our biology likes to see a face and attach a face to the idea, when really the idea is the thing we love. The idea is the thing that had impact. The idea is the thing that ultimately we, Steve Jobs or somebody like that, we associate with the Mac, with the iPhone, with just everything he did at Apple. Apple, actually, the company is Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs, the man, is pales in comparison to the creations.
Correct,
of the man.
And the sense of aesthetics that has brought to the daily lives, and very often aesthetic wins in the long end, and these are very elegant design product. And when you say, "Oh, elegance," very few people care about it. Apparently, millions and millions and millions and millions of people do, because we are attracted by beauty, and these are beautifully designed products. And they've, in addition to have the technological aspect of the other thing, and I think yes, that is.
As Dostoevsky said, beauty will save the world. So I'm with you on that one.
Great.
It currently seems like cryptocurrency, all these different technologies are gathering a lot of excitement, not just in our discourse, but in their like scale of financial impact. A lot of companies are starting to invest in Bitcoin. Do you think that the main method of store of value and exchange of value, basically money, will soon or at some point in the century will become cryptocurrency?
Yes. So mind you, as I said, that the notion of cryptocurrency, like any other fundamental human notion, has to evolve. But yes. So I think that he has a lot of momentum behind it. It's not only static, as this programmable money, as I think
The smart contracts, all
smart
that kind of stuff.
contracts it allows a peer-to-peer interaction among people who don't even know each other, right? And they don't even therefore cannot even trust each other just because of they never saw each other. So I think it's so powerful that is going to do. That said, again, a particular cryptocurrency should develop, and cryptocurrency they will all develop, but the answer is yes, we are going towards a much more unless we have a society a sudden crisis for different reasons, which nobody hopes.
There's always an asteroid, there's always
something
nuclear war and all the existential crises that we kind of think about, including artificial intelligence. Okay, say that to you.
Yeah.
Cryptonomicon, published in 1999, set in the late 90s, and involves hackers who build essentially cryptocurrency. Bitcoin white paper came out in 2008. So I have to kind of ask, from you looking at this layout of what's been happening in cryptocurrency, the evolution of this technology, how has it rolled out differently than you could have imagined in two ways? One, the technology itself, and two, the human side of things, the human stories of the hackers and the financial folks and the powerful and the powerless, the human side of things.
Yeah. Well, Cryptonomicon is pre-Bitcoin, it's pre-Satoshi, it's pre-blockchain, as you point out. So at that point, I was kind of reacting to what I was seeing among people like the Bay Area cypherpunks in Berkeley. There was there was a branch here in Austin as well. And a lot of their thinking was based on the idea that you would have to have a physical region of the earth that was free of government interference. You couldn't achieve that freedom by purely mathematical means on the network. You actually had to have, a room somewhere with servers in it that a government couldn't come and meddle with. And so a lot of ideation happened around that view of things, that there were efforts to figure out jurisdictions where this might work. There was a lot of interest for a while in Anguilla, which is a Caribbean island that had some unusual jurisdictional properties. There was Sealand, which is a platform in the North Sea. And so there was a lot of effort that went into finding these physical locations that were deemed kind of safe. And that all goes away with blockchain. It's no longer necessary. And so that really changes the picture in a lot of ways, because you no longer have, from a novelist point of view, the old system was a lot more fun to work with because it gives you a situation where hackers are wandering around in strange parts of the world, trying to set up server rooms. So that's a great storytelling thing.
There's still a little bit of that, right, in the modern world, but it's just there's several server rooms as opposed to one centralized one.
Yeah. And there's the new wrinkle is the need to do a lot of computation and to keep your GPUs from melting down. So people building things in Iceland or in shipping containers on the bottom of the ocean or whatever.
But there's still governments involved, and there's still, from a novelist perspective, interesting dynamics. What is big governments like China and more sort of renegade governments from all over the world trying to contend with this idea of what to do in terms of control and power over these kinds of centers that do the mining of the cryptocurrency.
Yeah, so we're in a stage now that kind of goes beyond the initial. Like there's the stuff I was describing in Cryptonomicon had a little bit of a air about it of the underpants gnomes, in that we're gonna build this system, and then we'll make money somehow. But the intermediate step was left out, and that is I think we're now sort of into that phase of the thing where Bitcoin, blockchain exists, people know how it works. Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies exist, people are using them, and it's sort of like, okay, what now? Where does this all lead? Do
you have a sense of where it all leads? Like, is it possible that the set of technology kind of continues to have transformational effects on not just sort of finance, but who gets to have power in this world? So the decentralization of power.
Big questions, right? So I guess there's a little bit of the cynic in me thinking that as soon as it becomes important enough, the existing banks and people in power are going to sort of control it. I guess an easy answer is that maybe it won't be a big change in the end. There's a utopian strain sometimes in the way people think about this that I'm not so sure about. Maybe.
There is a technological aspect to Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies that make it a little easier to pull along the utopian thread.
Yeah.
Because it's harder for governments to control Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I mean, they have much fewer options. They can ban, they can make it illegal. It's more difficult.
Yeah.
So technology here is on the side of the powerless, the voiceless, which is a very interesting idea. Of course, yes, it does have a utopian feel to it, but we have been making progress throughout human history.
Yeah.
Maybe this is what progress looks like. There will be the powerful and the greedy and the bureaucrats that take advantage of it, skim off the top kind of thing. But maybe this does give more power to people that haven't had power before, in a good way, like distributing power and enabling sort of more greater resistance to sort of dictatorships and authoritarian regimes, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And also enabling all kinds of technologies built on top of it. Ultimately, when you digitize money, money is a kind of speech, or it's a kind of like mechanism of how humans interact. And if you make that digital, more and more of the world moves to the digital space. And then you can have then you can finally fully live in that virtual reality with the toaster. And then
Yeah. In a lot of ways, I think in that realm of technology that the money per se is one of the less interesting things you can do with it. So I think, cryptographically enforceable contracts and organizations built on those, that seems to me like it's got more potential for change just because we do already have money. And although it's an old system, it's been digitized to a large extent by, the Stripes and the credit card companies of the world.
And I also love the idea of like connecting two smart contracts, connecting data, sort of making it more formal. It's like Mathematica, more structured, the integration of data, of weather data, of all kinds of data about the stuff in the world, so they can make contracts between people that's grounded in data, and that's actually getting closer to something like truth, because then you can make agreements based on actual data versus kind of perceptions of data. And if you can formalize, like distribute the power of who gets to tell the story, that's an interesting kind of resistance to, again, the powerful in the space of narrative.
Yeah, David Brin has been saying for a while that the only way to settle arguments with, across the political divide is to make bets. So people can say, the election was stolen, or, whatever controversial position they're taking. And they'll keep saying it until you wager real money on it. So maybe there's something there. If you could kind of turn that into put a user interface on that, saying,
have a stake in your divisiveness, in your arguments.
Right. Oh.
Will Dogecoin take over the world? Twitter question.
I don't follow the different coins that much, so I don't. I mean, I hear about Dogecoin, and I've kind of followed the story of it.
So the interesting aspect of Dogecoin is it. So in contrast to like Bitcoin and Ethereum, which are these serious implementations of cryptocurrency that seek to solve some of the problems that we're talking about with smart contracts and resist the banks and all those kinds of things. Dogecoin operates more in the space of memes and humor, while still doing some of the similar things. And it presents to the world sort of a question of whether memes, whether humor, whether narrative will go a long way in the future. Like much farther than some kind of boring old grounded technologies. Whether we'll be playing in the space of fun. Like once we build a base of comfort and stability and like a robust system where everyone has shelter, everyone has food and the basic needs covered, are we going to then operate in the space of fun? That's what I think about Dogecoin, because it seems like fun spreads faster than anything else. Fun of different kinds, and there could be bad fun and there could be good fun.
Yeah,
and so it's a battle of good fun.
It goes
bad
viral
fun.
very, very quickly if you post something that people find fun to.
Yeah, and that's what Dogecoin represents. So there's Bitcoin represents like financial, serious financial instruments.
Yeah,
and then Dogecoin represents fun. And it's interesting to watch the battle go on the internet to see which wins. This is also like an open question to me of what is the internet, because fun seems to prevail on the internet, and is that a fundamental property of the internet moving forward when you look 100 years out, or is this a temporary thing that was true at the birth of the internet and is just true for a couple of decades until it fades away and the adults take over and become serious again?
Well, I think the adults took over initially, and then it was later on that people started using it for fun, frivolous things like memes. And I think that's pretty much unstoppable,
Yeah.
Because even people who are very serious, enjoy sending around a funny picture or something that amuses them.
Yeah, I personally think, we spoke about World War II, I think memes will save the world and prevent all future wars. Apologize for the romanticized question, but what to you are some or the most beautiful idea in the world of Ethereum? Just something surprising, something beautiful, something powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that money can just emerge out of a database if enough people believe in it, I think is definitely one of those things that's up there. I think one of the things that I really love about Ethereum is also this concept of composability. So this is the idea that like if I build an application on top of Ethereum, then you can build an application that talks to my application, and you don't even need my permission. You don't even need to talk to me, right? So one really fun example of this is there was this kind of game on Ethereum called Cryptocurrencies that just involved kind of breeding digital cats.
Yes.
And someone else created a game called Crypto Dragons, where the way you play Crypto Dragons is you have a dragon and you have to feed it crypto kitties. And they just created the whole thing just like as an Ethereum contract that you would send these tokens that are defined by this other Ethereum contract. And for the interoperability to happen, like the projects don't really need to, like the teams don't really need to talk to each other. You just kind of interface with the existing program.
So it's arbitrarily composable in this kind of way. So you have different groups that could be working. So you could see it scaling to just outside of dragons and kitties. It could be you could build like entire ecosystems of software.
Yeah, and especially in the decentralized finance space that's been popping up the last 2 years, there has been a huge amount of really interesting things happen as a result of this.
Is it a particular kind of like financial applications kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, there's like stable coins. So this is kind of tokens retain value equal to $1, but they're kind of backed by cryptocurrency. Then there's decentralized exchanges. So as far as the decentralized exchanges goes, there's this really interesting construction that has existed for about one and a half years now called Uniswap. So what Uniswap is, it's a smart contract that holds balances of two tokens. We'll call them token A and token B. And it maintains an invariant that the balance of token A multiplied by the balance of token B has to equal the same value. And so the way that you trade against the thing is basically like you have this kind of curve, like X times Y equals K. And before you trade, it's at some points on the curve. After you trade, you just like pick some any other point on the curve. And then whatever the delta X is, that's the amount of A tokens you provide. Whatever the delta Y is, that's the amount of B tokens you get, or vice versa. And then kind of the slope at the current point on the curve kind of is the price. And so that just is the whole thing. And that just allows you to have this exchange for tokens, and even if there's very few participants, and the whole thing is just like so simple, and it's just very easy to set up, very easy to participate in, and it just provides so much value to people. So
and the fundamental the distributed application infrastructure allows that somehow.
Yes. So this is a smart contract, meaning this is all a computer program that's just running on Ethereum.
Smart contracts too are just fascinating.
They are.
So if we can we go to the very basics? What is the blockchain? Or perhaps we might even start at the Byzantine generals problem and Byzantine fault tolerance in general that Bitcoin was taking steps to providing a solution for.
So the Byzantine generals problem, it's this paper that Leslie Lamport published in 1982, where he has this thought experiment where if you have two generals that are kind of camped out on opposite sides of a city, and they're planning when to attack the city, then the question is, and how could those generals coordinate with each other? And they could send messengers between each other, but those messengers kind of could get sniped by the enemy on the road. Some of those messages could end up being traitors, and if things could end up happening. And with just two generals, it turns out that there's kind of no solution in a finite number of rounds that guarantees that they will be able to kind of coordinate on the same answer. But then in the case where you have more than two generals, and then Leslie analyzes cases like, are the messages kind of just oral messages? Are the messages kind of signed messages? So I can give you a signed message, and then you can pass along that signed message, and the third party can still verify that I originally made that message. And depending on those different cases, there's kind of different bounds on, like, given how many generals and how many traders among those generals, and of what, like, under what conditions you actually can agree when to launch an attack. So it's actually a big misconception that the Byzantine generals problem was unsolved. So Leslie Lamport solved it. The thing that was unsolved, though, is that all of these solutions assume that you've already agreed on kind of a fixed list of who the generals are. And these generals have to be kind of semi-trusted to some extent. They can't just be anonymous people, because if they're anonymous, then, like, the enemy could just be 99% of the generals.
Right.
In the 1980s and the 1990s, kind of the general use case for distributed system stuff was more kind of enterprisey stuff, where you could kind of assume that you know who the nodes are that are running these kind of computer networks. So if you want to have some kind of decentralized computer network that pretends to be a single computer and that you can kind of do kind of operations on, then it's made out of these kind of 15 specific computers, and we know kind of who and where they are. And so we have a good reason to believe that, say, at least 11 of them would be fine.
And it could also be within a single system, almost
exactly.
Almost a network of devices, sensors, so on, like in airplanes. And I think like flight systems in general still use these kinds of ideas.
Yep. So
that's the 80s.
That's the 80s and 90s. Now, the cypherpunks had a different use case in mind, which is that they wanted to create a fully decentralized global permissionless currency. And the problem here is that they didn't want any authorities, and they didn't even want any kind of privileged list of people.
Right.
And so now the question is, well, how do you use these techniques to create consensus when you have no way of kind of measuring identities, right? You have no way of kind of determining whether or not some 99% of participants aren't actually all the same guy. Right. And so the clever solution that Satoshi had, this is kind of going back to that presentation I made at DEF CON a few months ago, where I said that the thing Satoshi invented was cryptoeconomics, is this really neat idea that you can use economic resources to kind of limit how many identities you can get. And if there isn't any existing decentralized digital currency, then the only way to do this is with proof of work, right? So with proof of work, the solution is just you publish a solution to a hard mathematical puzzle that takes some kind of clearly calculable amount of computational power to solve. You get an identity. And then you solve 5 of those puzzles, you get 5 identities. And then these are the identities that we run the consensus algorithm between.
So the proof of work mechanism you just described is like the fundamental idea proposed in the white paper that defines Bitcoin. What's the idea of consensus that we wish to reach? Why is consensus important here? What is consensus?
So the goal here, in just simple technical terms, is to basically kind of wire together a set of a large number of computers in such a way that they kind of pretends to the outside world to be a single computer, where that single computer keeps working even if a large portion of the kind of constituents, the computers that make it up, break. Right. And kind of break in arbitrary ways. Like they could shut off, they could try to actively break a system, they could do lots of mean things. So the reason why the cypherpunks wanted to do this is because they wanted to run one particular program on this virtual computer. And the one particular program that they wanted to run is just a currency system, right? It's a system that just processes a series of transactions. And for every transaction, it verifies that the sender has enough coins to pay for the transaction. It verifies that the digital signature is correct. And if the check's pass, then it subtracts the coins from one account and adds the coins to the other account, roughly.
So first of all, the proof of work idea is kind of, I mean, at least to me, seems pretty fascinating.
It is.
I mean, it's kind of a revolutionary idea. I mean, is it obvious to come up with that you can use you can exchange basically computational
It actually has a pretty long history. It was first proposed in a paper by Cynthia Dwork and Nayor in 1994, I believe. And the original use case was combating email spam. So the idea is that if you send an email, you have to send it with a proof of work attached, and like this makes it reasonably cheap to send emails to your friends, but it makes it really expensive to send spam to 1 million people.
Yeah, that's simple, brilliant idea. So maybe also taking a step back. So what is the role of blockchain in this? What is the blockchain?
Sure. So the blockchain, I mean, my way of thinking about it is that it is this kind of system where you have this kind of one virtual computer created by a bunch of these nodes in the network. And the reason why the term blockchain is used is because the data structure that these systems use, at least so far, is one where they kind of different nodes in the network periodically publish blocks. And a block is a kind of list of transactions together with a pointer, like a hash of a previous block that it builds on top of. And so you have a series of blocks that nodes in the network create, where each block points to the previous block, and so you have this chain of them.
Is a fault tolerance mechanism built into the idea of blockchain, or is there a lot of possibilities of different ways to make sure there's no funny stuff going on?
There are indeed a lot of possibilities. So in a kind of just simple architecture, as I just described, the way the fault tolerance happens is like this, right? So you have a bunch of nodes and they're just happily kind of occasionally creating blocks, building on top of each other's blocks. And let's say you have kind of one block, we'll call it kind of block one.
Yeah.
And then someone else builds another block, honestly, we'll call it block two. Then we have an attacker. And what the attacker tries to do is the attacker tries to revert block 2. And the way they revert block 2 is instead of doing the thing they're supposed to do, which is build a block on top of block 2, they're going to build another block on top of block 1. So you have block 1, which has 2 children, block 2, and then block 2 prime. Now, this might sometimes even happen by random chance if 2 nodes in the network just happen to create blocks at the same time and they don't hear about each other's things before they create their own. But this also could happen because of an attack. Now, if this happens, you have an attack, then the node in the Bitcoin system, the nodes follow the longest chain. So if this attack had happened and when the original chain had more than 2 blocks on it, so if it was trying to kind of revert more than 2 blocks, then everyone would just ignore it, and everyone would just keep following the regular chain. But here, we have block 2 and we have block 2 prime, and so the 2 are kind of even, and then whatever block the next block is created on top of, so say block 3 is now created on top of block 2 prime, then everyone agrees that block 3 is the new head, and block 2 prime is just kind of forgotten, and then everyone just kind of peacefully builds on top of block 3, and the thing continues.
So how difficult is it to mess with the system? So how, like, if we look at the general problem, like what fraction of people who participate in the system have to be bad players in order to mess with it truly? Like, is there a good number?
There is. Well, depending on kind of what your model of the participants is and like what kind of attack we're talking about, it's anywhere between 23.2 and 50%.
Of what?
Of all of the computing power in the network.
Sorry, so 22 and
23 between 23.2 and 50%.
And 50% can be compromised.
So like once your portion of the total computing power in the network goes above the 23.2 level, then there's kind of things that you can potentially do, and as your percentage of the network kind of keeps going up, then your ability to do mean things kind of goes higher, and then if you have above 50%, then you can just break everything.
So how hard is it to achieve that level? Like, it seems that so far, historically speaking, it's been exceptionally difficult. So
this is a challenging question. So the economic cost of acquiring that level of stuff from scratch is fairly high. I think it's somewhere in the low billions of dollars.
And when you say that stuff, you mean computational resources?
Yeah, so specifically specialized hardware and of ASICs that people use to solve these puzzles, to do the mining these days.
Small tangent. So obviously I work a lot in deep learning with GPUs and ASICs for that application. And I tangentially kind of hear that so many of these, sometimes NVIDIA GPUs are sold out because of this other application. Like, what do, if you can comment, I don't know if you're familiar or interested in the space, what kind of ASICs, what kind of hardware is generally used these days to do the actual computation for the proof of work?
Sure. So in the case of Bitcoin and Ethereum are a bit different. So in the case of Bitcoin, there is an algorithm called SHA-256. It's just a hash function. And so the puzzle is just coming up with a number where the hash of the number is below some threshold. And so because the hashes are designed to be random, you just have to keep on trying different numbers until one works. And the ASICs are just like specialized circuits that contain circuits for evaluating this hash over and over again, and you have kind of like millions or billions of these hash evaluators and just stacked on top of each other inside of a box, and you just keep on running the box 24/7.
In the ASICs, there's literally specialized hardware designed for this.
Yes.
Oh, we live in an amazing world. Another tangent, and I'll come back to the basics, but does quantum computing throw a wrench into any of this?
Very good question. So quantum computers have two main kind of families of algorithms that are relevant to cryptography. One is Shor's algorithm, and Shor's algorithm is one that kind of completely breaks the hardness of some specific kinds of mathematical problems. So the one that you've probably heard of is it makes it very easy to factor numbers. So figure out kind of what prime factors are that you need to multiply together to get some number, even if that number is extremely big. Shor's algorithm can also be used to break elliptic curve cryptography. It can break like any kind of hidden order groups. It breaks a lot of kind of cryptographic nice things that we're used to. But the good news is that for every kind of major use of things that Shor's algorithm breaks, we already know of quantum proof alternatives.
Right.
Now, we don't use these quantum proof alternatives yet because in many cases they're 5 to 10 times less efficient, but the crypto industry in general kind of knows that this is coming eventually, and it's kind of ready to take the hit and switch to that stuff when we have to. The second algorithm that is relevant to cryptography is Grover's algorithm. And Grover's algorithm might even be kind of more familiar to AI people. It's basically usually described as solving search problems. But the idea here is that if you have a problem of the form, find a number that satisfies some property, then if with a classical computer you need to try kind of n times before you find a number, then with a quantum computer you only need to do square root of n computations. And Grover's could potentially be used for mining, but there's two possibilities here. One is that Grover's could be used for mining, and whoever creates the first working quantum computer that could do Grover's will just mine way faster than everyone else, and we'll see another round of what we saw when ASICs came out, which is that kind of the new hardware just kind of dominated the old stuff, and then eventually it switched to a new equilibrium.
But by the way, way faster, not exponentially faster.
Quadratically
right?
faster.
Quadratically faster,
Yeah.
which is not sort of... it's not game-changing, I would say. It's more like ASICs, like you said, it would be...
Exactly. Yeah, so it would not necessarily break proof of work as a thing.
That's right, yeah.
Now, the other kind of possible world, right, is that quantum computers have a lot of overhead. There's a lot of complexity involved in maintaining quantum states, and there's also, as we've been realizing recently, making quantum computers actually work requires kind of quantum error correction, which requires kind of 1,000 real qubits per logical qubit. And so there's the very real possibility that the overhead of running a quantum computer will be higher than the speed up you get with Grover's, which would be kind of sad, but which would also mean that given proof of work will just keep working fine.
So, beautifully put. So proof of work is the core idea of Bitcoin. Is there other core ideas before we kind of take a step towards the origin story and ideas of Ethereum? Is there other stuff that were key to the white paper of Bitcoin?
There's proof of work, and then there's just the cryptography, just kind of public keys and signatures that are used to verify transactions. Those two are the big things.
That's fascinating. Okay, this world is awesome technically. Just from a scientific perspective, it's an awesome world that I often don't see from an outsider's perspective. What I often see is kind of maybe hype and a little bit, if I may say so, like charlatanism. And you don't often see, at least from my outsider's perspective, the beautiful science of it and the engineering of it. Maybe is there a comment you can make of who to follow, how to learn about this world without being interrupted by the charlatans and the hype people in this space?
I think you do need to just know the specific kind of just people to follow. Like there's all the kind of the cryptographers and the researchers, and then there's just like even just the Ethereum research crew, like myself, like Dan Crad, Danny, Justin, and of the other people, and of the academic cryptographers, and like before this today, I was at Stanford, and Stanford has the Center for Blockchain Research, and of Dan Bonnet, that's kind of really famous and great cryptographer, was running it, and there's a lot of other people there, and there's people working on like zero knowledge proofs, for example, and Zuko from Zcash is kind of one other person that I kind of respect. So I think if you follow the technical,
just crawl along that.
You just
start
kind of
with the Ethereum group, and then look at the academics, Debonnet, and so on, and then just cautiously expand the network of people you follow.
Yeah, exactly. And like if someone seems too self-promotional, then just remove them.
Is there books that are? So there's these white papers, and we just discussed about ideas being condensed into really small parts. Is there books that are emerging that are kind of good introductory material for crypto?
For historical ones, and there's like Nathaniel Popper's Digital Gold, which is just about the history of Bitcoin. There's like one, and then Matthew Leising announced that there's one about the history of Ethereum. For technical ones, and there's Andreas Antonopoulos' Mastering Ethereum.
So then what is the origin story? Maybe the human side, but also the technical side of Ethereum.
Sure. So I joined the Bitcoin community in 2011, and I started by just writing. I first wrote for this sort of online thing called Bitcoin Weekly. Then I started writing for Bitcoin Magazine.
Sorry to interrupt. You have this funny kind of story, true or not, is that you were disillusioned by the downsides of centralized control from your experience with World of Warcraft. Is this true, or you're just being witty?
I mean, the event is true. The fact that that's the reason I do decentralization is witty.
Maybe just a small tangent. Have you always had a skepticism of centralized control? Is that
to some degree, yeah.
Has that feeling evolved over time, or has that just always been a core feeling that decentralized control is the future of human society?
And it's definitely been something that felt very attractive to me ever since I could have learned that such a thing is possible.
It's possible, even technically. Yeah. So great. So you joined the Bitcoin community in 2011. You said you began writing. So what's next?
Started writing, moved from high school to university, halfway in between that, and spent a year in university. Then at the end of that year, I dropped out to do Bitcoin things full time. And this was a combination of continuing to write Bitcoin Magazine, but also increasingly work on software projects. And I traveled around the world for about 6 months and just going to different Bitcoin communities. Like I went to first in New Hampshire, then Spain, other European places, Israel, and then San Francisco. And along the way, I've met a lot of other people that are working on different Bitcoin projects. And when I was in Israel, there were some kind of very smart teams there that were working on ideas that people were starting to kind of call Bitcoin 2.0. So one of these was colored coins, which is basically saying that, hey, let's not just use the blockchain for Bitcoin, but let's also kind of issue other kinds of assets on it. And then there was a protocol called Mastercoin that supported issuing assets, but also supported many other things, like financial contracts, like domain name registration, and a lot of different things together. And I spent some time working with these teams, and I quickly kind of realized that this Mastercoin protocol could be improved by kind of generalizing it more, right? So the analogy I use is that the Mastercoin protocol was like the Swiss Army knife. You have 25 different transaction types for 25 different applications. But what I realized is that you could replace a bunch of them with things that are more general purpose. So one of them was that you could replace like 3 transaction types for 3 types of financial contracts with a generic transaction type for a financial contract that just lets you specify a mathematical formula for kind of how much money each side gets.
By the way, just a small pause. You say financial contract, just the terminology. What is a contract? What's a financial contract?
So this is just generally an agreement where kind of either one or two parties kind of put collateral kind of in, and then they, depending on kind of certain conditions, like this could involve prices of assets, this could involve the actions of the two parties, it could involve other things. But they kind of get kind of different amounts of assets out that just depend on things that happened.
So a contract is really a financial contract is at the core. It's the core interactive element of a financial system.
Yeah, there's many different kinds of financial contracts. Like there's things like options where you kind of give someone the right to buy a thing that you have for some specific price for some period of time. There's contracts for difference where you basically are kind of making a bet that says like, for every $1 this thing goes up, I'll give you $7, or for every $1 that thing goes down, you give me $7 or something like that. But
the main idea that these contracts have to be enforced and trusted.
Yes, exactly.
You have to trust that they will work out in a system where nobody can be trusted.
Yes.
This is such a beautiful, complicated system. Okay, so you were seeking to kind of generalize this basic framework of contracts.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that entail? So what technically are the steps to creating Ethereum?
Sure. So I guess just to kind of continue a bit with this Mastercoin story.
Sure.
So started by kind of giving ideas for how to generalize the thing. And eventually this turned into a much more kind of fully fledged proposal that just says, hey, how about you scrap all your features and instead you just put in this programming language. And I gave this idea to them. And their response was something like, hey, this is great, but this seems complicated and this seems like something that we're not going to be able to put onto our roadmap for a while. And my response to this was like, wait, do you not realize how revolutionary this is? Well, I'll just go do it myself. And then
What was the name of the programming language?
I just called it Ultimate Scripting.
Great.
So then I kind of went through a couple more rounds of iteration, and then the idea for Ethereum itself started to form. And the idea here is that you just have a blockchain where the core unit of the thing is what we call contracts. It's these kind of accounts that can hold assets and that have their own internal memory, but that are controlled by a piece of code. Mm-hmm. And so if I send some ether to a contract, the only thing that can determine where that kind of ether, the currency inside Ethereum kind of goes after that, is the code of that contract itself. And so basically kind of sending assets to computer programs becomes this kind of paradigm for creating these kind of self-executing agreements.
Self-executing. It's so cool that code is sort of part of this contract. Mm-hmm. So that's what's meant by smart contracts.
Yeah.
So how hard was it to build this kind of thing?
Harder than expected. And originally I actually thought that this would be a thing that I would kind of casually work on for a couple of months, publish, and then go back to university. Mm-hmm. Then I released it. and a bunch of people, or I released a white paper.
The white paper, the idea
Yeah.
is there.
The idea, the white paper. A whole bunch of people came in offering to help. A huge number of people kind of expressed interest. And this was something I was totally not expecting. And then I kind of realized that this would be something that's kind of much bigger than I had ever thought that it would be. And then we started on this kind of much longer development slog of making something that kind of lives up to this sort of much higher level of expectations.
What are some of the? Is it fundamentally like software engineering challenges?
It
Or
was.
Is there social? Okay, so there's
And social.
so what are the biggest interesting challenges that you've learned about human civilization and in software engineering through this process?
So I guess one of the challenges for me is that like I'm one of the kind of apparently unusual geeks who was kind of never treated with anything but kindness in school.
Yes.
And so when I got into crypto, I kind of expected everyone would just kind of be the same, kind of altruistic and nice in that same way. But the kind of the algorithm that I used for finding co-founders for this thing was not very good. It was kind of literally what computer scientists call the greedy algorithm. It's kind of the first 15 people who replied back offering to help kind of are the co-founders.
Oh, you mean like literally the people that will form to be the founders, co-founders of the community, the algorithm. I like how you call it the algorithm.
Yeah, and so what happened was that these like especially as the project got really big, like there started to be a lot of this kind of infighting, and there were a lot of like I wanted the thing to be a nonprofit, and some of them wanted to be a for-profit, and then there started to be people who were just kind of totally unable to work with each other. There were people that were kind of trying to get an advantage for themselves in a lot of different ways, and this just about 6 months later led to this big governance crisis. And then we kind of reshuffled leadership a bit, and then the project kept on going. Then 9 months later there was another governance crisis, and then there was a third governance crisis. And so
is there a way to, if you're looking at the human side of things, is there a way to optimize this aspect of the cryptocurrency world? It seems that there is, from my perspective, there's a lot of different characters and personalities and egos. And like you said, I don't know if, I also like to think that most of the people in the world are well-intentioned, but the way those intentions are realized may perhaps come off as as negative. Like what is there a hopeful message here about creating a governance structure for a cryptocurrency that where everyone gets along?
And after about 4 rounds of reshuffling, I think we've actually come up with something that seems to be pretty stable and happy. I think I mean, I definitely do think that most people are well-intentioned. I just think that like one of the reasons why I like decentralization is just because there's like this thing about power where power attracts people with egos, and so that just allows a very small percentage of people to just ruin so many things.
You think ego has a use? Like, is ego always bad? It seems like
it sometimes does. But then the Ethereum research team, I feel like we've found also kind of a lot of very good people that are just primarily just interested in things for the technology, and things seem to just generally be going quite well.
Yeah, when the focus and the passion is in the tech. So that's the human side of things. But the technology side, like what have you learned? What have been the biggest challenges of bringing Ethereum to life on the technology side?
So I think first of all, just there's like the first law of software development, which is that when someone gives you a timetable, switch the unit of time to the next largest unit of time and add 1. Yes. And like we basically fell victim to that. So instead of taking like 3 months, it ended up taking like 20 months to launch the thing. And that was just, I think, underestimating the sheer technical complexity of the thing. There are research challenges. Like, so for example, one of the things that we've been saying from the start that we would do, one is a switch from a proof of work to a proof of stake, where proof of stake is this alternative consensus mechanism where instead of having to waste a lot of computing power on solving these mathematical puzzles that don't mean anything, you kind of prove that you have access to coins inside of the system, and this kind of gives you some level of participation in the consensus.
I've heard you talk about Ethereum 2.0. So what's the dream of Ethereum 2.0? What's the status of proof of stake as the mechanism that Ethereum moves towards? And also, how do you move to a different mechanism of consensus within a cryptocurrency?
So Ethereum 2.0 is a collection of major upgrades that we've wanted to do to Ethereum for quite some time. The two big ones, one is proof of stake, and the other is what we call sharding. Sharding solves another problem with blockchains, which is scalability. And what sharding does is it basically says, instead of every participant in the network having to personally download and verify every transaction, every participant in the network only downloads and verifies a small portion of transactions. And then you kind of randomly distribute who gets how much work. And because of how the distribution is random, it still has the property that you need a large portion of the entire network to corrupt what's going on inside of any shard. But the system is still kind of very redundant and very secure.
That's brilliant. How hard is that to implement, and how hard is proof of stake to implement? Like on the technical level, software level.
Proof of stake and sharding are both challenging. I'd say sharding is a bit more challenging. The reason is that proof of stake is kind of just a change to how the consensus layer works. Sharding does both that, but it's also a change to the networking layer. The reason is that sharding is kind of pointless if at the networking layer you still do what you do today, which is you kind of gossip everything, which means that if someone publishes something, every other node in the client hears it from on the networking layer. And so instead we have to have kind of subnetworks and the ability to quickly switch between subnetworks and have the subnetworks talk to each other. And this is all doable, but it's a more complex architecture, and it's definitely the sort of thing that has not yet been done in cryptocurrency.
So most of the networking layer in cryptocurrency is you're shouting, you're like broadcasting messages, and this is more like ad hoc networks. Like
you're shouting within smaller groups.
Smaller group, but you have like a bunch of subnet
exactly.
And you have to switch between. Oh man, I'd love to see the. So it's a beautiful idea. So from a graph theoretic perspective, but just the software that who's responsible? Is the Ethereum project, like the people involved, would they be implementing, like what's the actual, this is like legit software engineering. How does that work? How do people collaborate, build that kind of project? Is this like almost is there a software engineering lead? Is there is it a legit almost like large scale open source project?
There is, yeah. So we have someone named Danny Ryan on our team who's just been brilliant and great all around, and he is a kind of de facto kind of development coordinator, I guess. It's like you have to invent job titles for this stuff, right? Yes. The reason is that we also have this unique kind of organizational structure where the Ethereum Foundation itself kind of does research in-house, but then the actual implementation is done by independent teams that are separate companies, and they're located all around the world in fun places like Australia. And so, you kind of just need a bunch of kind of almost nonstop cat herding to just keep getting these people to kind of talk to each other and kind of implement the spec, make sure that everyone agrees on kind of what's going on and kind of how to interpret different things.
So how far into the future are we from these two mechanisms in Ethereum 2.0? Like what's your sense of the timeline, keeping in mind the previous comment you made about the sort of general curse of software projects?
So Ethereum 2.0 is split into 3 phases. So phase 0 just creates a proof of stake network, and it's actually separate from kind of the proof of work network at the beginning, just to kind of give it time to grow and improve itself.
Do people get to choose? Sorry to interrupt. Do people get to choose? I guess
they get to choose to move over if they want to. Then phase 1 adds sharding, but it only adds sharding of kind of data storage and not sharding of computation. And then after that, there is kind of the merger phase, which is where the kind of the accounts, kind of smart contracts, like all of the kind of activity on the existing ETH1 system just kind of gets cut and pasted into ETH2, and then the proof of work chain gets forgotten, and then all the things that were living there before just kind of continue living inside of the proof of stake system. So for timelines, phase 0 has been kind of almost fully implemented. And now it's just a matter of a whole bunch of security auditing and testing. My own experience is that right now it feels like we're at about a phase comparable to when we were doing the original Ethereum launch, when we were maybe about 4 months away from launch.
But that's just a hunch. Then
that's just a hunch, yeah.
So how, it took like over a decade for people to move from Python 2 to Python 3.
Mm-hmm.
How do you see the move from like this phase 0 for different consensus mechanism? Do you see there being a drastic phase shift in people just kind of jumping to this better mechanism?
So in phase 0, I don't expect too many people to do much, because in phase 0 and phase 1, the new chain kind of deliberately doesn't have too much functionality turned on.
Right.
It's there just like if you want to be a proof of stake validator, you can get things started. If you want to store data for like, other blockchain applications, you can get started. But existing applications will largely keep living on ETH1. And then when the merger happens, then the merger is a operation that happens all at once. So that's kind of one of the benefits of a consensus system, that like on the one hand you have to coordinate the upgrade, but on the other hand the upgrade can be coordinated.
So what's Casper FFG, by the way?
Casper FFG is the consensus algorithm that we are using for the proof of stake.
Is there something interesting specific about Casper FFG, like some beautiful aspect of it that's
there is.
worth
So
mentioning?
Casper FFG combines together kind of two different schools of consensus algorithm design. So the general two different schools of this design are, right, one is kind of 50% fault tolerant but dependent on network synchrony. So 50% fault tolerant, but it can tolerate up to 50% of faults, but not more. But it depends on an assumption that all of the nodes can talk to each other within some kind of limited period of time. Like if I send a message, you'll receive it within a few seconds. And the second school is 33% fault tolerant, but safe under asynchrony, which means that like if we agree on something, then that thing is finalized, and even if the network goes horribly wonky the second after that thing is finalized, there's no way to revert that thing. And
That's fascinating how you would make that happen.
it's definitely quite clever. I'd recommend the Casper FFG paper. If you just search like archive, as in like ARXIV and Casper FFG,
That's
right
an
there.
archive. The paper's an archive.
Yeah.
Who are the authors?
Myself and Virgil Griffith.
That's awesome. I take a small tangent. This idea of just putting out white papers and putting them on archive and just putting them publicly, is that at the core? Is that a necessary component of cryptocurrency? Is that the tradition started with Satoshi Nakamoto? What do you make of it? Like, what do you make of the future of that kind of sharing of ideas?
I guess so, yeah. And it's definitely something that's like kind of mandatory for crypto, because like crypto is all about making systems where you don't have to trust the operators to trust that the thing works. And so if anything behind how a system works is closed sourced, then that kind of kills the point. And so there is the kind of a sense in which the fundamental properties of the category of the thing we're trying to build just kind of forces openness. But also openness just has proven to be a really great way to collaborate. And then there's actually been a lot of kind of innovation and academic collaboration that's just kind of happened ad hoc in the crypto space the last few years. So like, for example, we have this forum called ETH Research. That's like ETHRESEAR and then .ch. And there we publish kind of just ideas in a form that's kind of half formal, like it's halfway in between, like it's a kind of a text write-up, and you can have math in it, but it's often kind of much shorter than a paper. And it turns out that the great majority of new ideas, like they're just kind of fairly small nuggets that you can explain in like 5 to 10 lines, and they don't really
need the whole formality of a paper, right?
Exactly. They don't require the kind of like 10 pages of a filler, and so
introduction, conclusion is not needed.
Yeah, and so instead you just kind of publish the idea, and then people can go comment on it. And
that's brilliant.
Yeah, no, this has been really great for us.
I think I interrupted you. Was there something else on Casper FFG?
No, so just Casper FFG is just kind of combines together these two schools. And so basically it creates this system where if you have more than 50% that are honest, then and you have network synchrony, then the thing kind of goes as a chain. But then if network synchrony fails, then kind of the last few blocks in the chain might kind of get replaced. But anything that was finalized by this kind of more asynchronous process gets can't be reverted. And so you essentially get a kind of best of both worlds between those two models.
Okay, so I know what I'm doing tonight. I'm going to be reading the Casper FFG paper. Okay, do you think cryptocurrency may become the main currency in the world one day? So where do you think we're headed in terms of the role of currency, the structure, type of currency in the world?
I definitely expect fiat currencies to continue to exist and continue to be strong, and I definitely expect kind of fiat currencies to also digitize in their own way over the next couple of decades.
What's fiat currency, by the way?
Just like things like US dollars and like dollars and euros and yen and these other things.
And they're sort of backed by governments.
Yes. But I also expect cryptocurrencies to play this kind of important role in just making sure that people always have an alternative if fiat currencies start breaking. So like if you're in some kind of very high inflation place like Venezuela, for example, or if your country just kind of gets cut off from other financial systems because of something the banks do, if there's even some major trade disruption or something worse happens, then cryptocurrencies are the sort of thing that just because of their kind of global neutrality, they're just kind of always there and you can keep using them.
It's interesting that you're quite humble about the possibilities of the future of cryptocurrency. You don't think there's a possible future where it becomes the main set of currency? Because it feels like fiat, it feels like the centralized control by governments of currency is limiting somehow. Maybe in my naive utopian view of the world.
It's definitely very possible. I think for cryptocurrencies being the main form of value to kind of work well, you do need to have some much more price stability than they have today. And there are now stable coins, and there are kind of cryptocurrencies that try to be more stable than existing things like Bitcoin and Ether, but that just is, to me, the kind of the main challenge.
Do you think that's a characteristic of this just being the early days? And it's such a young concept. 10 years is nothing in the history of money.
Yeah, and I think it's a combination of two things, right? One is it's still early days, but the other is a kind of more durable any kind of economic problem, which is that demand for currency is volatile, right? Because of recessions, booms, changes to technology, lots of things, and if people's demand for how much currency they want to hold changes. And if you have a currency that has a fixed supply, then the change in demand has to be entirely expressed as a change in value of the currency. And so what that means is that kind of the volatility of demand becomes entirely translated into volatility in kind of prices of things denominated in that currency. But if you have a currency where instead the supply can change, and so the supply can kind of go up when there's more demand, then you have the supply kind of absorbing more of that volatility, and so the price of the currency would absorb less of the volatility.
On that topic, so Bitcoin does have a limited supply, a specific fixed supply.
Yes.
What's the idea? And Ethereum doesn't, but can you clarify? Just on the comment you just made, is Ethereum qualify to the kind of currency that you're talking about and being flexible in the supply?
And it's a bit more flexible, but kind of the thing that you would really want is something that's kind of specifically flexible in response to how valuable the currency is. And I'd recommend look at stable coins as well. So like things like DAI, for example. It's and like
How you spell that?
DAI.
And what's stable coins? Is it a type of cryptocurrency?
It is a type of cryptocurrency. It's a type of cryptocurrency that's issued by a smart contract, one of these Ethereum computer programs, that where the smart contract holds a bunch of ether, and then it basically like that people deposit, and then it issues DAI, and the reason why people deposit is because they want to kind of go high leverage on their ether, and so it kind of pairs these two sets of users, one that wants stability and one that kind of wants extra risk, together with each other, and it basically creates or gives one set of participants a guarantee that they'll be that they have this asset that can be later converted back into ether, but like specifically at kind of the $1 rate.
And it has some kind of stabilizing network effects. When
it has this. Yeah, it has many kinds of stabilizing mechanisms in it.
So before we talk about the fundamental ideas behind Ethereum and cryptocurrency, perhaps it'd be nice to talk about the origin story of Bitcoin and the mystery of Satoshi Nakamoto. You gave a talk that started with sort of asking the question, what did Satoshi Nakamoto actually invent? Maybe you could say, who is Satoshi Nakamoto and what did he invent?
Sure. So Satoshi Nakamoto is the name by which we know the person who originally came up with Bitcoin. So the reason why I say the name by which we know is that this is a anonymous fellow who has shown himself to us only over the internet, just by first publishing the white paper for Bitcoin, then releasing the original source code for Bitcoin, and then talking to the very early Bitcoin community on Bitcoin forums, and if interacting with them and helping the project along for a couple of years. And then at some point in late 2010 to early 2011, he disappeared. So Bitcoin is a fairly unique project in how it has this kind of mythical, kind of quasi-godlike founder who just kind of popped in, did the thing, and kind of disappeared, and we've somehow just never heard from him again.
So in 2008 the white paper was the first. Do you know if the white paper was the first time the name will actually appear, Satoshi Nakamoto?
I believe so.
So how is it possible that the creator of such a impactful project remains anonymous?
That's a tough question, and
there's no similarity to it in history of technology as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. So one possibility is that it's Hal Finney, because Hal Finney was kind of also active in the Bitcoin community, and as Hal Finney in those beginning years, and how...
Who is Hal Finney, maybe?
He is one of the people in the end of early cypherpunk community. He was...
so he's a computer scientist?
Computer scientists, cryptographers, people interested in like technology, internet freedom, like those kinds of topics.
Was it correct that I read that he seemed to have been involved in either the earliest or the first transaction of Bitcoin?
Yes. The first transaction of Bitcoin was between Satoshi and Hal Finney.
Do you think he knew who Satoshi was? If
he wasn't Satoshi, probably no.
How is it possible to work so closely with people and nevertheless not know anything about their fundamental identity? Is this like a natural sort of characteristic of the internet? Like if we were to think about it, because you and I just met now There's a depth of knowledge that we now have about each other that's like physical. Like my vision system is able to recognize you. I can also verify your identity of uniqueness. Like
Yeah.
like it's very hard to fake you being you.
Yes.
So the internet, the internet has a fundamentally different quality to it, which is just fascinating. Can you maybe
Yeah, no,
talk
this
to
is
that?
definitely interesting as I definitely just know a lot of people just by their internet handles.
Yeah.
And like, to me, when I think of them, like I see their internet handles, and one of them has a kind of profile picture as this kind of face that's kind of not quite human with a bunch of kind of psychedelic colors in it. And when I visualize him, like I just visualize that.
That, not an actual face.
Yeah, I get.
So let's ask the high philosophical question is
Sure.
about money.
Yeah.
What at the highest level is money? What is money?
It's a kind of game, and it's a game where we have points, and like if you have points, there's this one move where you can reduce your points by a number and increase someone else's points by the same number, and these.
So it's a fair game, hopefully.
Well, it's one kind of fair game. Like, for example, you can have other kinds of fair games. Like, you could have a game where if I give someone a point and you give someone a point, then instead of that person getting 2 points, that person gets 4 points. And that's also fair. But, money is easy to kind of set up, and it serves a lot of useful functions. And so it kind of just survives in society as a meme for thousands of years.
It's useful for the storage of wealth. It's useful for the exchange of value.
And it's also useful for denominating future payments. A unit of account.
A unit of account. So what, if you look at the history of money in human civilization, what just if you're a student of history, like how has its role or just the mechanisms of money changed over time in your view? Even if we just look at the 20th century or before, and then leading up to cryptocurrencies. That's something you think about?
Yeah, and I think like the big thing in the 20th century is kind of we saw a lot more intermediation, I guess. Like, the first part is kind of the move from adding more of different kinds of banking, and then we saw the move from kind of dollars being backed by gold to dollars being backed by gold that's only redeemable by certain people to dollars not being backed by anything, to kind of this system where you have a bunch of free floating currencies, and then people getting kind of bank accounts, and then those things becoming electronic, people getting accounts with payment processors that have bank accounts. So
what do you make of that? That's such a fascinating philosophical idea that money might not be backed by anything. What is that like fascinating to you, that money can exist without being backed by something physical?
It definitely is.
Like, what do you make of that? Like, how is that possible? Is that stable? If we look at the future of human civilization, is it possible to have money at the large scale at such a hugely productive and rich societies be able to operate successfully without money being backed by anything physical?
I feel like the interesting thing about the 21st century especially is that a lot of the important valuable things are not backed by anything. Like if you look at like tech companies, for example, like something like Twitter, right? Like you could theoretically imagine that if all of the employees wanted to, they could kind of come together, they would quit and, start working on Twitter 2.0. And then the value of and just kind of build the exact same product, or possibly build a better product, and then just kind of continue on from there. And the original Twitter would kind of just not have people left anymore, right? Like there is theoretically kind of code and like IP that's owned by the company, but in reality, like good programmers could probably rewrite all that stuff in 3 months. So the reason why the thing has value is just kind of network effects and coordination problems, right? Like these employees in reality aren't going to switch all at once, and also the users aren't all going to switch at once because it's just difficult for them to switch at once. And so there's these kind of metastable kind of equilibrium in interactions between thousands and millions of people that are just actually quite sticky, even though if you try to kind of assume that everyone's a perfectly rational and kind of perfectly slippery spherical cow, they don't seem to exist at all.
That stickiness, do you have a sense, a grasp of the sort of the fundamental dynamic, like the physics of that stickiness? It seems to work, but and I think some of the cryptocurrency ideas kind of rely on it working.
Yeah, it's it's the sort of thing that's definitely been economically modeled a lot. Like one the kind of analogy of something similar that you often see in textbooks as like, what is a government? Like if, for example, like 80% of people in a country just like tomorrow suddenly had the idea that like the laws that are currently the laws in the government that currently is the government are just people, and some other thing is the government, and they just kind of start acting like it, then that would kind of become the new reality. And then the question is, well, what happens if kind of between 0 and 80 people or 80% of people start believing that? And like, what is the thing you see is that if there is one of these kind of switches happening, this kind of revolution, then if you're the first person to join, then like you probably don't have the incentive to do that. But then if you're the 55th percentile person to join, then suddenly it becomes quite safe too. And so it definitely is the sort of thing that you can kind of try to analyze and understand mathematically. But one of the kind of results is that the sort of like when the switch happens definitely can be chaotic sometimes.
Yeah, but still, like to me, the idea that the network effects, the fact that human beings at a scale of like millions, billions can share, even the idea of currency, like all agree. That's just I know economics can model it. I'm a skeptic on economic, and it's like so my favorite sort of field, maybe recreationally, psychology, is trying to understand human behavior. And I think sometimes people just kind of pretend that they can have a grasp on human behavior, even though it's such a messy space that all the models that psychology or economics, those different perspectives on human behavior can have are difficult. It's difficult to know how much that's wishful thinking and how much it is actually getting to the core of understanding human behavior. But on that idea, what do you think is the role of money in human motivation? So do you think money, from an economics perspective, from a psychology perspective, is core to like human desires?
Money is definitely very far from the only motivator. It is a big motivator, and it's one of the closest things you have to a universal motivator. Because ultimately, in like almost any person in the world, if you ask them to do something, like they'll be more inclined to do it if you also offer offer them money, right? And that's like. There's definitely many cases where people will do things other than things that maximize how much money they have, and that happens all the time. But like, though a lot of those other things are kind of much more specific to kind of who that person is and of what their situation is, the relationship between the motive and the action, and these other things.
What do you think is the interplay of the other motivator from like Nietzsche perspective is power? Do you think money equals power? Do you think those are conflicting ideas? Do you think, I mean, that's one of the ideas that decentralized currency, decentralized applications are looking at is who holds the power?
Yeah. Money is definitely a kind of power. There's definitely people who want money because it gives them power. And then even if money doesn't seem to kind of explicitly be about money, a lot of things that people spend money on are ultimately about kind of social status of some kind. So I definitely view those two things as kind of interplaying. And then there's also money as just a way of like measuring how successful you are, like as a scoreboard, right? So this kind of gets back to the game. I mean, like if you have $4 billion, then the main benefit you get from going up, well, one of the big benefits you get from going up to $6 million is that now instead of being below the guy who has 5, you're above the guy who has 5.
So you think money could be kind of in the game of life? It's also a measure of self-worth. It's like how we
It's definitely
kinda-
how a lot of people perceive it.
define ourselves in
Yeah.
the hierarchy of
Yeah, and I'm not
society.
not saying it's kind of a healthy thing that people define their self-worth as money, because it's definitely kind of far from a perfect indicator of like how much you value you provide to society or anything like this. But I definitely think that like, as a matter of kind of current practice, a bunch of people do feel that way.
So what does utopia from an economic perspective look like to you? What does a perfect world look like?
I guess the Economist's utopia would be one where kind of everything is kind of incentive aligned in the sense that there aren't kind of conflicts between what satisfies your goals and kind of what is good for kind of everyone in the world as a whole.
What do you think that would look like? Does that mean there's still poor people and rich people? There's still income inequality? Do you think sort of Marxist ideas are strong? Do you think sort of ideas of objectivism, like where the market rules, is strong? Like, what is there different economic philosophies that just seem to be reflective of what a utopia would be?
So I definitely think that existing economic philosophies do end up kind of systematically kind of deviating from the utopia in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like, one of the big things I talk about, for example, is public goods, right? And public goods are especially important on the internet, right? Because like the idea is with kind of money as this game where, you know, I lose a few coins and you gain the same number of coins, is that this usually happens in a trade where I lose some money, you gain some money, you lose a sandwich and I gain a sandwich. And this kind of model works really well when the thing that we're using money to incentivize is kind of private goods, right? Things that you provide to one person where the benefit comes to one person. But the on the internet especially, but also many contexts kind of off the internet, there's actions that kind of individuals or groups can take where instead of the benefit going to one person, the benefit just goes to many people at the same time, and you can't control who the benefit goes to, right? So, for example, this podcast, you know, we publish it, and when it's published, you don't have any fine-grained control over, like, oh, these 38,000 people can watch it, and then, like, these other 29,000 people can't. Yeah. It's like, once the number goes high enough, then, you know, people will just, like, copy it. And then when I write articles on a blog, then they're just, like, free for everyone, and that stuff's even harder to prevent anyone from copying. So, and aside from that, things like, you know, scientific research, for example, and even taking more pedestrian examples like climate change mitigation would be a big one. So there's a lot of things in the world where you have these kind of individual actions with concentrated costs and distributed benefits, and money as a point system does not do a good job of encouraging these things. And one of the kind of other things, even kind of tangentially connected to crypto, but kind of theoretically outside of it, that I work on, is this kind of mechanism called quadratic funding. And the way to think about it is kind of imagine a point system where if one person gives coins to one other person, then it works the same way as money. But if multiple people give coins to one person, and they do so anonymously, so it's kind of not in consideration for a specific service to that person themselves, then the number of coins received by that person is kind of greater than just the sum of the number of coins that have given by those different people. So the actual formula is you take the square root of the amount that each person gave, then you add all the square roots, and then you kind of square the sum.
Square the sum.
Yeah, and then you give that. And the idea here would basically be that if, let's say, for example, you just started going off and kind of planting a lot of trees, and there's a bunch of people that are really happy that you're planting trees, and then so they go and all kind of throw a coin your way, then there is basically the fact that kind of you get more than the sum, you get this kind of square of some of these of square roots of these tiny amounts, is that this actually kind of compensates for the tragedy of the commons, right? And there's even this kind of mathematical proof that it sort of optimally compensates for it.
What is the tragedy of the commons?
This is just this idea that, like, if there is this situation where there's some public good that lots of people benefit from, then no individual person wants to contribute to it, because if they contribute, they only get a small part of the benefit from their contribution, but they pay the full cost of their contribution.
In which context is this? Sorry, what is the term? Quadratic what?
Quadratic funding is
quadratic
the mechanism.
funding.
Yeah.
Like, in which context is this mechanism useful? So obviously you said to combat the tragedy of the commons, but in which context do you see it as useful, actually, practically speaking?
Yeah, theoretically, public goods in general, right? So like
services, like what are we talking about? What's a public good?
Yeah, so within the Ethereum ecosystem, for example, like we've actually tried using this mechanism. I wrote a couple of articles about this kind of on Vitalik.ca, where I go through some of the most recent rounds, and it's been really interesting. Some of the top ones that people supported, there were things like kind of just online user interfaces that make it easier for people to interact with Ethereum. There was documentation, there were podcasts, there were kind of software kind of clients, like kind of implementations of the Ethereum protocol, privacy tools, just like lots of things that are kind of useful to lots of people.
When a lot of people are contributing, funding a particular entity.
Yeah,
that's really interesting. Is there something special about the quadratic, the summing of the square roots and taking the square?
So another way to think about it is, like, imagine if n people each give $1, then the person gets n squared, right? And so each individual person's contribution gets multiplied by n, right? Because you have n people.
Yeah.
And so that kind of perfectly compensates for the kind of n-to-1 tragedy of the commons.
I just wonder if the squared part is somehow fundamental.
No, it is. And I'd recommend you go to on Vitalik.ca. I have this article called "Quadratic Payments: A Primer." I'd highly recommend it. It's kind of at least my attempt so far, and of explaining the intuition behind this.
Intuition. Before maybe we eat, you are in Texas. You brought over some brisket. Before we maybe indulge in that, let me bring up one quick topic, and then we'll take a break. And the topic of what some may term the toxicity of the Bitcoin community. That you've written that Bitcoin toxicity is tough love. Do you want to break that apart a little bit? Sort of the idea, the philosophy of the toxicity that seems to be present in part in the Bitcoin community.
Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit before we recorded, and I've been through the gauntlet with Bitcoin toxicity as well. I came into this space professionally in 2017. I was originally running a multi-strategy crypto asset hedge fund, and my initial investment thesis on the world was that, Bitcoin was a big deal, but there were all these other exciting coins and projects and ways the technology was going to be used. And that view of reality met this immune, I guess you could say, as an ideological immune system, this Bitcoin toxicity, and that it's kind of a filter that's trying to catch bad or useless or even scamming ideas that this space is very well known for. As we've touched on today, Bitcoin, in my opinion, is this world-shattering innovation, but it's in a sea of the most scammy stuff ever, right? Anybody can go and create a coin. So you can go and launch one immediately online, and you can throw up a website, an advisor page, post a white paper talking about how great your technology is going to be and how it's going to change the world, and then you can raise $30 million in Bitcoin or Ethereum in 30 seconds kind of thing. So it's drawn in a lot of this scam artistry, you might say. And I think people living through that, because there is this natural predilection for people when they first come into Bitcoin, you're excited about it, then you get lost in the shitcoin universe. And then just looking at the market success of Bitcoin versus, and when I use the word shitcoin, I'm just...
You say with all the love in the world.
All the love in the world. I guess you could call me a toxic maximalist in some ways. Although I consider myself a freedom maximalist, not a Bitcoin maximalist.
Yeah, I saw that line. That's a good line.
Bitcoin, tracking the market success of Bitcoin versus alternative crypto assets, the signal is very clear that Bitcoin has outcompeted all of them. So I think that Bitcoin cultural toxicity has evolved as an immune response to those bad ideas, which is actually, if you think about it, kind of is a tough love, right? You don't want new entrants to the space to get lost in shitcoin jungle and learn the hard way, the way many Bitcoin maximalists have, that the real innovation is Bitcoin. But like an immune system, I think it can also go too far. And so I think it's useful when it is defending the space from false narratives, we might say, but it becomes detrimental when it's attacking people that are inquiring about Bitcoin, or people that are approaching Bitcoin with a good spirit and good intention and a desire to learn. Because then at that point, it's actually impeding the free flow of ideas, which, the example in your clip that was totally taken out of context. And then you're literally just saying, I'm here to learn and contribute. I think I've got some stuff to do. And then people attack that. Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like you're attacking someone who's approaching it in a good spirit and asking questions.
Yeah, and I think sometimes talking about it, the toxicity in the Bitcoin community as an immune response, has a negative effect of giving it a pass. Because it almost says, look, it equates it with the human immune system, which seems to do a really good job. And so you could say that the toxicity has a lot of features in the sea of fraudulent projects that steal money from people. It's really useful to make sure that you give people the harsh truth about who is and isn't a scammer. You have to take it apart, take it away from that metaphor of the immune system and look at basic human nature. And human nature can go to some dark places, which is, it's sad to say that some people, maybe many of us, can enjoy for its own sake the toxicity, the mockery, the derision. And you stop being part of the immune system that makes a successful idea propagate, and start being a sort of a destructive virus yourself. And that's something I think about, because I am new to this particular immune system, but I've explored other immune systems. And I think you understand this world much better than me, but I tend to prefer sort of love as a mechanism for spreading ideas, to err on the side of love and kindness, and almost like open-mindedness in a way where you're constantly lowering yourself in the face of other ideas, constantly questioning yourself. But I think I understand that that might be more applicable in certain contexts, like maybe in the space of science or something like that. But in the space of Bitcoin, as it currently stands, there's so many people that are trying to scam others out of their money that the kind of harshness required is different. Nevertheless, I do want to put it on people like yourself and others who, I know you wouldn't consider yourself this, but you're one of the faces or leaders in this space, to call people out a little bit, to inspire them to be more loving, I suppose. But it's difficult because you want to walk that line carefully. You don't want to be too loving and open-minded. Otherwise, your brain falls out. I get it. It's a difficult balance to walk.
It is subtle and it's nuanced and it is difficult to walk. And I think that that's why I try to say tough love, because when we're young, we may have certain ideas about the way we want our life to go, but then maybe our parents are not letting us do certain things, and we think I know when I was a kid, when I was in 5th grade, I wanted to get my ear pierced. My mom wouldn't let me do it. And I was, oh, come on, Mom. I thought it was so cool. And then 2 years later, I'm like, thank you, Mom, for not letting me get my ear pierced. I think it comes from a place of good intention, that they have asked themselves that question, right? That they've been inquiring in why not this crypto asset or this crypto asset. And they've done the exploration. They keep coming back to Bitcoin, and they've seen people being taken advantage of. But to your point, it's like this tough love can become detrimental, just like the immune system can become detrimental, right? It can overreact and it can actually harm the human body. So I would say that it's such a tricky and nuanced topic that even biology hasn't figured it out, right? A lot of people have autoimmune diseases. And then there's the other thing that we have this natural, I agree with you about love. I think love is like the deepest value. That's a whole nother philosophical thing, but we're biologically programmed to pay more attention to things that are adversarial or harmful, right? Mm-hmm. That's part of us protecting the meat suit, so to speak. So there is some maybe better delivery method by being a little bit toxic to really get the point across. Mm-hmm. Like, hey, don't get lost over here. These things can hurt you. Really try to focus on Bitcoin. But the toxicity of that message, I guess it increases its ability to penetrate the individual, but it can also go too far. So it is
it's interesting, but I almost to push back a little bit. Toxicity is a funny word. I think maybe another way to say it is I brought up like Christopher Hitchens and somebody who you might say is toxic or something like that, because he's basically a intellectual powerhouse who's also a troll. So he's constantly, it's like guerrilla warfare in the space of ideas. He's very harsh in his disagreements and criticisms, but it's done with incredible grace and skill and poetry. So
we could use more of that.
We could use more of that. So toxicity, just like these are just words. They can mean a lot of different things, but disagreement doesn't have to be done with love, but it should be done with skill if it's to be effective. So there's a lot of ways to be effective in guerrilla warfare, but you want to learn how to shoot or whatever the weapon you're using and to do it well. Some people do it better than others, and it's worthwhile to learn to do it well. Again, I prefer love, but even love, just because you think you're communicating a good idea, which you very well may be, doesn't mean it also doesn't require skill to do the communication well. Whether it's disagreement and harsh or more agreement and loving and so on.
Yeah, I think very fundamentally that all of our decisions, we alluded to earlier that every decision is an expression of value, right? Every action we take, they ultimately come from fear or love. Fear would be something much more in the biological domain, where it's like we're trying to protect ego, we're trying to behave selfishly. This is the domain of sin, I don't know all the sins: gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, lust, pride, envy. Like these are all selfish behaviors. Whereas something like love is it's morally superior in that it's more selfless. I don't know that we can properly define love with words at all, but I would say maybe like selfless action could be kind of a generalization of it. And that way, it is really hard. To your point, it's hard to love in a world that has a lot of conflict that might make you fearful if you're really focused on your meat suit. But if you're focused on the bigger picture and you're focused on others and legacy and life, that there is a way to do it. And that's why I actually think Christ, that is the highest moral aim, right? Mm-hmm. He met all of the vitriol in life, betrayal, hate, violence. He met it all with love, and he met it with compassion. And that's why, regardless of if you believe that he actually lived or any of this, he is symbolic of the highest moral consciousness possible. And, Carl Jung would say that was a suitable alternative to psychoanalysis, was actually setting your moral aim higher and striving towards it diligently. So, I mean, I agree completely. We need more of that in the Bitcoin space. We need more of that in the world, frankly.
In the world, yeah.
And these things, they're all intertwined. You know, we touched on the beginning, all of us get to decide, but the world does influence kind of if we adopt fear or love. But it takes, I don't know, it takes good systems, and it takes, I guess, good leaders to set an example.
Yeah, I do believe that there's like individual people can have a ripple effect.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I try to do, sort of embody I'm just one ant. Yeah. But one of the things I have faith in is, I'm trying to do that more. I know this is a podcast, but I'm trying to do less talking and more doing. I've been disappointed in myself, if I'm being honest, how much talking I've been doing, you know, as opposed to like in my own private life, I live the thing I talk about, but I also haven't created much, you know, and I believe in the power of individuals that create stuff, like create an idea.
Yeah.
Through those individuals that try to create something new, the world progresses, and hopefully there's more and more of those people. Many of the things you said about Bitcoin also hold for other cryptocurrency technologies that followed after. Can you say something to why you think Bitcoin is the superior technology from a pragmatic truth perspective than, say, Ethereum, but also other crypto, like Bitcoin Cash, like other hard forks of Bitcoin, and or maybe things that might yet to be tools yet to be invented?
Yeah. So this is a good point of argument, because a lot of people have countered me and said Bitcoin cannot be absolute scarcity, because you can fork it and create something with the same properties as Bitcoin, or potentially even better properties, right? You create something with a deflationary monetary policy. That's what Bitcoin Cash was, actually. It forked Bitcoin with all of the same properties except for the block size that we alluded to earlier. The problem is that money is valued. Again, it's the good with a configuration of demand that is predominantly marketability. So it is valued based on its liquidity. That is, how many other trading partners are there in that monetary network? So it is a network valued because of its liquidity and network effects. So any new entrant into the market for money is incentivized to always choose the money with the deepest liquidity and the most network effects. This is why money has tended to be a winner-take-all market, because it's essentially a single-purpose tool, right? It is a tool for, if we consider that tools are time-saving devices, right? The shovel lets you dig more holes per man hour than you can with your bare hands. Money is a tool, there's yet another definition of money, that lets us calculate, negotiate, and execute trades more quickly. So that function tends to coalesce towards one solution. And so the short answer would be that for the same reasons, quantifiable reasons, right? Like inflation resistance and liquidity and network effects, that we have one analog gold, we're only likely to have one digital gold. And I think the Bitcoin Cash fork proves that out empirically. It's a good case study, because
it's one case study, right? But okay, so that's really well put. So like gold was sticky. Once it was accepted, the network effects, the winner take all took over. And here's a fundamentally different kind of, like, analog versus digital is a leap in technologies.
That's right.
And you're suggesting that there's unlikely to be other leaps of that kind into a whole nother kind of space of technologies.
I would argue that Bitcoin is kind of like the ideological synthesis of gold, taking the monetary properties of gold and combining them with the internet itself.
Right.
And in doing so, it has essentially perfected the properties of money, right? You can't get more divisible, durable, recognizable, portable, or scarce than Bitcoin. So Satoshi has he left no design space for a superior technology to intercede and outcompete Bitcoin at this point, now that it's established liquidity in the
Far
network effects.
superior technology, right?
Yeah, but it's a combination of the tech itself and the social layer
And the
that
social
that is
layer. Like,
coalesced to
you
it.
can't separate those two out. Like,
That's right.
They're all connected, and then the political as well. I mean, but the portability, for example, that's another way to phrase that is the scaling. So the number of transactions, that's a limitation for Bitcoin that many argue is a feature, many argue is a bug. You have a bunch of cryptocurrency technologies that are able to achieve much higher, much faster frequency of transactions, much more transactions, all that kind of stuff. What are your thoughts on that? The low level of transactions that's possible with Bitcoin. Do you think that's a feature? Do you think that's a bug?
Necessary for security, actually. And even these other crypto assets that settle more quickly, they settle with less assurance of finality. So Nick Carter has a great piece on this, actually, called "It's the Settlement Assurance is Stupid." It's really good, where the gist of it is that there is more work being done in each block of Bitcoin that it is less vulnerable to reversion. So it's giving you higher degrees of assurance that your settlement or your trade has occurred with finality, whereas other blockchains are much more vulnerable. And again, with Bitcoin, the evolutionary path of money with gold is that it was first used as a collectible. It then became used as a store of value. After it had stored enough value, it began to be used as a medium of exchange. And then finally, when it was used widely enough as a medium of exchange, it becomes a unit of account. We actually start to think in the money. Bitcoin's following a similar path. So started out as kind of a collectible. Today, I would argue it's a store of value, one of the most effective store of value we've ever seen. So that evolutionary path that Bitcoin's following is similar to gold. First a collectible, today is store of value. To be an effective store of value, it has to optimize for supply cap.
Yes.
That has to be the first, and this is all Bitcoin really needs to do to be successful, by the way. Exactly what it's been doing for 12 years, virtually flawlessly, which is keep creating a block every 10 minutes and keep enforcing a supply cap of 21 million. As long as those two things hold, it is sound money, the ultimate sound money, the most inflation-resistant money there's ever been. It's actually completely immune. It's taken unexpected inflation to 0%. We know with perfect certainty what Bitcoin supply will ever be. For it to be used more broadly as a medium of exchange, it can't make trade-offs at the base layer to increase its portability, for instance. Even though portability is maybe kind of a misnomer, because Bitcoin has extremely high portability, just doesn't have extremely high transaction throughput. Right. So we could say you can move it pretty quickly anywhere in the world as long as you're willing to bid up for the block space. But you can't satisfy all the world's economic volume. You can't do 300 million transactions per second like you can on a centralized database like Visa. But Bitcoin needs to be it has to be a store of value first before it can be a medium of exchange. So it has to protect the supply cap first before making any trade-offs for that. And I would argue that that's why Bitcoin is so rigid, is that it's optimized for survivability and optimized for that supply cap. And it's pushing experimentation and other features that would increase its transaction throughput to higher layers. So I think Lightning Network is something that's very interesting. It's still early, but there's a lot of throughput already being used on the Lightning Network. And it makes some slight trade-offs in terms of the trust minimization of Bitcoin. You end up trusting these smart contracts instead to move the Bitcoin, but you pick up nearly unlimited transaction throughput. So that's how biology evolves. That's how the internet evolved. It evolves in layers. So I think Bitcoin, you can sort of conceive of it as the latest layer to the internet, and it's one that preserves this store value property better than any asset we've ever had.
Let me ask sort of a critical question of, if you're wrong about your statements about Bitcoin, you find out years from now that you were wrong, what would that look like? What would be the things that make you realize you were wrong? likely ideas or crazy out there ideas? Do you think about this kind of stuff?
All the time.
Because you speak very confidently about Bitcoin. And one of the things, let me put it this way. I think certainty, I feel like that's like a Stoic statement. Certainty leads to ruin, or something like that. Like certainty, I think, is an antithesis to progress often. And especially in your writing, but this is true for the Bitcoin community, there's a certainty about the Bitcoin. And that makes me very skeptical, no matter how good the ideas are. Whenever things are good, this might be the Russian in me. I think like, what are the ways this is going to go wrong? So what do you think are the ways this might go wrong, or you're wrong in your conception of what Bitcoin is?
Yeah, so science evolves via negativa, meaning that we're not proving hypotheses, and that's what becomes the body of science. Science is whatever is left over as we disprove hypotheses, right? Whatever we can empirically, through experimentation, disprove gets discarded, and whatever remains, whatever theory remains that hasn't been disproven is science, effectively. This process is similar to market actors zeroing in on a store value, right? They're experimenting with different forms of storing wealth across time. Some do better than others, and eventually everyone ends up on the one that is best. That's what gold was. In terms of understanding Bitcoin, I look at it as a similar approach. And that is the main question I'm asking myself is, how do you stop this thing? How do you turn it off? How do you end it? If you're a nation state, particularly, who has the most to lose in this transition, what is the attack vector by which they neutralize Bitcoin? I mean, that is the $250 trillion question. And, I've spent 5 years thinking about this thing very deeply. I've read everything on monetary history I can get my hands on. The general thought of how it is stopped, and this is the snag point that a lot of people get to in their explorations down the rabbit hole, is they just say the government will never allow it. And that becomes kind of their bottom. It's like, all right, Bitcoin's interesting, it's superior money, blah, 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 but the government will never allow it. And they say,
Was Ray Dalio, did he say that?
Dalio was currently stuck there, yeah.
So Ray Dalio said that Bitcoin seems to be too promising.
Yeah.
If it is in fact as promising as it looks, governments are going to, I don't forget what the exact quote is, but not allow it. Ban it.
Yeah.
Governments will ban it. So how do you get Ray Dalio unstuck from your perspective?
Well,
and how do you get unstuck from that idea that how do you prevent governments from stopping a thing that threatens centralized power?
Well, Bitcoin is an idea. So governments that are really good at fighting centralized threats to their power, right? Whether that's a currency counterfeiter or a competing nation state or a business they don't like or an individual they don't like, they can kill them, they can throw them in jail, they can use any number of coercive or violent tactics to suppress it. But how do you point a gun at an idea? How do you coerce an idea? And that's, there is some anecdotal history here where there's the PGP case, which in the United States, the court was trying to classify it as munitions when we were shipping this pretty good privacy software overseas. Government wanted to classify it as munitions and restrict that exportation. And this was a circuit court case precedent when the PGP attorneys actually printed out the source code on paper and presented it as evidence in the court. All of a sudden it became protected under freedom of speech, and that it's just code is speech, code is language, and therefore, at least in the United States, it's protected under the First Amendment. I think a government ban would be largely unenforceable, frankly, on Bitcoin. Being that it's pure information, if you suppress market actors from using it in one jurisdiction, you're just creating incentives for them to go elsewhere. And you're actually increasing the incentives for other jurisdictions to be favorable towards it, because then they get to benefit from the tax revenue and the businesses and the innovation that's occurring in and around Bitcoin as a result.
So you don't think if a particular central bank, like in Europe or United States, bans it, not maybe using those terms, but in some kind of way, you think that provides a really strong incentive for the other big players to enable it?
That's right. And that they're more likely, by the way, and governments know this, by the way, too. The other thing that causes a government to shoot itself in the foot is that if they ban something, they draw a lot of attention to it.
Yeah.
People are smart. I mean, people ask why. Why would a government ban it? Why can't I use this? So that's kind of typically be the last arrow in their quiver. They may try to ban it if Bitcoin, really starts to monetize very quickly, and the power structures that they impose today start to dissolve faster than others might think they will. Then they might try and ban it, but I think that ban will be largely unenforceable. They're more likely to tax it, which they already do tax it. They're likely to increase taxation of it. They're likely to try and make it more white market by actually tracing Bitcoin, seeing who has it, attaching identities to Bitcoin ownership, and making sure that they're getting their pound of flesh on all the transactions it results in. But I don't think, the other thing about this is, so we saw the internet outcompete intranets. In that we could say that open source networks tend to outcompete closed source networks. And there's a really good reason for this. And it's because in a closed source network, there are costs associated with defending the network itself. So the network owners, the owners of the closed source network, have to expend resources protecting it from competitors, and they have to expend resources imposing its rules. Because they're not voluntarily adopted rules, so you actually have to impose these rule sets. Whereas an open source network, which is something much more akin to capitalism, in its pure sense, these are voluntarily adopted rules. So all market participants have agreed and consented to this rule set, so there's no enforcement cost, and there's no turf protection, because anyone can freely enter or exit the open network. For that energetic reason, I think open networks outcompete closed networks, typically. And in the digital age, that's why I think that's why internet outcompetes intranet, and that's why open source networks are going to eat closed source networks. So what Bitcoin would be in that lens is the ultimate open source monetary network devouring closed source central bank monetary networks. And I just don't see how there's no possibility of unilaterally stopping Bitcoin or destroying it. So then they're more likely to regulate or tax it. And again, the other fallacy here is that a lot of people tend to think of governments as these singular, indivisible entities, like they just move under one plan. But in reality, it's a lot of people, right? And a lot of people with loosely coupled interests and agendas and whatnot. Regulators and others, wearing their citizen hat, they're going to see this thing monetizing. They're going to be on the front lines of trying to regulate it, trying to control it. And I think what's likely to happen is they're going to start to adopt it, to buy some of it, even as an individual, or possibly even ultimately at a central bank or sovereign wealth fund level, as an insurance policy against its success. And once you start to acquire something and then you have a vested economic interest in its monetization, I think it kind of dissolves any of the power structures that are arrayed against it from the inside. So I've written a lot about this in a new series called Sovereignism, which is based loosely on a book called The Sovereign Individual. And that's the general thesis, is that microprocessing technology would devour our organizational models, the most important of which is the nation state. So I think we're going into this world where coercion and violence is just much less rewarding. The economics of violence are declining because of the low cost of protecting property, right? You can now protect your monetary property in Bitcoin at orders of magnitude less cost than is necessary to run a banking network. So it changes the way we organize ourselves. And again, if we zooming back to gold as kind of the original governor to governments, where if they manipulated the money, gold would leave their country. Mm-hmm. That's why governments have taken relatively concerted action to go off of the gold standard. There's a great book on this called The Gold Wars that outlines how governments have been waging a cold war against gold for the past 50 years. Bitcoin sort of renews hope for that free market governor of governments, and that is this digital gold that governments cannot stop or co-opt. So I think it's something, that's why I think it's such a big deal, is that it is changing. It's a new useful fiction, you might say, a useful fiction that's superordinate to the mythology of the nation state and government as the dominant institution in the world.
Well, I hope you're right that all forms of centralized power start breaking apart naturally. So governments, the more and more power is given to the individual, whatever the technology is. And Bitcoin seems to be a promising technology that empowers that, enables that. Mm-hmm. That seems to be the trend. And that's a promising trend from at least from a perspective of somebody who values this particular biological meat bag that's full of consciousness.
I think Bitcoin is exposing the greatest scam in human history, which is political authority. Like, who gives anyone the right to have political authority over anyone else? People should be free to adopt the rules and systems and tools that best suit their needs. And that arc of history we covered earlier, where as socioeconomic systems have become more favorable towards individual sovereignty, the more wealthy we have become. The more we have given the individual, we've maximized individual choice, the more wealth that society has created, and the more it has outcompeted the systems that have come before it. The latest would be, capitalism triumphing over socialism. That is the Bitcoin rabbit hole in a nutshell, is that, they say fix the money, fix the world. You keep tracing these different social malaises or technological difficulties, lack of innovation. Weinstein's entire Portal podcast, something went wrong in the early 70s. We went off the gold standard in 1971. And there's a great website, WTFhappened1971.com, goes through this whole gamut of socioeconomic data that's completely gone askew since the early 70s.
Yeah, you had this whole video. What do you think about Eric Weinstein and Bitcoin and the gold standard? And I actually haven't heard him talk about his thesis about the 70s in connection to the going off of the gold standard. What are your thoughts there? What are your thoughts about his general relationship with the Bitcoin idea and the community?
Yeah, the first exposure I had to Eric was his first episode with Peter Thiel. And they're going through that thesis that there's been this general institutional rot and suppression of innovation since the early 70s. And he's trying to identify what it is. I don't think they ever pinned it on the money, on going off the gold standard. But in recent interactions with Eric, I've interacted with him on Clubhouse. We recently released an episode of the show I did with Chris Espley, and it was titled Dear Eric Weinstein. So we're going through his worldview that he's expressed in the portal and tying it back to the money in different ways. And he's engaged. Eric retweeted the show. We've exchanged some messages. He's been very open-minded. He's asked some really good questions. So I get the sense that he's approaching this very wholeheartedly. He does bring with him his existing worldview and his existing theory. The one that really blew up was gauge theory. They got really popular. I don't know a lot about gauge theory. I actually messaged Eric and said I want to learn more, genuinely, because he seems to be serious that needs to be considered in the sphere of money, and so I want to learn more about it. But I think overall it's great. It's great to see an intellectual heavyweight of his caliber gravitating towards Bitcoin.
Yeah, he has some gauge theoretic conceptions about the world broadly, but also about economics, which ultimately boils down to just a set of mathematics which allows you to more effectively reason about the world, and he has a certain set of views there. So it's fascinating to see him grapple with it. I think he's also kind of like all of us, grappling with the idea of what is Bitcoin in this world. It's a very young technology, and it's unclear exactly how the ideas of the past fit with it. Integrate, how the two integrate together. And so it's interesting to explore, not just Bitcoin in particular. So for me, like what I've always saw Bitcoin as from the beginning, from a narrow worldview, is computer science, which is where I come from. And so I wasn't almost aware in the social, political, financial aspects of Bitcoin. But now I see that there's not just power, but there's fascinating ideas to explore on that side of things. Not just the computer science, not just the technical details, but the political, the socioeconomic, the philosophical.
That's where I find all the fascination in the world, frankly. I would one other thing about Weinstein and intellectuals more generally that are skeptical of Bitcoin, I would challenge them to read the book Human Action, written by Mises. I think in 1949 he published the English version. It's essentially the Bible of Austrian economics, and I think Austrian economics is a noticeable gap in most modern intellectuals' worldviews. That it's not taught in school. I mean, I have a master's degree in accounting and finance. Studied a lot of economics in school. There's not one peep of Austrian econ.
The elitist, Robert Breedlove, talking about all the degrees he has.
I was a CPA. But it's that curriculum that we get in college is noticeably deficient in Austrian economics, and I think there's a reason why. Right? It's heavily government influenced. Again, master's degree in accounting. They never taught me about what money is or where money comes from. All you learn is that the central bank issues money and the central bank takes money away. So it's conceived of in the textbooks quite literally as God, right? An entity that suffers no opportunity cost, that basically is the foundation of the entire Keynesian worldview that you're taught in economics. And Austrian economics is the opposite end of the spectrum of that, right? It's actually the culmination, which economics is the youngest science in the world, by the way. So it is kind of it's the frontiers of science in many ways. Like when I say praxeology, many people have never even heard of that, but it's something, it's an a priori study equivalent to something like mathematics, that you're building things from first principles to reason about economic reality. And I think that book, it's a very difficult book written by Mises, 1,200 pages, translated from German. The way he wields English is fascinating and terrifying all at the same time. It'd probably take you 6 months to read it if you read it daily, seriously. Like it's a beast of a book. But that will plug the gap, I think, in any intellectual that's skeptical about Bitcoin. I think that will plug the gap that's necessary for you to see it in a new light.
Well, I'll take that as a challenge.
And that too, to dovetail this into something largely unrelated, but I think is really important, is inflation. Inflation, by artificially increasing the prices of goods and services in the world, right? We're injecting more dollars, chasing the same level of goods and services. We are artificially increasing scarcity, perceived scarcity, right? And when you increase perceived scarcity, you are amplifying divisiveness. The natural state of man is when everything is scarce and you really have to fight hard just to eat or drink water that day. So it's de-civilizing in a way by artificially amplifying the perceived scarcity in the world.
Can you elaborate? How does inflation increase the perceived scarcity in the world?
So we can think the price itself is an indication. It's a data packet, if you will. Mm-hmm. The price is a data packet on supply and demand, right? It's telling you how much supply there is of something in the world relative to the demand. So when you print money and artificially increase that price, it's diverging away from supply and demand. It's becoming just more of a product of policy than it is of free market fundamentals.
Right.
The more expensive something is, that is a signal to the marketplace and to market actors that it is scarce.
Right.
Right. That's why a Leonardo painting might sell for $16 million. There's only one. There's a lot of demand for it. Maybe my numbers are off, but you get the point.
Yeah.
It's the reason mask spiked in price after the COVID announcement, right? There was not enough supply, toilet paper, et cetera, et cetera. So inflation, and by inflation, I specifically mean arbitrary fiat currency supply inflation by a legal monopoly, not inflation's a commonly misunderstood word. That is amplifying the perception of scarcity among market actors in the world. And I would argue that it actually amplifies divisiveness. I think this is the key maybe to looking at the connection between the monopolization of money and things like cancel culture, because it's increasing our natural predilection to be combative with one another because we think there's more scarcity in the world than there actually is. Versus in a world where you're not increasing the money supply, prices are declining every year. As prices decline, this is a signal to market actors and the market that scarcity is declining. There's less need to fight over things. And all of this ties back into the old Bastiat saying that if goods don't cross borders, soldiers will. So if we're not trading with one another, if we're not acting interdependently, and we're not becoming more intelligent as a market, and that increased intelligence or increased knowledge is reflected in decreased prices, because prices are just the exchange ratios of things. So the smarter we can solve problems, the better we can solve problems, the less prices would be. So it induces more cooperation.
I love how you tie inflation and cancel culture together as essentially artificial creation of increase of conflict, artificially increasing scarcity and thereby artificially increasing conflict. That's really fascinating. You're short-circuiting my brain many times throughout this conversation. Okay, I'm struggling. This robot is struggling to keep up.
So we get deeper into that about inflation is a term that we've been conditioned to think today is just something normal, that prices just go up, and then it's pertinent to a healthy economy. But it's actually, if you look at it from real first principles, it is just theft integrated into the money. It's a technology backdoor, is another way to think about it. You wouldn't buy a cell phone knowing that someone could siphon your data off of your private calls and sell it into the market. Now, I know we do that with a lot of social media stuff today, and that's something else we can get into, but you wouldn't do it willingly, right? You would prefer that your cell phone and your data was monetized by you, or if you're going to sell it, you would be able to selectively sell it. Inflation is that. It's similar. It's a tech backdoor. So it's a money that only a few people can siphon value off of surreptitiously, typically slowly, but eventually, as we've seen throughout history, that slowly builds up into a rapidly and then causes the monetary system to collapse.
Do you think there's a benefit to inflation? Possibly. So when you have perfect information, but perhaps you don't need inflation. Perhaps it is purely theft. But I think of inflation as like the snooze button on the alarm. Like you just, so if you have a hard standard, you better wake up when the alarm rings. But, all of us kind of like probably shouldn't, but use the snooze button. It's like, okay, well, 5 more minutes or 10 more minutes. And then you're saying there's naturally a slippery slope where it becomes a drug that you fall in love with and you abuse. Right. But nevertheless, the usefulness of the snooze button is that you don't know how you'll be actually feeling when the alarm rings. You might be able to ready to pop up. Or you might be like, you really need those few more minutes, like to psychologically get yourself out of bed. This metaphor is just not working at all. But
no.
But do you think there's a use to inflation sometimes from like an economics perspective?
I think the drug metaphor is a little more apt in that inflation does provide an immediately stimulative effect when used early on. So, but what it's doing is again, we talk about the balance between incentives and disincentives, right? That being necessary for a system to function properly. If with inflation, you're essentially giving the people that can print money a way to dampen the disincentives they face. So it destroys feedback loops, I guess you might say. And another way to look at this is using inflation, using quantitative easing, you can decrease short-term volatility in the marketplace. So the market is basically this form of free exchange that's trying to zero in on the best ideas. And the ideas are those that are most fit to reality, to satisfying the most wants. It's going to overshoot, it's going to undershoot. You have these little business cycles. But when it's undershooting and you're experiencing business recession, in a capitalist environment, the market needs to clear that malinvestment, that misallocation of capital. That means someone made a bet on a certain idea that it would satisfy wants in a particular way, and that bet did not pan out. If you then paper over the losses that business is creating, you're now delaying and exacerbating the volatility that idea created. So this is kind of a Talebian concept where you can dampen short-run volatility, but volatility is truth. Volatility is us matching our ideas to reality, right? We're constantly, again, overshooting and undershooting. So if you delay volatility, you're just amplifying it and exacerbating it in the long run. And that's what central bank is doing. The central bank mandate is low unemployment and low and expected inflation, basically. And so they're trying to achieve economic growth in a stable way, quote unquote stable way. This is their ostensible purpose. And that's just not possible. Growth is an inherently unstable process. Wrong.
But by the way, this does remind me, do you know what Jordan Peterson thinks about Bitcoin and about the future impact of Bitcoin on the society?
No, I don't, actually. We're hopefully going to be talking to him soon about that. We did a book club on his book Maps of Meaning, and he engaged with us about it. So we're hoping to deliver the orange pill to Mr. Peterson.
The orange pill.
I think his audience is one of the most important audiences in the world to understand Bitcoin. These people that are conscientious and responsible. I think they'll quickly understand Bitcoin's value proposition and help elucidate it to the world.
I'm trying to remember what he said about it. Basically, I think his support of Bitcoin is grounded in the kind of people who are opposing Bitcoin. So without understanding Bitcoin, he starts to like Bitcoin because of the people who are opposing it. You start to, I mean, that's partially why I am interested in Bitcoin. It's like all the people in power and all the kind of shady, fraudulent, non-genuine people who are dismissing Bitcoin are making me think,
One of Jordan's definitions of God is, he says, God is found in the truthful speech that rectifies pathological hierarchies. And I think that is a beautiful definition of what Bitcoin is doing in the world, and that we have this pathological hierarchy called central banking, by which the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, that is used as a mechanism for perpetual theft and funding warfare at a global scale. Like Ron Paul said, it's no coincidence that the 20th century of total war was also the century of central banking. When you have an institution of currency counterfeiting, which the central bank is, you are no longer bounded by your own balance sheet when you go to war. You don't have to just go to war on your own resources. You can now pillage the Commonwealth and pilfer the savings of society as a whole before you go bankrupt. And indeed, this is what Hitler did, right? Hitler hyperinflated in the Weimar Republic to fund his war efforts. And frankly, every dictator, every world war, every internment camp in history was made possible by the weaponization of money in fiat currency. So I know Jordan Peterson is a huge proponent of free speech. And I think that's ultimately at its deepest essence, that's what Bitcoin really is, right? It is just the purest form of monetary speech we've ever had. And by purifying that primary operating system of human action, I think we can eliminate this pathological hierarchy that is unfortunately the dominant institution in the world today.
Yeah, I'm definitely, especially with these explorations of Bitcoin, this journey I've been on, I'll revisit some of the aspects of human history that I've been looking at, like Stalin and Hitler, from a perspective of a monetary perspective. Like, what are the effects of inflation? How was it used as a tool in gaining power, in maintaining power, in manipulating the populace, in doing in inflicting suffering and I would say evil onto the world. It's interesting. It's interesting. I'm gonna have to sort of go back into the whole. So I tend to focus more on the human nature and less about the tools that human nature leverages to affect change. But you're right that in some sense money is a tool which can be effectively used to perform moral and immoral actions depending on how it's used.
And there's a feedback between the two, right? There's specifically with money itself, it's the incentive. Here's the way I've been posing it lately, is that I actually think we typically think of people as good or bad, or we're, again, trying to label people all the time. But I think people and their characters are emergent properties of the incentive structures they inhabit.
Yeah.
So, what does Charlie Munger say? Don't show me the incentives, I'll show you the outcome, kind of thing. This is a flawed incentive structure we've been operating within. Now, I'm not speaking to the intention. People want to argue with me all the time, like, Jerome Powell's not a bad guy. He's doing his best at the central bank. He's doing what he thinks is right. That's fine. Whether that's true or not, it actually doesn't matter. The intention is divergent from the outcome. The institution that they are running is premised on deception and theft, and it is handicapping the productive economy. So when even the terms we use, printing money, you're not creating any new value. You're not infusing the economy with any new productive factors whatsoever. You're just harvesting the economic surplus created by entrepreneurs in the marketplace. It's impossible to add any value to an economy by increasing the paper claims on its savings. So there's a feedback loop between man and tool, between creator and created. And I think we have to honor the relationship above either one, right? Trying to put the right people in the system or just build the right system. We need both.
Do you think the interesting question of whether the people that are in control of central banks or in positions of power there, if they themselves are malevolent, if they themselves are bad actors, or they're simply like leaves floating along the river, sort of just a cog in the machine, an ant in an ant colony that operates in a certain kind of way. Like, where do you put the blame? Do you put the blame on the way things are operating onto the individuals or onto the system itself, the idea behind the system? And is it useful to place the blame somewhere? Because for me, it might be useful to understand that in order to figure out what the solution is. I tend to not put the blame on the individual. Like, I tend to believe most people are good and want to see themselves as good. And so in that case, it's very difficult to be truly malevolent as you would need to be to gain centralized power at the large scale. But I know a lot of conspiracy theorists and just a lot of people think that there is evil humans in the world that seek power, maintain that power, and then use that power for bad purposes.
I think they're just people. And they're just trying to get something for nothing, like all of us do.
I like this framework of thought that you have. Yeah.
Honestly,
yeah.
And that's what the central bank is the ultimate institution to get something for nothing. You
Yeah.
get a perpetual income stream, the ability to acquire more and more territory in the world through monopolizing the supply of money. And you can literally print money. You can buy your way out of anything and buy your way into anything in the world. So it is, I think, not say the most, but a group of very intelligent people put this thing together and figured out how to get something for nothing in perpetuity by clouding people's conception of money. And, if we look at the central bank, it's been around for a while, but the latest implementation here in the US is the Fed. It's about 100 years old. It's an analog age institution that I think has lost a lot of its relevance in the modern age. And I don't think it will survive the ever galvanizing gaze of the digital age. There's just too much sunlight, too much transparency today. Ideas move too quickly for something like this to remain relevant. But they are just people. They are just seeking something for nothing. But I think when you concentrate that much power and that much control, that much wealth into the hands of few, it does change. Hayek argued that the nature of power, again, it's something that we all sort of desire. To be completely powerless, you're really unhappy, right? If you're totally powerless, you're a slave. Someone else tells you what to do. You have no autonomy. It's miserable, right? So there's this, it makes the consolidation of power alluring, and that we want to protect ourselves from that slave state, let's say. But like many things, it can be taken too far. And when you concentrate power into too few hands, Hayek argues that it transforms. It becomes something much more intoxicating than it would be if it was held in a more distributed way. And I think that gets into a lot of these, I don't know if they call themselves elites or people call them elites or whatever, let's say shareholders of central banks, people participating in the World Economic Forum, things like this. They come, I guess the incentives, right? The incentive schema they're in is rewarding them constantly, telling them everything they're doing, saying, and thinking is correct because they just keep getting richer all the time. And it leads you closer to this definition of evil, which in the book Paradise Lost, Fridman said, evil is the force which believes its knowledge is complete. So these people become more and more convinced that they have the plan or they have the course of action that will save the world, that if everyone would just listen to them, that they would lead us to the promised land, right? Whether this is Bill Gates saving us from a climate crisis or any of these other economic policies that are targeted at a certain outcome, but almost always diverge almost perfectly from that outcome, creating its opposite effect. I think that's the problem, that we have this mechanism that can concentrate wealth and power into the hands of so few, that it leads to the proliferation of evil, meaning that it convinces people that their knowledge is complete. Whereas something like a Bitcoin almost forces the opposite outcome. In a Bitcoin-denominated world, in a pure free market, the consumer is sovereign. So you cannot earn value in the world unless you are serving your fellow man, unless they have expressed through their buy and sell decisions in the marketplace, right? You've created a satisfaction of a particular want that they value so much. They've acquired so much of your good or service that you've become rich. You can only maintain that position of wealth so long as you continue to serve your fellow man. So it changes the incentives such that dominance in the world can no longer be paired with coercion. It has to be paired with competence. And that's how this, when we say Bitcoin fixes this, that's what we mean. Like it restores that skin in the game, that balance of incentives and disincentives that help us properly navigate reality. And it prevents the buildup of systemic rot like we see with the central bank.
What do you make of Elon Musk investing with Tesla, investing in Bitcoin, and maybe broaden it out in some of these other, big billionaires, but also people tied to major companies investing in Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think Michael Saylor really led the charge on that. So he's the CEO of MicroStrategy that I think they've acquired upwards of $2 billion in Bitcoin now, started acquiring August, maybe of 2020. And he's, personally bought a lot of it. He bought a lot as a treasury reserve asset for his company, MicroStrategy. Then they leveraged up on a convertible note and bought more. So he's really leading the charge in this Bitcoin institutional adoption.
Yeah, your conversation with him is a really interesting one. Your series of episodes, I suppose, but it's only a couple of conversations, I guess.
Yeah, we recorded twice, 5.5 hours each.
Yeah,
so it's about 11 hours of content. And yeah, thank you. It's a lot of people have said that it's the best first principle thing they've ever seen on Bitcoin, which I take no credit for that at all. I mean, I just sat down with a guy and unleashed him. He's just a beast.
Yeah. But it's fascinating that his long-term vision with it. I mean, I'm not sure I'm all philosophically bought in, but if he's right, if this set of ideas are as powerful as he describes, as you describe, that this would change the world. Which, as you say, it's funny that a company like MicroStrategy might be the company that has the biggest macro effect on our economy, on our world.
Yeah. The conversation reshaped my worldview a lot too, because he framed money as energy, which I had often thought of money as time. And it explored those connections a lot in my writing, but looking at it as energy, and then his supposition that the purpose of life is to basically channel energy across space and time. So we're just trying to figure out how to channel more energy across space and time toward the satisfaction of aims. And his definition, or his answer to that question, what is money, is that money is the highest form of energy a human being can channel. So it's a claim to all other forms of energy we can manifest in the world. And that just completely reshaped how I see it, brought in this whole other side to my intellectual explorations of money.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit? So I understand money is time, which is in itself a really powerful idea. But money is energy and channeling energy. Can you break that apart?
Yeah. So I guess definitely have to check out the whole series to really get his perspective, but I'll do my best to condense it. Life itself, all forms of life are, they're dependent on energy, right? Energy fuels everything, fuels life and action and motion and all of that. And we could say that maybe like a plant is harnessing solar energy and then reallocating that into growth. So its aim is to grow towards the sun, right? So it's allocating energy towards its goal of harnessing more solar energy, kind of thing. So, and humans too have evolved to figure out how to harness energy in different ways to satisfy higher and more complicated aims. So the original energy network that he referenced was fire, right? We actually learned to wield fire as a tool in and of itself. So not only are we learning to channel energy, but we actually learn how to isolate energy as a tool in and of itself. And so we went into that, how harnessing fire had changed human beings. And actually, this is one of the earliest examples too of a coevolution between tool and our biology, because when we developed fire, we developed cooking. And cooking is, you can kind of think of it as pre-digestion in a way. We're liberating these macronutrients or making things that otherwise would not be digestible, edible. And it increases the efficiency by which we extract nutrients from food. That's what cooking does. So when we figured out cooking, we liberated all these digestive resources that were reallocated towards higher cognitive development. So there's this evolutionary path between figuring out fire and us becoming smarter, which was interesting. Some other early examples he went into were missiles and hydraulics. So missiles being, we learned to hunt at a distance. We can't bring down a woolly mammoth maybe with spears and up close and personal force, but we could with spears and javelins and slings and whatnot. And then he went into how we've used water to channel hydraulic energy, so we can basically overcome gravity. We can move, there's theories that the pyramids were constructed using, the blocks were moved using hydraulic energy or using water. Clearly we use like cargo ships and whatnot to move things much more efficiently across water than we could the land. So his whole view is how we keep figuring out better ways and more efficient ways to harness energy and channel it. And in that perspective, money has always represented a claim on all other forms of energy. So whatever energy couldn't be channeled towards something useful in the economy historically would go into gold mining. So gold became this residual, this token of the excess energy created by the market economy. And then you could take that token of energy and use it to redeem for any other form of energy or any other products of energy itself. So I guess that's my best approximation of it. And it just really shattered my worldview again, because I'd always thought about it as time. Like, we spend time sacrificing to obtain money that we then redeem for commensurate sacrifices from others, but I'd never considered it purely as energy. And then it also ties back into gold, where there was an energy expenditure necessary to obtain gold. So there's a proof of work associated with obtaining gold that protected its market value, right? So you had to expend, again, if market value of gold's 2,000 an ounce, you had to expend 1,900 an ounce mining. So it kept producers honest in a way.
Now that we took a little bit of a break, ate some good Texas brisket. Thank you for that, by the way. Brought some over.
You're quite welcome.
Let me ask the ridiculous question. At the core of the idea of Bitcoin is this guy or this entity named Satoshi Nakamoto. So the ridiculous question is, who is Satoshi Nakamoto? And first of all, is it you?
It's not me. I wish.
And is this an interesting question? Or is it just something about our human nature that always tends towards mystery?
Well, as we've touched on a bit today, mythology, in my opinion, is something that is intrinsic to how we see the world in a lot of ways. Like, it's kind of the structure by which we build these useful fictions. And so in that way, you could just say that Satoshi is the godhead of Bitcoin, effectively. And I think a compelling argument could be made that his disappearance is what really solidifies Bitcoin's decentralization. Because if there were one individual to personally vilify or denigrate or attack, to disparage or question the motives of, if he's out in the Hollywood Hills partying, everyone knows he's got 1 million Bitcoin, it would just kind of tarnish the entire project in a lot of way. But the fact that on that theme, something for nothing, this guy actually gave humanity something for nothing. And it appears that he didn't profit in any way. He, she, or they. I actually heard recently that he identified as a he in some of his communications. So it sounds like it is a he.
See, like his communications being like studied, like almost like exactly as if he is a religious.
That's right.
Like a prophet.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's fascinating to imagine that he's still alive and living in this world. Mm-hmm. And it's even more fascinating to imagine that he's perhaps participating in the Bitcoin community. Because, I mean, that takes a special human being to, out of principle, do that. To remain anonymous. That's very much the George Washington. Yeah, I always wonder, like, how many people are like that. There's a cliche that like absolute power corrupts. Absolutely, like power corrupts. But it seems like the progress of humanity depends on the people whom power doesn't corrupt.
Interesting.
And it's enough to have just a small selection of those.
Yeah.
And even if most of us are too weak, we give in to power if given the chance. All it takes is a few.
I've never thought of it like that, but Marcus Aurelius immediately came to mind.
Yeah.
You know, the guy that he had the keys to the kingdom, and he apparently adhered to the Stoic virtues until the end. But yeah, I agree with Satoshi. The other thing that's interesting is he would be by far the most wealthy person in the world on a liquid asset basis, because he has 1 million Bitcoin, which is 60 billion liquid net worth at current prices. So if he is still alive and just operating in the world, he is daily and moment to moment resisting massive incentives to go and just be the richest guy in the world.
He's the ultimate hodler.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's turning down not just financial success, but also fame.
Mhm.
I mean, fame is another drug. It's a kind of power, but it's in itself is also a drug, especially in this modern society, in this attention.
And he would have both.
He would have both.
Yeah.
It's fun to imagine who it could be. It's fascinating if it's somebody like you or somebody like Elon or somebody like that. That's fascinating to think about.
Yeah, I think Elon would be hilarious if he came out and he was Satoshi and be like, hey guys, I know I'm already the richest guy in the world, but I got to go ahead and double my lead here.
As a small aside, maybe you can guide me through it. I don't know if you're paying attention, but there was some chaos around Taleb and the Bitcoin community. I wasn't quite paying attention, but from my outsider's perspective, I thought Nassim Taleb was a supporter of Bitcoin, and then a lot of people were very upset about something. I'm sorry if I don't know the details, but can you pull out some profound philosophical ideas from the disagreement of the chaos?
I admittedly don't know too much about it either. I'm a big fan of his writing. He's always been a little different in person. Like he signed one of my books. I met him in person. He's got a very abrasive personality. He's kind of known for it. It's not, I don't think I'm passing any judgment here. He sort of embraces it.
Yeah.
But he had written the foreword to a really important book in Bitcoin called the Bitcoin Standard for Safety and a Moose. And then I think they had a little Twitter beef because Safety is very much against COVID mask and state intervention, whereas Taleb's on the other side of the fence.
Right.
And then after that beef, Taleb came out against Bitcoiners saying, oh, Bitcoiners are crazy and wrong.
I think the great mask debate of the 2020 will probably be the thing that ultimately leads to World War III. I've been very surprised how tense, how much like division this one little, arguably silly thing has led to. I think a lot of people sort of project their, like, it's almost like not wearing a mask is a statement of sovereignty, of freedom, of like saying fuck you to the man, the government, the centralized power, or the dishonesty, or the in the scientific community, all those kinds of things. And then wearing a mask is a sort of kind of signaling of various kind of social aspects. I don't know. I'm not paying attention to it. I actually tuned out. I was part of a group of scientists that were looking into, like, do masks work? This very interesting question. To me, it was an interesting question. I sort of roll in to ask that very interesting question because I think it is an interesting scientific question. But then I quickly realized that just as I was doing this like scientific exploration of this very interesting question about virion particles, like what kind of things, like from a scientific perspective, how do we prevent the spread of a pandemic? Forget COVID, any pandemic, super deadly or not deadly. Like there's tools, there's testing, there's masks, there's all these tools. How well do they work? And then I realized, in April or so, it became a tool of politics, a tool of philosophy, and that's when I sort of pulled out. So it's fascinating. I think it's a canvas on which people project their emotions, and I guess Taleb got caught up in that kind of. So there's nothing fundamental, I suppose, to their disagreement.
Not that I'm aware of, but he is, he's written some about in his books the problem with centralization. I mean, a lot of his writing addresses that, and he actually points to, I think Switzerland is the best government in the world because it's decentralized. So there's that. I don't think he has any, not to speak for him, but I don't think he's voiced any specific critiques on Bitcoin per se. Could be wrong about that.
It's just maybe his flavorful language and the way he likes to communicate.
And the other theory is that maybe he's playing 4D chess and having a Twitter boating accident, So I don't believe in Bitcoin. I've sold all my Bitcoin. And
oh, I see.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, the boating accident in Bitcoin is this, I guess it's proverbial by this point, where it's the way you lose your Bitcoin. So if someone comes after you and says, hey, whether it's a government or an individual is coming after you saying, give me all your Bitcoin or pay these taxes in Bitcoin, you go, oh, I had a boating accident and lost them all.
Right.
So, yeah.
I think this is a good place to ask. We asked the what is money question.
Mm-hmm.
What is Bitcoin?
That's a question as complicated as what is money. I think if you get a general understanding of money from a number of angles, that we could say Bitcoin is the most superior monetary technology that has ever existed. So
one of the most superior implementation of the ideas of money that you talked about. You talked about money as speech. You talked about money as an idea. You talked about money as sovereignty.
Yeah. So we're attaching the concept of money, to your point, to whatever tool best satisfies those properties of money or best renders those services we need from money.
And as you said, you're using the word tool and technology interchangeably here.
Yes. And another thing to think about here is that we think often in terms of goods or services, but actually everything is a service. So it's not the physical properties of this pen that I find valuable. It's the services that it renders to me. That I want to write a letter. This serves me by allowing me to lay ink on paper and communicate information. So value, humans attach value, as we alluded to earlier, to services, not goods. So the properties or the services that money renders that human beings value are those 5 properties: divisibility, durability, recognizability, portability, scarcity. Metals best satisfied those services historically, but Bitcoin, as the most superior monetary technology in human history, essentially perfects them. It's as close to perfection as we've ever been. So in terms of divisibility, each Bitcoin can be broken down into 100 million subunits called a Satoshi. It could, if that divisibility were ever a problem, which actually, there was a question that came up recently. If you divide the world population by the total supply of Bitcoin, you end up at like 0.3 Bitcoin per person. Call it 300,000 Satoshis per person. What if that was not enough to facilitate economic activity? And the answer to that is Bitcoin can soft fork into further divisibility. So if Bitcoin ate all the money in the world, and the average Bitcoiner wealth was, say, 300,000 Satoshis each, but that wasn't divisible enough maybe to buy coffee and do all these day-to-day transactions, what would happen? Well, we would increase its divisibility. So Bitcoin's perfected divisibility. The divisibility of money lets us transact across scales, right? We can buy coffee or we can buy a house. Durability is an interesting one. So clearly something like gold is very durable. It's resistant to degradation over time. Bitcoin is just pure information, but it's stored in a distributed format. So information stored in a distributed fashion tends to be virtually infinitely durable. The example I like to give here is something like the Bible. The Bible is just distributed information. It's stored everywhere and nowhere, so to speak. And for that reason, it has outlasted empires. And Bitcoin's similar, right? You can't make changes to it unilaterally.
But to make explicit, the ways in which it is not durable is the fact that it relies on computing infrastructure. Like it needs computers. So if you were to destroy all the computers in the world,
yes,
it needs mechanisms that store and transfer information.
That's right.
And so you could attack it. I mean, you could attack gold in the same kind of way, I suppose, through the physics, but it's probably easier to destroy all the computers in the world than it is to destroy all the gold in the world. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I'm not sure which one would be harder to destroy. But the other thing is there's a dynamic incentive. So every time you destroy Bitcoin miners, you're creating incentives for anyone else with access to electricity to mine,
Right.
because you're making the algorithm easier.
Well, so the destruction is difficult because of the decentralized nature of the whole thing.
And the difficulty adjustment.
Yeah. So you're going to have to use nuclear weapons and cover the whole globe. But anyway.
Yeah. And by then, we've got much bigger problems than money, right?
That's right. So, okay. So that's durability.
So portability, Bitcoin's pure information. It can move at the speed of light. Can't get much faster than that. Recognizability refers to the ability to verify the veracity of the money or its authenticity. So you can actually, when we used to transact gold, there were time-honored techniques for verifying that it was gold and not gold-plated lead, for instance. This is where we get the term sound money. A gold coin made a very particular sound when dropped from a certain height. You know, you've seen people biting coins. These are all techniques for testing the authenticity of gold. And with Bitcoin, we have something unique in that if you're running a full node, you can verify that the Bitcoin is Bitcoin, right? It cannot be tampered with. It cannot be faked. And in addition to that, as a node operator, you can audit the total supply of Bitcoin at any time, which is unlike any money in history. So you know with full certainty, if you're holding 1,000 Bitcoin, you have 1,000 out of a possible 21 million forever. You have a guaranteed fraction of the total supply.
Yeah, so a full node contains information about every transaction that's ever been had, so you can figure out. Yeah, I mean,
that's right.
All the truth of this money is all right there.
Yeah, it's like a fractal constituent of the whole network, right? The whole Bitcoin blockchain is comprised in a node too. Not the proof of work piece, but the entire transaction history.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's unique as well, and that's what makes Bitcoin the ultimate store of value. Is that you know with certainty what the total supply is and will ever be. And you know that your share of that supply is fixed. It cannot change. It can only improve, actually. If someone loses, if the Satoshi stash is truly gone forever, the million Bitcoin never moves, then we're talking about 1,000 Bitcoin out of 20 million instead, and so on and so forth. As more people lose access to their Bitcoin, they're basically making a contribution to everyone else. It's anti-dilutive.
And there's certain properties of Bitcoin that are sort of a little bit more into the details that ensure that the full nodes, like the size of all the transactions that ever happened, at least currently, can be stored in a single computer, for example. Yes. So it doesn't blow up too quickly.
That's right.
But there's arguments that that's not necessary. You can make arguments for that to be a very nice property, but you can also say that there's like drawbacks to it. That's hence the block size debates and all those kinds of things.
Yeah, that was the Bitcoin Cash civil war, right? Was that particular piece?
Yeah,
and ostensibly they were saying, "Oh, we need more transaction throughput to buy more coffee and do more transactions," but what they were actually doing was increasing the size. Computing power necessary to run a full node, which it would have theoretically compromised decentralization.
So yeah, but it would, in theory, in theory, it would allow you to have much more transactions.
That's right.
But the drawback, it would, because of no longer can be stored in a single personal computer, then it naturally leads to decentralization.
Yes.
Same kind of thing we see with gold.
Which would have compromised its survivability.
Right. Yeah. So what else is there?
The last one, which leads straight into this one, actually is the most important one of money, which is scarcity. And that you need to know the supply is fixed and safeguarded from counterfeiting and inflation, which counterfeiting and inflation are the same thing, by the way. Counterfeiting is criminalized inflation. Inflation is legalized counterfeiting. So central banks today, when they say they're printing money, they're not. They're counterfeiting currency. That's a very important part. And Bitcoin, as I've argued in some of my writing, is more than just an invention. It's actually the discovery of absolute scarcity, and that we have unveiled a property of money that we will only discover once. And it's got really major ramifications for the world at large. So with gold, for instance, as we've covered, it became money because it was the most relatively scarce monetary metal, right? Its supply was hardest to increase over time. However, if we could somehow flip a switch today and make everyone in the world go out and start mining gold, we could increase the supply much more quickly. We could, it's historic inflation rate's about 2%. We could double that pretty quickly. Bitcoin, it is not possible. So no matter how much effort and energy and capital and operational expenditure we pour into the mining network, we cannot deviate from its fixed and diminishing supply curve from between now and the last Bitcoin being mined in 2140 because of the difficulty adjustment. It's adapting to human action, actually. So the harder we pursue it, the more that it recedes, and then the less we pursue it, the more available it makes itself. And it's a real major breakthrough because it's the closest thing to perfect information we've ever had in an economy. And perfect information is it's a theoretical but unattainable state of the market where all market actors have all the relevant information about everything so that they can compete as efficiently as possible. And in a state of pure information, perfect information, we have perfect competition. And in perfect competition, we maximize wealth generation. Mm-hmm. So we're competing as freely as possible from coercive and violent impediments. And so I think Bitcoin, in that sense, is going to pull the world closer to a state of perfect competition than we've ever been before, which would increase wealth generation to an extent we've never seen before.
Okay, maybe to step back at the useful fictions or pragmatic truths. Let me ask the question that you've answered in many ways already, but let's explicitly look at what is money?
Oh, as you know, that's my favorite question. That is the name of the show I just launched, the What is Money show. Clearly, we could say the Bitcoin rabbit hole is what's led me to explore a lot of these ideas in depth. And I think as we've demonstrated today, it goes well beyond just the economic sphere when you start to think about things like exchange and morality and time preference and civilization. So I love the question, what is money? I think it is the key to incepting a deeper understanding of the world into people, that if you actually just start to ask this seemingly simple question, it surfaces more and more layers of truth. And I just wrote a piece. I think I have 30 something answers to this question. So
so in some sense, it's actually a more systematic way of asking the question of what is the meaning of life. There's some questions that are almost unanswerable, but in their asking allow you to deeply get closer to truth, deeply understand the nature of our human existence. And the meaning of life is almost like this initial philosophers striving towards that. Mm-hmm. If money is indeed as fundamental as you've described, especially in the context of value being fundamental, then that's a more, let's say, a 21st century way of asking the same question about what is the meaning of life. You mentioned that it's a meta property. Out of the list of many ways to answer that question, how would you help people to think about that?
Yeah, the first most serious answer comes from the School of Austrian Economics, and it defines money as a universal medium of exchange. So this would be any good that is held and used purely for purposes of facilitating exchange. So in the configuration of demand for any particular asset, it's bifurcated between its utility, which is a service that it can render to you in real time, whether it's, if it's water, you're thirsty. That's the utility of water, is that it can quench your thirst. Whereas the marketability would be the expectation of future exchange, that other people would want this asset in the future to trade it for whatever they may have. Money is just going to be the good in any trading economy that has the highest proportion of marketability relative to utility. So today, that would be gold. Gold has utility. It's used in electronics. It's used in dentistry and whatnot. But it's largely used as a store of value across time. And that's what it's been used for 5,000 years. So if we say gold has a $10 trillion market cap, maybe 2 trillion of that is its utility value, or it's actually demand for use in computers and dentistry. And then 8 trillion of that is demand for its use as a store of value. Money, the marketability aspects of money boils down to 5 services that money can render. Money needs to be divisible, it needs to be durable, it needs to be recognizable, it needs to be portable, and it needs to be scarce. So I'll gloss over a lot of history with this and just say that historically, money's always been a technology, still is a technology or a tool. I use these terms interchangeably, and you think of a technology as just a more sophisticated tool, effectively. To best satisfy those properties, monetary metals were determined to be the most satisfactory tool, the most divisible, most durable, most recognizable, most portable tool in the marketplace. Of the monetary metals, gold was the most scarce, as quantified by either its stock to flow ratio or its inflation resistance. So, a simple way to say this is that people always prefer the money most resistant to inflation.
That's a nice definition of scarcity in the context of money. Is if you were to measure it, the resistance to inflation. So how hard is it to artificially increase the supply?
That's
the supply
right.
of the thing.
That is the hardness of money. And that's why gold is hard money.
Because alchemy is hard.
That's right. Because no one cracked alchemy, so gold became money.
So, I mean, that's such a nice, clean explanation of what is money with the 5 elements, and gold ultimately won out because of the last piece of scarcity.
That's right. And to get to maybe dig a little deeper there. So scarcity, we commonly think of scarcity as strictly a supply property, where if there's not much of something, then it's scarce. But it's not actually true. Scarcity occurs when demand exceeds supply. So when there's more demand than the supply can justify, the thing becomes an economic good, and it establishes itself a market price. So there's more demand for the thing than the supply can satisfy. The unique thing about money, as a concept at least, is that demand always exceeds supply. There's never enough money to satisfy everyone, right? Because another definition for money, it's the most marketable good. So it can be traded for any other good, service, piece of knowledge in the marketplace. So humans being what we are, we're never satisfied, right? We always want more of something, whatever it may be. So money as the ultimate token of obtaining that something is always scarce as a concept. But the problem with money is that if you can, as you alluded to, easily increase its supply, then all of a sudden you can compromise the scarcity of it over time, and you can rob people through inflation. So that's why the market settled on gold as money.
And robbing is reallocating the value so essentially the one property, like why scarcity is important is it adds a lot more friction to the reallocation, like through essentially violence or implied violence.
Well, it prevents it through cost of extraction too. So if you want to go out and dilute gold holders today, you have to go out into the world and mine gold. It's a very expensive process. That process tends to find equilibrium where production cost equals the market value of gold. So if market value is $2,000 an ounce today of gold, its production cost is going to be around there. That's the natural market equilibrium. So that way, gold miners cannot just dilute people over time. Whereas if you look at something like fiat currency, we're jumping ahead a little bit, but its production cost is zero. So there's a reason the market value of fiat currency historically has always converged to zero, because its production cost is near zero. So the extension to that question might be, how did we get from gold to paper currency? And again, this is rooted in the properties of money. As good as monetary metals were, and as good as gold is as money at holding value across time, it's rather limited in terms of portability. It is not as useful for moving value across space. This is another definition of money, by the way, a social device for moving value across space and time.
Mm-hmm.
So to rectify this technological shortcoming of gold, we introduced, first of all, the custody of gold was gradually centralized into fewer and fewer warehousing operations. This is because there are economies of scale associated with using gold as money, and that if you centralize the custody, the warehouse owner can then issue a paper receipt called a warehouse receipt for that gold, and then market participants can trade that paper as if it's good as gold, and everyone has an option at any time to go and redeem real gold from the warehouse. Mm-hmm. So that system works until the problem with it is that it introduces the need to trust the custodian. So it's introducing counterparty risk in the form of the custodian. Mm-hmm. And now, should that warehouse choose to increase the supply of paper notes to gold beyond its supply, so if it's got 3 tons of gold and it issues 6 tons worth of paper receipts, all of a sudden it's participating in a fraud. It's basically lying. It's representing that it has more gold than it actually does. And that is the pathway that we got into banking and central banking, is we needed a convenience mechanism to rectify the portability shortcomings of gold. We needed to be able to move value across space, right? Gold was doing a great job at moving value over time, but not space. Mm-hmm. Paper currency gave us the ability to move value across space, but it introduced this attack vector for warehouse operators, which became banks, which became central banks, to modify the supply to suit their own political agendas.
Added the snooze button. That allows you to just do a little fraud.
To get something
first.
For nothing.
Something, just a little bit at first.
Yeah.
Just this one morning, just a little bit. I mean, I don't know if you can speak to the birth of fiat currency. Is there some interesting characteristics to those early steps that created it? Like, could it have been averted, or is this the natural progression of governments?
You know what's funny is that central banking was initially designed to be the custodian of gold, right? So they were going to custody the gold, issue paper on top of it, and then they would maintain, you could trust the public stamp effectively. You could trust that the central bank had as much gold on reserve as they said they had, and they were supposed to be the trustworthy institution. So we went from placing our trust in a free market game theoretic process where we're trusting gold, and we began trusting this institution instead. That institution would not have arisen if the portability of gold was really high. If we could have somehow sent gold across a telecommunications channel, there would have been no need for a central bank. Everyone could have custodied their gold in any information-bearing medium, frankly, and they could beam it around the world at any time. So this whole institution itself is rooted in a technological shortcoming of gold. So I think it's another way to think about that is maybe had there been all the gold in the world today fills 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools. All the gold mined throughout all of human history. So there's not a lot, right?
Oh. Mm-hmm.
What if there had been just like way more? There'd just been, 20,000 Olympic swimming pools worth. Portability wouldn't have been as much of an issue, right? Mm-hmm. We could have, and this is to say, assuming gold was still the most scarce metal and all these things, portability would have been less of an issue. We would have had less dependence or need for a central bank. So I think it's kind of idiosyncratic in that we just happened to end up here on this planet with a certain amount of gold. It best satisfied the properties of money.
And a certain amount of humans geographically dispersed, such that portability had certain properties that you want to achieve for humans in the geographical space to be able to be exchange value.
It became more of an issue as we globalized, right? As we became more of a global society, we needed money that could move across space really fast, right? So we could trade in international capital markets. So that drove the central bank to become the dominant institution of the world. And if you follow the flows of gold throughout history, I've been watching this documentary on World War I and World War II on Netflix. I think it's called World War II in Color.
Oh, yeah. This is really good.
It's so good. And when I say gold has been the governor of governments, or gold is geopolitical money, like it is the base layer operating system, has been the base layer operating system for analog society.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always been about who controls the gold, is who makes the rules. And that's, in that context, is why Bitcoin is so interesting, because it is the disruptor to this base level operating system that's functioned for all of human history.
Can you speak to that? So what do you think about Bitcoin? What do you think it is a response to? What are the growing problems of the fiat system? What is this moment in human history that is full of challenges that Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is trying to overcome?
I don't think Bitcoin was devised by Satoshi, whoever he was, for fear of a breakdown of the fiat currencies. If it was a very far-sighted enterprise, because certainly in 2008, when the first Bitcoin paper appeared, it wasn't very likely that a wave of inflation was coming. If anything, there was more reason to fear deflation at that point. I think it would be more accurate to say that with the advent of the internet, there was a need for a means of payment native to the internet. Typing your credit card number into a random website is not the way to pay for things on the internet. And I'd rather think of Bitcoin as the first iteration, the first attempt to solve the problem of how do we pay for things in what we must learn to call the metaverse, but let's just call it the internet for old time's sake. And ever since that initial innovation, the realization that you could use computing power and cryptography to create peer-to-peer payments without third-party verification, a revolution has been gathering momentum that poses a very profound threat to the existing legacy system of banks and fiat currencies. Most money in the world today is made by banks, not central banks, banks. That's what most money is. It's entries in bank accounts. And what Bitcoin represents is an alternative mode of payment that really ought to render banks obsolete. I think this financial revolution has got past the point at which it can be killed. It was vulnerable in the early years, but it now has sufficient adoption and has generated sufficient additional layers. I mean, Ethereum was in many ways the more important innovation because you can build a whole system of payments and ultimately smart contracts on top of Ether. I think we've now reached the point that it's pretty hard to imagine it all being killed. And it's just survived an amazing thing, which was the Chinese shutting down mining and shutting down everything. And still here we are. In fact, crypto's thriving. What we don't know is how much damage ill-judged regulatory interventions are going to do to this financial revolution. Left to its own devices, I think decentralized finance provides the native monetary and financial system for the internet. And the more time we spend in the metaverse, the more use we will make of it. The next things that will happen, I think, will be that tokens in game spaces like Roblox will become fungible. As my 9-year-old spends a lot more time playing on computer games than I ever did, I can see that entertainment is becoming a game-driven phenomenon. And in the game space, you need skins for your avatar. The economics of the internet, it's evolving very fast. And in parallel, you can see this payments revolution happening. I think that all goes naturally very well and generates an enormous amount of wealth in the process. The problem is there are people in Washington with an overwhelming urge to intervene and disrupt this evolutionary process. Partly, I think, out of a muddled sense that there must be a lot of nefarious things going on. If we don't step in, many more will go on. This, I think, greatly exaggerates how much criminal activity is in fact going on in the space. But there's also the vested interests at work. It was odd to me, maybe not odd, perhaps it wasn't surprising, that the Bank for International Settlements earlier this year published a report, one chapter of which said this must all go, must all stop. It's all got to be shut down, and it's got to be replaced by a central bank digital currency. And Martin Wolf in the Financial Times read this and said, I agree with this. And one suddenly realized that the banks are clever. They'd achieved the intellectual counterattack with almost no fingerprints on the weapon. I think central bank digital currency is a terrible idea. I can't imagine why we would want to copy a Chinese model that essentially takes all transactions and puts them directly under the surveillance of a central government institution. But that suddenly is a serious counter-proposal. So on the one side, we have a relatively decentralized, technologically innovative, internet-native system of payments that has the possibility to evolve to produce a full set of smart contracts, reducing enormously the transaction costs that we currently encounter in the financial world, because it gets rid of all those middlemen who take their cut every time you take out a mortgage or whatever it is. That's one alternative. But on the other side, we have a highly centralized system in which transactions will by default be under the surveillance of the central bank. Seems like an easy choice to me, but hey, I have this thing about personal liberty. So that's where we are. I don't think that the regulators can kill Web3. I think we're supposed to call it Web3 because crypto is now an obsolescent term. They can't kill it, but they can definitely make it difficult and throw a lot of sand into the machine. And I think worst of all, they can spoil the evolutionary story by creating a central bank digital currency that I don't think we really need. Or we certainly don't need it in the Chinese form.
So do you think Bitcoin has a strong chance to take over the world? So become the primary, you mentioned the three things that make money, become the primary methodology by which we store wealth, we exchange.
No, I think what Bitcoin is, this was a phrase that I got from my friend Matt McLennan at First Eagle, an option on digital gold. So it's the gold of the system, but currently it behaves like an option. That's why it's quite volatile, because we don't really know if this brave new world of crypto is going to work. But if it does work, then Bitcoin is the gold because of the finite supply. What role we need gold to play in the metaverse isn't quite clear.
I love that you're using the term metaverse. This is great.
Well, I just like the metaversity as a kind of as the antithesis of what we're trying to do in Austin. But
I love it.
But can you imagine I'm using it sarcastically? I come from Glasgow, where all novel words have to be used sarcastically. So the metaverse, sarcastic.
But see, the beauty about humor and sarcasm is that the joke becomes reality. I mean, it's like using the word Big Bang to describe the origins of the universe. It becomes like it will.
After a while, it's in the textbooks, and nobody's laughing. Yeah, yep. Well, that's exactly right.
Humor is sticky.
Yeah, I'm on the side of humor, but it is a dangerous activity these days. Anyway, I think Bitcoin is the option of digital gold. The role it plays is probably not so much store of value. Right now, it's just nicely not very correlated asset in your portfolio. When I updated The Ascent of Money, which was in 2018, 10 years after it came out, I wrote a new chapter in which I said, Bitcoin, which had just sold off after its 2017 bubble, will rise again through adoption. Because if every millionaire in the world has 0.2% of his or her wealth in Bitcoin, the price should be $15,000. And if it's 1%, it's $75,000. And it might not even stay at 1% because, I mean, look at its recent performance. If your exposure to global stocks had been hedged with a significant crypto holding, you would have aced the last few months. So I think the non-correlation property is very, very important in driving adoption. And the volatility also drives adoption if you're a sophisticated investor. So I think the adoption drives Bitcoin up because it's the option on digital gold, but it's also just this nicely not very correlated asset that you want to hold in a world where, what the hell, I mean, central banks are going to tighten. We've come through this massively disruptive episode of the pandemic. Public debt soared. Money printing soared. you can hang around with your bonds and wait for the euthanasia of the rentier. You can hang on to your tech stocks and just hope there isn't a massive correction, or ... Well, and it seems like a fairly obvious strategy to make sure that you have at least some crypto for the coming year, given what we likely have to face. I think what's really interesting is that on top of Ethereum, a more elaborate financial system is being built. Stable coins are the interesting puzzle for me, because we need off-ramps. Ultimately, you and I have to pay taxes in US dollars. And there's no getting away from that. The IRS is going to let us hold crypto as long as we pay our taxes. And the only question in my mind is, what's the optimal off-ramp to make those tax payments? Probably it shouldn't be a currency invented by Facebook. Never struck me as the best solution to this problem. Maybe it's some kind of Fed coin. Or maybe one of the existing algorithmic stablecoins does the job. But we clearly need some stable off-ramp.
So you don't think it's possible for the IRS within the next decade to be accepting Bitcoin as tax payments?
I doubt that. Having dealt with the IRS now since, when did I first come here? 2002. It's hard to think of an institution less likely to leap into the 21st century when it comes to payments. No, I think we'll be tolerated. Crypto world will be tolerated as long as we pay our taxes. And it's important that we're already at that point. And then the next question becomes, well, does Gary Gensler define everything as a security? And do we then have to go through endless regulatory contortions to satisfy the SEC? There's a whole bunch of uncertainties that the administrative state excels at creating, because that's how the administrative state works. You'll do something new. I'll decide whether that's a security, but don't expect me to define it for you. I'll decide in an arbitrary way, and then you'll owe me money. So all of this is going to be very annoying. And, for people who are trying to run exchanges or innovate in the space, these regulations will be annoying. But the problem with fintech is it's different from tech, broadly defined. When tech got into e-commerce with Amazon, when it got into social networking with Facebook, there wasn't a huge regulatory jungle to navigate. But welcome to the world of finance, which has always been a jungle of regulation, because the regulation is there to, basically entrench the incumbents. That's what it's for. So it'll be a much tougher fight than the fights we've seen over other aspects of the tech revolution, because the incumbents are there and they see the threat. And in the end, Satoshi said it very explicitly. It's peer-to-peer payment without third-party verification. And all the third parties are going, wait, what? We're the third parties.
So there is a connection between power and money. You've mentioned World War I from the perspective of money. So power, money, war, authoritarian regimes. From the perspective of money, do you have hope that cryptocurrency can help resist war, can help resist the negative effects of authoritarian regimes? Or is that a silly hope?
Wars happen because the people who have the power to command armed forces miscalculate. That's generally what happens. And we will have a big war in the near future if both the Chinese government and the US government miscalculates and they unleash lethal force on one another. And there's nothing that any financial institution can do to stop that, any more than the Rothschilds could stop World War I. And they were then the biggest bank in the world by far, with massive international financial influence. So let's accept that war is in a different domain. War would impact the financial world massively if it were a war between the United States and China, because there's still a huge China trade on. Wall Street is long China. Europe is long China. So the conflict that I could foresee in the future is one that's highly financially disruptive. Where does crypto fit in? Crypto's obvious utility in the short run is as a store of wealth, of transferable wealth for people who live in dangerous places with failing, not just failing money, but failing rule of law. That's why in Latin America, there's so much interest in crypto, because Latin Americans have a lot of monetary history to look back on, and not much of it is good. So I think that the short run problem that crypto solves is, and this goes back to the digital gold point, if you are in a dangerous place with weak rule of law and weak property rights, here's a new and better way to have portable wealth. I think the next question to ask is, would you want to be long crypto in the event of World War III? What's interesting about that question is that World War III would likely have a significant cyber dimension to it. And I don't want to be 100% in crypto if they crash the internet, which between them, China and Russia might be able to do.
That's a fascinating question, whether you want to be holding physical gold or digital gold in the event of World War III.
The smart person who studied history definitely wants a bit of both. And so let's imagine World War III has a very, very severe cyber component to it with high levels of disruption. Yeah, you'd be glad of the old shiny stuff at that point. So diversification still seems like the most important truth of financial history.
Yeah.
And what is crypto? It's just this wonderful new source of diversification. But you would be nuts to be 100% in Bitcoin. I mean, I have some friends who are probably quite close to that.
Close to 100%. Yeah.
I admire the balls of steel.
Yeah, in whatever way that balls of steel takes form. You mentioned smart contracts. What are your thoughts about, in the context of the history of money, about Ethereum, about smart contracts, about kind of more systematic at scale formalization of agreements between humans?
I think it must be the case that a lot of the complexity in a mortgage is redundant. That when we are confronted with pages and pages and pages and pages of small print, we're seeing some manifestation of the late stage regulatory state. The transaction itself is quite simple. And most of the verbiage is just ass covering by regulators. So I think the smart contract, although I'm sure lawyers will email me and tell me I'm wrong, can deal with a lot of the plain vanilla and maybe not so plain transactions that we want to do and eliminate yet more intermediaries. That's my kind of working assumption. And given that a lot of financial transactions have the potential at least to be simplified, automated, turned into smart contracts, that's probably where the future goes. I can't see an obvious reason why my range of different financial needs, let's think about insurance, for example, will continue to be met with instruments that in some ways are 100 years old. So I think we're still at an early stage of a financial revolution that will greatly streamline how we take care of all those financial needs that we have. Mortgages and insurance leap to mind. You know, most households are penalized for being financially poorly educated and confronted with oligopolistic financial services providers. So you kind of leave college already in debt. So you start in debt servitude, and then you got to somehow lever up to buy a home if you can, because everybody's kind of telling you should do that. So you and your spouse, you are getting even more leveraged, and you're you're long one asset class called real estate, which is super illiquid. I mean, already I'm crying inside at the thought of describing so many households' financial predicament in that way. And I'm not done with them yet because, oh, by the way, there's all this insurance you have to take out. And here are the providers that are willing to insure you. And here are the premiums you're going to be paying, which are kind of presented to you. That's your car insurance, that's your home insurance. And if you're here, it's the earthquake insurance. And pretty soon you're just bleeding money in a bunch of monthly payments to the mortgage lender, to the insurer, to all the other people that lent you money. And let's look at your balance sheet. It sucks. You know, there's this great big chunk of real estate. And what else have you really got on there? And the other side is a bunch of debt, which is probably paying too high interest. The typical household in the median kind of range is at the mercy of oligopolistic financial services providers. Go down further in the social scale, and people are outside the financial system altogether. And those poor folks have to rely on banknotes and informal lending with huge punitive rates. We have to do better than this. This has to be improved upon. And I think what's exciting about our time is that technology now exists that didn't exist when I wrote The Ascent of Money to solve these problems. When I wrote The Ascent of Money, which was in 2008, you couldn't really solve the problem I've just described. Certainly you couldn't solve it with something like microfinance. That was obviously not viable. The interest rates were high, the transaction costs were crazy. But now we have solutions, and the solutions are extremely exciting. So fintech is this great force for good that brings people into the financial system and reduces transaction costs. Crypto is part of it, but it's just part of it. There's a much broader story of fintech going on here where you get financial services on your phone don't cost nearly as much as they did when there had to be a bricks and mortar building on Main Street that you kind of went humbly and beseeched to lend you money. I'm excited about that because it seems to me very socially transformative. I'll give you one other example of what's great. The people who really get scalped in our financial system are senders and receivers of remittances, which are often amongst the poorest families in the world. The people who are, like my wife's family in East Africa, really kind of hand to mouth. And if you send money to East Africa or the Philippines or Central America, it's the transaction costs are awful. I'm talking to you, Western Union. We're going to solve that problem. So 10 years from now, the transaction costs will just be negligible and the money will go to the people who need it rather than to rent-seeking financial institutions. So I'm on the side of the revolution with this because I think the incumbent financial institutions globally are doing a pretty terrible job, and middle class and lower class families lose out. And thankfully, technology allows us to fix this.
Yeah, so fintech can remove a lot of inefficiencies in the system. I'm super excited myself, maybe as a machine learning person, in data oracles. So converting a lot of our physical world into data, so and have smart contracts on top of that, so that no longer there's this fuzziness about what is the concrete nature of the agreements. You can tie your agreement to weather. You can tie your agreement to the behavior of certain kinds of financial systems. You can tie your behavior to, I don't know, all kinds of things. You can connect it to the body in terms of human sensory information. Like you can make an agreement that if you don't lose 5 pounds in the next month, you're going to pay me $1,000 or something like that. I don't know. It's a stupid example, but it's not, because like you can create all kinds of services on top of that. You can just create all kinds of interesting applications that completely revolutionize how humans transact.
I think, of course, we don't want to create a world of Chinese-style social credit in which our behavior becomes so transparent to providers of financial services, particularly insurers, that when I try to go into the pub, I'm stopped from doing so.
Every time you take a drink, your insurance goes up.
Right, or my credit card won't work in certain restaurants because they serve ribeye steak. I fear that world because I see it being built in China. And we must at all costs make sure that the Western world has something distinctive to offer. It can't just be, it's the same as in China, only the data go to 5 tech companies rather than to Xi Jinping. So I think the way we need to steer this world is in the way that our data are by default vaulted on our devices, and we choose when to release the data.
Yes.
Rather than the default setting being that the data are available. That's important, I think, because it was one of the biggest mistakes of the evolution of the internet, that in a way the default was to let our data be plundered. It's hard to undo that, but I think we can at least create a new regime that in future makes privacy default rather than open access default.
How much can this trust bear in terms of us humans with our human nature testing it? It seems that, I guess the surprising thing is the thing works. A bunch of self-interested ants running around trading in trust. And it seems to work, except for a bunch of moments in human history when there's hyperinflation, like you mentioned. And it's just kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing that us humans, if I were to be optimistic and sort of hopeful about human nature, it gives me a sense that people want to lean on each other. They want to trust.
That's certainly, I would say, probably now a widely shared view amongst evolutionary psychologists, network scientists. It's one of Nicholas Christakis' argument in a recent book. And I think economic history broadly bears this out, but you have to be cautious. The cases where the system works are familiar to us because those are the states and the eras that produce a lot of written records. But when the system of trust collapses and the monetary system collapses with it, there's generally quite a paucity of records. I found that when I was writing Doom. And so we slightly are biased in favor of the periods when trust prevailed and the system functioned. It's very easy to point to a great many episodes of very, very intense monetary chaos, even in the relatively recent past. In the wake of the First World War, multiple currencies, not just the German currency, multiple currencies were completely destroyed. The Russian currency, the Polish currency. There were currency disasters all over Central and Eastern Europe in the early 1920s. And that was partly because over the course of the 19th century, a system had evolved in which trust was based on gold and rules that were supposedly applied by central banks. That system, which produced relative price stability over the 19th century, fell apart as a result of the First World War. And as soon as it was gone, as soon as there was no longer a clear link between those banknotes and coins and gold, the whole thing went completely haywire. And I think we should remember that the extent of the monetary chaos from certainly 1918 all the way through to the late 1940s. I mean, the German currency was destroyed not once but twice in that period, and that was one of the most advanced economies in the world. In the United States, there were periods of intensely deep deflation. Prices fell by a third in the Great Depression, and then very serious price volatility in the immediate post-World War II period. So it's a bit of an illusion. Maybe it's an illusion for people who've spent most of their lives in the last 20 years. We've had a period of exceptional price stability since this century began, in which a regime of central bank independence and inflation targeting appeared to generate steady below 2% inflation in much of the developed world. It was a bit too low for the central bankers' liking, and that became a problem in the financial crisis. But we've avoided major price instability for the better part of 20 years. In most of the world, there haven't really been that many very high inflation episodes and hardly any hyperinflationary episodes. Venezuela's one of the very few, Zimbabwe's another. But if you take a 100-year view or a 200-year view, or if you want to take a 500-year view, you realize that quite often the system doesn't work. If you go back to the 17th century, there were multiple competing systems of coinage. There had been a great inflation that had begun the previous century. The price revolution caused mainly by the arrival of New World silver. I think financial history is a bit messier than one might think. And the more one studies it, the more one realizes the need for the evolution. The reason bills of exchange came along was because the coinage systems had stopped working. The reason that banknotes started to become used more generally, first in the American colonies in the 17th century, then more widely in the 18th century, was just that they were more convenient than any other way of paying for things. We had to invent the bond market in the 18th century to cope with the problem of public debt, which up until that point had been a recurrent source of instability. And then we invented equity finance because bonds were not enough. So I would prefer to think of the financial history as a series of crises, really, that are resolved by innovations. And in the most recent episode, very exciting episode of financial history, something called Bitcoin initiated a new financial or monetary revolution in response, I think, to the growing crisis of the fiat money system.
In the book Ascent of Money, you give a history of the world through the lens of money. If the financial system is evolutionary in nature, much like life on Earth, what is the origin of money on Earth?
The origin of money predates coins. Most people kind of assume I'll talk about coins, but coins are relatively late developments. Back in ancient Mesopotamia, so I don't know, 5,000 years ago, there were relations between creditors and debtors. There are even in the simplest economy, because of the way in which agriculture works. Hey, I need to plant these seeds, but I'm not going to have crops for X months. So we have clay tablets in which simple debt transactions are inscribed. I remember looking at great numbers of these in the British Museum when I was writing The Ascent of Money. And that's really the beginning of money. The minute you start recording a relationship between a creditor and a debtor, you have something that is quasi-money. And that is probably what these clay tablets mostly denoted. From that point on, there's a great evolutionary experiment to see what the most convenient way is to record relations between creditors and debtors. And what emerges in the time of the ancient Greeks are coins, metal, tokens, sometimes of valuable metal, sometimes not, usually bearing the imprint of a state or a monarch. And that's the sort of more familiar form of money that we still use today for very, very small transactions. I expect coins will all be gone by the time my youngest son is my age, but they're a last remnant of a very, very old way of doing simple transactions.
By the way, when you say coins, you mean physical coins.
I'm
Because
talking
the term
about
coins has been rebranded into the digital space.
yeah, not
as well.
coin-based coins, actual coins. You know, the ones that jangle in your pocket and you kind of don't know quite what to do with once you have some. So that became an incredibly pervasive form of paying for things. Money's just a crystallization of a relationship between a debtor and a creditor, and coins are just very fungible. Whereas a clay tablet relates to a specific transaction, coins are generic and fungible. They can be used in any transaction. So that was an important evolutionary advance. If you think of financial history, and this was the point of The Ascent of Money, as an evolutionary story, there are punctuated equilibria. People get by with coins for a long time, despite their defects as a means of payment, such as that they can be debased, they can be clipped. It's very hard to avoid fake or debased money entering the system. But coinage is still kind of the basis of payments all the way through the Roman Empire, out the other end into the so-called Dark Ages. It's still how most things are settled. in cash transactions in the early 1300s, you don't get a big shift until after the Black Death, when there's such a need to monetize the economy because of chronic labor shortages and feudalism begins to unravel, that you just don't have a sufficient amount of coinage. And so you get bills of exchange. And I'm really into bills of exchange because, and this I hope will capture your listeners' and viewers' imaginations, when they start using bills of exchange, which are really just pieces of paper saying, you know, I owe you over a 3-month period while goods are in transit from Florence to London, you get the first peer-to-peer payment system, which is network verified, because they're not coins. They don't have a king's head on them. They're just pieces of paper. And the verification comes in the form of signatures. And you need ultimately some kind of guarantee. If I write an IOU to you, bill of exchange, I mean, you don't really know me that well. We only just met. So you might want to get it endorsed by, I don't know, somebody really creditworthy like Elon. And so we actually can see in the late 14th century in northern Italy and in England and elsewhere, the evolution of a peer-to-peer network system of payment. And that's actually how world trade grows, because you just couldn't settle long oceanic transactions with coinage. It just wasn't practical. All those treasure chests full of doubloons, which were part of the way in which the Spanish Empire worked, were really inefficient. So bills of exchange are an exciting part of the story, and they illustrate something I should have made more clear in The Ascent of Money, that not everything used in payment needs to be money. Classically, economists will tell you, well, money has 3 different functions. You've heard this a zillion times, right? It's a unit of account, it's a store of value, and it's a medium of exchange. Now, there are 3 or 4 things that are worth saying about this, and I'll just say 2. 1, it may be that those 3 things are a trilemma, and it's very difficult for anything to be all of them. This point was made by my Hoover colleague Manny Rincon Cruz last year, and I still wish he would write this up as a paper because it's a great insight. The second thing that's really interesting to me is that payments don't need to be money. And if we go around, as economists love to do, saying, well, Bitcoin's not money because it doesn't fulfill these criteria, we're missing the point that you could build a system of payments, which I think is how we should think about crypto, that isn't money. It doesn't need to be money. It's like bills of exchange. It's network-based verification, peer-to-peer transactions without third-party verification. When it hit me the other day that we actually had this precedent for crypto, I got quite excited and thought, I wish I had written that in The Ascent of Money.
Can you sort of, from a first principles, like almost like a physics perspective, or maybe a human perspective, describe where does the value of money come from? Like, where is it? So it's a sheet of paper or it's coins, but it feels like in a platonic sense, there's some kind of thing that's actually storing the value, as us a bunch of ants are dancing around and so on.
I come from a family of physicists. I'm the black sheep of the family. My mother's a physicist, my sister is. And so when you ask me to explain something in physics terms, I get a kind of little part of me dies because I know I'll fail. But in truth, it doesn't really matter what we decide money is going to be. And anything can record, crystallize the relationship between the creditor and the debtor. It can be a piece of paper, it can be a piece of metal, it can be nothing, it can just be a digital entry. It's trust that we're really talking about here. We are not just trusting one another, we may not, but we are trusting the money. So whatever we use to represent the creditor-debtor relationship, whether it's a banknote or a coin or whatever, it does depend on us both trusting it. And that doesn't always pertain. What we see in episodes of inflation, especially episodes of hyperinflation, is a crisis of trust, a crisis of confidence in the means of payment. And this is very traumatic for the societies to which it happens. by and large, human beings, particularly once you have a rule of law system of the sort that evolved in the West and then became generalized, are predisposed to trust one another, and the default setting is to trust money. Even when it depreciates at a quite steady rate, as the US dollar has done pretty much uninterruptedly since the 1960s, it takes quite a big disruption for money to lose that trust. But I think essentially what money should be thought of as is a series of tokens that can take any form we like and can be purely digital, which represent our transactions as creditors and debtors. And the whole thing depends on our collective trust to work. I had to explain this to Stephen Colbert once on the Colbert show, the old show that was actually funny. And it was a great moment words. When he said, so Neal, could I be money? And I said, yes, we could settle a debt with a human being. That was quite common in much of history, but it's not the most convenient form of money. Money has to be convenient. That's why when they worked out how to make payments with cell phones, the Chinese simply went straight there from bank accounts. They skipped out credit cards. You won't see credit cards in China except in the hands of naive tourists.
Differential calculus. We found that out in finance, that it was stochastic differential calculus. We have the wrong version of the differential calculus underneath all of modern economic theory. And part of what I've been pushing for in cryptocurrencies is the idea that we should be understanding that gold is a gauge theory, just as modern economic theory is supposed to be a gauge theory. And that we should be looking to liberate cryptocurrencies, and more importantly, distributed computing, from the problem of this unwanted global aspect, which is the blockchain. The thing that is most celebrated, in some sense, about Bitcoin is, in fact, the reason that I'm least enthusiastic about it. I'm hugely enthusiastic about what Satoshi did. But it's an intermediate step towards trying to figure out what should digital gold actually be. If physical gold is a collection of up quarks and down quarks in the form of protons and neutrons held together, the quarks by gluons, with electrons orbiting it held together by photons with the occasional weak interaction beta decay. All of those are gauge theories. So gold is actually coming from gauge theory. And markets are coming from gauge theory. And the opportunity to do locally enforced conservation laws, which effectively is what a Bitcoin transaction is, should theoretically be founded on a different principle that is not the blockchain. It should be a gauge theoretic concept in which effectively the tokens are excitations on a network of computer nodes. Mm-hmm. And the fact that, let's imagine that this is some token. By moving it from my custodianship to your custodianship, effectively, I pushed that glass as a gauge theory towards your region of the table. We should be recognizing that gauge theory is the correct differential calculus for the 21st century. In fact, it should have been there in the 20th century.
You're saying it captures these individual...
Part of the reason why I think there's some merit to Dogecoin, even though it was obviously created as a joke, is that it actually does have a much higher transaction volume capability than Bitcoin, and the cost of doing a transaction, the Dogecoin fee is very low. Like right now, if you want to do a Bitcoin transaction, the price of doing that transaction is very high, so you could not use it effectively for most things, and nor could it even scale to a high volume. And when Bitcoin was, started, I guess around 2008 or something like that, the internet connections were much worse than they are today, like order of magnitude. They're way worse, in 2008. So like having a small block size or whatever is, and a long synchronization time made sense in 2008. But to 2021 or fast forward 10 years, it's like comically low, and I think there's some value to having a linear increase in the amount of currency that is generated. So because some amount of the currency, if a currency is too deflationary, or should say if a currency is expected to increase in value over time, there's reluctance to spend it because you're like, I'll just hold it and not spend it because its scarcity is increasing with time. So if I spend it now, then I will regret spending it. So I will just hodl it. Mm-hmm. But if there's some dilution of the currency occurring over time, that's more of an incentive to use it as a currency. So Dogecoin, somewhat randomly, has a fixed number of sort of coins or hash strings that are generated every year. So there's some inflation, but it's not a percentage base. It's a fixed number. So the percentage of inflation will necessarily decline over time. So I'm not saying that it's like the ideal system for a currency, but I think it actually is just fundamentally better than anything else I've seen, just by accident. I think the cryptocurrency thing is an interesting approach to reducing the error in the database that is called money. I think I have a pretty deep understanding of what money actually is on a practical day-to-day basis because of PayPal. We really got in deep there. And right now, the money system, actually, for practical purposes, is really a bunch of heterogeneous mainframes running old COBOL.
Okay, you mean literally? That's
literally
literally what's happening
in batch mode. Okay,
in batch mode.
Yeah, and I pity the poor bastards who have to maintain that code. Okay, that's a pain. That's pain.
Not even Fortran. It's COBOL. Yep,
it's COBOL. And the banks are still buying mainframes in 2021 and running ancient COBOL code. The Federal Reserve is probably even older than what the banks have, and they have an old COBOL mainframe. And so now, so the government effectively has editing privileges on the money database, and they use those editing privileges to make more money whenever they want, and this increases the error in the database that is money. So I think money should really be viewed through the lens of information theory, and so it's kind of like an internet connection. Like, what's the bandwidth? Total bit rate. What is the latency, jitter, packet drop? Errors in the network communication. Just think of money like that, basically. I think that's probably the right way to think of it, and then say what system, from an information theory standpoint, allows an economy to function the best, crypto is an attempt to reduce the error in money that is contributed by governments diluting the money supply as basically a pernicious form of taxation.
So both policy in terms of with inflation and actual technological cobalt, cryptocurrency takes us into the 21st century in terms of the actual systems that allow you to do the transaction, to store wealth, all those kinds of things.
Like I said, just think of money as information. People often will think of money as having power in and of itself. It does not. Money is information, and it does not have power in and of itself. Again, applying the physics tools of thinking about things in the limit is helpful. If you are stranded on a tropical island and you have $1 trillion, it's useless because there's no resource allocation. Money is a database for resource allocation, but there's no resources to allocate except yourself. So money is useless. if you're stranded on a desert island with no food, all the Bitcoin in the world will not stop you from starving.
Yeah.
So, like just think of money as a database for resource allocation across time and space, and then what system it is in what form should that database or data system what would be most effective? Now, there is a fundamental issue with say Bitcoin in its current form, in that the transaction volume is very limited, and the latency the latency for a properly confirmed transaction is too long, much longer than you'd like. So it's actually not great from a transaction volume standpoint or a latency standpoint. So it is perhaps useful as to solve an aspect of the money database problem, which is this sort of store of wealth or an accounting of relative obligations, I suppose. But it is not useful as a currency, as a day-to-day currency.
But people have proposed different technological solutions,
like Lightning.
Lightning Network and the layer 2 technologies on top of that. I mean, it seems to be all kind of a trade-off, but the point is, it's kind of brilliant to say that just think about information, think about what kind of database, what kind of infrastructure enables that exchange of
like
information.
You're operating an economy, and you need to have something that allows for the to have efficient value ratios between products and services. So you've got this massive number of products and services, and you can't just barter. It's like that would be extremely unwieldy. So you need something that gives you a ratio of exchange between goods and services, and then something that allows you to shift obligations across time, like debt and equity, shift obligations across time. Then what does the best job of that?
I like how you said around 2008. So you're not, some people suggested you might be Satoshi Nakamoto. You've previously said you're not. Let me ask.
Not.
You're not, for sure. Would you tell us if you were?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it's a feature or a bug that he's anonymous, or she or they? It's an interesting kind of quirk of human history that there is a particular technology that is a completely anonymous inventor or creator.
Well, I mean, you can look at the evolution of ideas before the launch of Bitcoin and see who wrote, about those ideas, and then I don't know exactly. Obviously, I don't know who created Bitcoin for practical purposes, but the evolution of ideas is pretty clear before that, and it seems as though Nick Szabo is probably more than anyone else responsible for the evolution of those ideas. So he claims not to be Nakamoto, but I'm not sure that's neither here nor there. But he seems to be the one more responsible for the ideas behind Bitcoin than anyone else.
So it's not perhaps singular figures aren't even as important as the figures involved in the evolution of ideas that led to a thing. So
yeah,
it's perhaps it's sad to think about history, but maybe most names will be forgotten anyway.
What is a name anyway? It's a name attached to an idea. What does it even mean, really?
I think Shakespeare had a thing about roses and stuff, whatever he said.
Rose by any other name would smell sweet.
I got Elon to quote Shakespeare. I feel like I accomplished something today.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
I'm gonna clip that out.
Not more temperate and more fair.
So let me be the guy. You posted a meme on Twitter recently where there's like a row of urinals. A guy just walks all the way across.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And he tells you about crypto.
Listen, I mean, that's happened to me so many times. I think maybe even literally.
Yeah. Do you think, technologically speaking, there's any room for ideas of smart contracts or so on? Because you mentioned laws. That's an interesting use of things like smart contracts to implement the laws by which governments function. Like something built on Ethereum, or maybe a dog coin that enables smart contracts somehow.
I don't quite understand this whole smart contract thing. I mean,
so
I'm too dumb to understand smart contracts.
That's a good line.
I mean, my general approach to any kind of like deal or whatever is just make sure there's clarity of understanding. That's the most important thing.
Right.
And just keep any kind of deal very, very short and simple, plain language. And just make sure everyone understands this is the deal. Is it clear? And what are the consequences if various things don't happen? But usually deals are, business deals or whatever are way too long and complex and overly lawyered and pointlessly.
Let me ask about on the one particular technology that I've been learning a lot about, thinking a lot about, talking about, which is Bitcoin or cryptocurrency in general, but Bitcoin specifically, which a lot of people argue that the Bitcoin, that setting ideas aside, when you look at practical tools that governments use to manipulate its people, is inflation of the monetary within the monetary system.
Yes.
And so they see Bitcoin as a way for individuals to fight that, to go outside those specific government controlled systems, and thereby sort of decentralizing power. There's a case to be made historically of the 20th century that you couldn't have Stalin, you couldn't have Hitler, you couldn't have much of the evil that you see in the world if they couldn't control the monetary system.
You couldn't have had the New Deal. And FDR realized this very quickly.
That's why he confiscated all the gold. Everybody knows FDR is going to come into to become president and to confiscate the gold. So one of the mythologies, the myths about the Great Depression, is that there were all these bank runs bank runs happened because everybody was afraid that FDR would get elected, confiscate the gold. So everybody ran to the bank and took the gold. Little did they realize that he would confiscate their private holdings in their own backyards. He would force them to dig up the gold from their own backyard. But yes, one of the first things FDR did, in spite of denying it throughout the campaign, right? He was asked about this over and over again and denied it. One of the first things was take over the gold and take the United States, the Federal Reserve, off the gold standard so that they can, in a sense, print money and that he could start spending.
What people don't realize, just to clarify what Yaron said, is FDR, this is something that's so crazy to us that we think, okay, I'm misunderstanding it. FDR made it illegal for people to own gold unless it's like a wedding ring. And before that, contracts, because inflation was a concern, I make a contract with Yaron, right? I said, okay, you're either going to pay me in $1,500 for my work or the gold equivalent, because if that $1,500, Weimar Germany, and you have hyperinflation, I don't want that $1,500. Just give me the gold bullion. And FDR said all of those clauses, he broke every contract. They don't matter. Yeah. So now, if I say, Yaron says, okay, you owe me 3 feet of drywall, and I go, here's 3 feet of drywall. It's 12 inches. And you go, wait, 3 feet is 36 inches. You go, no, not anymore. It's like, what am I supposed to do? And because when you print more money, the value of every individual dollar matters less, it becomes that much harder to plan anything, either in the government level or in the private level. Because if I'm managing outlays, if I'm trying to pay my workers, I'm trying to build factories, I'm thinking long term, and I don't know what this dollar is going to buy in 10 years, that puts an enormous incentive for me to spend it now and not save it. Because if I save it, it's going to be worth a lot less. And the worst thing about inflation, and this is something I think people who are pro-capitalism don't talk about enough. They do talk about it. I would just like to see it more. This by far hurts the poor, the poorest of the poor, the most. When we came to this country, my mom told me they would go to 86th Street in Bensonhurst with the fruit stands to buy Mikochka some grapes. And you go to this fruit stand and she'd walk all the way to the other corner. And if it was 3 cents more a pound or less a pound, she'd walk all the way back because that 3 cents mattered. Now, if I have this dollar and it's 5% inflation, whatever, and next year it's 95 cents, me and you, the three of us, might not care. But if I'm destitute hand to mouth and I've got 5% less, that is really a material consequence of my life. So inflation really is evil because it hurts the people for who those pennies matter.
Well, one of the ways the government gets around that, and it's because they get smart to that, right, is they index everything, right? Yeah. So they index your Social Security, they index welfare, they try to make sure, but that only makes you more dependent on them. Right. And the people in the modern context that saving hurts the inflation hurts the most are savers, people trying to save money, and Fed policy right now is just horrific if you're a saver, right? Because the Fed is the interest rates are zero, you get nothing on your saving, and cost of living is going up, maybe not at a huge level, but it is going up, and yet you can't even save to keep the value of your dollars. So
and here's the other,
and the government controls, like, and this has massive perverse effects because it's not just that prices go up, it's that prices don't reflect reality anymore. So some prices go up, some prices might not.
Yeah,
investments get distorted, things get produced that shouldn't get produced, and then people like Richard Wolff turn around and blame all the distortions and the perversions and the crashes and the financial crisis on capitalism. Not on the fact that the Fed, look at the financial crisis. Financial crisis was caused, you could argue, by inflation. And we could get into that if you wanted, but that's probably a 3-hour show, just that, right? It was caused by the Federal Reserve. And yet who got blamed for the financial crisis? Who would Richard Wolff is going to jump up and down? This is a crisis of capitalism. This was caused by capitalism. But capitalism is the negation of the Fed. Capitalism says there should be no Fed. That's item number one on the list of the things capitalists want, is to get rid of the Fed and then grant you guys your wish, have competition for currency, and let's see if Bitcoin wins. I'm skeptical, but I don't care. My point is, under freedom, I don't care who wins. I just want free choices. And let the best currency win. I doubt that becomes Bitcoin, but it doesn't really matter. If I'm wrong, great.
Let me add to this, and I think people appreciate, and this is a leftism at its best, that the government and the banks are in bed with each other. This I don't think is a particularly controversial statement.
Well, I don't like that statement. Let me just say why I don't like it. I mean, I don't like it because it assumes that they're equal partners or that there's causality goes in both directions. From day one, and this is really from day one of the establishment of the United States, banks have been regulated by the state. And the reason for that is primarily Jefferson and others, founders, distrust of finance. So from the beginning, banks are being controlled by the state. Now, over time, if I'm controlling you, you won't have influence over me because I get to. So yes, they get into bed over time. But so I don't like it that they're in bed together. One is dominating over the other, and the other is participating because what choice do they have?
I should explain to you how things work when you get to bed. It's not always equal.
Well, okay, so
the bank. So let's talk about safe words, which is a very Randian topic. She doesn't like those. You read the. I had to read that scene 3 times in the Fountainhead because I couldn't read what I was reading. I was like,
sure you did.
Yeah, no, because I'm like, I looked at the back cover. I'm like, a woman wrote this book in 1943. I must be misunderstanding the scene. Yeah,
she sure had a lot of shades of gray.
Yeah, so no, she hated that. Only black and white. No, but what I meant is 2008. Right, you have the bailout of Wall Street. Whereas in 2020, we saw every medium and small business under the sun go under. There's not even a pretense that these are going to be bailed out. So the priorities of the politicians, in my view, are always going to be towards powerful entities, powerful corporations, and they're not going to be about the medium guy, the middle guy. Let me just finish my point because I see you champing at the bit.
Yep.
At the very least, if you have regulation, people influencing each other. With Bitcoin and with crypto, that is not a possibility.
Yeah.
You do not have any agency who is king of Bitcoin, who is the Federal Reserve of Bitcoin. There is no organization, management team. Now, you could say this is a bad thing, but you can't say that this is a different thing to money as opposed to Federal Reserve system.
Yeah, so I agree with that description of Bitcoin, my problems with Bitcoin are elsewhere. Let me just say about the financial crisis. It's I don't like it phrased that way again. They let Lehman go under and destroyed Lehman Brothers.
Sure.
In the past, they destroyed Drexel Burnham because they didn't like Michael Milken. They are vindictive.
Yes.
It's not an accident that the Treasury Secretary at the time was an ex-chairman of Goldman Sachs, not Lehman Brothers.
Yeah.
And Goldman hates Lehman. And, and the next day they bail out AIG. What I got out of financial crisis more than anything, and by the way, there wasn't a bailout, so it wasn't even a bailout because they gave money to every bank, whether they had problems or not.
Sure.
And indeed, I know several bankers, including big banks like J.P. Morgan and Wells Fargo, and a friend of mine, John Allison of BB&T, who told them explicitly, "We don't want your money. We don't need your money. We don't." And they were basically, a gun was put to their head, and they said, "You don't take the money, we'll shut you down." Basically, right? The equivalent of that. And so they wanted a virtue signal. So there's a big virtue signal. We're taking care of things. Don't worry. We've got everything under control, even though they were completely panicking and they had no clue what they were doing. One of the things that the financial crisis really illustrated was how pathetic, ignorant, and incompetent the people at the top are, and they knew it. And they, so Paulson goes to Congress and says, "Give me $700 billion. Don't tell me how to use it because I have no clue. Just give it to me and give me authoritarian power to do it any way I want." And that was not out of a sense of grandeur. That was a sense of panic. He had no idea. He had no clue. None of them did. They bailed out everybody they could, everybody under within their periphery. When they thought it was appropriate, they were vindictive about some people like Lehman. It was complete arbitrary use of power. The bankers didn't benefit from this. Indeed, many bankers that took their money lost from it. Bank stocks got crushed after the bailout. Before the bailout, bank stocks were doing okay. And right after TOP was announced, bank stocks crushed because this was bad for banks. It wasn't good for banks. This is just central planning gone amok. It's not them bailing out elites. It's them throwing money at a problem without knowing what they would actually doing and what the consequences would be.
Right, but the point is, where we agree, the focus will always be on bailing out elites. It's almost.
But little banks got money too.
No, I was saying that last year there's no talk of saving Ice and Vice, saving Century 21, saving all these other industries.
But sure they were. If you look, sure there was. If you look at what the Fed did, the Fed was bailing out third, fourth class businesses in all kinds of areas that you wouldn't consider elitist areas. The whole PPP,
You're talking 2008.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about now.
Okay.
I'm talking about COVID last year. What the Fed did was unbelievable. The kind of bonds that they were buying, even 2008, even after 2008, I couldn't believe what they did last year. PPP, the Payroll Protection Program, was targeted at everybody. Everybody got PPP. It's not about, I don't think it's about bailing out elites. It's about securing their power base. And if they believe that securing their power base is Wall Street, then they'll bail out Wall Street. They believe securing their power base is writing checks to restaurant owners all over the country. They'll write checks to restaurant owners all over the country, which is what they did with PPP. It's all about power for them, and it's whatever will achieve power, whatever will result in power. I don't think it's about elites. I didn't see elitism in the bailouts of last year.
I agree.
Bailouts.
I agree. It wasn't last year. I'm saying that's one distinction between 2008 and 2020. And I do think, just one more thing. Yeah. I do think getting in good bed with the elites is a great mechanism in general for maintaining one's power.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's not disputed.
Depending on how we define.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
You mentioned there's some criticism towards Bitcoin. So there's a lot of excitement about the technology of Bitcoin for the resistance against this kind of central state pursuit of power.
So that's part of my criticism, because I don't think it works. So yeah, I can imagine a world. I'd love to see a technology evolve where money is competitive and it's a financial instrument that the government cannot touch.
You think the state is too powerful?
I think two things. I think right now, and maybe this won't be true in the future. Right now, I think crypto is it cannot function as money right now. It just can't.
But it does.
No, it doesn't. It functions as a mechanism. It functions as a mechanism to transfer. It's a technology that allows me to transfer fiat money from place to place, but it doesn't function because it's too volatile.
Wait.
So
I've sold things with Bitcoin.
No, I know you have.
Money.
But I can sell things. I can buy things and sell things with my airline miles. There are lots of ways in which you can use things as money, but it doesn't make them money. So
if you're using something as money,
so let me
it's
take
money.
something you
Okay.
So let me take something you said before, and
Okay.
it contradicts, I think, Bitcoin. You said one of the things about money is that it's stable. I know what it's going to buy tomorrow, right? This is why we're against inflation, because I know what the dollar today, I can plan, because I can't plan. I don't know what Bitcoin's going to be worth tomorrow, so I can't plan with Bitcoin.
So
Bitcoin is way too volatile to serve right now as money. Now, the argument from Bitcoin is yes, it's still being adopted. At some point, it'll reach a certain crucial mass.
Hyper-Bitcoinization, yeah.
Yes, and then it will become money, because at that point it can be used as money, because then it'll have a stable value. Maybe. Right now, it's not useful as money, because I can't predict I can't invest in it knowing what the value will be in 5 years. Right now, it's an asset. It's not a monetary unit. It's much more functions as an asset. Assets value can go up.
I agree. It's functioning much more as an asset than as money. That's not in dispute. I agree with that completely.
So I don't think it's money. But I think it's still. I think it can compete as a money with something tangible. So I think in a free market, some kind of crypto backed by gold would be more successful.
So Bitcoin folks argue that Bitcoin has all the same fundamental properties that does gold. So it's backed by, there's a scarcity to it, and it's backed by proof of work. So it's backed by, physical resources. And so they say that's a very natural replacement of gold. So it doesn't need to be connected to gold.
So the two things that gold has that it doesn't have. One is gold is not finite. Gold supply actually grows over time. Bitcoin at some point is truly finite.
Yes.
At least unless you count the fact that you can split Bitcoins and create coins, but that's a whole other question, right? So that's one. The second is that gold has value beyond its use as a currency, beyond its use as
for
money.
Jewelry and stuff.
Yeah, but you minimize that. But jewelry and stuff has been important for the human race for 100,000 years. You can find jewelry in caves. For the cavemen designed jewelry and wore them. So we obviously as human beings value jewelry a lot. And almost all jewelry evolved to be made out of gold, because whatever it is within us is attracted to shiny gold in particular, shiny objects generally. So there's something about gold that appeals to human beings. There's some value that gold has beyond its being a currency. It doesn't. It's not that Bitcoin doesn't. Now, it's not enough to use it as money. Lots of things appeal to human beings, but those are two characteristics: one, that it's not finite, and second, that it is a value beyond that that Bitcoin doesn't have.
Don't you think the finiteness could be framed as a feature, the scarcity of Bitcoin?
No, because I think it creates a real problem with scarcity economically. It's the issue of planning. There is a mechanism. There's a beautiful mechanism in markets that, as the supply of gold is in a sense, the quantity of gold is, prices are going down because there's too little gold, right? So the value of gold, in a sense, in dollar terms, the prices are going down. What happens then is there's an incentive to then go mine for more gold, right? Because it becomes cheaper and cheaper to mine as the price goes down. So you mine for more gold. So it keeps increasing, and it keeps increasing, basically very correlated to the rate of increasing productivity. That's the beauty of gold mining, because it's because prices are related to gold. Gold is the dominant money, and it increases at about the same rate as productivity. So it keeps prices relatively stable. You still have bouts of inflation and deflation, but it keeps it relatively stable. With Bitcoin, it's finite, it ends. Now prices will only decline. What rate will they decline at? They decline at the rate of productivity increases. It's hard to predict at the rate to which productivity increases. For example, technological shocks can change that dramatically. You could get bouts of dramatic deflation, dramatic price drops that could be problematic in terms of planning, the same problem of inflation, just reversed, that you had before. So again, that it's a technical issue. I'm sure there are ways to get around it. And again, I'm not sure. I don't know if you guys consider Bitcoin the end or the beginning. That is Bitcoin it, or is Bitcoin just the first example of a technology that might evolve?
I was just going to say,
I don't know.
There's the same technological issue with regard to gold, which is we now have the technology, though it's very expensive, to turn elements into different elements. And you could fire electrons at it or whatever, you can make gold. They figured out how to do it. It's not cheap, and it's a whole big process. If gold is the standard, a lot of resources are going to be going toward turning other things into gold, making the production of gold cheaper, and that's going to have a similar consequence that Lawrence talked about.
That's kind of the category of security that Bitcoiners talk about, that it's very difficult to do that with Bitcoin. Right. But I would argue that it's exceptionally difficult to do that with gold.
It is now, but the thing is, there's not huge incentive. If gold is the basis, and if gold is worth that much,
but gold isn't worth that much. Gold is worth, let's say,
I'm saying in this world that we're talking about.
Even
in the future, yeah.
Gold is not going to be worth more. Let's say right now gold is about $2,000. It's less than 2,000, but let's say it's $2,000. That's its price in terms of in dollars. So you'd have to, it would have to be worth your while to create something of $2,000. How much would be willing to put into it? At some point, you're right. And at that point, I think gold stops being money. Right. Because it's useless. Once I can create it like sand, like silicon, then once I can make artificial gold. So I'm just not, I don't think Bitcoin is the solution. I think, I don't know what the solution is. I wish I was that innovative, but I think you need a solution that has more of the characteristics of gold than Bitcoin currently has. And I guess I'm surprised at a lot of the technologists who view Bitcoin as the end game, where it strikes me as it represents the birth of a new technology. And who the winner in that technology is going to be, we have no clue. Yeah. Bitcoin is one of the players. There are other players. There might be a new technology that is even better than anything we can imagine right now. So Bitcoin doesn't strike me as optimal, and that we should be moving towards something better.
Can you please stop shilling Rand coin for 5 minutes?
Yeah, there is. You know where there was Rand coin? There was Rand. So
South Africa.
No, I was.
The currency is the Rand.
That's true. No, I mean
Ayn Rand is the South African $1. Yeah,
the Ayn Rand coin was. I was in China in 2015 or 14. What's that?
China.
I was in China something like that. And this entrepreneur came up to me. She said she's bought this massive quantity of land in this area in China. It's a little secluded. She's starting what she's calling Gold's Gulch. Right? She's serious. And she issued cryptocurrency based on the land, right? Backed by the land, called Rand, but Ayn Rand. With a little portrait of Ayn, little portrait in the marketing, Ayn Rand. I don't think it went anywhere.
You're not going to be a janitor.
A janitor in China in Gold's Gulch. Yeah.
By the way, I do want to point out something I do enjoy about objectivists. I constantly talk about Ayn Rand and her vampire novels, and that's the joke you're on. Thank you. And inevitably, someone feels the need to point out that she did not write vampire novels, and her name is actually Ayn. So thank you, Yaron. We've been talking for 2 hours. I own her copy of The Fountainhead. Somehow I thought her name was Anne. Thank you. Anne is an anthem.
So this is really interesting way of phrasing it, which is...
I was kidding with the Ayn. I know you knew how to pronounce it. Yeah.
I know you know that
yeah, it just got confusing.
I think we all know, and we all know that we're jokers
here.
We're
all one.
Yeah. There's no Batman in this conversation.
Rolling ones.
So that's an interesting way to frame it: is Bitcoin the end or the beginning of something? And I've, as sort of with an open mind and seeing kind of all the possibilities of technologies out there, I also kind of thought that Bitcoin is the beginning of something. But what the Bitcoin community argues is that Bitcoin is the end of the base layer, meaning all the different innovations will come on top of it. Like, for example, there's something called Lightning Network, where it's basically just like gold is the end, and everything is built, like the monetary systems, like cash and all that, is built on top of gold. Bitcoin is the end, in that other technologies are built on top of Bitcoin. That's their argument, and
I get that, and I hear that all the time, and I don't quite understand that, and I think Bitcoin has limitations that potentially other cryptocurrencies might not have. My attitude towards something like this is, to a large extent, I don't understand the technology. My view is, let it play out. Yeah. I think I have more fear of the ability of the government to crush these things than I think many in the community. So, for example, I gave a talk, Bitcoin, and they were hyping the acceptance now. A lot of vendors are willing to accept Bitcoin, and this is great. And I said, yeah, it's absolutely great. More options is better than fewer options. But I said, that could be taken away like that. Now, it's true that we could exchange Bitcoin and the government wouldn't know, or I think, wouldn't know that we do. But once he's advertising on his website that he accepts Bitcoin, or once he tries to turn his Bitcoin into particular goods, once you manifest it in the physical world, now the government can step in. So the government could say you can't sell anything to anybody using Bitcoin. They can do that, and you won't be able to sell it. It will be have to go into the black market. So,
but that is able to sell it. It's just selling in the black market.
Yeah, but that's where the government thrives, right? The government thrives on letting you do stuff in the black market so they can decide when to put you in jail or not, right? Yeah. So if I'm buying a sweatshirt from the government, if I'm buying a sweatshirt from somebody using Bitcoin, the government can't monitor my exchange of Bitcoin to him.
Yeah.
But they can monitor the sweatshirt being sent to me. Right, that's where they can interfere, and I think that at some point, to the extent Bitcoin is successful, it will be stopped. That is it, and that's what'll stop it from becoming money. See, money can only become money. It can only become money if people are using it as money, right? And if the government can stop it being used, if I can't go to the grocery store and use my ATM that charges on Bitcoin or whatever, then it's not money. And I think that the government is going to step in and stop people from doing that, and that's what I have more respect and fear for the power of government today.
I don't see that at all. However, I could be wrong, and I'm sure Yaron hopes he's wrong.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I hope the government just give in and the Fed tomorrow says, let Bitcoin thrive. But I think they'll want to regulate and control it. And the only way to regulate and control it is to stop it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people who argue that Bitcoin is too compelling to government that they'll actually embrace it. Like
but that assumes government has positive goals and wants to do good things. You can ask. You can...
No, it's greedy. They say government is greedy because they, well, Bitcoiners have this whole lingo. They say number go up.
Government is not greedy. Government is not greedy for money. Government is greedy for power.
Yeah.
Government is greedy for control. Government is much more. Now, money's good too. They'll take the money if they can get it.
Sure.
But it's not fundamentally about money. It's fundamentally, and this is something that many libertarians don't understand. This is something many of the Bitcoin community don't understand. They have far too benevolent a view of politicians and the people in government today.
By the way,
and I know why he's laughing. I think I know why he's laughing.
You know exactly why I'm laughing.
And we should get to that issue at some point here. So I think there's a lot of naivete.
Yeah, there's
Speaking of naivete,
a lot of it, Yaron.
No,
okay.
I'm not naive.
Okay,
I'm actually providing the warning, and all these Bitcoiners are saying, no, government doesn't function that way.
No one says I'm naive. Naive people think they're not naive.
Yeah. And so when you look into the Bitcoin world, I think that when you look at the optimization for security, it's similar to gold. Store value, people hold it. Purchasing power has gone up a lot year over year. It's like a 200% year over year compound annual growth for over a decade, right? And so you measure this in kind of the US dollar exchange price, et cetera. But there's still a lot of people who will yell and scream about it's slow, it's costly, right? All the things around those transactions that are obstacles or challenges. And so there's basically two schools of thought. And this is where we kind of get into the bifurcation. Some people just said, hey, this technology is antiquated. We can't use it. It doesn't make sense. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go build something new. And so you go get, kind of all of the various versions there. The Bitcoin community says, no, just like gold had paper claims and other things built on top in layer 2, 3, 4, 5, we're going to do that here. And so they've already started to build kind of this layer 2 where it's easier to transact. It's cheaper, it's faster, et cetera. And so I actually think that both of those worlds are going to coexist in the future. Mm-hmm. The big question is just which one has more importance, right? So again, get out of binary. It's just probabilistically. And so my personal belief is that the security, the store of value component as the bedrock for a monetary system is essential, right? Like that is the most important thing because you can always improve the other components, but you can't go back and fix that kind of core piece.
So if money's an idea that it's like an emergent idea that we believe in, you're saying that security is one of the most fundamental catalysts or fuels for that idea to sort of take hold and be stable and sort of take over the world. The other stuff is really nice to have, but if you don't have the security, you're not going to, it's not going to spread in a viral sense in our human brains.
Well, and especially in light of the kind of the macro economy, right? So like what's so fascinating about the last 12 months is in investing in general, the best returns, right? I kind of put that in air quotes a little bit, is something that is different than everything else and right. So being different and wrong just means you're an idiot, right? Being different and right means that that's where kind of the outsized returns are. And so if you look around the world at currencies today, they're all the same. They're all inflationary, unlimited supply controlled by a government, done and decisions made in a very non-transparent process. And what we've watched is the manipulation of all of those currencies over the last 12 months. In direct contrast to that is this thing, Bitcoin, which is outside of the system, has a finite supply, transparent and programmatic monetary policy. And so when you see those two systems kind of in comparison to each other, in the United States, there's a lot of people who say the dollar works great for me. I can go to the ATM, I can get out physical cash. If I want to swipe a card, I could do that. My money in my bank doesn't lose 50% of its value in a day in terms of purchasing power. Like the dollar's pretty good. When you go to other countries, that might not be the case. And so I do think that there's kind of a relative analysis that goes on here. If you compare Bitcoin to the dollar, there's all kinds of arguments to make that the dollar is better as a medium of exchange today. But if I go and I tell you, well, what about in these kind of extreme examples of Venezuela, Zimbabwe, Turkey, etc. And so I think that that's kind of one perspective to view this through is security versus all of the innovative components of a medium of exchange, etc.
What kind of trajectory do you see where Bitcoin can become the main currency in the world, or at least cryptocurrency become the main way of storing value in the world and basically overtake the dollar?
Yeah. So I always go first to, we don't need to have competition, like in terms of like a direct competition between the dollar and Bitcoin. Right. If you look at most technologies in the world, the really valuable ones are actually market expanding technologies rather than simply just market share stealing technologies. Right. So if you look at Uber, for example, Uber didn't just say, hey, I'm going to go take out all the taxis. Right. It actually drastically expanded the market for people. Now there's literally millions of people in the United States who don't have cars because they use Uber. Right. And so I think that Bitcoin is very similar in that, yes, there is a component of medium of exchange in terms of the dollar, but also there is this component of just store of value assets in general. And so when you start to look at Bitcoin specifically, I think that what you're seeing is a generational gap where young people say, I grew up with a phone in my hand. I'm digitally native. The whole idea of going to the bank and sending a wire or going to an ATM and getting physical cash is an antiquated idea in their mind, right? I one time asked my brother, he's 24 years old, and I said, hey, how do you send money to your friends? And then he gave me one answer, which I expected, which was Venmo. And the second answer I didn't expect. He said Uber. And I said, how do you send money via Uber? He said, well, we get in a car together, and at the end, we split the ride. And so again, you and I have probably both done that, but I never thought of it as a way to send money to each other. And so it is a psychological difference between even me, who's only, a decade older than him or so, and his peer group. And so I think as we're watching kind of Bitcoin continue this ascent, ultimately what we're seeing is an entire generation of kids are saying, listen, if I look at financial assets across the board, I have stocks, I have bonds, I have currencies, and I have commodities. I know that bonds, from a real rate return perspective, is flat to negative, right? I'm going to make no money on this because I have a belief that my dollar is being devalued. And actually what we're starting to see is, again, the internet has broken down these walled gardens and kind of these centralized hubs of information, in that if you were to look at, let's say, the stock market from 1971 to today in dollar terms, it's a 45-degree angle right up and to the right? It's kind of 7, 8, 10% growth every year. And it's amazing. Just get invested in the stock market and you'll make money over a long period of time, regardless of the dips along the way. If you denominate that same stock market in gold, the stock market is down since 1971. And so is it so much that the stock market is accruing true value, or is it that the underlying currency in which it is denominated in is being devalued? Right. And now it's being devalued in a very disciplined way, right? In terms of, it's not like it went 50% devaluation in a short period of time, but it's still being devalued. And so I think that people are waking up to this idea that a traditional 60-40 type global portfolio doesn't work anymore, right? 40% of it in bonds is just not going to get it done. And so when you start to look at this, people first look at Bitcoin via two main ways, in my opinion. They look at it, one, as a store of value. Should I actually go and put some of my wealth there, use it as a savings technology, right? We ask people in the traditional world, if you're a teacher, a fireman, an accounting, mid-level manager, we say, hey, go do your job. Be best in class as a fireman or as a teacher. And then, oh, by the way, you have to be a professional investor as well, because if you just put your dollars in your bank account, you're literally going to have your wealth devalued away over time. So you can't just save, you have to invest. That is a really tall task for people. They have a hard enough time just doing their job right, taking care of their family, right? Now they got to go be an investor. So I think savings technology from a Bitcoin standpoint is, if you buy Satoshis or Bitcoin, over time it will increase from a purchasing power standpoint because there's a fixed supply and demand continues to rise. But then you start to look at, well, what other assets do people put in their portfolios? Whether it's art, it's real estate, it's precious metals, or something else. Most of those assets are not because people actually think that they're going to go up in value over time. They're using them as store of value, right? The reason why somebody buys gold is because it's a store of value, right? Historically, that's a narrative-driven type asset, though, right? We tell people it's scarce. We tell people that it is a store of value. When you look at it, though, we don't know how much gold exists in the world. We have a good estimate, right? But we can't prove how much there is. We don't know how much is coming out of the ground every day. Again, great, fantastic estimate, but we can't prove it. And we don't know what the total supply.
And that's what you mean by narrative driven. We can't really prove it, like mathematically.
You, I, and everyone else in the world has lived in a narrative driven world for the last couple of decades, right? And what the internet and digital technologies have done is it opened up the possibility and the desire from people to have a world now where I can validate things. So when I see that headline, I want to see you say whatever happened in the news if you're the subject of the news, rather than have somebody else tell me the story. If I see that you say something is scarce, prove to me that it is scarce. And so I think that's kind of a psychological shift that the younger generation is starting to understand, because ultimately you and I probably grew up in a world where our parents could tell us a story and we just believed it. Dad or mom says it, it must be true.
Yeah.
If my brother heard a story, what does he do? He goes to Google and he looks it up, right? He comes back and usually tells my parents, "Oh, you got the story wrong," right? And so I think that provability or that validation ends up becoming really, really important. And so, look at something like gold. I think that people are drastically underestimating the shift that's underway right now. Gold is, one, down in value since August of 2020. And so in a time frame where central banks have had historic quantitative easing, literally $6 trillion in the United States, the one asset that historically has been the best store of value and has, in 2008 financial crisis, hit an all-time high based on the government response, has actually suffered for a main part of this financial crisis. You then look at central banks around the world who have been very large holders of gold for a long time and net buyers on a monthly basis. For multiple months, over the last 6 months, they've been net sellers of gold. And then you start to look at jewelry demand, so the actual non-monetary value of gold. And that demand for gold jewelry peaked in 2013 and has continued to fall since. And so what you start to say to yourself is, take just the asset of gold, which is about $10 trillion market cap, and you say, okay, well, if jewelry demand continues to fall, even if it's at a slight rate, but it continues to contract, you have central banks that now at sometimes are net sellers and sometimes net buyers, right? So, okay, again, contraction there. And then from the investment standpoint, the actual price, the daily price of this continues to fall, which is a signal that there's a contracting demand from an investment perspective. That's 93% of all use of gold. Only 7% of it's used for actual technology and metal conduction and things like that. And so you have a $10 trillion asset that it appears, and again, maybe data changes and I'll change my mind and other people change their mind, but it appears is on the decline. And so if that happens, you're going to get the contraction of a $10 trillion asset. Well, where does all that value go? And what you're seeing is at the same time that asset is contracting, you're also seeing a massive influx from not only retail investors, not only kind of the wealthy and the elite, but also from financial institutions, corporations, pension funds, et cetera, into this kind of digital sound money.
So you're saying that there's a kind of shift from gold to Bitcoin because they have a lot of the same properties, except one is in the physical space, the other's in the digital space. So do you see like central banks quietly potentially switching out from sort of gold to Bitcoin? Like naturally, it's just seeing the pattern that you're referring to now, but more drastically into the future, where there's a complete shift.
If you line up the gold community and the Bitcoin community next to each other, they'll agree on all the problems that they see in the world, right?
Yeah.
They'll actually agree on the solution that sound money is the solution. Where they differentiate is the gold community believes that it's the analog application of sound money, right? The physical gold, that is the solution. The Bitcoin community believes the digital application of sound money, Bitcoin.
Can you define sound money, by the way?
Sound money is just outside the system and no one can create more of it. So nobody controls it.
This is scarcity is fundamental. So you're one of the prominent, I would say even the faces of the world of cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, that whole entire world. Let's dive straight in and ask, do you consider yourself a Bitcoin maximalist?
I think that the way I really look at it is I work backwards off of what is the maximalism that I believe in. And the world that I believe in is kind of an automated world that is run on these open, decentralized protocols. And what we ultimately do is we return sovereignty and individualism and kind of personal responsibility and liberty to people over institutions. And what we end up doing is we end up kind of taking what has historically been a very analog or physical world economy and geographic rule, and we then kind of put it in the cloud. And this digital economy becomes the prevalent way that we all conduct commerce, communicate, etc. And so it's less about any one single technology to me, right? I think that it's pretty stupid for people to almost in a way put an inanimate object up for some sort of obsession. To me, it's much more about the ideals, the ethos, and the most rational and likely path to that kind of end result or that world that I think is at this point just a foregone conclusion.
So the distinction there, and maybe if people don't know the terminology, maximalism is basically saying, I really think this is a good idea. Like, if you prefer a certain kind of diet, you could be a keto maximalist, saying like, this is probably, maybe it's not 100%, but probably the diet that's healthiest for humans kind of thing. In the same sense, Bitcoin maximalism is saying, of course we don't know, there's a lot of uncertainty, but this particular technology seems to be the best representations of some set of ideals that defines progress in the future. But you're drawing a distinction between sort of cult-like obsession about an object of any kind, whether it's keto or Bitcoin, and just sort of believing that a technology is the best representation of a particular set of ideals. And you believe that sort of this moving into the cloud, both the distributed nature of it, but also just the digital nature of it, is something that's going to be a positive step for humanity.
Yeah, I would even take maximalism a step further. And it's not just the kind of singular viewpoint of this is the best. It's also an element of it's anti everything else. Right. Yeah. So, take keto, for example. The keto diet is not only the best diet, all the other diets are bad.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's a very binary view of the world. I think that what's probably most misunderstood about, let's take Bitcoin as a specific example, is that most of the people who are labeled Bitcoin maximalist, they would be open-minded if they believed that something else came along that was a superior technology or had a better kind of probability of achieving, again, that ultimate vision. I think where there's this controversy and kind of clashing of ideas is that the Bitcoin community believes Bitcoin is the best way to do that and has very specific arguments as to why the other things are not. Yeah. Right. And so what ultimately ends up happening, which is very weird in the investing world, right? It's unlikely that you and I are going to sit down and you're going to be like, Apple stock is the best stock and there's no other stock that's worth anything.
Yeah.
Right. And then also it's very weird if you said to me, this stock is worth zero and that's where everything that I own I've put on a short on one single company, right? There's diversification. There's much more kind of probabilistic thinking in finance in general. When it comes to this specific world of cryptocurrency and kind of digital assets, if you will, is there's two main groups of people who are trying to build two very, very different things at the onset. But when you unpack it and you start to spend more and more time on it, you realize they're actually trying to accomplish the same thing in two different ways. So Bitcoin is seen, I think, as a digital currency, right? Kind of the idea that this is going to ascend to become the next global reserve currency. It's a programmatic, kind of transparent money. And it's essentially just 180 degrees difference than the inflationary, non-transparent fiat currencies that exist in the world.
Mm-hmm.
You then look at kind of everything else, right? And you have a lot of smart contract platforms and various things that they're all going after, right? Ethereum with kind of the world computer approach, and you can kind of go down the line with all their other arguments as to what they're trying to build. I think the big difference just comes down to innovation versus security. And when you simplistically look at it via that lens, you actually understand where both people are coming from.
When you say security, sorry to interrupt, do you mean financial security, or do you mean like literally the security of the particular cryptocurrency?
The technical security of a blockchain. So when you look at, let's say, Bitcoin versus Ethereum, right? Bitcoin has decided, and that community has decided, security is the number one thing that you have to optimize for. So decentralization over everything else in terms of transaction speeds, cost, anything that you could come up with that is something that would be important for a currency. The number one thing to optimize for is security. And as we have seen with a lot of technologies, right? Facebook's Libra, or now what's known as Diem, is a great example. Not having decentralization is susceptible to the nation state. And so a lot of these other platforms and blockchains, they say security is important, but it's not the most important thing.
Right.
We believe there's a trade-off between, a little less security and transaction speed or composability or whatever it is. And so take Ethereum as kind of the second largest community and blockchain by market cap. It was created because somebody wanted to, or a group of people wanted to do something on Bitcoin. They felt like they couldn't do it. And so they said, hey, we're going to go create something that has these smart contracts that we can then go do here. Again, this is technology, right? So the tribalism of like, you're right, you're wrong, to me is a little childish, just in the sense of like the market is going to decide what is most valuable. And then when you go inside of that community, like there's a lot of dumb ideas people are trying to build around Bitcoin. There's also a lot of really, really great ideas that people are trying to build around Bitcoin. Same thing in the Ethereum world. And so what you end up getting, I think, is the tribalism really comes out of the idea that there's a ticker price that is attached to all of this, right? If you go back in history of technology, venture capitalists didn't sit around the table and yell and scream at each other in this like religious zealot way, right? Because you bet on one type of cloud computing platform and I bet on another one, right? It's just the market's going to decide we're both going to work on it and try to make ours successful. Here, I think that the sensitivity, and mainly it comes out of the Bitcoin community, is that a lot of this is being funded not only by venture capitalists and kind of professional money managers and asset allocators. There's also this element of including the retail investor and the public. Mm-hmm. And so whether it's through ICOs or some other forms of capital raising, there's arguments for it, saying, hey, look, this now gives kind of the little guy some sort of access and ability to do it. But there's also arguments against it. Some people say, hey, it's easier to dupe them and it's easier to run scams and kind of all this stuff. And so ultimately, I think that crypto is this like arena of ideas. It is literally the war of attrition. And what will end up happening is 10 years from now, you and I will talk and we're going to say, well, the market said X was valuable and Y wasn't. And so all of the tribalism from between, here and there, it's fun, it's, engaging, whatever, but ultimately it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, because the public is involved, so there's a lot of personalities. And so a lot of times we focus on the extreme personalities that do a lot of maybe, pardon the French, shit talking. And so we kind of focus on that, but that's not necessarily representative of the community chat. Can I ask you about sort of learning about Bitcoin, books and resources? You have an amazing podcast that's not just about Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. It's about everything, including life. But you do have a lot of really amazing conversations about this whole digital world. But you obviously you also have a newsletter that's incredible on Substack, but do you have recommendations? Maybe it would be great if you could talk about, first of all, your podcast and the newsletter, but also other resources that you recommend people should check out in order to learn about Bitcoin.
Yeah. So the podcast and email are like the two most selfish things I do, because the podcast is a way for me to learn from other people. So I get them to come on and tell me all the things they're thinking about, and I get ask them questions.
What's it called, by the way?
Just the Pomp podcast. And so in doing that, it really is informative for me. And I think that my whole goal is just like, if I'm learning, other people will be learning. And then the email, I read it every morning because it forces me to collect my thoughts and actually articulate them in somewhat of a coherent way. And so it's just something that is like a practice that I probably would do even if no one read it. And then by being able to publish it, what does it do? It elicits, both the good and bad responses. And so people will let me know if they think I'm an idiot, and they'll usually not respond if they think that it's something smart. And so those two things are really educational for me, and I think kind of force me to be able to articulate a lot of ideas. But a lot of what I share or learn on those things come from these other resources.
So I'm definitely subscribing. People should subscribe. But what are Bitcoin resources, books that you recommend?
I think you got to start with Bitcoin Standard. That one to me feels like it really lays out the picture nicely. There is Bitcoin, Money You Can't Fuck With. It's written by our friend Jason Williams. As you can imagine, it's basically what it talks about. There's another book, Layered Money, that's written by Nick, who's done a great job kind of laying it out. There's a book called Bitcoin in Black America, written by a guy, Isaiah Jackson, and he basically lays out the argument for why the Black community can benefit in a asymmetric way from something like Bitcoin. And there's a whole bunch more. I'm going to forget them all. There's the I think it's called The Cost of Tomorrow. A guy, Jeff Booth wrote it. And just if you get on Twitter, basically, you're going to see all these books flying around. But I do have to say that from a psychological concept or philosophical concept, the number one book that I've ever read that aligns with Bitcoin ethos but doesn't say a word about Bitcoin is a book called The Tao of Capital by Mark Spitznagel. And so what he essentially does is he just reiterates over and over and over again long-term thinking, outliers, disruption, all this stuff. And so he's a guy who he runs a fund that essentially they just do tail risk hedging. And so in March or February of 2020, they're up like 4,000%, right? By the way, they pretty much lose money, for 8-9 years, and then that happens. And so, but they're still one of the best performing funds if you look at it over years and years. And so it's just this mindset of everyone is so short-term focused. And so I think it's just a great reminder to long-term thinking.
And also, I mean, I've gotten quite a bit of value just reading the papers. That's perhaps more like for technical folks. There's quite an active research community. And also going back to the original white paper and just original documents, old school is still what a few years ago. It's still really interesting to think about, to look at what people were thinking about, because the principles are carried through with other cryptocurrencies as well. Like it's all there, even in the early documents. So that's kind of fascinating to see that whole history from, if you're more like tech savvy. And like you said, Twitter is actually an interesting place. If you can look past all the shitcoin talk, it's a fascinating place for news and resources. It's fascinating to ask you, because this reformulation of money essentially buying time. And, there's the old question of, does money buy happiness? So do you think money can buy happiness in the context of money being able to buy time? Or is happiness something else that is beyond all of this?
When people talk about this question, I think that they really focus on money as a means to getting materialistic things. So they want a big house, they want a boat, they want a fast car, they want, whatever. They think that's the stuff that will make them happy. What I think about it is, if you have resources, you can have time. And if you have time and you spend it the way that you want to spend it, then that's ultimately happiness. So I always say to people, if you think that money doesn't buy you happiness, what if I told you that if you had more money, you could spend more time with your family? It reframes it.
Yeah.
And now is all about, I want to do certain things in life, but there's a lot of people who spend their life not doing those things because they feel the need to pursue economic means as a way to provide a living or whatever. And so I explained to them, I said, listen, in my opinion, again, it's my opinion, it's what makes me happy. If I can leverage financial resources to create more time to do the things I like, I'm happier. Might not work for everybody, but like that's what works for me. And so there's this element of like, I don't care what other people think if they like that or not, because they're not me, right? Like there's almost this element of like, you got to figure out what works for you. And if it works for me, then like,
no,
sorry.
I think that will resonate with a lot of people. I think that's a brilliant reframing. So just because I brought up Eric and you're on Twitter, I'd love to hear your opinions. I talk to him a lot. He seems to have stepped into the beautiful dance of human communication and the social dynamics that is the Bitcoin cryptocurrency community. Do you have thoughts on gauge theoretic conceptualization of the world, or just Eric in general? He's got a lot of love in his heart, and he's got a grace in the way he communicates. But he's also loves to play with ideas and seems to have touched a sensitive point with the Bitcoin community. Is there anything you could say that's hopeful, inspiring about that whole dynamic that went down?
So I don't know all of the details, but what I will say is I've listened to a number of his podcasts, and him, and there's a whole bunch of people like him. I basically put them in the bucket of they're an independent thinker who are courageous enough to speak their truth, whatever that may be. They are humble enough to revisit their ideas and say, I got this right, I got this wrong, information changed, I'll change my mind. It's obviously a sign of intelligence to be able to do that type of stuff. And I actually think that one of the most scarce things in our society are those independent thinkers who are able to do all this, right?
Speaking of scarcity, yeah.
And so to me, I put Eric and the whole host of other people kind of, if you look at like the intellectual dark web is kind of a label that's been used, they're actually some of the most important people in our society, because they're the people who are willing to stand up against the mass kind of thought process. They're willing to talk about things that others may think are taboo, right? They're willing to change their mind, which all of a sudden has become a bad thing rather than a good thing. And so when I see the exploration of ideas in public, I actually think that those are the people who are most open to the kind of vehement blowback as well. Mm-hmm. Right? Because that's part of what they're doing, is that they're eliciting, hey, I'm going to throw an idea into the arena. If it doesn't get attacked, they actually may be more nervous than if there is some level of, kind of war of attrition, if you will. And so what I've seen with a number of the people who have done this, everyone from some of the best, hedge fund managers and kind of money managers in the world, all the way to what I'll consider some of the most intellectual people in the world, is they play with these ideas, and they play with the ideas, and they play with them, and they play with them. Mm-hmm. And they all arrive at the same conclusion. And sometimes it takes a month, sometimes it takes years, but they arrive at this Bitcoin thesis. And what's so interesting about it is it highlights something that many people view as a bug, but I think people in the Bitcoin community view as a feature, which is that community. And so what ends up happening is when you have something that is as ambitious as creating a global reserve currency, doesn't mean it needs to unseat any of the existing ones, but become the global reserve currency of the internet, right? This digital economy. You need shepherds of it. Mm-hmm. And so just like a technology company wants to find those loyal fans that are willing to go out and market and word of mouth and kind of not only promote it, but also protect it, this technology that is this decentralized thing, which uses a financial incentive in order to elicit the buy-in, not from a financial perspective, but from a mental energy standpoint, has built one of the most rabid, powerful, and engaged communities on the internet. Mm-hmm. And what ends up happening is those people have thought more about these ideas and actually challenged those ideas more than anyone else in the world. And so I've got a lot of folks who will just say, there's this guy, Marty Bent, who will talk all the time about the Bitcoin critics haven't done their homework in a lot of cases. Mm-hmm. So they show up, and sometimes it's super intellectual, lazy arguments. Sometimes it's actually very well thought out arguments, on the counter to the Bitcoin thesis. But ultimately what ends up happening is you're talking to somebody who's an expert. They've been thinking about this for 5, 7, 8, 10 years, right? They've gone through every simulation you possibly can, and they show up with data, examples, and responses. Now, they're not always right, but they've just done the work. And so what I actually like about folks like Eric and others is as they're kind of going through this journey, they're incredibly smart, right? And they provide or they apply a lot of intellectual rigor to some of these arguments. And so what it does is, what does it do? It's a marketplace. It keeps people honest.
Yeah. So let me sort of make a few comments. It's kind of interesting. So you're exactly right. Maybe the blowback is part of the mechanism that actually develops these ideas and so on. I do want to kind of speak to a little bit of the toxicity that I've experienced in the Bitcoin community. I kind of see it, the Bitcoin community, I think you paint a really nice picture, which I kind of see it as an immune system that protects against sort of the viruses that are bad ideas. That said, the immune system can destroy a body, right? And the thing you mentioned about Eric and maybe about myself, and in general, just people exploring ideas, is there is a Dunning-Kruger effect, which is when you first start exploring ideas deeply, you have overblown level of confidence about like how much you understand. And that's actually the process about learning. Then you realize you don't understand much. What I've noticed with the Bitcoin community is they're not as patient with the basics of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Like if I step in and make declarative statements about Bitcoin, like I read a long time ago the white paper. Like at the cursory level, I felt that I understand the technology. This is basic intuitions. I didn't think about the social dynamics. I didn't think about any like financial implications and a lot of the ongoing innovations and all that kind of stuff. But I thought I understood that technology. And so I step in and make declarative statements. I think those are the first time you say, okay, what's the role of Bitcoin in the world? You start thinking about it deeply and then you make statements. The toxicity that you get in those first few statements is really off-putting to me. I'm somebody that tries to communicate love and live that with everything I do. And there is a level of disrespect that I've experienced, not directly, just observing others. People have been mostly kind to me, and I appreciate that. But if you're going to criticize me about my exploration of ideas in Bitcoin, you have to also acknowledge that I'm a human being that got like a PhD in stuff. Like I did some hard shit that it could be in farming or it could be in whatever. Like I've lived life and I've really thought deeply and I really care. Like I know a lot of shit, and it's possible that I actually have a lot of ideas that you can learn from. Now, if it's agriculture, fine, or if it's artificial intelligence, fine. Like I know what I'm talking about certain things, and I could be wrong about a lot of things. And there's like an exchange of ideas that makes that mechanism that you talked about more efficient. Sometimes when the blowback is too strong too early on, the development of ideas is just inefficient. And I'm not sure if there's the way it was explained to me is that for so long, that community was like bombarded with just like bad ideas, like criticisms. They're just overly sensitive now to bullshit. They're like triggered by statements. Like they've heard it all before and they're like, oh, there they go again with the same old arguments. But that doesn't mean that, you have to sort of, I guess, develop patience and so on, especially when you feel like in my case that the person is coming from a good place, right? Yeah. I don't know if there's something you could say that's positive about the future of this kind of overcoming this toxicity.
I think there's a couple of trends that are all kind of coalescing here, right, in these types of experiences. So one is when you look at a community, there's always a spectrum, right? In terms of, there's some people who over-index on kindness and stupidity, right? And there's some people who over-index on intelligence and basically just being an asshole, right? And then you get everyone in between. And so, like, naturally, as we know, the extremist ends of any community end up being the loudest usually, right? The second thing is there is, from the outsider view, at the beginning of the exploration of ideas, it's very much a learning process, right? It's I don't know if I understand this or not, but here's ideas A, B, and C. From the internal perspective, there's $1 trillion of value at stake, and we must protect it with our lives.
Yeah.
Right? The truth is probably somewhere in between there, right? And again, the world's not black and white. There's this kind of more gray area that I think actually is where most people exist. The other thing that's at play here is I think the Bitcoin community understands the internet and internet culture and narratives better than almost anyone.
Yes.
And so you see this with kind of the just complete destruction of narratives with memes and just the visceral reaction and the use of things like Reddit and Twitter and YouTube, podcasts, just areas where I think a lot about if you are an upstart, right, and you are going to go challenge the most well-respected, elite kind of establishment institutions in the world. If you walk in a suit and tie and you say, I'm here to debate you with ideas, you're going to get your clock cleaned,
Yeah.
right? Because they're going to trot out their lawyers, their regulators, their lobbyists, right? Like all this stuff. If you instead say, I'm going to meme you to death on the internet and I'm going to control the public narrative.
You've shifted the power, the asymmetry of power is more symmetrical now.
It's the ultimate insurgency, right? If you bring it back to the battlefield. Yes. Yeah. And so when you think about this, you have to lean into the advantage that you have.
Yeah.
And so what ends up happening is you and I would absolutely lose it if we saw JP Morgan or Goldman Sachs or the Federal Reserve start tweeting memes.
Yeah.
Right. It would almost the validation it would give to the medium and the even playing field that it would provide would pull these establishments down to the level of what is this upstart. But now what you're starting to see is that the Bitcoin community, even though there's some level of toxicity at times, even though there's this visceral reaction, sometimes there's even what I would call bullying or kind of outward projection of things, right? Even though it may be a small percentage, it'll happen every once in a while. What they do understand, though, is that these establishments are made up of humans. And what you can actually do, one of the best ways to pick apart an institution is to recruit from inside of them one by one.
Yes.
And so what you're starting to see now is, I get the messages on Twitter and LinkedIn all the time. Yeah. Hey, I'm a banker by trade, but I'm a Bitcoiner at heart, right? And so what you're doing is you're essentially infiltrating the organizations, not in physical, population, but with the ideas and with the philosophies.
Banker in the streets, Bitcoiner in the sheets. Yeah. Okay. I like it. With that said, in terms of shit posting and memes, I gotta say, bring it on, because I believe, in terms of asymmetry of power, I believe in that love will save the world, not memes, or at least good vibe memes as opposed to shit posting. It's an interesting battleground, though. It's an interesting battleground to think about.
The other thing I would say too is one of the elements that's always kind of funny to me is how much of the entertainment is love, right? So when you start to think about how many of the memes that are posted, for example, are for outsiders versus insiders.
Yes.
Laser eyes, right? Which seems absolutely ridiculous, elementary, and frankly, beneath anyone in any level of power or influence in the world. Somehow has congressmen and senators who have done it.
Yeah.
They're not trying to convince their colleagues in elected positions to become Bitcoiners.
Yeah.
They're speaking directly internally to the Bitcoin community.
Yeah, there's some sense in which, yes, memes is love. Even I keep hearing Bitcoin is love. They're trying to convert me.
The one that you have to laugh at, right? Yeah. Probably my favorite one out of all of it is I've seen on multiple occasions. Mark Cuban a couple of years ago, Kevin O'Leary, whoever, wealthy people, billionaires, etc. And you have people on anonymous accounts who knows who they are, telling them have fun staying poor, right? And it's just it's just again part of a community, and I think it's a feature, not a bug. There's bad aspects to it at times, but I do think it's a net positive.
Yeah, just like the immune system. That's all. It does a lot of crappy stuff, but overall, it's a major net positive. So, but let me actually drag us back down to something basic. If a person wanted to buy Bitcoin, store Bitcoin, how do they actually do it?
Yeah. So there's a couple of different ways to kind of acquire Bitcoin. And in every way, you've got to exchange some form of value for Bitcoin, right? Which is part of why it has value, because you're giving up value. So in one way is to exchange energy and computational power for Bitcoin. So you can mine it. You can literally take computer power that you have, you can rent it to the network and run that software, and then it will pay you a portion of the kind of daily revenue off that system. And you can acquire Bitcoin in exchange for your power and your computational kind of contribution.
And that's the fundamental principle behind Bitcoin, is the proof of work. So I got $100. Like I use Cash App. There's Coinbase. There's all these exchanges. Like, how do I convert my $100 to Bitcoin? Is there something? Disclaimer: this is not financial advice, and this is just us talking, and it's just your opinions. Do not use this to invest or take as financial expertise. That said, is there something you recommend that's an easy entry point for somebody that's like, I wonder if I can convert this $100 into whatever amount of Bitcoin? What do you recommend? What are the options?
So there's a lot of options. I'm heavily biased. I went out and I scoured the market, looked at all of them. I've invested a lot of money in a company called BlockFi that basically has financial products for crypto investors. So you can take dollars or other currency you have, you can convert it through an exchange. You can leave it on these interest-bearing accounts. You can earn interest just like you would earn in a traditional account, but higher levels of interest because it's this new thing. Or you can withdraw it and you can put it into cold storage on a hardware device. You can leave it in a software wallet. There's kind of all these storage options. So BlockFi is, kind of the one that I'm biased towards because
So BlockFi, sorry to interrupt. So BlockFi is Bitcoin only, or is it an exchange with other cryptocurrencies?
It's got a bunch of different ones. Yeah, they basically are agnostic to what it is, but they provide kind of financial products to crypto investors.
Okay, so you mentioned a few interesting ideas that'd be nice for people who would not be familiar with it. Cold storage, hot storage. What does that mean? So like, I go to a website and I convert dollars to Bitcoin. That's a kind of storage. That's like online banking, right? What else is there?
So there's a couple of different things that you can do, right? And let's use a legacy system as kind of an example. So if I want to get currency and I put it in my bank account, it sits there. I have to trust that the bank doesn't go under, nobody steals it, all this kind of stuff. There's insurance for it, right? There's all these kind of benefits in the legacy system to make sure that as long as I don't have, millions and millions of dollars there, I'm going to be protected pretty much if anything happens through FDIC insurance. If I want to do that, I'm taking that counterparty risk though. So it's mitigated, but there's still counterparty risk. I'm counting on that bank. But it is easier to move it around, right? If all of a sudden you call me up and say, hey, send me some money, I can press a couple buttons on my computer and it'll send it to you. If I want deeper level of security, I can go and I can get the physical dollars and I can go and I can, put it under my mattress, right? And I can say, you know what? It's not going to be as easy to send it to you immediately, but if I really want to, I can go underneath my mattress pretty quickly. I can grab it, I can get it back to the bank, and then I can send you the money. The third thing I could do is I could basically take those physical dollars out of the bank, and then I could go put it literally, in a vault somewhere that I don't have control over, that's behind 10 passwords and biometric scanning, and it's really difficult to even get to it, right? So if you almost look at it as like there's 3 stages of security that you could have in the traditional world. The same thing is true in Bitcoin. So you could buy Bitcoin on any exchange. You can do it on BlockFi, but you also can do it on places like Coinbase, Gemini, Kraken, etc.
Also, Cash App.
You can do it on Cash App.
I think they're still sponsoring this podcast. I'm not biased at all.
So once you get Bitcoin on any of these venues, you can leave it there on that venue. Now, the trade-off is you're taking counterparty risk. So somebody else is responsible for the security and the protection of it. In many cases, big, well-known companies who have billions and billions of dollars of assets, they have higher levels of security. That's why they're well-known. That's why people trust them, whatever. But you are taking counterparty risk. It is easier to quickly send to somebody. So the trade-off of ease of use, but counterparty risk is big. And in the Bitcoin community specifically, this is a huge thing of they really, really advocate for not leaving the Bitcoin there, right? For the obvious counterparty. The second thing you can do is you can basically get it off of an exchange, and you can put it in some level of kind of what I'll call a second layer of storage. That second layer of storage could be a hardware device that you can quickly just grab off your desk and plug into your computer and immediately use.
That's what they call like a hardware wallet.
Hardware wallet, yep. Or you can have some sort of software wallet, right, where it's not on an exchange, but there is some level of in between the hardware wallet and the exchange and the software wallet.
But the software wallet is connected to the internet.
Yeah. And so if you kind of think of it as like the exchange, software wallet, hardware wallet, and then there's something called deep storage, right, or cold storage. And this is, literally there was a company called Zappo that would put things in deep cold storage, and it was literally buried in a mountain. Right. So like the odds that somebody's physically going to go there's armed guards, there's, kind of all of this type of stuff. But again, you're taking some level of counterparty risk because they have your Bitcoin. And so the saying or the phrase is not your keys, not your coins. Or as my buddy Isaiah Jackson came up with, he said, not your keys, not your cheese. Right, in terms of sovereignty is important, right? And ultimately, this goes back to kind of the beginning of our conversation around Bitcoin's ethos. Sovereignty, right? Giving the power back to people. You don't have to rely on this infrastructure in order to be able to participate in this monetary kind of economy. What you are now able to do is you're able to use digital sound money. You're able to keep control of it. You and you alone are responsible for it. So the idea of personal responsibility. And then also you and you alone make the decisions as to whether you hold on to it or you use it without censorship, right? No one can tell you what you can do with it or can't do with it. And so the purchase and the storage, what I find is depending on who you are, there's varying degrees of kind of concern or decisions that get made there. And a lot of it comes down to personal preference. The Bitcoin community, though, absolutely will over-optimize for sovereignty and kind of hardware or cold storage.
I wonder if you can sort of comment on that, because you have both sort of Cash App and the BlockFi and Coinbase. Like you can store it there, you can purchase and trade it there and store it there and so on. But ultimately, they're saying you want to keep some of it there, but you want to move it to the hardware wallet. And the cold storage of the hardware wallet is like you can disconnect it from the computer, because ultimately stuff that's connected to the internet can be compromised, can be controlled by governments and other parties and so on. What are your thoughts about, sort of practically speaking, for maybe like a regular citizen, what should be the role of the hardware wallet in their lives?
Yeah. So at the highest level, I just think that like learning about it is important, right? So even if you only have $5 equivalent of Bitcoin, going and understanding here's how it works, here's why it's important, here's how I would actually withdraw from an exchange under the hardware wallet, like that alone, just as an intellectual exercise, is a worthwhile pursuit. And I think people should go do that.
Actually go through the process of the steps so you feel like you can do it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like if I said to you, hey, we're going to go buy an asset, and you never went and you looked at it. You never went and, made a decision like, sure, maybe I did it or I didn't do it, but like you didn't actually experience it. Right. And so I think that that's an important part. The second thing is each person is different from how they view this asset. So there are some people who are speculating, right? There's 3 use cases for Bitcoin. There's store value, medium of exchange, and speculation. And the people who are speculating, they can't put it in deep cold storage because they need to be able to trade it.
Right.
So what ends up happening is they fall in the bucket of like high risk, high reward. They're trying to trade, they're trying to do all these things. And sure, maybe there are profits that they can generate if they're good at it, but also they're introducing a lot of risk. And so that person is very different than the person who says, hey, I bought 1 Bitcoin and I'm going to save it for my child, right? And I'm going to give it to him on their 18th birthday.
Yeah.
And so when you start to look at this, what you end up saying is, what are you actually purchasing this for? Kind of like, why are you doing it? And then what's your time horizon? And what ends up happening is more and more people in the Bitcoin community have longer time horizons. One of the advantages to this community, right? If you look at the on-chain metrics, 60% of Bitcoin haven't moved from the digital wallet in which they sit in the last 12 months. So even though it's appreciated hundreds of percent on the upside, there's been lots of volatility, a 50% drop in a single day in terms of the US dollar price, still doesn't move. And so these are kind of the long-term holders, right? These are the iron fists, or as recently has become popular, the diamond hands, right?
Diamond hands.
They're not going anywhere. And so I think that those people are much more likely to not have their Bitcoin on exchanges or in software wallets. They've got it in some sort of like highly secure environment, and one in which they have deep sovereignty or kind of prevalent sovereignty. And the reason for that is because they have that long time horizon. They don't want to be kind of convicted around Bitcoin, sound money, macro environment, all stuff. And then they make a mistake because they trusted, ABCD company, and that counterparty risk ends up actually being, fatal or detrimental.
It's involved.
Let's talk about Bitcoin first, and then it'll
Yes.
help us use as a kind of a comparison to Ethereum or whatever else. So when you think about what is money, right? That's kind of the first question people really kind of go down the rabbit hole on. And ultimately today, it's a belief system. Right. And you may believe that one currency has more value over another because it's backed by a certain military or a certain government has a monetary policy that you believe in or don't believe in. But ultimately, it's a belief system. There's nothing backing this other than a government asks you to pay your taxes in it. Right. And they can have a monopoly on violence in terms of they can put you in jail if you don't pay your taxes. They can go to other countries and they can invade and do all this stuff. It wasn't always like that. Right. It was historically a layer one technology was gold. And so gold was a fantastic store of value. You knew that if you held gold, it wasn't going to be inflated away. It was sound money. It was outside the system and no one could create more of it. And the reason why that's important is because that optimization for store of value served as the bedrock of the entire stack of money for 5,000 years. And so the problem with that, though, again, trade-off between store of value is it was really hard to transact with, right? If I came in here and you said, hey, I want a couple of ounces of gold and I had a whole bar, I'd have to literally shave off the ounces of gold. It's heavy to carry around. If you said to me, hey, you're in one city, mail it to me, it's really expensive. There's all these issues with it. And so ultimately what people said was, well, let's create a second layer on top of that gold in order to make it easier to transact. And so we created paper claims on the gold. So, hey, don't carry around the gold in your pocket anymore. Put it in a vault or a bank. They're going to issue a paper claim. Now you and I can trade these paper claims around. And at any point, if you want the gold, you just show up and you say, hey, give me 3 ounces of gold or 2 bars or whatever. And so that actually made the store of value. It allowed that to be the anchor and kind of the most important part, the security of your purchasing power. But now it became easier to transact. And then eventually we built layers even on top of that. So everything from electronic money, kind of electronic QSIPs, all the way to credit and other systems on top of that gold. 1971 comes around and obviously we depeg from that gold, right? And it was a temporary measure at the time. We ended up not going back to it. And so what you moved or transitioned from was sound money, which was outside the system. No one could create more, to now the government had full control. They could create as much as they wanted to. They tried to be responsible and disciplined, but obviously hard to do. Sometimes we've been really good at it. Sometimes we've been less good at it. And then you go around the world and some countries have absolutely sucked at it and some have been good at it. So I think they're actually more interconnected than you're giving it credit for, right? Which is, what is money? Money is time, ultimately, right? The pursuit of the acquisition of money, right? Of whether it's a currency or true money is because that should give you more time. And so one of my favorite movies ever is, and it's funny because Justin Timberlake is in it, is this movie In Time.
You lost me.
I lose most people at that part.
Okay. In Time?
In Time. And basically the premise of the movie is that everyone has a clock that's embedded into their arm. And so if you go to work, you basically put your arm underneath when you leave, and there's time that's deposited into your clock. And if your clock ever hits all zeros, you're dead. You die on the spot. And so there's a number of scenes where people are basically running, to get to you, and I give you a little bit more time so that you can get to work on Monday, and then you work to acquire time. And so basically time becomes this currency. But what becomes very fascinating about it is there are sections in society where literally there's physical places. If you only have, let's say, 72 hours or less, you're allowed to go to section 1. Section 5, though, is because you have years and years and years on your clock. And in this movie, everyone at the age of 25 freezes from a biological aging standpoint. So everyone stays the same, but you may have lived for 1,000 years. And so what becomes so fascinating about it is that rich people have time, poor people do not have time. And so in it, Justin Timberlake, the main character, at one point essentially acquires a bunch of time. And he's able to go to one of the higher levels. And now he's attending all of these galas and, poker nights and all this stuff. And one of the first things that he learns is that in the lower end of society, everyone is running everywhere at all times in the movie because time is so finite and it is so scarce. And so therefore, why would I walk down the street? I must run down the street. In the highest level of society, no one runs anywhere. And in fact, if you run, you are seen as lower class.
Yeah.
Because wealth is time. And so that movie is, it's got a ton of kind of things that you can pull out of it, but to me is the perfect epitome of money is time. And so when you start to think about the acquisition of money, right, it goes to this whole idea of time billionaire. And I know that there's probably a lot of people who have heard about this already, but if you think of 1 million seconds, it's about 11 days. 1 billion seconds is 31 years. And so if I said to somebody, you have to switch lives with Warren Buffett, would you do it? Some people would say, sure. That'd be their initial reaction. I said, but you have to be, 92 years old. Is the money worth the lack of time? Most people would say no, right? And there's this guy, Graham Duncan, who really articulated this well. And ultimately what ends up happening is you realize time is more valuable than the money. But you acquire the money to gain more time.
And the reason it's valuable is because of the scarcity of time. We currently have the biology, the physics means that this is not just a narrative we tell ourselves. Maybe it is. I don't know. But it feels like pretty sure we're mortal. And in that sense, the scarcity there gives value to time. It's fascinating to think about all the thought experiments here of if that could actually be on the economy, if you can actually convert time in a frictionless way to money.
Well, and if you start to pull on this a little bit and say, okay, a young person today, let's say somebody in their 20s, has about 2 billion seconds left in their life, right? Kind of 60 years, give or take, based on life expectancy. They usually, until they start to understand this concept, think of wealth in dollar terms. But dollars are being devalued. And so, $1 million doesn't get you what it used to get, right? It's kind of an old adage. And so what you're doing is you're pursuing something that ends up losing value. And so it's the constant rat race. It's how do I constantly try to get more? How do I get more dollars? How do I get more dollars? Because even if I say to myself, I'm going to retire when I get $100,000. When I get the $100,000, the $100,000 5 years from now doesn't buy me what I thought it did. So now I need 500,000 or 200,000 or $1 million or whatever the number is. And so ultimately what ends up occurring is that the Bitcoin community and many people in kind of this idea of sound money is you want to be able to acquire an asset that not only will hold the value, right, the store of value over time, but it will actually appreciate over time. And so when you look at something like Bitcoin against the dollar, against other types of assets, all of these assets are down compared to Bitcoin, right? Now, some of that's just in the early days of kind of the pricing of an asset. You go from very small to something much larger. But now what you start to look at is, well, if you have a finite supply of something, what ends up happening is people begin to value it more. And so in a world where dollars are infinite and other fiat currencies are infinite, Bitcoin becomes very, very interesting, very special, and something that is very aspirational. And so I think that's where you're starting to see people say, wait a second, this is something where that finite, secure store of value is essential to wealth generation and preservation over a long period of time.
And if Sam Harris is right that free will is an illusion, this is really interesting to think about. Maybe time is a kind of blockchain because you can't change anything. And then the physical space-time of the universe is a ledger. So maybe it won't be Bitcoin that replaces gold. Maybe it'll be time. Once we crack open that, in fact, the universe is fully deterministic. So maybe that's what like Eric Weinstein is afraid of. Once you figure out the theories of everything, of physics, we'll be able to then start trading, create a market out of like the very fabric of reality. And that way break it.
Well, if you look at infinite inflationary type currencies, you can't do that, right? Because it constantly is losing value.
Right.
When you look at a finite asset, again, that has the provability of the actual finite element to it. Ultimately, the wealth is that marketplace.
Yeah.
And so, I always kind of try to highlight for people, the top 55% of Americans understand something that the bottom 45% don't. They invest, right? The bottom 45% consume, the top 55% invest. And that's why we have a wealth inequality gap. And it continues to get wider and wider and wider, is because the people who are holding the devaluing assets and saving are watching their wealth be devalued away. And there's arguments and controversy over how fast that's happening, but it's happening. The people who are holding the assets that have any level of scarcity, right? Real estate may not be finite, but it's scarce, right? Art may not be finite, but it's scarce. Gold may not be finite, but it's scarce. Those assets continue to appreciate against the devaluing currency. And so when you then say, no, I have complete finite supply with provability and this transparency around it where everyone knows how much is there and where it's going. Now, all of a sudden, you and I can transact back and forth that value, and it is a representation of time. Because what I can essentially do is if I gather or acquire more of that wealth, I then can apply leverage to my life.
Mm-hmm.
I can use machines, humans, or some other resources, and basically now free up my time.
Yeah, and it's a fundamental way you are trading time. Maybe it's a little bit indirect, but maybe not.
Technological solution, and I'm saying the problem is that we are ultimately the product.
And I just disagree with that. And there's a lot of, that's probably could save that for tomorrow.
I look forward to spending summers in your villa when you debut this product, and I would love to angel invest in it.
By the way, in terms of money, I'll never have a villa.
Yeah?
No, I will always give away everything I own.
Don't do that.
No, invest into like things like you mentioned, awesome things.
Yeah, invest, fine, but a little bit of avuncular advice.
Mm-hmm.
Don't pledge to be the person who disgorges themselves of security. Money is freedom. That's what it is. It's a big honking pile of freedom. Okay. You can choose to use it as the freedom to imprison you if you don't, so you can use it as freedom to make yourself a prisoner of your money. But generally speaking, Lex, money is freedom and your voice is important. At least retain the amount of money, security you need to follow Joe's advice. What is the point of FU money if you don't say FU? The number of people who have FU money who don't say FU indicates the number of people who chose the freedom of their wealth to create a prison. Yeah. They built a prison with the freedom they had, and they walked into it, locked the door.
I think it's too difficult not to create. The reason I want to give away the money is because I just know my own psychology, and you create prisons. Our human mind just creates those prisons. The FU money is enough for basic shelter and basic food. That's the optimal FU.
You don't have kids yet.
This is the problem. This is why so this is me, single Lex, speaking.
Great.
But
future Lex, I'm talking to future Lex. Single present Lex, please don't listen.
Yeah.
Don't be an ass. Okay. You're going to need some money, and don't make these pledges to say on a podcast. I want to save you from yourself. You need money to do many of the beautiful things that we're counting on you to do. Don't F it up.
Can I talk to you about Roger Penrose?
Sure.
You've talked to Roger on the portal, but also in between the lines and offline, just everything you've said about Roger Penrose. For people who don't know, he just recently, a few days ago, won the 2020, shared the 2020 Nobel Prize for Physics. But it's clear to me that he had like a deep personal impact on you, a connection with you, in terms of both your love of mathematics, just the way you see the world. Like this is the Eddie Van Halen conversation. This was clearly somebody who's profound in your worldview. Can you talk about Roger? Can you talk about what it means that he won this highest of prizes? Just in general, let's celebrate the man.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, there are two other people who won this prize. I'm sorry, I just didn't happen to know who they were before they won. Roger is it is not Roger in particular, but the class from which Roger comes that is so important. So I would put Roger in the class of Feynman, Einstein, Dirac, Yang.
Put Witten in there?
Yeah.
No?
I mean, Witten's a special case, but Witten is weirdly the reverse of the Roger Penrose story, right? Because Witten is the first physicist to win a mathematical Fields Medal, the highest honor in mathematics. Penrose is in some sense a mathematician who's now won the Nobel Prize. So it's a perfect sort of a couplet.
Yeah.
Roger's class means everything to me. That's the highest achievement of the human mind. I'd probably throw Bach in with Feynman and Dirac and company, right? I think that he was so inventive. It was very frustrating to watch this career. It's a little bit frustrating to watch Feynman's career. Feynman was so good, and had he been born slightly different at a slightly different time, I believe his claim on physics would be far greater. I feel like Penrose, in some sense, came up a very difficult path because, you see, Einstein effectively solved most of the most important problems in general relativity right at the beginning. As a result, the children of Einstein are impoverished because there wasn't as much to pick off of the trees and sell at the market, whereas Bohr didn't and Planck didn't do nearly as good of a job with quantum theory, so there's lots to do in quantum theory. I think that Roger affected me personally by a diagram that I saw in a paper of Hermann Gluck at the University of Pennsylvania. It was the first picture I'd ever seen of the hop vibration sketched. And that, weirdly, I brought that to the Rogan program in order to sort of convey the wonder. It was recapitulating my own journey. I think I probably saw that at like age 16 or something, and it just flipped my mind. Roger is incredibly visual. He's incredibly geometric. He's incredibly sui generis. He just does his own thing. He's got lots of bets. None of them had really come through the way you would hope. And I think they stretched the rules, to be blunt about it.
In this aspect and in other aspects, you have a deep interest in cryptocurrency and distributed ledger tech in general. I talked to Vitalik Buterin yesterday on this podcast. He says hi, by the way.
Hey.
He's a brilliant person. Talked a lot about Bitcoin and Ethereum, of course. So can you maybe linger on this point? What do you find appealing about Bitcoin, about digital currency? Where do you see it going in the next 10, 20 years? And what are some of the challenges with respect to Square, but also just bigger for our globally, for our world, for the way we think about money?
I think the most beautiful thing about it is there's no one person setting the direction. And there's no one person on the other side that can stop it. So we have something that is pretty organic in nature and very principled in its original design. I think the Bitcoin white paper is one of the most seminal works of computer science in the last 20, 30 years. It's poetry. I mean,
it's
it really
pretty
is.
cool technology. I mean, that's not often talked about. Sort of, there's so much sort of hype around digital currency, about sort of the financial impacts of it, but the actual technology is quite beautiful from a computer science perspective.
Yeah, and the underlying principles behind it that went into it, even to the point of releasing it under a pseudonym. I think that's a very, very powerful statement. The timing of when it was released is powerful. It was a total activist move. I mean, it's moving the world forward in a way that I think is extremely noble and honorable and enables everyone to be part of the story, which is also really cool. So you asked a question around 10 years and 20 years. I mean, I think the amazing thing is no one knows. And it can emerge, and every person that comes into the ecosystem, whether they be a developer or someone who uses it, can change its direction in small and large ways. And that's what I think it should be, because that's what the internet has shown is possible. Now there's complications with that, of course, and there's certainly companies that own large parts of the internet and can direct it more than others, and there's not equal access to every single person in the world just yet, but all those problems are visible enough to speak about them, and to me that gives confidence that they're solvable in a relatively short time frame. I think the world changes a lot as we get these satellites projecting the internet down to Earth, because it just removes a bunch of the former constraints and really levels the playing field. But a global currency, which a native currency for the internet is a proxy for, is a very powerful concept, and I don't think any one person on this planet truly understands the ramifications of that. I think there's a lot of positives to it. There's some negatives as well.
Do you think it's possible, sorry to interrupt, do you think it's possible that this kind of digital currency would redefine the nature of money, so become the main currency of the world, as opposed to being tied to fiat currency of different nations, and sort of really push the decentralization of control of money?
Definitely, but I think the bigger ramification is how it affects how society works. And I think there are many positive ramifications
outside of just
that.
money.
Outside of just money. Money is a foundational layer that enables so much more. I was meeting with an entrepreneur in Ethiopia, and payments is probably the number one problem to solve across the continent, both in terms of moving money across borders between nations on the continent, or the amount of corruption within the current system. But the lack of easy ways to pay people makes starting anything really difficult. I met an entrepreneur who started the Lyft/Uber of Ethiopia, and one of the biggest problems she has is that it's not easy for her riders to pay the company, and it's not easy for her to pay the drivers. And that definitely has stunted her growth and made everything more challenging. So the fact that she even has to think about payments instead of thinking about the best rider experience and the best driver experience is pretty telling. So I think as we get a more durable, resilient, and global standard, we see a lot more innovation everywhere. And I think there's no better case study for this than the various countries within Africa and their entrepreneurs who are trying to start things within health or sustainability or transportation, or a lot of the companies that we've seen here. So the majority of companies I met in November, when I spent a month on the continent, were payments oriented.
You mentioned, as a small tangent, you mentioned the anonymous launch of Bitcoin is a sort of profound philosophical statement.
Pseudonymous.
What's that even mean? There's a pseudonym. First
well,
of all,
there's an identity tied to it. It's not just anonymous. It's Nakamoto. So Nakamoto might represent one person or multiple people. But
let me ask: are you Satoshi Nakamoto? Just checking.
And if I were, would I tell you?
Yeah, that's true.
But
maybe you slip.
A pseudonym is constructed identity. Anonymity is just kind of this, random, like drop something off and leave. There's no intention to build an identity around it. And while the identity being built was a short time window, it was meant to stick around, I think, and to be known. And it's being honored in, how the community thinks about building it. Like the concept of Satoshis, for instance, is one such example. But I think it was smart not to do it anonymous, not to do it as a real identity, but to do it as pseudonym, because I think it builds tangibility and a little bit of empathy that this was a human or a set of humans behind it, and there's this natural identity that I can imagine.
But there is also a sacrifice of ego. That's a pretty powerful thing from the perspective.
Which is beautiful. Yeah.
Would you do sort of philosophically to ask you the question, would you do all the same things you're doing now if your name wasn't attached to it? Sort of if you had to sacrifice the ego? Put another way, is your ego deeply tied in the decisions you've been making?
I hope not. I mean, I believe I would certainly attempt to do the things without my name having to be attached with it. But it's hard to do that in a corporation legally. That's the issue. If I were to do more open source things, then absolutely. Like I don't need my particular identity, my real identity associated with it. But I think, the appreciation that comes from doing something good and being able to see it and see people use it is pretty overwhelming and powerful. More so than maybe seeing your name in the headlines.
What are your thoughts on crypto in general? So what parts technically or philosophically do you find especially beautiful maybe?
Oh, I'm extremely bullish on crypto long term. Not any specific crypto project, but this idea of, well, two ideas. One, the Nakamoto consensus algorithm is, I think, one of the greatest innovations of the 21st century. This idea that people can reach consensus, you can reach a group consensus using a relatively straightforward algorithm, is wild. And Satoshi Nakamoto, people always ask me who I look up to. It's like, whoever that is.
Who do you think it is?
I mean,
Elon Musk? Is it you?
It is definitely not me, and I do not think it's Elon Musk. But yeah, this idea of groups reaching consensus in a decentralized yet formulaic way is one extremely powerful idea from crypto. Maybe the second idea is this idea of smart contracts. When you write a contract between two parties, any contract, this contract, if there are disputes, it's interpreted by lawyers. Lawyers are just really shitty, overpaid interpreters. Imagine you had, let's talk about them in terms of let's compare a lawyer to Python, right? So well, okay.
That's brilliant. Yeah. Oh, I never thought of it that way. It's hilarious.
so Python, I'm paying, even 10 cents an hour. I'll use the nice Azure machine. I can run Python for 10 cents an hour. Yeah. Lawyers cost $1,000 an hour. So Python is 10,000x better on that axis. Lawyers don't always return the same answer. Python almost always does.
Cost.
Yeah, I mean, just cost, reliability, everything about Python is so much better than lawyers. So if you can make smart contracts, this whole concept of code is law, I love, and I would love to live in a world where everybody accepted that fact.
So maybe you can talk about what smart contracts are.
So let's say we have even something as simple as a safety deposit box, right? A safety deposit box that holds $1 million. I have a contract with the bank that says 2 out of these 3 parties must be present to open the safety deposit box and get the money out. So that's a contract with the bank, and it's only as good as the bank and the lawyers, right? Let's say, somebody dies, and now, we're going to go through a big legal dispute about whether, was it in the will? Was it not in the will? What? It's just so messy, and the cost to determine truth is so expensive. Versus a smart contract, which just uses cryptography to check if 2 out of 3 keys are present. Well, I can look at that, and I can have certainty in the answer that it's going to return. And that's what all businesses want, is certainty. They say businesses don't care. Viacom, YouTube's like, look, we don't care which way this lawsuit goes. Just please tell us so we can have certainty.
Yeah, I wonder how many agreements in this, because we're talking about financial transactions only in this case, correct? The smart contracts.
Oh, you can go to anything. You can put a prenup in the Ethereum blockchain.
A married smart contract.
Sorry, divorce lawyers.
for a
Sorry,
relationship.
you're going to be replaced by Python.
Okay, so that's that's another beautiful idea. Do you think there's something that's appealing to you about any one specific implementation? So if you look 10, 20, 50 years down the line, do you see any like Bitcoin, Ethereum, any of the other hundreds of cryptocurrencies winning out? Is there like what's your intuition about the space? Are you just sitting back and watching the chaos and who cares what emerges?
Oh, I don't speculate. I don't really care. I don't really care which one of these projects wins. I'm kind of in the Bitcoin as a meme coin camp. I mean, why does Bitcoin have value? It's technically kind of,
What? Yeah.
not great. Like the block size debate. Or when I found out what the block size debate was, I'm like, are you guys kidding?
What's the block size debate?
You know what? It's too stupid to even talk about. People can look it up, but I'm like, wow. The governance of Ethereum seems much better. I've come around a bit on proof of stake ideas. Very smart people thinking about some things.
Yeah, it's, governance is interesting. It does feel like Vitalik. Like it does feel like even in these distributed systems, leaders are helpful because they kind of help you drive the mission and the vision, and they put a face to a project.
Well,
it's a weird thing about us humans.
Geniuses are helpful, like Vitalik.
Right. Yeah. Brilliant.
Leaders, I mean,
are not necessarily. Yeah. So you think the reason he's the face of Ethereum is because he's a genius? That's interesting. I mean, that was. It's interesting to think about that we need to create systems in which the quote unquote leaders that emerge are the geniuses in the system. I mean, that's arguably why the current state of democracy is broken, is the people who are emerging as the leaders are not the most competent, are not the superstars of the system. And it seems like, at least for now, in the crypto world, oftentimes the leaders are the superstars.
Imagine at the debate, they asked, what's the Sixth Amendment? What are the four fundamental forces in the universe?
Right.
What's the integral of 2 to the x?
Yeah,
I'd love to see those questions asked, and that's who I want as our leader.
It's a little bit.
What's Bayes' rule?
Yeah, I mean, oh wow, you're hurting my brain. It's that my standard was even lower, but I would have loved to see just this basic brilliance. Like I've talked to historians. There's just these. They're not even like they don't have a PhD or even education history. They just like a Dan Carlin type character, who just like, holy shit, how did all this information get into your head? They're able to just connect Genghis Khan to the entirety of the history of the 20th century. They know everything about every single battle that happened, and they know the like the Game of Thrones of the different power plays and all that happened there, and they know like the individuals, they know all the documents involved, and they integrate that into their regular life. It's not like they're ultra history nerds. They know this information. That's what competence looks like.
Yeah.
Because I've seen that with programmers too, right? That's what great programmers do. But yeah, it would be, it's really unfortunate that those kinds of people aren't emerging as our leaders. But for now, at least in the crypto world, that seems to be the case. I don't know if that always, you could imagine that in 100 years, it's not the case, right?
The crypto world has one very powerful idea going for it, and that's the idea of forks, right? I mean, imagine, we'll use a less controversial example. This was actually in my joke app in 2012. I was like, Barack Obama, Mitt Romney, let's let them both be president, right? Like imagine we could fork America and just let them both be president. And then the Americas could compete and, people could invest in one, pull their liquidity out of one, put it in the other. You have this in the crypto world. Ethereum forks into Ethereum and Ethereum Classic. And you can pull your liquidity out of one and put it in another. And people vote with their dollars, which forks companies should be able to fork. I'd love to fork NVIDIA,
Yeah, like different business strategies, and,
Yeah.
and then try them out and see what works.
Yeah.
Like even take take Calm AI that closes its source, and then take one that's open source and see what works. Take one that's purchased by GM and one that remains Android Renegade and all these different versions and see.
The beauty of Comma AI is someone can actually do that.
Yeah.
Please take Comma AI and fork it.
That's right. That's the beauty of open source. So we'll talk about autonomous vehicle space, but on Twitter, somebody pointed me to a story, a bunch of people pointed me to a story a few months ago where you went into a restaurant in New York, and you can correct me if any of this is wrong, and ran into a bunch of folks from a company in a crypto company who are trying to scale up Ethereum. And they had a technical deadline related to a Solidity to OVM compiler. So these are all Ethereum technologies. So you stepped in, they recognized you, pulled you aside, explained their problem, and you stepped in and helped them solve the problem, thereby creating legend status story. So can you tell me the story a little more detail? It seems kind of incredible. Did this happen?
Yeah, it's a true story. It's a true story. I mean, they wrote a very flattering account of it. So Optimism is the company's called Optimism. It's a spin-off of Plasma. They're trying to build L2 solutions on Ethereum. So right now, every Ethereum node has to run every transaction on the Ethereum network. And this kind of doesn't scale, right? Because if you have n computers, well, if that becomes 2 n computers, you actually still get the same amount of compute, right? This is like O of 1 scaling, because they all have to run it. Okay, fine, you get more blockchain security, but like the blockchain's already so secure. Can we trade some of that off for speed? So that's kind of what these L2 solutions are. They built this thing which kind of sandbox for Ethereum contracts. So they can run it in this L2 world, and it can't do certain things in L1.
Can I ask you for some definitions? What's L2?
Oh, L2 is layer 2. So L1 is like the base Ethereum chain, and then layer 2 is like a computational layer that runs elsewhere, but still is kind of secured by layer 1.
And I'm sure a lot of people know, but Ethereum is a cryptocurrency, probably one of the most popular cryptocurrencies, second to Bitcoin. And a lot of interesting technological innovations there. Maybe you can also slip in whenever you talk about this, any things that are exciting to you in the Ethereum space. And why Ethereum?
Well, I mean, Bitcoin is not Turing complete. Well, Ethereum is not technically Turing complete with the gas limit, but close enough.
With the gas limit? What's the gas limit? Resources?
Yeah, I mean, no computer is actually Turing complete.
Right.
You're finite RAM, guys. I can actually solve the whole
What's the word
problem.
gas limit? You have so many brilliant words. I'm not even going to ask.
No, that's not my word. That's Ethereum's word.
Gas limit.
Ethereum, you have to spend gas per instruction. So like different opcodes use different amounts of gas, and you buy gas with Ether to prevent people from basically DDoSing the network.
So Bitcoin is proof of work. And then what's Ethereum?
It's also proof of work. They're working on some proof of stake Ethereum 2.0 stuff. But right now it's proof of work. It uses a different hash function from Bitcoin that's more ASIC resistance because you need RAM.
So we're all talking about Ethereum 1.0. Yeah. So what were they trying to do to scale this whole process?
So they were like, well, if we could run contracts elsewhere, and then only save the results of that computation, we don't actually have to do the compute on the chain. We can do the compute off chain and just post what the results are. Now, the problem with that is, well, somebody could lie about what the results are. So you need a resolution mechanism. And the resolution mechanism can be really expensive because, you just have to make sure that like the person who is saying, look, I swear that this is the real computation. I'm staking $10,000 on that fact. And if you prove it wrong, it might cost you $3,000 in gas fees to prove wrong, but you'll get the $10,000 bounty. So you can secure using those kind of systems. So it's effectively a sandbox which runs contracts, and like just like any kind of normal sandbox, you have to like replace syscalls with calls into the hypervisor.
Sandbox, syscalls, hypervisor. What do these things mean? As long as it's interesting to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, you can take like the Chrome sandbox is maybe the one to think about, right? So the Chrome process that's doing the rendering can't, for example, read a file from the file system.
Yeah.
It has, if it tries to make an OpenSys call in Linux, the OpenSys call, well, you can't make an OpenSys call. No. You have to request from the kind of hypervisor process, or like, I don't know what's called in Chrome, but could you open this file for me? And then it does all these checks, and then it passes the file handle back in if it's approved.
Got it.
So that's,
so what's in the context of Ethereum, what are the boundaries of the sandbox that we're talking about?
Well, like one of the calls that you actually writing any state to the Ethereum contract, or to the Ethereum blockchain. Writing state is one of those calls that you're going to have to sandbox in layer 2, because if you let layer 2 just arbitrarily write to the Ethereum blockchain.
So layer 2 is really sitting on top of layer 1. So you're going to have a lot of different kinds of ideas that you can play with.
Yeah.
And they're not fundamentally changing the source code level of Ethereum.
Well, you have to replace a bunch of calls with calls into the hypervisor. So instead of doing the syscall directly, you replace it with a call to the hypervisor. So originally they were doing this by first running so Solidity is the language that most Ethereum contracts are written in. It compiles to a bytecode. And then they wrote this thing they called the transpiler. And the transpiler took the bytecode and it transpiled it into OVM safe bytecode. Basically bytecode that didn't make any of those restricted syscalls and added the calls to the hypervisor. This transpiler was a 3,000 line mess. And it's hard to do. It's hard to do if you're trying to do it like that, because you have to kind of like deconstruct the bytecode, change things about it, and then reconstruct it. And I mean, as soon as I hear this, I'm like, well, why don't you just change the compiler, right? Why not the first place you build the bytecode, just do it in the compiler? So yeah, I asked them how much they wanted it. Of course, measured in dollars, and I'm like, well, okay. And yeah.
And you wrote the compiler.
Yeah, I modified. I wrote a 300 line diff to the compiler. It's open source. You can look at it.
Yeah, I looked at the code last night. It's
cute.
Yeah, exactly. Cute is a good word for it. It's and it's C++.
C++, yeah.
So when asked how you were able to do it, you said you just gotta think and then do it right. So can you break that apart a little bit? What's your process of 1, thinking, and 2, doing it right?
The people who I was working for were amused that I said that. It doesn't really mean anything.
Okay. I mean, is there some deep, profound insights to draw from like how you problem solve from that?
This is always what I say. I'm like, do you want to be a good programmer? Do it for 20 years.
Yeah. There's no shortcuts.
No.
People would enjoy.
Do you think, are you seriously concerned about this kind of thing where the ideas of sovereignty and that Bitcoin espouses would actually one day be tested? Do you have a legitimate concern? Because you said like one day very well might.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it might go down?
Well, first of all, Bitcoin has been attacked again many times, and we talk about you spoke about this with Nick Carter on your show, the sort of protocol wars or conflict or whatever, right? And Bitcoin almost died a whole bunch of times during that, and ended up surviving.
Oh wow, I didn't know how bad the block.
It got
block size
really
was
bad.
Seriously.
It was a sort of a very existential threat, and Bitcoin survived, and that's why I'm so intrigued by it. Is that it basically survived an attack in an environment several years ago when Bitcoin was much more vulnerable than it is today. It survived an attack by a conglomeration of Chinese billionaires, Silicon Valley corporations, and a ton of people who owned the majority of the hash rate and all of this infrastructure. They had 83% of all the hash rate, and they couldn't get what they wanted. And that was so intriguing to me. Like, why didn't it get killed? So as Nick said, I think you should read The Block Size War, which is a book that you can get on Amazon by Jonathan Beer. Really good, kind of like really important to understand the scaling conflict and the different visions of what Bitcoin should be. And again, people like me believe it should be a freedom tool, not like a payments technology for retail. And I'm glad it worked out the way it did, because it almost didn't. Absolutely.
So in what way can Bitcoin be used to fight authoritarianism?
Yes.
Not just in the United States, but all of those 53% that you're referring to. How can Bitcoin help?
So we talked about authoritarianism, and we talked about the surveillance state. To me, Bitcoin has two kind of key mechanisms through which it can help us. Number one, it's a sovereign savings account. It's debasement proof, meaning the government cannot print more whenever they want. This is very, very different from fiat currency, which by its very name, its very nature, can be issued on sort of demand, right, by the rulers. And while I live in a country where the rulers do a reasonable job of managing the money, most people aren't so lucky. So only 13% of humans in the world live in a country that's a liberal democracy with property rights and has what we call a reserve currency, meaning a currency so stable and desirable that other countries save in it at the central bank level, right? You basically have the US, the UK, Australia, Switzerland, the euro, and Canada. I mean, those are like reserve currencies. And these are liberal democracies where people have reasonable guarantees over property rights. Everybody else either lives under like a weaker currency or an authoritarian regime. That's 87% of the world's population, almost 7 billion people. So for them, a sovereign savings account that's permissionless, meaning you don't have to have ID to use it, is a big, big deal. And a lot of people talk about Zimbabwe or Venezuela as some like isolated cases. Oh, well, hyperinflation only happens in those two countries. I actually did some research into this, and there's about close to 1.3 billion people who live under double or triple digit inflation. This is not an isolated instance. We're talking huge countries. Nigeria, 200 million people, 15% inflation. Turkey, 15% inflation for 100 million people. Argentina, 40% inflation for a country of 45 million people. So you can go down the list. There's about 35 countries where like people's earnings, their wages, are literally disappearing in front of their eyes over a matter of weeks or months against things like the dollar, or gold, or real estate, right? So this is a huge issue. It absolutely is a human rights issue for me. I mean, when it comes to your time and energy, having control over that or having it stolen from you, I think this is pretty clear. And Bitcoin is like an immediate, low cost, easily accessible solution for people. And I've learned this not from my own assumptions, but by talking to people, by interviewing dozens of people, whether it's in Sudan, which currently has triple digit inflation, or people who've escaped from Syria, who have used Bitcoin to get their wealth out of the country and then also to make payments back to people inside, or Venezuela or elsewhere. It's very, very powerful.
I think some very small percentage of people have owned Bitcoin. So it's something like 1%, right, of the world. Whatever that number is small.
Call it 2% for the purposes of our calc.
Okay.
About a little under 200 million people.
Wow. Yeah.
At most right now.
So if we look at Zimbabwe, Sudan, if we look at...
small percentages of people.
Do you think the technology is mature enough? Because it's not just about the idea, it's also about the implementation of it. Like, Bitcoin, for the most part, requires access to the internet.
Yeah.
And what do you think about accessibility of this technology now as a method of activism in the worst parts of the world? We often think like all the conversations we've had about Bitcoin is essentially middle class, like wealthy people relative to the rest of the world. They're kind of talking sort of investment and high concept ideas. Then there's also the people in the world who are suffering, who are living through hyperinflation. They may not have a computer or access to the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you think Bitcoin can help there?
Yeah. So again, we have one clear use case, which is a sovereign savings account that you can control, right? The other use case is an unstoppable payments network. This is very important for people who live behind, for example, sanctions. Like the US, basically weaponizes the dollar and it sanctions different countries. And instead of sanctioning like a handful of rulers, for example, which I would support, this is like a Magnitsky or smart sanctions. Mm-hmm. Sometimes we'll just say, we're just going to shut off this whole country.
So the people suffer.
Cuba or Iran are good examples. Yeah. Average people suffer, right? So people in those two countries I just mentioned, Cuba, Iran, or even Palestine, which is also sort of like blockaded by the Israelis. So you have Cuba, Iran, Palestine are three good examples where people inside all three of those countries now are using Bitcoin to do commerce, do their business, send money back and forth.
So
from their
sanction
families.
resistant.
Sanctions resistant. It does not get stopped by sanctions, right? And also, it's again, remittances are extortionate. I mean, the average remittance, costs has a high fee, takes several days. If your family is in Ghana or something like that, or Nigeria, and you live in the United States, it can take time to use Western Union. Sometimes, it gets paused, it gets lost. There's issues. You have to deal with customer service. Screw that. I mean, if the person has a cell phone, which increasingly is the case. I mean, by the end of next year, more than 5 or 6 billion people, depending on different estimates, will have smartphones basically by the end of 2022. We're talking like the vast majority of humans will have access to smartphones. They can all have sovereign Bitcoin wallets. And there's even ways to access Bitcoin without the internet. But I mean, we can get into that.
There's like hardware wallets and so on. What do you mean by sovereign Bitcoin wallet?
Most users today are using Bitcoin in a custodial manner. So this is kind of like having a bank account where you have a deposit account at a bank, right? So you have a claim, right? You go to the bank and they have some of your money and you take it out, right? With an ATM. So what I would call non-custodial Bitcoin use would be similar to withdrawing cash from an ATM. You have it. It's a bearer instrument, okay? So that's what it's called, the bearer instrument.
No, I know. I apologize. I'm outside this community. It just sounds funny.
No. So like a bearer instrument would be like a bar of gold or a banknote or Bitcoin that you control, meaning you have the seed phrase, right? Which for the listeners essentially is 12 to 24 English words that you write down on a piece of paper. Yeah. That's your like password to get into your Bitcoin account. Mm-hmm. And that gives you that bearer instrument quality, right? But unfortunately, most users still use Bitcoin in a custodial way, meaning they buy it on Coinbase,
Coinbase,
or Square, or something like that.
You would put into the
custodial
category,
like a Bitcoin
bank. Yeah.
And look, the good news is you can withdraw to your own control. And in the Bitcoin community, we try to teach this idea that it's not your keys, not your coins. In the same way that if you deposit your money at the bank, you might not get it back. I mean, it's low likelihood, but it's very possible. Same thing in Bitcoin. Like if you want to get the full experience, you want to actually custody your own Bitcoin. You want to put it, whether it's on an open source software wallet, like the Blue Wallet is a good one for people to check out, or a hardware wallet like Cold Card, for example. There's different ways to do this. But essentially, like around the world, people are innovating. Like, don't think so low of your fellow man. You know what I mean? Like, people are able to figure this out. I get a lot of flack from people saying, "Oh, Bitcoin's so hard to use." I read this article in the New York Times saying this guy in Silicon Valley lost all of his Bitcoin. That's because he was a moron and didn't care about it. This guy lost all this Bitcoin because it wasn't worth much 10 years ago, and he forgot the password. But if you're like receiving your remittance from a family member, you're not going to lose the password. Right.
And you trust in the basic intelligence of people to figure this out and to innovate and so on and figure out.
We're watching it, man.
It's kind of funny but people in the United States are not very savvy with money. It's exactly the way you're describing. It's like when you have very little money, mm-hmm. you're going to be savvy with money. You're going to understand exactly the mechanisms that work, that are resistant to the corruption that's around you. I mean, I remember sort of growing up in the Soviet Union, mm-hmm. the general bureaucracy and the corruption of everything around you, you figure out ways around that. You figure out ways how to function within that kind of system to survive under inflation, under hyperinflation, under all like basically being unable to trust any kind of, even the police force and all those kinds of things. You figure it out. And in that same way, perhaps Bitcoin could be all the different ways to store and gain Bitcoin. These mechanisms could be something that's figured out in the third world as opposed to in the
I would say the capital of Bitcoin could easily be Lagos and not San Francisco.
Yes.
In terms of users, in terms of people using it. And again, the two use cases, as a savings account and as an unstoppable payment rail. These are the two ones that you should really think about. This is how people are using it today. Now, when it comes to, could it possibly be adopted by like a sufficient majority of the population? I say yes. And it's very similar to the way the mobile phone spread. At the beginning, the cell phone was only for rich people. It was only for the elite. It was huge. It didn't work very well. The interface sucked. It was clunky. Over time, it got smaller and smaller and cheaper and cheaper and easier to use and easier to use. And today, everyone benefits. So you're going to watch a similar technology upgrade process with Bitcoin. Already in the last 10 years, Bitcoin has gotten so much easier to use. I mean, there are now mobile wallets that are so slick. There's one called Moon, M-U-U-N wallet from a team in Argentina. And these guys created it because they saw their own currency devalued like 3 times in the last 20 years. And they've had a hell of a time trying to get their money back and forth from different countries. So they were like, let's make this easy for people. Again, this is the people's money. This is something that cannot be controlled by governments or corporations. And that makes it very powerful. And I think it's actually quite exciting to be here in the adoption phase.
In the early days.
Yeah, man, this is the early days.
And you also mentioned that sort of Bitcoin is the mechanism of a peaceful revolution. So, so it's a way to resist authoritarianism in a peaceful way. It's ultimately you mentioned sort of politics, information, and money. It seems like in the space of money, this is one of the peaceful mechanisms.
It's a way to opt out. You can opt out peacefully from the system. And
yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. So Bitcoin is currently by far the most popular sort of dominant cryptocurrency. That said, and I look forward to your letters, Bitcoin maximalists. That said, Internet Explorer was the most popular browser for quite a long time, and then other browsers came along that outcompeted it, like Chrome, Firefox. People should check out Brave. It's a great browser. I think it's my favorite browser at this point. Anyway, so why Bitcoin? Why not another cryptocurrency? If you look in the next 10, 20, 50, 100 years, do you think it's possible for another cryptocurrency like Ethereum or something that's not even here yet to overtake Bitcoin as a mechanism?
When you say overtake, what do you mean? What do you mean overtake? Do you mean number of users? Do you mean a price per coin?
The number of users, because we're talking about 1%, 2%.
Yeah.
And if we are serious about this being in the space of money as a way to give individuals power, fight the centralized powers that use the money system and so on, how do we get from 2% to 50%, right? To 60%, to 80%? That jump, is it obvious to you? Not obvious, but do you think Bitcoin is the way to get from 2% to 50%, or are there going to be other cryptocurrencies that may emerge that get us to 50%?
No, I mean, Bitcoin is the innovation. The innovation is in having the decentralized mint. No one can change the monetary policy. Everything else is downstream from there. In Bitcoin, the meme would be 21 million. There's never going to be any more than 21 million. Every other cryptocurrency either has an inflationary policy, meaning there's going to continue to be more and more of it over time, or its monetary policy can be changed by a small group of people. This is vividly on display in Ethereum, which is like the second largest and second most robust cryptocurrency, right? I've talked to senior Ethereum engineers over the last couple of weeks trying to figure out, what is the monetary policy of Ethereum? No one can tell me. No one knows how much ETH is going to be minted in 2022 and 2023 after they shift to proof of stake. I've seen estimates that range from 100,000 to 2 million. So at the end of the day, you're going to be trusting a small group of people to make those decisions. That is what we are escaping with Bitcoin. So all these other cryptocurrencies, they might have their use cases. Virtually all of them are not. It's very important for people to know that if you take like the 4,500 cryptocurrencies on CoinMarketCap, almost all of them are scams, straight up. Even the ones that have like noble intentions, I just don't think are going to add that much value. Ultimately, I think Bitcoin to me is the innovation, and that's because it has a monetary policy and an issuance schedule that cannot be changed. And that's what gets me so excited about it. I mean, that's why it's such an important tool for human rights.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you grow from 2%, when you grow in the number of people using it at the scale they're using it, it's going to need to be resistant to governments and institutions
100%.
messing with it. So it's interesting to see what kind of cryptocurrency would be resistant to that. Obviously, Dogecoin is going to win. Let's be honest.
Well, I mean, look,
Look forward to
the
your
number
letters.
2 cryptocurrency in the world, probably by like how useful it is to people, is Tether, which is totally centralized, has blacklists. So I'm not saying there won't be like new digital assets that are lumped into this category that have usage, but they're not, it's not the same innovation as Bitcoin. It's just sort of building on this idea of like a euro dollar, maybe like a dollar that is minted outside of the control of the US Federal Reserve, right? It would be a euro dollar. So stablecoins are kind of like euro dollars, just minted by private actors in a way, right? But they're still tied to the dollar. They're pegged to the dollar. They're not escaping the system. Escaping the system is Bitcoin. We aren't reliant on the dollar. We have our own, full store value, medium of exchange, unit of account eventually. And, the Bitcoin world will be denominated in different terms. And I think everything else will be tied to it. I really do.
It does feel currently like Bitcoin is like pirates or something like that. And there's still like the central banks that are like the main navies of the different nations.
Yeah.
It's just this, if you talk about scale, scams, like, what makes me really sad? And just a tiny little tangent. There's been recently, I guess with the growing platform or something, there's been a bunch of fake Lex Fridman accounts.
Yeah.
And
must have 1 million.
But not only do they do stupid stuff, but they've been messaging people
to get the Bitcoin and stuff
on
like
LinkedIn.
That. Totally.
And people write to me and they're saying like,
tough, man.
I think it gets people. I think they click on stuff. I think they were not sure. And it makes me think like people are gullible, or not gullible, but like they're just like I am, which is they're like hopeful about the world. They're optimistic about the world. They're almost like naive about the evil that's out there.
This is what goes wrong with Bitcoin, and I've seen it. People fall for these like in these different countries. I'm trying to like talk to different people about Bitcoin, and like the amount of like MLM schemes, pyramid schemes, Ponzi schemes. There's just so many of them, and there's plenty here too. But like in Zimbabwe, I was talking to this guy who is a reporter who studies the FX, like the foreign currency exchange markets. He's just saying one of the main reasons people don't want to get into Bitcoin is because they've been scammed so hard by all these other things. So I would say that that's one way it could go wrong, is that like people just continue to be like afraid of it because of things that are like that in the past.
Well, it's not just the volatility. It's just having.
If you think it's a pyramid scheme, you're not going to want to get involved.
And in some sense, if I were to speak to the Bitcoin maximalist community, is to maybe ease up on the certainty, because that gives me the signal that it's a scam, to be honest. So whenever there's a lot of people being cultishly excited about something, I start being very skeptical. It's like, I used to like Green Day before they became really popular. And then the moment they became really popular, I'm like, I don't know. And he started wearing mascara, and it's like, I don't like him anymore. So like, I'm very skeptical about evangelists of an idea, because I think Bitcoin on its own is just a powerful idea that stands. But I also understand that in a world of a lot of competing ideas where there's a lot of scams and a lot of money to be made through those scams, that you have to be innovative in the kind of mechanisms you use to break through the scam, the ocean of scams.
I took this personality test, and I'm a 99 skepticism. So I was first, sadly, because I was first introduced to Bitcoin in 2013, and I was like, whatever. And it took me 4 years to actually get into it, to go down the rabbit hole. I didn't really start to grasp it and start getting excited about it until 2017. So I was regrettably very, very skeptical for a long time. And I just thought it was like, whatever. So I appreciate that. And you should be skeptical. But ultimately, you got to believe in things like, I believe in democracy. I believe it's good for people. I believe it's better than tyranny. I believe in the internet. I know that we've had issues with centralization of the internet, but I still believe it's better to be connected than to have bridges between us. And I believe in Bitcoin. And to me, it's like a very similar progressive force that we're encountering. But I be skeptical. Nothing will befall you that's bad if you're like cautious and skeptical. That's like a good mentality to have.
One thing we haven't talked about, all the violations of the human rights that authoritarian regimes do.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a positive, but if you're wrong about Bitcoin, what would that look like? what kind of thing that in 10, 20 years that you're not wrong.
Right.
But
it doesn't pan out.
It doesn't pan out, but other things that actually make you feel good about all the hard work you've done do pan out. Something you haven't expected. What might that be?
Well, as we've talked about, my career started in human rights and in promoting individual freedom and fighting authoritarianism. That fight will continue on, no matter what happens with Bitcoin. I think it would be a massive failure and a tragedy if this project didn't work.
Bitcoin project.
Yes, if the Bitcoin project didn't work, it would honestly, it's one of the only things that gives me hope, because it is an effective way to push back against creeping centralized control. If for whatever reason, and I can't really see, one of the reasons I'm so into it is I can't really see how it's not going to work. Again, I think the Trojan horse allegory is too powerful. These big centralized actors are going to be too greedy, and they're going to want some, as opposed to banning it. It's way easier for them to buy it than to ban it. I think that's just what's going to happen. But if for whatever reason it failed, I would have very little hope left, because really, I mean, the Chinese model of centralizing all of your data and controlling it, I mean, ultimately is a very, very powerful sort of arch force. And I would be concerned that would be all of our sort of destiny.
I do have to sort of push back at a style of communication, and you're not doing it today. You're being exceptionally eloquent in arguing these ideas, but me, especially just from studying history and being very skeptical from growing up in the Soviet Union, I'm very skeptical and cautious when I see a community of people being very sure of an idea. Doesn't matter what that idea is. And there's a huge amount of certainty around Bitcoin. Part of it is an important feature because its number go up.
So far.
Number go up is a really important part of the mechanism to make sure that it grows in impact, network effects, because I mean, it's really important to get excited about an idea for it to take hold. That's the way human nature works and so on. But I also get... even something that you mentioned that, others may not, if you mention blockchain, you're sensitive to the attacks that have been mounted where the word blockchain had been used.
People have been fooled. I mean, fooled, yeah. And people in the humanitarian sector have been fooled into thinking that some centralized blockchain project is going to help some refugee. All collapsed.
It makes me sad that there's a huge number of... So there's going to be a moment, if Bitcoin continues to grow in its impact, when governments are going to seriously contend with, what do we do with this? Do you think about those moments? Is Bitcoin, is the cryptocurrency world in general going to be able to withstand the serious legal pushback from countries, from nations, especially authoritarian nations?
Yeah, so it's been interesting. It's been 12 years, okay? More than 12 years since Satoshi Nakamoto created Bitcoin. And they haven't been able to stop it. They have tried. They have tried a lot. I wrote a long essay for Quillette on this. Why haven't governments been able to stop Bitcoin? And my thesis is essentially that there's been this mix of different kind of technical, social, and economic and political incentives and disincentives that make it very difficult. And I think, to me, the best way to think about it is that Bitcoin's like a Trojan horse. So just to actually tell that story just a little bit, because I think it's important to understand the classical mythology tale. I find this very interesting.
Of the actual
Trojan horse, yeah, which was told in the Aeneid, actually, by Virgil, right? And the idea was the Greeks had been trying to take the city of Troy for a decade at these impregnable walls, and they couldn't do it. And Ulysses and the rest of the Greek army were like, we don't know what to do. So Minerva, the god of strategy and war, kind of they get this idea from her, I guess, to actually try to use subterfuge and trickery to take over the city. So the idea is and this was sort of hatched by Ulysses, right, to put this horse together that would kind of be like a gift. So the idea was the Greeks just pretended to leave, right? They deserted. They left behind one soldier and this horse. And the Trojans looked at it and they were like, "What's going on here?" And they brought in the soldier, and the soldier's like, "Look, they left. They're so sorry for all of the desecration and blood spill. This is their gift to you. It's honoring Minerva. It's this trophy for you guys." Yeah. And there were actually people inside Troy, Cassandra, a prophet, as well as Laocoon, who was a priest who said, no, this is obviously a trick. This is obviously a trick. But they were like dispatched and ignored because the horse was like, it was just like so badass. So the Trojans were like, bring it in the city. So they brought it in themselves. No blood spilled at all, right? In the middle of the night, of course, what you realize is the horse was packed with Greek soldiers, and they come out and they let the army in, which was like hiding behind an island. So this idea that like something could be so attractive that you really can't say no, even if you know what's inside of it, is at play in Bitcoin. So like in Bitcoin has this number go up technology, right? It is what we call it in sort of shorthand, NGU, right? But what people don't realize is that NGU is like the Trojan horse. Inside the Trojan horse is FGU, freedom go up technology. So dictators and rogue regimes and corporations are going to buy, mine, tax, accumulate this thing because it's the best performing financial asset in the world. What they don't realize, or they're going to have to ignore, is that they're also aiding and abetting this freedom technology, which allows individuals to be sovereign and eventually erodes their power. There's no question that rogue regimes and bad actors have already used and will continue to use Bitcoin. The thing is, when you think about a North Korea or a Venezuela, and that government instructs some of its bureaucrats and cronies and officials to start stealing Bitcoin or accumulating it or whatever for short-term gain to get around sanctions and use it to buy dollars or something like that, right? Which they can't get normally. Well, guess what? All those people who the regime has instructed to like figure this thing out and use it, they're all going to realize, oh my God, this is money the government doesn't control, and it's going to spread like a virus, okay? So this is like the idea of the Trojan horse allegory, why I think it's so important and powerful with Bitcoin. All the people talking about Bitcoin today on TV, they don't care about freedom or privacy. They just care about number go up. But what they don't realize is what's concealed within. And that's very, very powerful to me.
So the people talking about Bitcoin on TV are maybe investor types.
Professional investors, corporations, and soon governments. I mean, you just had today, this morning on CNBC, the leader of the Republican leader of the House of Representatives, a congressman, saying like we need to be pro-Bitcoin as a country. And the other day, Peter Thiel had a very interesting comment where he was basically like, let's not fall behind China in this race. So you have influential people in our government like sort of posturing for this like Bitcoin race that's going to happen in the next 10 years. You're going to see this. Countries are going to compete to stack Bitcoin. Absolutely.
So you believe the thing that's shiny and sexy like the Trojan horse is the number go up
it's too hard to ignore.
And for to to define that a little further, meaning is it does seem like the more people get excited and start using Bitcoin, the more of its value grows. So it's just a good
feedback loop.
Yeah, it's a feedback loop. And then the reason you're excited about it, especially, is the FG.
Freedom go up.
Freedom go up, which is it ultimately gives power to the individuals to decentralize.
Yeah, I mean, like
system.
When Tesla stacks Bitcoin, they're just doing that out of self-interest. They think it's going to be a good inflation hedge. Fine. But what they maybe don't care about, don't realize, or they don't need to care. I mean, Bitcoin's power is it like co-opts people into promoting a freedom tool, even if they don't care about, or even if they hate freedom. It doesn't matter. So when Tesla stacks Bitcoin and the price goes up and more interest goes up and more people around the world are like, wow, Bitcoin, then more people get involved. Again, more adoption, more price, more developers, better user interface, more privacy tools, more mining, more network security. It's just this like positive feedback loop that continues to grow, and it will grow intensely in the next decade as we go through the adoption cycle. And the reason why I'm so excited about this is the human rights world. Again, to get back to our previous conversation, it is very hard to find people who have the empathy or the altruism to actually make a difference abroad in places like China or Saudi Arabia or North Korea. People are very quick to they'll just quickly toss off the pretty words that they care about human rights as soon as profits come into play. So there's no alignment of incentives, right? The reason why Bitcoin is so powerful is that it aligns the incentives. All of a sudden, they can be as greedy as they want. They are being forced to promote a freedom tool. This I've never seen before, and it gives me a lot of like excitement. It's very refreshing because we've been laboring in the human rights space. You have to like raise money, and it's all like nonprofit work, and you're like begging for people to make a difference for you. Here you have this like incredible asset which people will accumulate out of self-preservation, self-interest, and greed, and yet it will strengthen the power of the individual. That is what we need to fight Big Brother. That's what we need to fight. Like what I'm scared is happening in China, like this growing authoritarian state, which is powered by big data analysis. This is our way to fight back. And it runs on this like really interesting engine, again, that like takes advantage of our base nature as humans. And I know that it sounds terrible for me to say this, but I mean, ultimately, we are self-interested, and it is hard to get people to care about others living 1,000 miles away. You know, we are kind of localized in our empathy. Speaking as someone who works to help people who live in like 100 different countries, it's very difficult to get Americans to care about what's happening in Belarus or in Kashmir. It just is. But guess what? They're going to definitely care about Bitcoin because they want to see their net worth go up. They want to do better for their family, etc. They're going to get into this thing, and it's really going to like make that powerful tool for everyone else who's using it. So this interplay dynamic is fascinating to me.
Yeah, I have to. So I'm somebody who doesn't like the corrupting effects of greed, but it is also human nature.
Yeah, I don't like it either. But we have to be realists here.
You have to acknowledge it and then maybe use it for your advantage.
And it's not just Bitcoin itself. Like exchanges today are adopting something called Lightning Network, which is a way to scale Bitcoin on a second layer. Much like we had gold bars, which we scaled with paper money, and then we had Visa credit cards, which were a way of scaling the paper notes. Bitcoin scales through Lightning Network. It's a private, instant, globally final settlement network. It's something you all should check out. It's very, very interesting. The exchanges aren't adopting Lightning for its privacy benefits. Like Lightning operates off the chain, meaning surveillance companies can't do chain analysis on Lightning because it's on an onion routed second layer, kind of that works kind of like the Tor project. The exchanges don't care about privacy. They're doing it because it reduces fees. Lightning is cheaper and faster. So again, we have this really interesting alignment of incentives where like the freedom tech is being promoted by people who it doesn't matter what their incentives are. I could care less if they were altruistic or not. And I think this is, and you're going to maybe see this even in the future. There's more things coming in Bitcoin down the pike. Lightning was enabled by an upgrade called SegWit, right, which took place a few years ago, which was the culmination of the block size conflict. There's another thing coming up called cross-input signature aggregation, which may, if it takes effect in the next few years, it may compel exchanges to collaboratively spend all their Bitcoin together in a way that really protects our privacy and fights surveillance. But they're not going to do it for moral reasons. They're going to do it because it's going to save them money and improve their bottom line.
Can you speak to that kind of collaborative so that you can have multiple parties in a single transaction kind of thing?
Yeah, like you could do that today. Absolutely. It's called CoinJoin, for example. But right now it's more expensive to CoinJoin in Bitcoin. You have to pay a premium for your privacy. This would flip that on its head and would basically say, if you have one transaction, hey, pile them all in, have as many parties as you want. The more parties you get in, the cheaper it's going to be per party. Okay. And that's not possible in Bitcoin today, but it might be in the future. But again, the beauty in Bitcoin are these these ways that it just aligns human incentives and it aligns our like most base desires and needs and realities with like freedom and privacy. And that I've never seen before. And that's why I think it's so interesting.
So something that like somebody like Eric Weinstein actually spoke to this. Well, politics, information, money.
Yes.
Let's talk about money. What is money and why is it important to think about in the context of human rights?
I have witnessed money be peripheralized. It has taken a back seat in the human rights conversation. The idea of currency, who makes the money, who makes the rules, who issues it, who sets the interest rates, all these things. It is not on the menu of human rights activists. If you just do like a systematic study of like the human rights discourse over the last several decades, money is not there. It's also not really taught in schools. Like children don't really learn about money. Where does it come from? It's kind of hidden from a lot of our discourse. Only really when I got into Bitcoin did I start learning more about money. I spent 10 years at the Human Rights Foundation. And we did all kinds of programs around the world. We convened Oslo Freedom Forums in different places, and I got to meet hundreds of dissidents. And very rarely did they ever speak about currency or bank accounts or moving money from one place to another. But when I started asking them, they always had amazing stories about money, always. I mean, my friend Ivan Mawire, who started the This Flag movement in Zimbabwe, which ended up toppling Robert Mugabe, when I asked him to come to San Francisco to give a talk about hyperinflation, which he lived through, he said, no one's ever asked me to do that before, but I'll come. And he came. This was about 3 years ago. And the first thing he did when he got on the stage is he opened up his shirt and he brought out a necklace that had the 1980 Zimbabwean dollar on it. And he said, we in the activist community wear this as a symbol of where our country used to be, because the Zimbabwean dollar used to be worth 2 British pounds. And then, of course, over the next 2.5 decades of economic mismanagement and corruption by Mugabe, it got inflated out of existence, right? You've seen those like $100 trillion Zimbabwean notes. So he had to live through that, which was terrible and crushing. But he, is an expert on money. If you actually talk to human rights activists about money, they know a lot about money. They're just not usually asked to talk about it. So, for me, money, when I study money or look at money, it's really about control. Who is creating it and how much does the population know about the creation of that money? And when it comes to Bitcoin, it's really the people's money. Like, there is no shadowy force in charge of it. We all know the rules. We all know how it's going to get minted and how it's going to get printed. And, that information is out there for everybody to see. And there's no like special group of rules for one group of people or another group. A billionaire and a refugee are the same in the eyes of the protocol. This is a rather revolutionary concept. And in the same way that democracy allowed us to decentralize politics and have checks and balances, and in the same way that the internet is this culmination of technologies that allowed us to decentralize information, access to and control over it, Bitcoin, decentralizes money. I mean, no longer, again, is there one group of people who can just change it arbitrarily. We're all on the same playing field. And I think that is a tremendous innovation.
From one perspective, money and inflation, hyperinflation, is a kind of symptom of corruption as opposed to the core of the corruption. And at the flip side, in terms of resisting the corruption, resisting the abuse of human rights, it's interesting to think that fighting inflation or fighting the mismanagement of the money supply is a way to fight back authoritarianism or to fight authoritarianism. And that's an interesting concept that I think was introduced to me by just plugging myself intellectually into the Bitcoin community, but also just cryptocurrency in general. It's to like, it's not that money is a symptom. Money is a tool to fight back too.
Absolutely.
That happened.
What role does money play in all of this? Is money a huge influence in politics? Super PACs, all that kind of stuff, or is this more just kind of a narrative that we play with? Because from the outsider's perspective, that seems to be one of the fundamental problems with modern politics.
So I was just having this conversation, Marshall and I, Marshall Kosloff, my co-host on the Realignment, and it's funny because if you do enough research, we actually live in the least corrupt age in American campaign finance, as in it's never been more transparent. It's never been more up to the FEC, and all of that. If you go back and read not even 50 years ago, we're talking about Lyndon B. Johnson handing people, like literally he came up in his youth, paying people for votes, like the boss of the person who like had all the Mexican votes, like the person who had, and he was like giving out briefcases. This is like within people's lifetimes who are alive in America. So that doesn't happen anymore. But I don't like to blame everything on money, although I do think money is obviously a huge part of the problem. I actually look at it in terms of distribution, which is that how is money distributed within our society? Because I firmly believe that politics, this is going to get complicated, but I think politics is mostly downstream from culture. And culture, obviously, I'm using economics because there's obviously a huge interplay there. But like in terms of the equitable or lack of equitable distribution of money within our politics, what we're really pissed off about is we're like, our politics only seems to work for the people who have money. I think that's largely true. I think that the reason why things worked differently in the past is because our economy was structured in different ways. And there's a reason that our politics today are very analogous to the last Gilded Age, because we had very similar levels of economic distribution and cultural problems too at the same time. I don't want to erase that because I actually think that's what's driving all of our politics right now.
So that's interesting. So that's one. So in that sense, representative government is doing a pretty good job of representing the state of culture and the people and so on. Yeah. I wonder if you think about the role of artificial intelligence in all of this, because your smart contracts are kind of agreements. Maybe you disagree with this, but at least the way I'm thinking about it is agreements between humans or groups of humans. But it seems like because everything is operating in the digital space, that you can integrate non-humans into this, or AI systems that help out humans, managed by humans. Like, what do you think about a world of hybrid smart contracts codifying agreements between hybrid intelligent being networks of humans and AI systems?
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. In terms of AI, I'm not an expert, right? So it might be a bit simplistic or naive, my ideas in this field. I think, everyone saw the Terminator movie, right? Everybody kind of saw the Terminator movie in the 90s, and it was like, this is really scary. I personally think AI is amazing and makes perfect sense. I think it will evolve to a place where people have, just so you understand, I work in the world of trust issues, right? I work in the world of how can technology solve trust and collaboration issues using encryption, using cryptographically guaranteed systems, using decentralized infrastructure, right? So that's the world that I've been inhabiting for, many, many years now, building smart contracts for 7 or 8, doing stuff before that. It's kind of what I'm focused on. So I view AI through that same lens. And my brain naturally asks, well, what is the trust issue that people might have with AI? And my natural kind of response is, well, let's say AI continues to be built and improve. At some point, I have no clue where we are on this now. I've seen different ideas that were very far from this. I've seen other ideas that were very close to this. At a certain point, we'd arrive at a place with AI where we would be a little bit worried about just how much it could do, right? We might be worried that AI could do things we don't want it to do, but we still want to give AI a level of control over our lives, right? So in my world, that's a trust issue. And the way that trust issue would be solved with blockchains is actually very straightforward, and I think in its simplicity quite powerful. You could have an AI that has an ability to do and control key parts of your and our lives, right? But then you could limit it with private keys and blockchains and create certain guardrails and firm kind of walls and limits to what the AI could never go past, assuming that encryption, right, that encryption continues to work, right? And assuming that if it's not that AI's specialization to break encryption, that it wouldn't be able to do that, right? So if you have an AI that controls something very important, whatever it is, shipping or something in defense or something in, the financial system, whatever it is, but you're sitting there and you're kind of worried, hey, this thing is unbelievable. It's coming up with things we wouldn't have thought of in 100 years, but maybe it's a little too unbelievable. How do you limit it? Well, if you bake in private keys and you bake in these kind of blockchain-based limitations, you can create the conditions beyond which an AI could never act. And those could once again be codified in the very specific, unambiguous terms in which you described, which, once again, in my trust issue focused world, would solve the trust issue for users and make them comfortable with using the AI or ceding control to the AI, which I think in more advanced versions of AI will continue to be a concern, right?
This is fascinating. So smart contracts actually provide a mechanism for human supervision of AI systems. With
encryption, very encryption heavy. So it's not about like, is it smarter than us? It's about, will the encryption hold up?
Yep. So that's based on the assumption that encryption holds up. I think that's a safe assumption. We can get into that whole discussion, but from quantum computing, but cracking encryption is very difficult. That's a whole nother discussion.
Right.
I think we're safe on the safe ground for quite a long time, assuming encryption holds. There's a space that is at the cutting edge of general intelligence research in the AI community, which is the space of program synthesis, or AI generating programs. So that's different than what you're referring to, is AI being able to generate smart contracts.
Mhm.
And that, to me, is kind of fascinating. To think of especially two AI systems between each other generating contracts, sort of almost creating a world where most of the contracts are between non-human beings.
I think an AI system, as I think about it, and once again, this is not my field. This is
Yes.
something I might watch a YouTube video on or just see something interesting about at some point. I think if I were to just reason through it even now, I think the highly deterministic and guaranteed nature of smart contracts would probably be preferable to an AI, because I'm guessing an AI would have a lot of problems with dealing with the human element of how contracts work today, right? So an AI, for example, couldn't pick up the phone and call, Dave at a bank to do a derivative and kind of discuss with Dave and have a call with him and kind of have a conversation and make him comfortable and tell him it's going to be fine and kind of smooth out all the weird, social cues that have to do with making certain derivatives. I'm assuming that that's a pretty complicated neural map AI kind of problem. So if I think about it, the deterministic guaranteed nature of smart contracts probably would, and if assuming they're accessible to AIs, could actually, interestingly enough, be the format that they prefer to codify their relationship with non-AI systems and very possibly other AI systems, right? Because it is very, it's pretty guaranteed, right? All the other types of contracts that an AI could go out there and seek to do would require, some language processing around the law. And I think, I don't know if this is a term, but probably not, a smart AI or a good AI or whatever the term is for a high quality AI would probably realize some of the limitations and the risks.
Yeah, AI definitely dislikes ambiguity and would prefer the determinism, the deterministic nature of smart contracts
to our industry.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, you talk about the current sort of decentralized world, DeFi, but decentralized services world is primarily just tokens, and it's basically just financial transactions. And the kind of thing, the reason why it's super exciting, the kind of thing you're doing with Chainlink and Oracle networks, is that you can basically open up the whole world of services to this kind of decentralized smart contract world. I mean, you're talking about just orders of magnitude greater impact financially and just socially and philosophically. Are there interesting near-term and long-term applications that excite you?
Yeah, there's a lot that excites me. And that is how I think about it, that it's not just about we made a decentralized Oracle network. It's about we made a decentralized service or collection of services that's going from hundreds to thousands. And then people are able to build the hybrid smart contracts, which I think will redefine what our industry is about. Because, for example, for the people that only learned about blockchains through the lens of NFTs, they understand blockchains through NFTs, not through speculative tokens or Bitcoins, right? And I think that will continue. I think the use cases that excite me, they vary between the developed market, the developed world's economies, and emerging markets. I think in the developed world, what you will see is that transparency, creating a new level of information for how markets work and the risk that is in markets and kind of the dynamics that put the global financial system at systemic financial risk, like 2008. And my hope is that all of this infrastructure will soften the boom and bust cycles by making information immediately available to all market participants, which is, by the way, what all market participants want, except for the very, very, very small minority that are able to game the system in their benefit and benefit from booms but avoid busts because of their asymmetric access to information, which really everybody should have and which this technically solves. I think in the process of doing that, and which is happening, I think, right about now, you see a polishing of the technology such that it can be made available to emerging markets. And on a personal level, I feel that the emerging markets will benefit much more from this technology just like the emerging markets benefit much more from the internet or from those, $50 Android phones that people can have, because it's such a massive shift in how people's lives work, right? I have always had access to books and a library, which has been fantastic and very important. But there are places in the world where people don't have libraries, but now they have the internet and a $50 Android phone, and they can watch the same Stanford lecture that I watch. I mean, that's kind of mind-blowing, realistically, right? They just went from 0 to 1 in a very, very dramatic way. I think all of these smart contracts, and in my case, I think the one that I seem to keep coming back to is crop insurance, where partly because it doesn't have a tokenization component, partly because it's actually much more important than it might seem.
What is crop insurance?
Right. So exactly. So this is the nature of why it's sometimes hard to see the full value of what our industry does, because it solves all these kinds of back-end problems that we don't have, right? So crop insurance is if I own a farm and it doesn't rain, I get an insurance payout, so I don't need to close down my farm. Because if it didn't rain, I don't have crops, right? So people in the developed world can get crop insurance, and there's all kinds of systems that basically pay them out, and then they can argue with the insurance company if they don't get paid out properly and whatever. And this allows people to smooth out risk. In fact, a lot of the global options markets were about this, right? They were initially about people selling their produce or their crops ahead of time, so that if there was a risk of drought, they weren't impacted by it, right? And that's where a lot of options trading and all this kind of stuff came from, even though it's now turned into this kind of global casino. But in the emerging market, there are literally people that, if they don't have rain for 2 seasons, they need to close down their farm and become a migrant worker of some kind. And now they have a $50 Android phone where they can read Wikipedia, but they're still decades away from an insurance company coming to their geography and offering them insurance, because their local legal system simply doesn't allow that type of thing to exist. No insurance company is going to go and create an insurance entity and offer them insurance, because, the levels of fraud and the ability to resolve that fraud through courts would just not exist. So now these people have to wait for decades to have this very basic form of financial protection, or something like a bank account even. And with this technology, they don't. Right. So with this technology, if I have a $50 Android phone and the smart contract has data from satellites or weather stations about the weather conditions in the geography that my farm is in, I can put value into the smart contract, and the smart contract will automatically pay me back out at my Android phone. And guess what? I just leapfrogged past my corrupt government not being able to provide a legal infrastructure to create insurance. I just leapfrogged past dealing with insurance companies that'll probably price gouge me and often not pay out. And I leapfrogged into the world of hyper reliable, kind of guaranteed smart contract outcomes that are as good, or in many cases better, than what farmers in other parts of the world have. And this type of dynamic for the emerging markets of creating a way for people to control and manage risk in their economic life, I think extends way past insurance. It extends to them having bank accounts to combat local inflation. It extends to them being able to sell their goods on the global free market of global trade without middlemen. It extends to all these things that we don't really care about, right? Because we're not farmers, but are unbelievably impactful for people that don't have a bank account and their inflation rate in their country is double digits. Or their farm completely depends on rain, or their livelihood completely depends on their ability to sell goods, and they can't sell those goods because there's a middleman who essentially controls all the trust relationships. But now we have the internet and smart contracts, and that might not have to be the case in the next 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, so that definitely has a quality of life impact on the particular farmer's life, but I suspect it has a huge down the line ripple effect on the whole supply chain. So if you think about farmers, but any other people that produce things that are part of a large like a logistics network, like a supply chain network, that means when you increase reliability, you sort of increase transparency and control. But like where any one node in that supply chain network can formalize the way it operates in its agreements with others, then you could just have a very like at scale transformative effect on how people that down the line use the services that you provide, the products that you create, operate. So like it's almost hard to imagine the possible ways it might transform the world. I wonder how much friction there is in the system, I guess, currently, that smart contracts might remove. That's almost unknown. You can sort of hypothesize and stuff, but I wonder. I've seen enough bureaucracy in my life to know that smart contracts in many cases would remove bureaucracy. And I wonder how the world will be once you remove much of the bureaucracy. Coming from the Soviet Union, where I just have seen the life sucked out of the innovative spirit of human nature by bureaucracy, I wonder, the kind of amazing world that could be created once bureaucracy is removed.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating how the world can evolve. I think this extends a lot further than people think into many, many different parts of the global economy. It might start with NFTs for art, or it might start with DeFi, right? Or it might start with fraud-proof ad networks next. We don't know what it's going to go to next. But I think the implication of people being in a system of contracts that holds them accountable and guarantees contractual outcomes, regardless of a local legal system, is something that I think extends, to the supply chain. You can prove that goods were sourced in an ethical way, and you can prove that in a way that can't be gamed. That'll change buying power and supplier power and how people produce goods that we all consume. And then on the political level, I personally think that in a number of decades, we could literally be in a place where politicians can commit to a certain set of smart contract kind of budget definitional kind of results. For example, we discovered oil. I promised as a politician, I'm going to take the oil and I'm going to redistribute it to all of you. Well, that's wonderful. That's a great idea. Sounds very nice when you're running for office. Why don't we codify that in a smart contract? And why don't we put those conditions very solidly on a blockchain? And then once you've been elected, we'll just turn that one on, and it'll distribute the money just like you said, and everything will be fine. I personally think that this new level of systems that allows trustworthy collaboration between everybody, between supply chain partners, ad network users, the financial system, insurance companies, and farmers, all of these are just interactions that require a trusted entity, or in this case, a trusted piece of code to orchestrate the interaction in the way that everyone agrees.
Yep. Yeah, one of the things that makes the United States fascinating is the founding documents. And it's fascinating to think of us moving into the new, in the 21st century, to a digital version of that. So the Constitution, a smart Constitution, no offense to the paper Constitution, and that would have transformative effects on politicians and governments, holding people accountable. Oh man, that's so exciting to think that we might enforce accountability through the smart contract process.
Exactly. Why can't that happen? Anything that we could codify into a smart contract, and anything that we all agree is the way the world should work, and then anything that we can get proof about, right? Anything that a system somewhere could tell us happened, those are the pieces of the puzzle, right? We need a trusted piece of code. We need to have agreement that that's how the world should work. And we need a system that'll tell that trusted piece of code what happened. Mm-hmm. As long as we have those three things, we can theoretically codify any set of agreements about anything where those three properties take hold.
I wonder if you can apply that to like military conflict and so on. Recently, the Biden announced that we're going to pull out from Afghanistan after 20 years in the war. I wonder, there's a lot of debacles around war in Afghanistan and invasion of Iraq, all those kinds of things. I wonder if that was instead formulated as a smart contract. Like that might have actually huge impact on the way we do conflict. So you think of smart contract as a kind of win-win situation where you're doing like financial transactions or something like that. But you could see that also about military conflict, or like whenever two nations are at tension with each other, different scales of conflict, that you could have conflict codified. And that would potentially resolve conflict much faster because there's honesty, transparency, and control within that conflict, because there's conflict in this world. And I again, very, very inspiring to think about the kind of effects it might have on the negative kinds of contracts, on the tense, painful kinds of contracts.
I haven't thought about that as much. It's actually kind of scary, the stuff you're thinking through now with like the war contracts or something. That's not in the white paper. We don't have anything about war contracts or anything.
Again, this is the Russian. We're both Russian, but I'm a little more Russian in the suffering side. Maybe I read way too much Dostoevsky and military kind of ideas. But anyway, holding politicians accountable in all forms, I think is really powerful. Is there something you could say as a small aside on how smart contracts actually work if we look at the code? Is there some nice way to say technically what is a smart contract? What does it mean to codify these agreements, the actual process for people who might not at all be familiar?
I think you just write it into code that operates in this kind of decentralized infrastructure. You usually write code that runs in a central server somewhere. Now you write code that runs across a lot of different machines in this decentralized way. And then after you write it, you need services. And that's where oracles come in. They provide all the services. So just like you would be writing code in Web 2.0 land, running it on a server somewhere and using an API, here you'd be writing code, putting it on a decentralized infrastructure like a blockchain or a smart contract platform like Ethereum. And then you would be using various services in the form of oracles, so they'll just be called oracles or decentralized services instead of APIs. And you're basically composing the same type of architecture, except it's hyper reliable. At the moment, it's a little bit less efficient because there's an early stage to our industry, but it provides this extreme level of reliability and transparency, which for certain use cases is an absolute critical component and is completely reinventing how they work. So I think people should look at what are the use cases where that trust dynamic can be so heavily improved. And that's probably the ones where this is maybe initially useful.
But I mean, just to emphasize, I don't think people realize when you say code that we're talking about non-obfuscated actual program. Like you can read it, you can understand it.
Yeah.
And there's something about, maybe this is my computer science perspective of like software engineering perspective, but there's something about the formalism of programming languages which enforces simplicity and clarity and transparency. And because it's seen to everybody, I mean, simplicity is enforced. There's something about natural language, like language as written in the Constitution, for example, where there's so many interpretations. With the nice thing about programs, there's not going to be a huge number of books written about what was meant by this particular line, because it's pretty clear. Like programming languages have a clarity to them that natural language does not, and they don't have ambiguity, which I think it's important to pause on because it's really powerful. It's really difficult to think about. I think we live in a world where all the philosophers and legal minds don't know how to program. So I think not all, most don't. And so we don't often see the philosophical impact of this kind of idea that the agreements between humans can be written in a programming language. That's a really transformative idea. It's an idea that's not just technical, it's not just financial, it's philosophical. It's rethinking human nature from a digital perspective. What is human civilization? It's interaction between humans. And rethinking that interaction as a digital interaction that is managed by programming languages, by programs, by code. I mean, that's fascinating. That we'll look back at this time potentially as one where us little descendants of apes did not realize how important this moment in history is. Like, human beings might be totally different a century from now because we codified the interaction between humans. That might have more of an impact than anything else we do today. You think about the impact of the internet, one of the cool things is the digitization of data. But we have not yet integrated the tools, the mechanisms fully that use that data and interact with humans yet. And that's what smart contracts.
I don't know.
Can we talk about tokens a little bit? Generally speaking, there's been a meteoric rise of a bunch of different tokens. We could just talk about Bitcoin and Ethereum as examples. Bitcoin, I think, crossed $60,000 in value. What are your thoughts in general on this rise? What's the future of Bitcoin? What's the future of Ethereum? There's the total value locked metric that I think generalizes the different kind of value of these tokens. What does the future value and impact of cryptocurrency look like if we look through the lens of these tokens?
I think valuing all these tokens and determining that isn't something I'm particularly great at. I haven't spent a lot of time on that. I've spent the vast majority of my time on building these systems and architecting them and getting them to fruition and getting them to a place where they operate properly on both the technical and the cryptoeconomic and in every other sense. I think with Bitcoin, there is a certain conception of non-governmental fiat money that Bitcoin is really the first creator of, right? So there's this very powerful idea called fiat money. It's basically more or less a kind of 40-year experiment. I think on August 15th of this year is maybe, I think, even the 40th anniversary. You know, a government can say, hey, I have a currency and it's worth something, and here it is. In terms of the way that governments have stopped that in the past is if anyone tries to make another fiat currency in their country, they immediately shut it down, right? They immediately say, hey, this is really bad. You've done something really bad. It's time for you to stop. Don't do it anymore. And it stops, right? That's been the history of non-governmental fiat currency. Bitcoin is really, due to its decentralized nature, the first, and possibly in some cases, in many people's minds, still the only true non-governmental fiat currency. Now, how powerful is non-governmental fiat currency? I have no idea, right? This is why it's really as powerful as the ideas that people ascribe to it are, right? So let's say people start saying, like right now people are saying, hey, it's internet money. It's the money of the internet. Okay, great. What's that worth? I don't know. It's probably worth a lot. I have no idea what it's worth. But it's worth as an idea, as a concept, to underpin the fiat money, the let there be aspect of fiat and of Bitcoin. You basically look at it and you say, yeah, internet money. Okay, that could be worth whatever, 60,000, 600,000. Great question, right? There are other versions of the world, right, where people say, there are countries that don't have a good fiat currency, and I see a lot of people using Bitcoin. So Bitcoin isn't internet money, it's countries without a good currency money. So all the countries without a good currency now use Bitcoin, and let there be Bitcoin as this, right? As this conception of Bitcoin. What's the value of that? I don't know. That's a great question. Probably a huge amount of value. Then there's a further conception of Bitcoin as some, digital gold. There's a scarcity dynamic. There's all these other kinds of dynamics. What is a portable version of digital gold with some kind of built-in scarcity worth? Kind of artificially created scarcity. What's that worth? I don't know. That's a great question. I haven't done the analysis on that. Is the point? Might be worth a lot. What is it all worth if all three of these things, flow into the same fiat kind of let there be Bitcoin as these three things conception of Bitcoin? I don't know what that's worth. I also don't know what that's worth, but could be worth a huge amount. So I think it's not, I personally don't think it's super important what I think it's worth or what many other people think it's worth. I don't think that's really that important. I think what's probably important is understanding what the societal conception of Bitcoin is. And how does that societal conception evolve over time? And that, interestingly enough, doesn't just depend on you or me or the people who made Bitcoin or anything else. It actually depends on current events. So, for example, if people suddenly say, I'm more and more worried about fiat currency, I'm more and more worried that governmental fiat, even if it's the most reliable version of that, is not as good as I thought it was, maybe I should go on the PayPal app and maybe I should get some Bitcoin just in case. Mm-hmm. What's the world where Bitcoin is a certain percentage of everyone's ownership as a hedge against governmental fiat money not being so good? Haven't done the analysis, but another example, right? Here's this conception. That's the conception. So when I look at Bitcoin, what I see is a lot of these fascinating conceptions of what the fiat let there be value of Bitcoin is. By the way, all of them could be true. Maybe some of them are true, maybe some of them aren't true. And the fascinating thing is that I've seen this conception change, right? So when I started in the Bitcoin space, the conception was micropayments. The cost of Bitcoin is low, we'll have micropayments. Micropayments are wonderful for machine-to-machine transactions. Micropayments are wonderful in the emerging market. And that's fine, right? And that was one conception of Bitcoin as, let there be Bitcoin as micropayments platform, right? Mm-hmm. But then the value rose and things changed. There was enough expansion in certain ways. And now the conception has evolved into this other conception. But at the end of the day, I think governments have a very clear set of steps for directing the public's conception of their fiat, right? They say our fiat is worth this for these reasons. Mm-hmm. Bitcoin doesn't have that. Bitcoin doesn't have an official Bitcoin spokesperson that goes out and says, the non-governmental money called Bitcoin, the non-governmental fiat money called Bitcoin has value on the basis of this, and this. Right. Here's our fiscal budget. Here's our future plans. Our money will continue to be safe and secure and reliable. And so it's what that whole creates is a hole that we all fill, right? We all basically come to some vague kind of group understanding that Bitcoin is worth this because it is tied to let's say all non-governmental fiat money comes into question. Everybody doubts it, possibly due to inflation, and everybody says, this is nice, but I'd like to keep 10-20% of my wealth in non-governmental fiat just in case. What are those numbers? I mean, if that happens, I'm guessing you can add a few zeros.
I like how you say, I haven't done the analysis, as if I'm sure a lot of people have done quote unquote analysis, but it's still speculation. Nobody can predict the future, especially when so much of it has to do with a large number of people holding an idea in their mind as to the importance of a particular technology like Bitcoin. There's a lot of excitement by its possibilities, but the number of zeros you add is an open question, and nobody can do a perfect analysis except whoever created this simulation.
Forget.
What are your thoughts about Ethereum in the Chainlink distributed Oracle network world? Is it competition? Is it collaboration? Is it complementary technology? What do you think about Ethereum? How much do you think about Ethereum? What role does it have?
Yeah, I think about it a lot. I think we're completely complementary. So there's no competitive dynamics, in my opinion. We are completely collaborative and complementary with Ethereum and all other blockchains and all other layer 2s that operate a contract, right? So we do not seek to operate a smart contract. We seek to augment and enable smart contracts to go further in what they're able to do. In fact, Oracle networks have some value, but they don't have nearly as much value in what they do if there isn't a mission-critical system like a smart contract that needs their data, right? So we've made our own explicit design decisions and created our own focus around guaranteeing that smart contracts can go further. We've already done that, right? Decentralized finance, the rate at which we put data is to a degree the rate at which certain decentralized financial markets grow. And as we put more data, we see more financial products go live. Gaming, we provide VRF. So we have this kind of focus, and it's a very useful and valuable for our industry focus. At the end of the day, I think that smart contract platforms like Ethereum made a different set of design decisions from Bitcoin and others, and they focused on creating this smart contract capability, and they kind of wanted that functionality to exist. And I think since then, there's been a number of people that try to improve on that or try to make variants of that. From our point of view, we want to support smart contracts in all of their variations and in all of their use cases. So one of the things that I personally like about Chainlink is their ability, or Chainlink's ability, and the Chainlink network's ability to be useful to many different chains and across many different use cases. I'm personally, a fan of Ethereum. Ethereum's done a huge amount for our industry as well. Ethereum took us from a world where it literally took months to make a new smart contract by being forced to code it into a protocol. You had to go to the protocol developers and you had to say, hey, I need a DEX or I need some kind of smart contract. Put it in the protocol itself. Put it in the actual blockchain mining and kind of block generation, transaction generation protocol. That would take months or sometimes even over a year. That was a horrible experience. And obviously very few people wanted to participate in that. And so very few people made smart contracts, which I was not a fan of, right? And then Ethereum came along and really did a lot of innovative things and introduced this approach to scriptable smart contracts where you could script all of these different conditions. And I found that fascinating before Ethereum. I found that fascinating once Ethereum arrived. I found it fascinating after Ethereum launched, and I still find it fascinating. And I'm also very grateful to Vitalik and the Ethereum community and all the core developers there for taking our industry a step further. So I think they absolutely deserve a huge amount of credit for taking our industry from it takes months to make a really small smart contract to it takes weeks to make a relatively secure, relatively advanced piece of on-chain code that anybody can script and people can do audits on. And that's an unbelievable leap forward for our industry, and I'm genuinely grateful to them for that. I think the next step in line with our body of work is how does that scriptable on-chain code become more advanced in its interaction with all of the systems and events in the real world, which is, in my opinion, the final missing piece of the puzzle, right? So my body of work, the body of work that I'm involved in, would not be where it is right now without Bitcoin by any measure. It wouldn't even be where it is now without Ethereum and the growth in smart contract development that they've created. And now what I think is going to happen next is there will be a lot of different smart contract platforms, a lot of different layer 2s. Some of them will be private for enterprise. Some of them will be public. There will be some public winners in certain geographies for maybe regulation reasons, maybe other reasons. There will be other public winners, the larger internet, and there will be a number of different people building smart contracts in different languages. We are excited, and I am excited, and the Chainlink community is excited, and basically there's a lot of, for lack of a better word, excitement in seeing our industry graduate to providing more use cases, more usable hybrid smart contracts, right? Because once again, it's absolutely amazing that Bitcoin created non-governmental fiat money. It's an unbelievable innovation and invented decentralized infrastructure and birthed our industry. It's an unbelievably great achievement, an amazing achievement that we now have scriptable smart contracts through something like Ethereum. Once again, monumental achievement in my opinion. Once again, we still need to look to the future. We need to look to how do we take the decentralized infrastructure concepts that Bitcoin initially put forward, that Ethereum then improved upon and created into these scriptable smart contract formats, and how do we expand that into the world of real-world outcomes to change the global financial industry, the global trade industry, the global data marketplace industry, and many other global industries.
So I think this is a good place to talk about smart contracts then. Can you tell me the history of smart contracts and the basic sort of definitions of what is it?
Sure. So I think smart contracts as a definition has actually gone through some kind of changes or small evolution. Initially, I think it was actually a conception of a digital agreement that was tamper-proof and could know things about the world, right? So it could get proof and it could define that something happened and it could conclude an outcome and release payment or do something else. That's actually the definition of smart contracts that I began working in this industry with 7 or 8 years ago when I started making smart contracts. That is the conception that I had of a smart contract. Then what happened was that was really hard to do, right? Building that type of tamper-proof digital agreement that could also know things about the real world and release payments back to people about those events that were codified in this tamper-proof format was actually a very tall order. Turns out it's consistent of 3 parts. It's consisting of the contract, the proof about what happened, and the release of value. The way things have evolved so far is that the definition has now come to mean on-chain code, right? So it's come to mean the codification of contractual agreement on a blockchain, right? So there's some code somewhere on some blockchain that defines what the agreement is. Now, that eliminates the part of the definition that's related to knowing things about the world, and it partly eliminates the definition about payments and stuff like that. But basically, it's on-chain code, right? We, in our recent work on a second white paper, have actually put out a different definition that we call hybrid smart contracts that actually tries to go back to the initial definition that I started with 7 or 8 years ago, which basically says that there's some proof somewhere that's proven to the contract, and the contract can know that, and the contract can gain proof. Then it can use that proof to settle the agreement that's codified on a blockchain. So you both need a mechanism to provide proof. You need a mechanism to codify the contract in a tamper-proof way on something like a blockchain. And then, as with all contracts, there's a presumption that there's some kind of release of value. So I think a smart contract in our industry right now means on-chain code, which limits it to whatever can be done on-chain only. And then in our internal definition for us, and for us at Chainlink and for me, it's hybrid smart contracts, which is actually the original definition. It's the idea that a contract can both know what happened and automatically resolve to the proper outcome based on what happened.
So you're referring to the Chainlink 2.0 white paper, which is paper that I recommend people look. It's a very easy read and very well structured and very thorough. So I really enjoyed it. Very recently released, I guess. Can you dig in deeper? What is a hybrid smart contract? You mentioned sort of this idea of data or knowing about the world, and on-chain and off-chain. So what are the different roles in this? So hybrid, by the way, refers to the fact that it's on-chain and off-chain contracts. So maybe dig in deeper of what the heck is it and what does it mean to know stuff about the world? From like, how do you actually achieve that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the on-chain part is where the agreement itself is. That's the smart contract itself. And that's where you codify certain conditions, such as the conditions under which an interest payment is made, or the conditions under which the contract pays out the full amount that it holds to someone based on a derivative outcome or something like that. Now, what the on-chain code is very good at is creating transparency about what the core conditions of the contract are. It's very good at taking in money from other private keys that send it tokens and send it value to hold. And then it's also very good at returning money or returning value back to other addresses or other private keys. It can also be involved in governance. It can be involved in a few other private key signature-based operations. But primarily, the on-chain part of a hybrid smart contract, from what I've seen so far, defines the agreement, takes in value, and returns value based upon the conditions codified in the agreement on a blockchain. The second and equally important off-chain part is where the term oracle and an oracle comes in, or an oracle mechanism, or a decentralized oracle network, as we describe it in the paper. And this is another decentralized computational system that has a different goal, right? So blockchains have the goal of packaging transactions into blocks and connecting them in a cryptographically unique way to create security and assurance about that chain of transactions. oracles and decentralized oracle networks achieve consensus and they achieve decentralization about the topic of what happened, right? So blockchains structure transactions. Some of those transactions might be the state changes in different pieces of on-chain code. And then those on-chain pieces of code require input. I think the thing that people get kind of a little bit thrown by is, despite being called smart contracts, the on-chain code on a blockchain cannot actually speak to any other system. So blockchains are valuable and useful as far as they're tamper-proof and secure. And to be tamper-proof and secure, they're made this kind of walled garden that is able to know and interact only with the highly reliable information that's within that system, which is basically tokens and private key signatures. All the other world's information is not available in a blockchain inherently. And a smart contract or a piece of on-chain code can't just say, hey, I'm going to go get some data from over here, because the API they would get it from creates a whole bunch of security concerns for the blockchain itself and a whole bunch of consensus issues about how to agree on what that API said or what the truth of the world is, right? Because it's not even agreeing on what one API said. It's more so creating a reliable form of decentralized computation that can give you a definitive proof of what happened, and not just what one API said. So for example, some of our most widely used networks have well over 30 nodes and well over 10 data sources that are all providing information about the same type of data. And then there's consensus on that one piece of data, which is then written in and essentially given back into the on-chain code to tell it what happened. Because you can't really make an agreement unless you know what happened. Right? If you and me were to make an agreement and set some contractual conditions, but our agreement could never know what happened, it would be completely, useless. However, if you and me made an agreement and there was another system called an oracle mechanism or decentralized oracle network that proved what happened definitively, and you and me pre-agreed that whatever this mechanism says is what happened, then we can achieve an entirely new level of automation, right? We can suddenly say, there's this piece of on-chain code that's highly reliable. We can give it millions, billions, eventually trillions of dollars in value. And it is controlled by this other system over here that's also highly reliable under this configurable set of definitive truth and decentralization conditions, which we all agree are sufficiently stringent to control that much value. And therefore, the combination of this tamper-proof on-chain representation of a contract and this mutually agreed upon definition of a trigger or a proof system combined is a hybrid smart contract, which, as you can see probably already, does a lot more than just a contract on chain, right?
Can you talk about this consensus mechanism, which, by the way, is just fascinating? So there is the on-chain consensus mechanism of proof of work and proof of stake. And then there is this Oracle network consensus mechanism of what is true. So can you compare the two? Like, how do you achieve that kind of consensus? How do you achieve security in integrating data about the world in a way that's definitively true, in a way that is usefully true, such that we can rely on it in making major agreements that, as you said, involve billions of trillions of dollars?
Right. So this is the challenging question, right? This is the challenging problem that Oracle networks, oracles, we at Chainlink, that we work on in order to create this definitive truth to trigger and create hyper automation in this more advanced form of hybrid smart contracts. The reality, I think, of this problem is that it is very specific to each use case. And this is actually how we've architected our system, is in a very flexible way. So for example, you need an ability for an Oracle network to grow in the amount of nodes that it has relative to the value it secures, right? So if you have an Oracle network that secures $100,000 in like a beta of a financial product, maybe it can be fine with only 7 nodes and only 2 or 3 data sources, right? Because the risk to that Oracle network is relatively low based on the value it secures. So the first question is actually, how do you scale security relative to value? secured by that Oracle network, because it wouldn't be very efficient to have 1,000 nodes securing $100,000 worth of value. So one of the first questions is, how do we properly scale, and how do we compose ensembles of nodes in a decentralized way where we can know that, okay, we're going from 7 nodes in a network to 15 to 31 to 57 to 105 to 1,000, right? So that's one dimension of the problem.
So you have to be scaling the number of nodes relative to the value that's derived from the truth integrated into those nodes.
Well, that's not the only problem, right? The other side of this is that you're trying to create a deterministic result, a deterministic output from a set of non-deterministic disparate systems, data sources, or places that prove things.
Can you also, just as an aside, what is an Oracle node? What is the role of an Oracle node?
Sure. So an Oracle node essentially exists in both places. It exists in both worlds. It exists as an on-chain contract that represents either an Oracle network or an Oracle node. So there's an on-chain interface in the form of a contract that says, I exist to give you this list of inputs. You can request weather data from me. You can request price data from me. You can ask me to send a payment somewhere.
It's like an API. So it's a pointer to API that that provides truth about this world.
It's an interface. So just like an API is an interface for Web 2.0 engineers, Oracle networks and the contracts that represent them or individual nodes are the interface of Web 3.0's use of services. And services includes all services: data, payment systems, messaging systems, whatever Web 2.0 or any kind of computing service that you can conceptualize needs an interface on chain in the form of a contract that says, here are the services I can provide for you. Here are the transactions you need to send me to get back this data or that computation or this result. And then what you actually see is that decentralized Oracle networks, because they're uniquely capable of generating their own computations in a decentralized way around the data that they have access to, you actually see decentralized Oracle networks generating a lot of these services. So for example, we have a randomness service, a verifiable randomness function service that basically provides randomness on chain. And that randomness is then used in lotteries and various other contracts that need randomness. But that randomness, it's not a piece of data that comes from somewhere else. We don't go to another data source and get it. We generate it within an Oracle node that then provides it over into Oracle node or Oracle nodes that provide it into the contracts themselves.
So why do you say Oracle nodes are non-deterministic?
Well, they are as far as they come to consensus, but see, there's this kind of different problem here, right? The blockchains are very focused on generating blocks of transactions within a smaller universe of transaction types, a certain block size, and a certain set of conditions. And then they have a economic system that says, I will perpetually generate blocks of this size with these transaction types in this kind of limited set of transaction types, whether those are UTXO transactions or scripted, Solidity, or whatever it is. Oracles and Oracle networks, we don't have a blockchain, for example. There is no chain-link blockchain. Our goal is not to generate a certain set of very clearly predetermined transaction types into a set of transactions that are put into blocks and will infinitely be done that way. Our goal is actually to create what we call a meta layer, a decentralized meta layer between the non-deterministic, highly unreliable world and the highly hyper-reliable world of blockchains, so that the unreliable world can be passed through this decentralized meta layer.
And it can coexist with the reliable on-chain world.
Exactly. It can coexist, and in some cases, the meta layer might generate it. So the problem in giving you this straight answer is that there's just such a wide array of services. Right? If you were to say, well, Sergey, how do we generate randomness from a data source? Well, we don't use a data source to generate the randomness. That's the type of service that can be generated in an Oracle network itself. And so there will be certain computations that Oracle networks themselves generate themselves to augment and improve blockchains.
Got it.
And it is actually the goal of Oracles to consistently do that. So if you were to think about the stack in a very generic high level, you would see blockchains are databases. They're basically the data structures that retain a lot of information in this transparent, highly reliable form. Smart contract code is the application logic. It is the logic under which all of this kind of activity occurs. Storing data in the data structure in the blockchain as a database in a certain conceptualization of it. And then oracles and oracle networks are all the services that are used by the application code. So, by analogy, let's take Uber. Uber initially, some core code goes and gets the GPS API from Google Maps about the user's location, sends a message to the user through Twilio, pays the driver through Stripe. If those services weren't available to the people who made Uber, they wouldn't have made Uber, right? Because they would have written their core code on some database, and then they would have had to make a geolocation company, a telecom messaging company, and the global payments company. And they wouldn't have done that because it's too hard. And that's the weird scenario that a lot of people in our industry are in. And that's the problem that oracles and oracle networks fix, is they provide these decentralized services to take this developer ecosystem, the blockchain and smart contract developer ecosystem, from, hey, I can have a database and write some application logic about tokenization and voting and private key signing, all of which is super useful and is a critical foundation. But now, if you just layer on all the world's services, whether that's market data, weather data, randomness, suddenly people can build DeFi, fraud-proof gaming, fraud-proof global trade, fraud-proof ad networks. And that's why this world of decentralized services and decentralized oracle networks is particularly, in my opinion, important.
Let me ask you this question. Who is Satoshi Nakamoto? There's quite a few people who suggest that person is you. So, is it you?
No.
Who do you think it could be?
I don't know who it is. I think if I had to guess, it's probably a group of people, some of which might not even be around anymore. Obviously, I'm very grateful to, if this is a singular or a group of people, for kicking off this entire industry and making this amazing change in the world that, I have the privilege and luxury of being part of in some small way in the work that I do. I think also this kind of focus on who is Satoshi or who isn't Satoshi shouldn't, in my opinion, matter so much, because regardless of who it is, that, in my opinion, should have no substantial, significant effect or bearing on the functioning or the value or the use or the security of the Bitcoin system, right? So I think whoever it is, they're probably better off not making that public. And I think beyond that, whoever it turned out to be shouldn't matter, because it has nothing to do with how the system is made useful or secure or anything else. And so I think that's the that's the point of view that I have.
Now, if you were Satoshi Nakamoto, would you tell me? Because you said they shouldn't, whoever Satoshi is, he should keep that private. So would you tell it to me or no?
We're in some kind of weird thought experiment here. If I was this guy, let me think about this, which I'm not, by the way. I am not this person.
But if you were, would you say it?
I think probably not. I don't see I think that it would cause a lot of distraction and a lot of weird stuff. And so realistically, I don't think it would help anybody or even the person who discloses it. But just to be clear, I am not. And whoever it is, I think they haven't said anything because they don't want the attention and they don't want the distraction and they don't want all the problems from this. And that makes sense to me conceptually.
It's fascinating to think if they're still out there and part of the Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency community. And it is inspiring to think that if they're out there, that they're not revealing their identity because it would be a distraction. That's kind of inspiring that people are like that. Just like George Washington relinquishing power is inspiring, because it's ultimately about the progress of the community, not some kind of ego-driven attention scheme. Again, very inspiring. The humans at their best are inspiring. What do you think about the certainty that people in the Bitcoin maximalist community have about this particular piece of technology, Bitcoin? Is there something interesting that you think that you might want to say about this community, or is it just is what it is?
I think at the end of the day, results speak for themselves, and Bitcoin has had an amazing impact on our industry and has had an amazing impact on the world. And I think, the result is still that Bitcoin is very widely adopted and driving the adoption of our industry in many ways. So I think it's very difficult for people to say that, Bitcoin maximalists don't have something that they can latch onto and say, hey, there's something very real here. I think there's been decisions made by the Bitcoin community and the people who made the Bitcoin protocol to focus it on Bitcoin and to focus it on the kind of storing of the ledger of Bitcoin and the information about Bitcoin and the transaction of Bitcoin, and to focus on securing that. And I understand why that decision was made to a certain degree, right? It was about focus. It was about getting something worthwhile right without adding additional features and additional risk. And, that decision is a decision that was made and has kind of the benefits of focus and the benefits of a certain amount of security and a certain amount of guarantees around Bitcoin and what that is and the value of that. And then it has certain limitations, as a consequence of doing less or having the system hold data that isn't related to Bitcoin, or not having the system hold contractual outcomes or smart contract code. So I think it's just kind of a decision, right? And I understand why they're excited, and I'm very excited. I started in this industry going to Bitcoin meetups, and I met a lot of fantastic people, libertarian people that wanted to see the world work differently and shared a lot of my beliefs and a lot of my points of view. And so, anyone who's been in the industry as long as I have has had to come from the Bitcoin ecosystem by virtue of kind of starting out that early. So I have an unbelievable amount of respect and admiration and gratitude for Bitcoin, and that it exists and everything that it's done and that it birthed this industry. There's absolutely no doubt about that. At the same time, whatever design decisions people make are the design decisions they make, right? And so if you've made a design decision that this ledger and this thing will be about Bitcoin, it won't be about colored coins. It won't be about op return at 80 bytes. It won't be about these other kind of nuances that you don't want this to be about. Then that's fine. That's fine, and that's a logical decision. And that's called focus. And focus has a lot of value, and a lot of great technology products have focused on something and done that. And then there's a lot of smart people around Bitcoin building kind of additional systems that anchor their security within Bitcoin. And I think that's an interesting approach that could bear fruit. I think it'll eventually require an interaction with the Bitcoin protocol in more advanced ways. And then there will be another question of, what is the design decision for Bitcoin? Is it that Bitcoin will be just about the Bitcoin ledger? Or does Bitcoin want to evolve into, an anchor for all these other systems and maybe create additional data store, kind of more data on chain, on the Bitcoin blockchain related to that. So I'm excited to see how that evolves, but until then, kind of results speak for themselves, and the results that Bitcoin has achieved for our industry and for itself as, kind of the dominant cryptocurrency and the conception of our industry that people interact with first is obviously very important and something that I think really everybody in our industry is grateful for, right? Because without Bitcoin, where would our industry be? And that's obviously something that we can't.
And in general, on the first two of transparency and control, first of all, I do think, maybe you can correct me, but from my perspective, they're like deeply tied together in the sense that transparency gives control.
Transparency creates accountability, and there's this kind of game being played, game theoretic game, where if you know I'm going to discover your deviation, you're not going to deviate.
Yes. This could be a whole nother conversation, but just as a small aside, on the social network side of things, which I've been thinking deeply about in the past year or so, of how to do it right there, how to fix our social media. And I tend to believe that human beings, if they're given clear transparency about which data is being stored, how it's being used, where it's being moved about, just all a clear, simple transparency of how their data is being used, and them having the control at the very minimal level of being able to participate or to walk away. And walk away means delete everything you've ever known about me. That will create a much, much better world. That currently there's a complete lack of transparency on social media, how the data is being used for your own protection. I mean, there's a lot of parallels to the central bank situation. And there's not a control element of being able to walk away. Like being able to delete all your data, delete your account on Facebook is very difficult. It doesn't take a single click, which I think is what it should take. There should be a big red button that says, delete everything you've ever known about me, or like, forget me. So I think that coupled together can create a very different kind of world and create an incentivization that will lead to like progress and innovation and just like a much better social network and a really good business for the future social networks. But so I tend to see like control as naturally being a sort of an outgrowth from the transparency. It should all start at the transparency, which is why the smart contract formulation is fascinating, because like you're formalizing in a simple, clear way any agreements that you're participating in. And as a side comment also, what's really inspiring to me is that I think there's a greater, I don't know if this is always the case, but it seems like from having talked to people on the psychological element, there's a hunger amongst people for transparency and for control. Like transparency, another word for that is authenticity. If you look at the kind of stuff that people hunger for now, they want to know the reality of who you are as an individual. So that means you can create businesses, you can create tools that are built on authenticity, on transparency. And then the same, I'm inspired by the intelligence of people. If you give them control, if you give them power, that they would make good choices. That's really exciting. Of course, not everybody, but that means that decentralized power can create effective systems. So couple that, there's a hunger for transparency, so we can move to a world where everyone's being just like real, you know, conveying their genuine human nature, and people are sufficiently intelligent that if they're given power in a distributed mass scale sense, that we're going to build a better world through that, as opposed to centralized supervised control, where only a small percent of the population know what the hell they're doing and everybody else is clueless sheep. So those two coupled together is really, to me, inspiring.
Just to really quickly comment on the stuff that you just said, which I think is super fascinating. I think that's all exactly right. I think everything that you said is right. And I think it's actually going to be the same for social media and banking and every other type of contract, is that all of those systems that house people's value for them and take control of either their social media value or their financial value or whatever for them, all of that is going to be made available to people in like this autonomous piece of code that does the same thing that the centralized entity used to do. So they get all the features, but the autonomous piece of code gives them the ability to have control while getting all the features, right? Yes. So banks give you features, social media sites give you features, you know, whatever other system that you use online gives you features, and then it takes your data and it takes control of your assets from you in return for those features, right? I think the whole big difference here, partly in line with, you know, the definition of smart contracts and its evolution, is that there's this there's this autonomous piece of code that's giving you all those features without requiring the ownership and lock-in and control and unilateral kind of ownership of your data or your value or whatever it is that you're giving it, right? And I think what this will lead to fundamentally is just more of a free market dynamic among how people make. I think with the social media folks, you should just make some kind of law or something where you can just export all your data from them. Everyone should be able to get their data exported by another application. And then the network effect of all these social media sites will kind of crumble because people will just combine your Twitter data with your Facebook data with everything else into an application that you control, and there will just be thousands of different interfaces competing for how to consume all the social media data because it isn't locked in one centralized actor's control. And so this is just the recurring pattern of what I think all of this will do is it gives people a better deal, right? It gives them features without ownership of data, without ownership of value, and that's really the difference.
I do wonder about this particular problem, and maybe you could speak to it, of how smart contracts can take over certain industries, in a sense, or how certain industries can convert their sets of agreements into smart contracts, which is, you mentioned, sort of talking to Dave from the bank, many of our laws, many of our agreements are currently through natural language, through words. And so there is a process of mapping that has to occur in order to convert the legal agreements, legal contracts of today to smart contracts that, by the way, AI may be able to help with. But by way of question, how do you think we convert the legal contracts on which many industries currently function today, or not even legal contracts, but ambiguous kind of agreements? Maybe they're loose sometimes, into more formal, deterministic agreements that are represented by smart contracts.
So I think there's maybe two sides to this. I think the first one is actually not a huge problem, where you have things like the is the master agreement for derivatives, or you have these agreements that basically already reference a system somewhere, right? Like, for example, many legal agreements already accept e-signature. And so they're saying, hey, I'm going to use this computing system over here around signatures, and I'm going to consider, and there's laws around that, and there's clauses that say e-signature is good enough for this agreement. I actually don't think this is a big problem for the vast majority of legal agreements that use systems already, right? Okay. So what you'll do is you'll swap out one repository or one set of system of contract settlement, and you'll just say, hey, this blockchain system over here is my new system of contract settlement. Whatever it says is the state of the agreement, instead of the centralized system over there, right? And so there's actually a huge amount of agreements that are already able to do that, and I think we'll do that. I think there's another side to your question, which is the amount of agreements that are very ambiguous that can be turned into smart contracts. And I think the limitation there is twofold. First of all, like you said earlier, the highly reliable smart contract and the lack of opaqueness and the clarity of smart contracts is very high and very powerful and very clear. And it's, in my opinion, going to be much, much easier to take a smart contract and turn it into a set of natural language explanations and just say, hey, this is what this does, right? So I think that many contracts are, and even now in decentralized finance and DeFi, and in decentralized insurance, they're basically being rebuilt in this format, and that rebuilding will make them clearer, like you said, and then restating those in natural language and explaining to people, well, if the weather does this, I think it'll actually be a lot simpler to explain to people what the contract is about.
That's fascinating. Mapping smart contracts into natural language. I didn't even think about that. So that's you're saying that's doable and natural and easy to do.
Because there's so much clear, right? There's that forced clarity that you talked about.
Yeah.
I think the second aspect of this problem is the nuance around what contracts can be made unambiguous. And I think that often comes down to proving what happened, which is where Oracle networks and decentralized Oracle networks and Chainlink would come in. And our experience there is, quite extensive over the many years that we've worked on many different contract types. I think what it fundamentally comes down to is whether there is data. So we're not going to be able to make a hybrid smart contract about whether somebody painted your house the right color blue. We're just not going to be doing that because there's no data feed that tells us that your house was painted blue or that it was the right color of blue. Unless somebody sets up a drone with a color analysis tool and they generate that data.
Which, by the way, could be possible, right? There could be, if there's enough demand, then the service would be created that has drones flying around that's telling you about the colors of, all this kind of stuff. So if there's actual demand, that will be created, and because there'd be value to connect that data feed to the smart contracts and so on.
I think you have it unbelievably right, because there are already insurance companies that use drones to monitor construction sites from overhead and see how many people are wearing hard hats.
Yeah.
And if the percentage of people wearing hard hats isn't sufficiently high, then the policy is voided. And so in that case, there is a data source, and that data source can be put into a hybrid smart contract. So the limitation of hybrid smart contracts is there a data source or a set of data sources to create definitive truth, to settle the contract and eliminate ambiguity? Yeah. And then, as you said, I think as people realize that smart contracts are a format in which they can form agreement about things like that insurance product around, how many people are wearing hard hats. If I'm the construction site owner, well, I would really like a guarantee that your insurance policy is going to pay me out if everyone is wearing hard hats. And in that case, there is demand for the data, and people will generate the data. And I actually think the insurance industry is, interestingly, a precursor of this, because they're so data-driven. You already see insurance companies paying IoT companies to put data into their customers' infrastructure at the cost of the insurance company to generate the data that the insurance company uses to make a policy for the customer. Mm-hmm. So you basically already have people who really want to price data into their agreements when they're of sufficiently high value, paying for their own customers to get data sensors into their infrastructure. Mm-hmm. And I think as smart contracts become more of a requested format, or data-driven contracts become more of a format, there will be a growing demand about proving what happened through data.
So it'll be motivating totally new data feeds being created. By the way, the insurance industry broadly, the revolutions there would be huge. I've worked quite a bit with autonomous vehicles, semi-autonomous, and just vehicles in general. The insurance industry there, by the way, makes a huge amount of money, but is using very crappy data feeds. Revolutionizing how, like, not by crappy, I mean very crude. Like, literally, the insurance is based on things like age, like basic demographic information, as opposed to really high resolution information about you as an individual, which you may or may not want to provide. So you can choose from an individual perspective to provide a data feed, and there, like the power of insurance to enable the individual, to empower the individual, could be huge, because ultimately smart contracts motivate the use of data, the creation of new data feeds, but leveraging the whatever service it provides in truth, as opposed to some kind of very loose notion of who you are. So that, I'm not sure how that would change things, but in terms of the fundamental experience of life, because I think we all rely on insurance, not just in business, but in life, and grounding that insurance in more and more accurate representation of reality might just have transformative effects on society.
Well, just to mention one quick thing that you said, where I noticed another trust issue. You said the user might not want to share their data.
Yes.
So what you could actually do, and what we've already worked on, is you can have a smart contract that holds the data and evaluates the data of the user without sharing it with the insurance company.
Yes.
And the insurance company knows that the smart contract will evaluate it according to the policy, so they don't need the data. And the user can provide the data knowing it'll never touch the insurance company because it's only provided to the smart contract. And suddenly you've solved another trust issue, because an autonomous piece of code can evaluate information separately from the interests of both of the counterparties. And so this is the recurring theme. I think you're seeing this recurring theme where there's a trust issue, people can't use the system, they can't collaborate, they can't share information that would make a better agreement for both of them, they can't solve a risk in their daily life, they can't participate in a market, they can't have a bank account because nobody will give it to them because they can't give it to them in that legal system. And once you have an autonomous piece of code that can also know what's going on, thanks to Oracle networks and that combination of the code and the Oracle network for the hybrid smart contract, the same pattern just recurs. It's really the same pattern. And this is why I keep saying trust issues. It's because I basically, almost every contractual trust issue that I see, where there is a piece of data to prove and settle the trust issue in a way that works for both parties, there is no reason not to use an autonomous, highly reliable contract and piece of code. And I have to tell you, I've seen this in a lot of different industries. I've seen it insurance, ad networks, global finance, global trade. Those are all multi-trillion-dollar industries. And then there are other smaller industries. Like even one of the first smart contracts we worked on many years ago was for search engine optimization firms, where they would tell you, hey, I'm going to raise your search engine ranking, give me the money. And people wouldn't want to give them the money because they never knew if they were going to do it. And then the search engine firm doesn't want to do any work thinking they'll never get any money. So we just initially even came up with a system where you could put Bitcoin into a smart contract and it would be released based on whether the search rank of a website got to a certain level on Google for a certain keyword, right? And so the trust problem was solved. But it's just the same story, right? It's kind of like trust issues around AI, trust issues around financial products, trust issues around insurance, trust issues around social media, whatever it is. I think that's what people looking at this industry really need to understand. And once they do understand, they realize what this is all about. This is about redefining how everyone collaborates with everyone about everything, where we can prove something through data.
So let's step onto the land of sturdiness that is Bitcoin. What is Bitcoin? And in your view, what are the principles, the philosophical foundations of Bitcoin?
Well, Bitcoin, the term, I think, refers to two things specifically. So one is the protocol for conveying value through a communications channel. So just a set of rules that we collectively opt into in order to transact online or just at a distance. And then the other thing is the name of the asset, the sort of monetary unit, which circulates within the system. And that always confused people a lot because it's like, well, you've got uppercase Bitcoin, lowercase Bitcoin. Why didn't Satoshi just give them different names? Like in Ethereum, you've got Ethereum, the system, and then Ether. Although people don't really talk about Ether very much, but they, chose to distinguish them. In Bitcoin, for whatever reason, they're not distinct. So the two Bitcoins get commingled all the time in the explanations.
Did you find that's a problem that confuses things? I mean, what's really a distinction between the protocol and the currency?
Well, they are sometimes distinguished practically. Like you can transact with Bitcoin outside of the Bitcoin protocol, for instance.
Right.
So, you can transact with Bitcoin on Ethereum, or I have Bitcoin on an OpenDime here. This would be a Bitcoin transaction. It wouldn't settle on the Bitcoin network.
You also wrote a blog post recently giving a shout out to the new book, The Block Size Wars. What is a block size? What are the block size wars? Its history, its importance, its philosophical foundations.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin at this point, we have our own civil wars, if you're wondering about how politically intense it gets.
It's currently not hot, it's cold.
Oh yeah, we're in a détente right now.
There's no tanks or missiles, at least not yet, hopefully.
It can get a little violent, I guess. I think one of the Bitcoin core developers or one of the participants in the war got swatted at one point.
What swatted means?
When someone does a fake phone call saying that you're holding someone hostage at your house and the SWAT team goes. It's pretty scary.
Wow.
Internet warfare tactic, yeah. But the block size war, I would say, effectively ended. Although we're definitely going to have more civil wars in Bitcoin for sure. But basically the core argument was a technical one on its surface, but a very deep political one at its core. The technical question is how many megabytes should be in each successive block? So Satoshi basically installed a limit of 1 megabyte per block.
So we should backtrack. There was no limit in the beginning. And it seems like Satoshi, what is this, 2000? The war started in what, 2017 or something like that? I don't know when the
15 was when the
battle cries began.
What was the first battle in the Civil War? I don't remember.
But sort of Satoshi, I don't know if you can comment on it. Like, why did Satoshi set the limit to 1 megabyte all of a sudden, almost secretively? And in the beginning, there was no limit whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, we can get into, and people have spent thousands of hours poring over Satoshi's writings to find, which side Satoshi was on. And you can find, like any textual exegesis, you can find evidence for either side, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, effectively, when Bitcoin was launched, there was a block size, because if you made a block over a certain size with the first edition of the code, it would have crashed nodes. But then, in 2010, Satoshi added the 1 megabyte limit in a covert way with no comments or anything. And that stuck, basically. And then Bitcoin blocks filled up, and people that had been socialized into this vision of Bitcoin as an effectively free transactional network were like, why pay a transaction fee if you're not at congestion? If the block isn't full, the miner will mine your transaction for free, right? People that had been brought up in that status quo from 2009 to kind of 2015, they noticed the blocks started to fill up, and they're like, okay, well, let's just remove this arbitrary limit, right? What could possibly be the harm?
Right.
And then a whole other faction said, no, you need to cap the data throughput of the system, because if you increase it, it's going to be highly exclusionary, and ultimately regular folks are not going to be able to run a full node.
So there's a fixed number, there's a fixed frequency of blocks. And so if you want to increase the number of transactions per second, you want to increase the size of the block. So huge blocks allow you to shove in a lot of transactions.
Right.
Small blocks don't. So that's what you mean, like constraining the system. So what's the benefit of a small block size where transactions, when you can squeeze in only a small number of transactions? And what's the benefit of a huge block size where you can squeeze in a lot of transactions?
Well, it really comes down to the way that you think about the system. So a lot of people wanted Bitcoin to be Visa scale. So to have blocks sufficiently large that you could accommodate a Visa level scale of transactions. So,
which is many orders of magnitude more transactions.
That's right. I mean, preposterously larger in terms of data throughput than, Bitcoin offers up, or at least it used to, 144 megabytes of space per day, and your average transaction's 350 bytes. So, you could, at a push, do 400,000 or 500,000 transactions a day, which is not many. So if you wanted to get to Visa scale, you'd have to increase blocks obnoxiously large. The small blockers claimed that this would overwhelm the ability of any regular person to ingest that data and stay current at the state of the ledger, to replay all those transactions to ensure that the protocol rules were valid. So basically, the small blocker contention is that you eliminate the trustlessness of the system by pushing a ton of data through the system, because only 1 or 2 industrial heavy duty nodes would ever be able to run the protocol at that point.
So, by the way, in the Civil War, the two sides, as you're calling them, the small blocker and the big blocker sides. Yeah. And so that takes us back to the thing that you mentioned, that a regular computer could be a node. And with big blocks, that's no longer going to be the case. So just the number of transactions is going to blow up the size of the blockchain that every full node has to store. And so then, as opposed to a regular mom and pop type of node, you're going to have data centers. So they're going to have to be owned by large organizations. There's going to have to be very few of them. And that's how you centralize the control over this whole operation. So the big blocker, yes, it allows you to be Visa and do a huge number of transactions, but it becomes centralized. And then the small blocker is, you cannot actually do kind of merchant style transactions, but you get the decentralized benefit.
Well, I don't even think the big block approach would allow you to be Visa, frankly, because there's effectively one node in the Visa network, right? So you don't really need to maintain this peer-to-peer architecture at all. And the amount of data you'd have to push through the network to reach Visa scale is a really preposterous amount. I mean, and we have now evidence for what happens when you try and scale up as a blockchain and do 10 million transactions a day, which is still not Visa scale, right? You know, I've seen what it's like to operate those nodes, and it's not pretty. So there are totally genuine computer science physical limits, because it's a broadcast network. Everyone has to be aware of every transaction, and that model, which gives you the trustlessness, the nice guarantees where everyone's an equal peer on the network, everyone has audited the full history of the transactions, that model falls apart under stress. So the small blocker vision is that ultimately you would scale in a layered approach, with the base layer transactions being settlement style transactions, and payments happening at the other layers, basically.
Is that universally agreed upon, or like to a large degree agreed upon, that the small blockers have won in this debate?
Well,
where would you put the current state of affairs?
There was a wave of competing Bitcoin implementations starting in 2015 with Bitcoin XT. Actually, Gavin Andresen, who was the guy that Satoshi handed the reins to when Satoshi left, Gavin supported this large block proposal, and so that didn't achieve consensus. And then there was Bitcoin Unlimited, and then later on there was a genuine hard fork where the small blockers the large blockers couldn't push through their proposals on Bitcoin itself, so they just created a competing version of Bitcoin.
So, by the way, so maybe you can comment on, but sort of hard fork versus a soft fork. A hard fork is when it's no longer compatible. What's the right way to put it? They can't operate on the same blockchain, with the same protocol.
Yeah, so there's a few ways to define them, and it gets controversial as well. But one way to define it as a hard fork is a expansion of protocol rules, and a soft fork is a shrinking of protocol rules.
That's an interesting way to find it.
It's not very intuitive, so I don't like that way. Another way is that a hard fork is backwards incompatible, whereas soft fork is, in theory, backwards compatible. So in August 2017, basically the large blockers had enough, and they said, we're going to hard fork Bitcoin. We're going to create a clone, an alternative version of Bitcoin, which has a shared history as Bitcoin itself, but you completely fork it and you create a new future. And but everybody that had a balance on Bitcoin at the time also had a balance on the alternative coin, Bitcoin Cash. And so that's what it's called. Bitcoin Cash is the hard fork. That was one of them. There were more, actually. I mean,
what the heck is Bitcoin Satoshi's Vision BSV, Bitcoin SV? So this is all talking about increasing the limit of the block size more and more and more.
Yeah, that was one of the changes they wanted to push through. But BSV was a fork of Bitcoin Cash, so
hard fork of Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah. So now there's multiple big blocker blockchains floating around. It's like,
what are your thoughts about them?
Well,
because they're pretty popular. Sorry to interrupt.
Are they popular? I mean, if you look at the metrics, they're not, and they don't trade. I think each trade below 1% of the value of Bitcoin itself.
I see. So measuring popularity is like how much they actually value. Or frequency of trade.
Oh no, I mean, they do like a fair number of transactions, but there's no way to know that is genuine or just contrived. So, ultimately the true measure, I think, in my mind, is just where the market prices these protocols relative to Bitcoin, because that's like a prediction market. If Bitcoin Cash was being priced at 50% of Bitcoin, you could say the market has given it a 50% chance of unseating Bitcoin, right? But both Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin SV, which was a hard fork from Bitcoin Cash itself, are I believe at this point, well below 1% of the value of Bitcoin.
And in like the ranking of different cryptocurrencies, what is it? Bitcoin, Ethereum? Is Ethereum in value?
Yeah, it's
second?
number 2.
And then Bitcoin Cash is it's in the top 5, right? But it's just a fast drop off.
I haven't checked lately, but I think it's reached kind of morbidity. It doesn't really have much traction. The blocks aren't full, so the whole value proposition was, we will get all this merchant adoption if we increase the block size. That just didn't materialize. In my view, they had a flawed vision of how adoption works and what blockchain should optimize for. Maybe you get a Bitcoin Cash supporter on the show. They'll give you a different answer. But yeah, full disclosure, I have my sympathies, and I think the small blockers won that skirmish for sure.
So at this time, there's no merchant adoption and so on. So it's kind of its vision, the whole reason for existence, at least for now, hasn't materialized. And so that's a indication as possible that, well, it's a sign that perhaps that's the wrong way to accomplish the scalability.
Well,
almost as a thought experiment, can I ask you to think about if some of your predictions, some of your analysis, some of your understanding of Bitcoin is wrong in the following sense, where it will not have the impact that you have a vision for it, that it will not have the scale of impact, and perhaps in terms of value will go to zero, to something very low, and other cryptocurrency or other financial systems will overtake it. What would be the reason for that in your mind? Like, why might you be wrong? If you look back at it in the future, what did you not understand about Bitcoin that will result in that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think for that to happen, one of two things would have to happen for Bitcoin to just be irrelevant, basically. Either central banks totally clean up their act and, stop engaging in rampant money printing, which I don't expect that to happen anytime soon. I mean, it looks like we're normalizing this new regime of inflation, pro-inflation, just to remediate the debt issues we have. So that would be one thing that would make Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, much less relevant, is if everyone becomes totally assured of the soundness of sovereign currencies, basically, namely the dollar, like the dollar being the main one. That it seems like we're going completely the opposite direction, with most people seem to be noticing the stirrings of inflation in society. I mean, you might have noticed it too. It's showing up in commodity prices, lumber prices, in food, obviously in financial assets, and it'll show up in consumer prices generally soon. But so that would be one way for Bitcoin to basically become irrelevant, because it's a dialectical thing. Bitcoin is held in opposition to the established monetary regime. So if they completely reform themselves and, the dollar becomes super sound once again, and the Fed stops tinkering the way they constantly do, then we wouldn't need cryptocurrency as much. The other thing would be if a completely superior design for a new sort of state-independent monetary system emerged, but it's really hard to even imagine how that would come to emerge. And there's good reasons to think that Bitcoin, the conditions of its launch were extremely favorable and hard to replicate.
Can you speak to some of those conditions? Why it's a unique timing-wise moment for Bitcoin to emerge?
Yeah, so obviously Bitcoin was born in the depths of the financial crisis, which gives it a nice historical element, but that was kind of a coincidence. Honestly, we know that Satoshi had been working on it earlier in 2017. The really special thing about Bitcoin was that it was launched anonymously by an entity that did not seek any glory or credit for what they did, and apparently never monetized it at all. So they never really moved any of their coins. Satoshi sent one test transaction to Hal Finney, who was one of the earliest Bitcoiners. Aside from that, as far as we know, Satoshi never spent any of their coins. So you have this wonderful Promethean quality whereby it's almost self-sacrificial. I mean, it's like this borderline godlike figure in terms of their restraint finds this monetary technology and releases it to the world and pays the price. They never took advantage of their filthy lucre. They never recognized any of the $50 billion that they made from Bitcoin, right? And Satoshi also didn't assign themselves any privileged access to the coins. Satoshi could have just written in the code, I own 10% of the coins. But they didn't. They just mined in the open free market competition like everyone else. It's just that Satoshi is an early miner to support the network. accumulate a lot of coins for sure, but they didn't have any privileged special access. So that's one thing that's extremely special about the launch, is that we had a founder that was truly committed to the monetary protocol and didn't seek either recognition or financial spoils, and then also left. You know, Satoshi left in 2010, 2011, and hasn't really been heard from since.
It's a very George Washington move, gangster move, where he didn't want power, and once he got power, he let go of it.
Precisely.
And that was a key, actually, move. That was probably one of the most important moves at the founding of this country.
That's right. George Washington could have been a king, probably if he'd wanted, and Satoshi could have been Jerome Powell if he'd wanted, and Satoshi could have held on to power indefinitely, but chose to leave. The other thing is that Bitcoin circulated for a long period of time, from January 2009 to about July 2010, without really having a financial value. So there weren't really any marketplaces. It didn't have a value. And so that gave it this really great distribution, you know, among a broad set of stakeholders. And there were no venture funds or hedge funds, you know, trying to aggressively buy up all the supply back then. Now, when you have new cryptocurrencies launched, they're like aggressively pre-mined, and some gigantic Silicon Valley venture fund is going to own 30% of it. And so it's sort of impossible to conceive of how that could become a global money, because how could, you know, a Silicon Valley investment firm own 30% of the money supply? That doesn't make sense. That's just so oligarchical, right? It's unbelievable. So Bitcoin, by contrast, is a very bottom-up thing. It was the early enthusiasts, people that were, you know, really excited about the technology. They're the ones that obtained those early coins. And so there was a real element of fairness and just an organic nature to its launch, which would be incredibly hard to recapture today. Let's say Satoshi came back and they said, okay, I made Bitcoin 2.0, I'm going to release it. There'd be the most aggressive land grab ever by, you know, gigantic pools of capital to sort of get favorable allocations of the new system, right?
Can Satoshi with Bitcoin 2.0 build in a resistance mechanism or a prevention mechanism for the land grab?
It would be hard to, because, you know, if you have capital and resources, I mean, if it was a proof of work chain, you'd just have people that would invest a ton of money in mining, for instance. But most new blockchains, cryptocurrencies, are just sold, basically. They're, you know, issued in token offerings kind of thing. So
it's hard to enforce through the protocol the decentralization of control,
yeah,
power.
It'd be challenging too. And people have tried to do airdrops, you know, where they, you know, distribute coins to a large number of people. Basically doesn't work. Most people don't care about the airdrop. So it's hard to have an equitable distribution. I think the conditions of Bitcoin's launch were so lucky and favorable that they're very unlikely to be replicated. So I do think it's going to be a real challenge to ever have a new competitor that's as decentralized, as leaderless, as dispersed, sort of distributed as Bitcoin is, has its credibility. I don't know how you could overrule it on those important.
Let me ask you about love. So there is a Bitcoin maximalist community that sometimes, those folks in general have a strong belief that Bitcoin is good for the world, and it's almost an ethical imperative to sort of help Bitcoin succeed, which I think is, as a member of any community, I think is beautiful to believe in the vision of the community.
Right.
There does seem to be some properties of what some may call like toxicity or derision and mockery and those kinds of things. So, you know, some folks have criticized this, right? That Bitcoin maximalism is not necessarily good for the world, even if Bitcoin is good for the world. What are your thoughts about this kind of approach, philosophically or practically, to the spread of Bitcoin? And is there a way that we can add more love to the world while we add more Bitcoin to the world?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, you know, Bitcoin is sort of what you make of it. So you can define your own path as you advocate for Bitcoin, or don't, for that matter. So my chosen approach is the approach you see here, which I try to minimize the amount of sort of harshness or mockery, although I've been known to be mean on Twitter too, you know.
Well, Twitter is a specific, sorry to interrupt, is a specific medium where this takes its worst form. So I'm learning, listen, I'm actually, because of this podcast, but in general, I'm part of different communities. And some are full of like unabashed love. And some are like, when I experienced on Twitter, the Bitcoin community, at first, I was off put in terms of the intensity, the mockery.
I bet. Yeah.
The layers of lull, like the layers of not taking anything seriously. And I think there's power to that. There's freedom to that. I appreciate it. I have respect for it, but it's not my thing on Twitter. It's just not the way I enjoy communicating on Twitter.
I retired from Twitter. I hit 100,000 followers and then I retired. So I'm free now. I don't have to tweet anymore. It's great. But I totally concede the point. I wish that Bitcoiners were gentler in their approach. Not all Bitcoiners are like that, of course. There's, 50 to 100 million of them worldwide and a few tens of thousands on Twitter. So I'm not going to claim that they're necessarily representative. The toxicity, though, is kind of a learned habit because Bitcoin has had so many episodes where strong-willed institutions, billionaires, the dice are pretty toxic, you could say, right? I'm basically mocking critics of Bitcoin.
But at the same time, you're saying that the criticism has been predictable and repeatable and it's been the same throughout.
Yeah, and that's a pretty, dismissive thing to say, right? That I can reduce you to an algorithm of, with 11 permutations. But, the thing to remember, I guess, is that some of the best funded companies in the Bitcoin space, the most powerful miners, billionaires, have tried to change and co-opt and alter Bitcoin to shape it to their liking. And without these incredibly hardcore sort of high priests of the Bitcoin protocol, it would have been hopelessly malleated in all number of ways. And so there is a reason why someone would be incredibly protective of Bitcoin. Does that justify immense toxicity on social media? Probably not. But it's a leaderless protocol. So the whole point is that it's money for enemies. And, some of the Bitcoin maximalists came for me too when I made suggestions that they didn't like. But, I'm happy to use the protocol, because I know that transaction will be final, regardless of how odious my counterparty is or how politically disfavored their opinions are.
See, I mean, and this is where there could be disagreements, but I think you have to think about what's effective as a defense mechanism of strong ideas. And I personally think that like kindness and thoughtfulness and is much more effective because it lets the idea shine, as opposed to the personality of the individual humans overriding it. But there's debates on this, I
take your side on that. I think a patient and careful approach is the way to go. Now, do all critics deserve good faith engagement?
Right.
No, I would say. A lot of critics of Bitcoin operate in extreme bad faith. And the reason why is because we're not just talking about technical questions. In fact, most of this conversation has not been technical. It's been political. Mm-hmm. Because Bitcoin is an intensely political idea. And so a lot of people are predisposed to totally hate it and to wish, death on Bitcoiners. I mean, there was a professor at GW I saw earlier this week that was musing about getting all the Bitcoiners on a boat and sinking it. It's like, in what other context would a, upstanding professor muse about mass murder? But in the context of Bitcoin, it's sort of okay, within his peers, because you're talking about something that most people don't like. It's a concept that's alien to them, that doesn't jive with the way they see the world. And so because it's so, pitched from a political perspective, there's a lot of critics as well as defenders that operate in bad faith, I would say. But that's the nature of the beast. It's because we're proposing a very disruptive thing.
Mm-hmm.
And there are people that would be disrupted by it. It depends whether you like the computer science, the economics, or the history. But my recommendations would be, obviously the Bitcoin white paper, that's and Satoshi's complementary writings. That's very important, is to try and understand the intentions behind the system, and also to understand the system without having your view colored by some third party's description of it. Most descriptions of Bitcoin are really bad. So just go to the originals, go to the Hal Finney's posts, Satoshi's posts on Bitcoin Talk. There's a huge amount of lucidity there. And actually, most of our questions about Bitcoin today that we have a decade later were really answered in those earliest days. People just don't know it. The canonical economic work relating to Bitcoin, a lot of people don't like it. I think it's fine, would be the Bitcoin Standard.
A lot of people don't like it. I just read it. It's good.
Yeah,
I like it.
I think it's a good description of sort of the Austrian perspective and then how it relates to Bitcoin. There isn't that much about Bitcoin in there, but I think the point is, once you've understood, Saifedean's view of monetary policy, Bitcoin makes a ton of sense, and you don't actually need to argue for it that much. So the Bitcoin Standard is a good introduction to sort of the orthodox thought in Bitcoin. There's a more recent book called Layered Money, which I liked, by Nick Bhatia, which goes into more depth about what I was talking about early in the conversation, the layered approach to scaling. And that's a really critical thing to understand. Then technical books about Bitcoin. I like Grokking Bitcoin, which is a very computer science heavy one. There's a good textbook called Bitcoin and Cryptocurrency Technologies by Arvind Naranian. I think he's a Princeton computer science professor, which is really good at building intuition. Antonopoulos's books, Mastering Bitcoin, are good. Then there's like simpler intuition building books that aren't hardcore on the economics or the protocol design. So you have like Inventing Bitcoin by Jan Pritzker, which is good. You have Bitcoin Clarity by Kiara Bickers. As you can tell, I have like my bookshelf is like mostly Bitcoin books.
Okay, well, that's a good selection. And of course, like you said, your writing and your book that comes out this year or next year? Next year?
I think I'm going to need 18 months.
Okay.
But, most of the good Bitcoin content is just online, on Medium, on Twitter. So it's a decentralized, consensus kind of thing, features.
What about Bitcoin's comparison to other current cryptocurrencies? So Bitcoin versus Ethereum, for example. Why is it possible that Ethereum overtakes Bitcoin?
It's certainly possible. Yeah, I'm not ruling it out. Ethereum leadership is sort of wise enough to understand that they shouldn't compete with Bitcoin on those most profound qualities. Like Ethereum doesn't really aspire to be more sound from a monetary perspective than Bitcoin, right? In fact, the Ethereum leadership are sort of constantly tweaking the monetary policy. So they went for a completely different trade-off, right? They also don't compete to be as decentralized from a governance perspective, right? Because there's leadership. There's an ETH Foundation. There's a charismatic leader, Vitalik. And Ethereum has this policy of hard forks. So in Bitcoin, hard forks are extremely rare. In Ethereum, it's the default way to change things. So it's a much more adaptive system, and it changes more frequently. But that also means that it's sort of they're incurring more risk when they introduce those changes. There's much more complexity. So Ethereum is smart because they sort of understood Bitcoin as the top dog when it comes to a sound money, a digital gold type thing. And they went for all of the different trade-offs. They wanted to be more of a platform. They wanted to have more complexity at the transactional layer. They wanted to take on more risk in terms of changing the protocol. They wanted to change more quickly. They wanted to make the monetary policy more mutable. So Ethereum takes that completely different tack. Of course, I'm not ruling out that it could take over Bitcoin from a market cap perspective, it's just a very different system. And I tend to think that Bitcoin is the most disruptive one because it's the most equipped to challenge sovereign currencies in the grand scheme.
Do you think they can coexist? So like in the future, do you see a world where, Ethereum captures some large percent of the market but nevertheless the minority?
100%. Bitcoin has already been tokenized and put onto Ethereum. Many units of Bitcoin, I think over $1 billion worth. So not only do they coexist, they are actually mutualistic. So they're like two creatures that have this, it's like the rhino and like the bird that pecks the parasites off the rhino's back or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know which is which in the analogy, but
yeah, I don't know who the parasites are. But
yeah. So, or, the alligator and the teeth cleaning fish or whatever. Right. So, I always wonder why the alligator doesn't just eat the fish, but I guess they're brushing its teeth basically. So, Ethereum it gives you more transactional flexibility. There's much more experimentation happening there. It has this whole decentralized finance element. There's a huge number of Bitcoins that circulate on the Ethereum protocol, right? Because Ethereum is open to other asset types, basically. So I think that's actually accretive to both systems because Ethereum gets to have this good form of collateral, Bitcoin, on the system, which has good volatility characteristics. And then it's a supply sink for Bitcoins, which are sort of now they're injected into this third-party protocol. And that, I think, reduces the velocity of Bitcoin overall, and it's probably good for the valuation.
So you see, it quite possibly could be a symbiotic relationship. That's really interesting.
I think so.
The philosophical foundations of Bitcoin, like how do you see Bitcoin outside of just a basic protocol and a basic currency? It seems to be, like you said, it seems like sturdy ground. So what do you mean by this?
Yeah, so it's not just any protocol for moving value around. It's not just any currency. It's got specific rules and values that are embedded in it. And this is an important point, is that Bitcoin is the encoding of certain values, which are often misunderstood or not acknowledged necessarily. And so it's sort of impregnated with values. And what they are specifically is a topic of debate. And there have been civil wars fought over the values inherent in Bitcoin. One of them was, should Bitcoin be this cheap, scalable, the base layer, low fee payments system with an emphasis on P2P payments, or should it be more of this like gold-like digital commodity that would eventually settle infrequently and mainly between institutions, right? So that's fundamentally a conflict of visions, right? So, keep in mind that this is just one man's opinion. I don't speak for Bitcoin, right? So I would say the key number one value that's embedded in Bitcoin is the notion of non-discretionary monetary policy. So algorithmic monetary policy as opposed to human-based monetary policy. Satoshi was very clear about that. Bitcoin is an alternative to modern central banking, where you have constant tweaking, constant intervention, which Satoshi felt leads to credit bubbles and so on. So Bitcoin proposes a completely non-discretionary monetary policy, sort of decays over time. 50% of the coins were issued in the first 4 years, and then the next 25% in the next 4 years, then 12.5% in the next 4 years, until you get to 21 million units. And none of those numbers really matter. Like it could have been 25 million units, and it could have been a more aggressive slope or a more gradual slope. But what matters is that this schedule was proposed even before the code was public. The schedule was proposed, and then we all collectively agreed to stick to it. And that is kind of a first for a monetary system. I mean, gold kind of has that property, right? Because the supply of gold above ground only really increases at 1% to 2% a year. So it's sort of inhuman, which is a good feature, right? You don't want to give humans that much control over it. Bitcoin is a much more, fastidious approach to that. It really is super concrete about what the supply schedule is and the fact, crucially, that it can't change. So we can't have a bailout of debtors. Let's say a lot of people had debts denominated in Bitcoin, and we needed loose, accommodative monetary policy to bail them out. That's not possible. We couldn't have a jubilee denominated in Bitcoin because the social contract that we've all, bought into and committed to is that it's non-discretionary. So that's sort of one of the first things. And I think ultimately that comes back to basically a strong respect for property rights. Because if we were to have unanticipated inflation, let's say, a really charismatic leader somehow commandeered Bitcoin and convinced everyone that we should have 30 million units and not 21 million, that would basically be dilutive on everybody that held Bitcoin and had opted into the 21 million set of coins. An additional 9 million unanticipated would have a dilutive effect on everyone else. And that would be a covert way of effectively stealing their purchasing power through inflation.
Is that possible, that kind of thing? I mean, what's the mechanism of Bitcoin that resists that kind of charismatic leader?
Well, we've had people that have had a lot of influence in Bitcoin in the past, and they've tried to make changes to the protocol, not as dramatic as that. But Bitcoiners have generally resisted those individuals, institutions, and they, Bitcoiners have a good track record of sort of staying true to those core values.
So you mentioned values and like sticking to the monetary thing, but there's bigger values. There's almost like psychological values that are instilled in Bitcoin. You make a point that Bitcoin for many is a vessel, quote, for their expectations, hopes, and dreams. Can the Bitcoin protocol support this kind of complexity of the human condition? So like there's ideas of freedom that seem to be spoken about. There's a sort of ideas of even love.
Yeah.
I mean, some people kind of use it as a meme, like, Bitcoin is love or something like that, mostly to troll me because I talk about love all the time. But, these bigger ideas than just the exchange of currencies.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin itself is very simple, I would say. Like, ultimately, it doesn't, pretend to do very much. It really just settles transactions. But people do superimpose their own views on it, for sure. And Bitcoin's qualities give rise to these perceptions of it having censorship resistance or giving you transactional freedom or a measure of transactional privacy. So because anyone can operate a node and join the consensus process, and because mining is a competitive free market process, that means that it's likely that you can't be censored by the miners. So that means you have transactional freedom. So you have these computer science technical features of the system that cause it to have these political qualities, which is it's very hard or impossible to censor a specific individual. So it's interesting to see that flow. But so that's one of the core values for sure is the censorship resistance. Then you have the fact that it's a cryptographic based system, and you can hold value in your brain by memorizing 12 words, for instance. That gives it seizure resistance, which is, again, a political concept. If you wanted to desert your jurisdiction with your wealth intact in your brain, that, cryptographic feature of the system, the fact that it's built on public key cryptography and that you can encode a Bitcoin private key in 12 words, that gives it this political salience that, you're now empowered relative to a despot, basically.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many beautiful concepts behind cryptocurrency, behind Bitcoin, that stand for sort of freedom. So some of the basic things at the founding of this country. The one thing I don't like personally behind Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is that money is involved, and it's like people's life savings sometimes are involved. So there is naturally a kind of fear, a self-preservation, like instinctual kind of dogmatic thing that comes in where, you're not the best of human nature. You stop being a George Washington, and you lose touch of the like foundational principles, which I think are beautiful, just like the founding principles of this country. So that's just like so I like staying on the level of like the philosophy versus the level of like all my money is invested in Bitcoin, and that becomes very tricky territory to have principled discussions about ideas.
Well,
it's an interesting tension.
I try to stay balanced despite being very exposed to Bitcoin.
Do you mind if we go through some potential criticisms of Bitcoin?
Totally.
And,
I spent the last 5 years, tackling these every day. So
are the dice the same?
Those two are the same. Yeah, there are 3 editions.
So let's go.
Okay,
let's go with the dice.
What do we got?
Silk Road. What does that mean?
Silk Road, classic situation. So, I mean, that was the darknet marketplace set up by Ross Ulbricht in the early days of Bitcoin. That's one of the first killer apps for Bitcoin, was being the payments network behind this darknet marketplace, and where you'd go to buy drugs and things. And so that became associated with Bitcoin, if you remember the press coverage from back then. But over time that faded and it became less of a critique. But
so like the critique is that Bitcoin is something you would use for illegal activity, for drugs, for crimes, all those kinds of things, as opposed to for any kind of legitimate transactions in the merchant transactions.
And today Bitcoin settles $10 billion a day, and the vast majority of it is completely legitimate. It's just a useful alternative system. But back then, a huge fraction of all Bitcoin transactions were related to the basically illicit marketplaces.
And if you're just tuning in, this incredible 12-sided die has 11 common criticisms of Bitcoin that Nick in a genius way has put together. Maybe you could do a couple more. Oh, so it was Satoshi something. Satoshi coins.
Satoshi coins. We touched on that early in the episode. What if Satoshi returns and sells all of their coins? So we don't know for sure how many coins Satoshi actually mined or produced, because there's a degree of probabilistic analysis that you would do. There's a few thousand blocks that were mined by what we think is a single entity in sort of 2009. And so if you add them all up, you get to about 1 million. So people think that Satoshi mined 1 million coins, and then they're worried that Satoshi would return and market sell all the coins, thus crushing the price of Bitcoin.
So looking at some of these, no CEO, I think we touched on that.
We've already hit on the dice.
No merchants, that's no longer true.
About that, yeah.
There's a scalability one, and I think that one is addressed. The idea that you're mentioning with the block size debates and the Lightning Network, that by adding extra layers on top, you can achieve scalability.
That's my vision. That's my theory. And you can do it in a permissionless and a permissioned way. Like Coinbase is a big Bitcoin exchange. They provide scalability. They're a financial institution. You can settle up internally on their own database and then, periodically settle to Bitcoin. So
they don't, they do something like the Lightning Network internally. So something like this, similar kind of mechanism.
Well, honestly, I'm not sure exactly how it works. They might have that built in, but just generally speaking, institutional scaling is a model for scaling, right? Where you could have banks holding Bitcoin and they issue notes against Bitcoin, and those are your payments, and then the base layer is the settlement layer.
I think that's what you're getting with the boiling oceans. This is like the impact on weather,
on the environment.
Yeah. So, that is a concern that people have in terms of like the proof of work requires that there's a lot of computational resources being used, and that requires a lot of energy, and like some large percentage of the world's energy is used to mine Bitcoin. How would you respond to that criticism?
Yeah, I mean, that's been the loudest critique of Bitcoin this year in the press.
This year, really?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like a new criticism, but Bitcoin is consuming more energy than ever. So as the price rises, the electricity consumption rises, and so we've heard renewed belly aching over this for sure. I mean, it's, if you don't believe that Bitcoin is useful, then you're inclined to think that all of the energy consumption is a waste. So that's, it's something that's sort of unrebuttable if you fundamentally contest the validity of the Bitcoin system.
So if Bitcoin is like a thing that will take over, will become like the main mechanism of financial transactions or transactions period in the world, then you say, well, the cost of energy use is actually quite low relative to the benefit it provides. If you think it's not going to be, if it's just a volatile way to make a little money in the short term, then you see the energy use as really wasteful.
It's totally spurious. Yeah. So
then there's no really response, I suppose.
So I can totally, get into the details of Bitcoin's energy mix and things like that, but that's like at a high level what the debate is. It's this normative question, like, does Bitcoin have an entitlement to consume any of the world's resources? And that's actually where the debate should end much of the time, because a lot of people fundamentally dispute the validity or usefulness of Bitcoin as a system. And so, of course, they're going to consider the energy usage illegitimate. Now, there's a lot of mitigating factors if you think that Bitcoin is a potentially a useful system, which is Bitcoin consumes energy in a very peculiar way, which virtually no other industry does, which is that Bitcoin is a geography independent buyer of energy, which is not how we humans typically consume energy. Like, we need energy to be produced near to population centers, and we need it to be produced at the, corresponding to the peaks and troughs of our consumption, right? Because we have to 100% match the demand and the supply at all times, right? Otherwise, we have blackouts. So Bitcoin doesn't care about any of that. It just buys energy on a constant basis. And so it's, indifferent to where it's being produced. And so the consequence of all that is that Bitcoin will buy energy that's otherwise being wasted, basically. So it will buy so-called stranded energy assets that would not make it to a population center. And in fact, most energy produced is ultimately does not sort of make it to, your socket in your wall. And so this is why so much Bitcoin is mined in China, for instance. It's not because, Chinese industrialists had a special affinity for Bitcoin. It's because the Chinese grid had a massive overabundance of energy, and particularly in 4 provinces: Sichuan, Yunnan, Inner Mongolia, and Xinjiang. So in those 4 provinces, those are all pretty distant from major population centers. So because of that, you can't really transport the energy that easily. And so huge amounts of energy are curtailed or basically wasted in all these provinces. And so miners set up shop there because they could mine Bitcoin with the excess energy. They could monetize this thing that otherwise was going to go to waste. So, there's things like that, which, I think mitigate the reality. Bitcoin is not really rival with our consumption of electricity. It's not depriving anyone of electricity. It's mostly these stranded assets that are going into supporting the Bitcoin network.
So maybe let's do a last one, since you mentioned China. It says China control. So if so much mining is happening in China, how do we prevent nation states from controlling much of Bitcoin?
Yeah, that's the flip side of a large portion of the blocks being mined in China due to this energy feature, which I discussed, which is that there's a lot of Chinese miners, for sure. Now, the question ultimately is, what degree of control do miners have over the Bitcoin system?
Right.
And that was part of the block size debate. I mean, the miners, when we implemented segregated witness in 2017, the miners just didn't want to do it. Eventually, the users, the regular folks running nodes, rebelled and basically said, look, we're going to implement this whether or not you do it. And it was a threat to the value of Bitcoin, because if this threat had gone through, it could have split Bitcoin and it would have been really messy. So the miners sort of capitulated. So I think the current consensus is that miners do not have unilateral control over Bitcoin, and that governance is more poised between people that run nodes, developers, and miners. It's sort of a triumvirate where neither of them has, total control. So that's my current model for control in Bitcoin. I think if you asked a miner, they would tell you they didn't feel that they had sort of unilateral control over Bitcoin either.
So do you think Bitcoin might reach $1 million in value? It's having a current resurgence, a crazy one in 2021 in the recent months of over 60,000, I guess it is now. Do you think it's possible it goes over 100,000? Do you think it's possible it goes to 1 million?
You can't rule anything out with Bitcoin. So, I mean, I'm not, one to put price targets on it, but one way it could reach $1 million is Bitcoin's value stays unchanged in real terms.
A dollar crashes.
The dollar depreciates against it. Not that I expect hyperinflation, but yeah, I mean, look, Bitcoin is worth about 1/10, slightly under 1/10 the value of all the gold in the world. And, gold is worth 10 trillion, $11 trillion in the aggregate. Do I think Bitcoin can be more culturally and economically salient than gold in 2 decades' time? 100%. Bitcoin was unknown 12 years ago, and today 100 million people worldwide own Bitcoin. So just extrapolate that. What is the level of penetration you think we'll get? 500 million, a billion? You can easily tune these adoption curves however you like. I don't think it's done, monetizing and being adopted globally.
Do you think it can become like the base layer for a lot of our financial operation, like to become the main base layer for all our transactions? So like even banks will use Bitcoin essentially, and like Visa would use Bitcoin as the base layer. Like it would actually operate very similarly at the surface layer, but at the base layer would all be Bitcoin.
That's precisely what I expect. And banks and Visa are already using Bitcoin. So Visa has embraced Bitcoin in a really big way, actually. And it's always funny to the people saying Bitcoin has to change in a certain way so it can compete with Visa. No, Visa adopted Bitcoin, right? PayPal adopted Bitcoin. Square adopted Bitcoin. Obviously, they're not tearing out all of their existing infrastructure, but they're totally engaging with this thing. Banks have now begun, they got the green light to provide custody for Bitcoin for their depositors. That's the first step. Eventually, it'll happen one of two ways. Either Bitcoin native financial institutions will become banks. That's already happening. There's Bitcoin exchanges that have gotten banking licenses, or banks themselves will start to engage with Bitcoin as a reserve asset. It'll converge either way. That's totally happening. And yes, I mean, I don't think Bitcoin is going to power every financial transaction. I think it'll coexist alongside sovereign currencies, but I think it's a great reserve asset. It's a very powerful asset to build a financial system on top of, because it's highly, highly auditable. It's something that you can take physical delivery of very cheaply. And those are great qualities. If you're a depositor in a bank, they can prove to you how much Bitcoin they have. They can't really easily prove, in the old system, how much gold they held on deposit. And you can easily conduct a run on the bank. You can hold them accountable because you can withdraw it because, making a Bitcoin transaction is pretty easy at the end of the day. Unlike fiat currency, it's like you can't really withdraw all your dollars from the bank. I mean, you sort of can, but you're not going to want to take delivery of pounds of cash or anything like that. So it's a good modern asset upon which to build a financial system, basically.
At the high level, technically, how does Bitcoin work? Is there interesting things you could say, like what are miners, what are nodes, full nodes, what are blocks, what's proof of work? Is there a nice way to wrap up a clean explanation of the protocol?
Oh man, that could be another 5 hours.
Is there interesting, because I'd love to talk to you about block size wars and sort of the politics, the psychology, the principles around that, but sort of building up to that, it'd be nice to talk about how the thing works.
That's fair. I mean, and the block size wars are a really fascinating discussion of how governance debates intersect with technical features. So I guess we can, so basically at the highest possible level, Bitcoin is a globally shared, it's really a replicated ledger that any participant that wants to be an equal peer on that ledger, they want to maintain that ledger and they want to stay up to date with the global state of the ledger. And really any monetary system is just a ledger with physical cash. We benefit from the physical instantiation of the money.
So the physics is the ledger.
The physics is the ledger, right? Same with gold, right? You can't just produce new units of gold. So we trust that gold atoms are hard to create, although not impossible, right? You could fire
Alchemy.
a bunch of protons at whatever is the adjacent metal and create gold atoms. It'd be expensive. And the same with dollars. We trust that it's hard to counterfeit a dollar. So we trust the physical analog world to help maintain the state of that ledger. With digital money, like the money in your bank account, your checking account, we basically trust our institutions or banking institutions to keep a faithful record, and then ultimately we trust the central bank to administer that system. So there's kind of a handful of nodes. In Bitcoin, we trust that the economic incentives of the system are carefully poised, basically. So we trust that the free market mining competition will lead to the miners assembling transactions into blocks in a faithful and correct way, and that we are going to converge on a global state of the ledger continuously, which updates every 10 minutes or so with some variance. And then the miners aren't the sole entities that control the system. To really participate, if you're a merchant and you're accepting Bitcoin, you really want to run your own full node and check the whole history of transactions. It's sort of something like, I want to say 500 to 600 million transactions that have ever occurred on Bitcoin.
So a full node contains all the transactions ever transacted on the Bitcoin blockchain, and that's, I saw it's like 200 gigs or something like that.
Like 350, something like that. It's doable on a regular consumer laptop, and that is going to be really key later on in the discussion.
Sure.
But so, that's really the ultimate trust models. First of all, we trust that the miners that assemble transactions into blocks, and they are the archivists, they inscribe those transactions onto the ledger, and they have an economic incentive to sort of behave correctly because they're getting paid in no units of Bitcoin. That's part of it. But then really you're not fully trusting them. You're actually, if you want to run a node, you replay every single transaction in the history of Bitcoin from the beginning to the current day, and you arrive at the present state that way. So you don't really have to trust too many people or entities. You can validate the correctness of that all the rules have been followed, that all the Bitcoins that were created were done so in the valid way, that the inflation rate was adhered to, and that there's no covert inflation, that if you're spending 50 units of Bitcoin, you had that Bitcoin to spend in the first place. So it's sort of delicately poised between node operators who engage in this validity checking, kind of anti-counterfeiting checking, and then also the miners, which are an industrial entity, and they basically produce block space and assemble transactions into blocks.
And everybody, so the miners are incentivized to not mess with the system because they're getting value from the system. So if they mess with it, it's going to decrease the value of their physical work investment.
Yeah, so they have to incur a real physical cost to produce a block, right? So right now, you get 6.25 Bitcoins in a block at a minimum, and then maybe some fees as well. And
how hard is it to produce a block now?
Well, challenging. I mean, you need so 6.25 Bitcoins, and a Bitcoin's worth $55,000 or so. So it's probably going to cost you about that amount to produce it, because it's a free market competition, and miners have very thin margins. So it's like if I auction off $1, you would pay up to 99 cents to buy that dollar from me. It's exactly what happens with miners. They're, competing for the right to obtain new units of money. So logically speaking, they would pay up to the value of that money in order to earn it.
And for people who are not familiar, the process of mining is solving a difficult cryptographic problem. That's a computational problem.
I would say it's not like, people sometimes represent it as like a really challenging puzzle. Like the individual puzzle is very simple. Like you can do it with pen and paper if you wanted, like SHA-256. It's just that you're searching through the big mathematical space to find the needle in the haystack. You're just doing lots of iterations of a simple puzzle.
It's just brute force, hence like the stability of the whole idea of the proof of work. If it was if there was a shortcut, it wouldn't work.
Exactly. So let's hope nobody solves SHA-256.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussions from the quantum computing space, but everybody I talk to, all my colleagues and that work on quantum computers, say that we're quite a long way away from that being an issue in cryptography and certainly an issue in cryptocurrency.
That should have been one of the sides on these dice. It should have been quantum.
Quantum?
Because I don't think it is. I forgot to put it on this edition.
People should check out Scott Aronson. There's a lot of people that are kind of selling quantum snake oil. So you should be very careful. I think it is a really exciting space that might change the world in the next decade or couple hundred years, especially for simulating quantum mechanical systems. But in quantum machine learning, people should check out TensorFlow Quantum. It's a nice way to sort of educate yourself about the space. And actually, if you're pragmatically minded to, through software engineering, explore how you simulate quantum circuits, how you run machine learning on those quantum circuits. The main point that Scott Aronson, people should check out his blog too, is that like there's not yet a single machine learning application that doesn't do almost as well on a classical computer. So it doesn't, like, yes, the dream is somehow quantum computers will change the nature of artificial intelligence, but there's yet to be an actual algorithm that or a problem set or a data set where that would be the case. So skepticism is good in this space. Anyway, that said, so you kind of explained how Bitcoin works.
First of all, I think the layered scaling model is definitely correct. I mean, that's absolutely the way these things have to work, given the constraints of blockchains.
What is the layered scaling model?
It's really how all payment systems scale, blockchain or otherwise. And I think a lot of people don't understand this, is that there is no equivalent to scaling at the base layer in the regular payment space. That totally doesn't happen. All of them are built on layers. So Visa is like the fifth layer in the payment stack that ultimately depends on these utility scale settlement systems like Fedwire, CHIPS, ACH, basically interbank settlement systems. So you've got these slow moving but high assurance settlement systems. Fedwire is probably the number one, like when you send a wire, that's using the Fedwire system typically. On top of that, you have banks, and then you have payment processors, and then you build up these layers and layers and layers, and then you have these fast payments, Venmo, PayPal, credit, debit, Visa, you name it. Those payments are not final when they occur. A credit card transaction will not be final for 90 to 120 days. So
that's fascinating.
You've decoupled the payment, the financial message, and the settlement. Those are distinct concepts, and the settlement happens on a deferred basis. So that's how you get scalability, is you have lots and lots of messages, but that they don't settle for a long time. They might settle on a net basis, on an end of day basis. But so that's really how it works. And then you have Fedwire, where your average transactions in the millions of dollars, and there's only a few 100,000 transactions a day. It's sort of an interbank settlement network. So that's my vision for how I think Bitcoin will develop too. Bitcoin itself on the base layer is this slow moving, high assurance final settlement network, where if you're sending money to the other side of the globe to someone you don't trust, where you want that payment to be final in a short period of time, and both counterparties know it's final, then you would use that. But if you wanted to buy coffee, you could do it on a second layer. Lightning would be one way. There's a bunch of side chains now, or you could use, a more centralized solution if you wanted.
It's kind of a profound idea that in the space of transactions, when you're buying coffee or buying anything really from a merchant or exchanging goods and all those kinds of things, that most of the time, like basic, honest behavior, human behavior, which it does appear that most of our societies is based on the fact that most of us are honest, is like stuff is not going to go wrong when you do the transaction. And you only need like the base layer, whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's, I forget the terms you use for the credit card version, but you need that just to verify, just to like resolve any disagreements or shady shit.
Yeah.
And that's a really rare occurrence. So it's okay for that to be handled in a small block debate, handled at a rate that's much, much lower than the rate of the transactions. That's a really interesting idea that when we spend money, we didn't actually exchange the money most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time you're not getting final settlement when you do a transaction. And oftentimes that causes there's pluses and minuses. On the plus side, you have huge efficiency if you use a credit network like Visa. But it's in the name, credit, right? Visa is extending you credit, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of guaranteeing your reputation to the merchant. But fraud happens all the time, right? There's always fraud because you have this reversibility, right? And so you can, engage in fraud against a merchant. If you have a final settlement, there's no possibility for fraud. So that's one reason merchants kind of like accepting Bitcoin, because once you receive an inbound Bitcoin payment and you deliver some good or service, that payment can't be reversed. But frankly, most of the transactions we, undertake on a daily basis do not require those strong assurances of final settlement. There's one exception, which is physical cash. With physical cash or with open dime, a cash-like product, you actually are getting final settlement.
Mm-hmm.
But most online banking transactions, most P2P digital wallet transactions in the dollar system, they're not really final at all.
You've mentioned something about Schnorr and Taproot. What are your thoughts about this update to Bitcoin in terms of its promise to improve privacy and scaling and so on? And what other things are you excited about in terms of the development of Bitcoin?
Well, Schnorr and Taproot, that's the first new protocol upgrade since SegWit in 2017, which was what laid the groundwork for Lightning to be developed, basically. And Schnorr Taproot is really the first protocol change in almost 4 years now. So we're very excited about it.
Is there something interesting to say technically about what are the things it's actually going to improve? And maybe on the politics side, bringing a protocol change on Bitcoin, what does that actually involve?
Yeah, it's a huge deal because the last time we tried to make a change to the protocol, we had a whole civil war over it. And it was incredibly difficult to get SegWit activated in 2017. And it took all this brinksmanship and threats and all these campaigns. And it was this whole thing. Luckily, I think things have quieted down and there's much more consensus that Schnorr Taproot is a good change to Bitcoin and everyone generally supports it. But everyone kind of has PTSD over the last time when we tried to change Bitcoin. And so we're sort of really dithering over how we actually want to implement it. So it's taking forever because we're trying to set the protocol for how do you change Bitcoin itself. And that all of our assumptions went out the window last time. So we're trying to reset and decide what is a legitimate way to institute a change to Bitcoin. So that's actually the big question right now. It's not, should we implement these changes? We basically all agree that we should. It's a meta question is, what's the valid way to implement new changes to Bitcoin? What's a way that is scalable in the long term and will last and people will consider credible, even if this one isn't controversial at all? So that's where we're at. We're basically debating over how do we implement this change that we all want. To get a feeling of how slow Bitcoin governance is and how deliberate it is. Everybody collectively wants the change, but we haven't fully agreed on how we're going to put it into Bitcoin. So it's a classic sort of Bitcoin situation. But what it is, I mean, Schnorr is an alternative signature scheme. I think it was encumbered by a patent, and it had only just been unencumbered when Satoshi created Bitcoin, I believe. It's a better signature scheme than elliptic curves, which is what than ECDSA, which is what Bitcoin uses. And so it's been long enough that we now trust it. You know, kind of in cryptography, it's meant to be Lindy. You know, it's sort of, you want to test it over time, and then it's considered safe to use. So Schnorr has been around for long enough that we've decided to rip out ECDSA and insert Schnorr, which is just a different signature scheme, which is more efficient. And it has better properties. Like if you want to do a multi-signature transaction where many people collectively sign in order to permission a spend, that would be more efficient in a bytes sense than ECDSA, for instance. So it's pretty incremental. And then Taproot is all about having transactional conditions that are sort of withheld from final entry onto the blockchain. So it's kind of a way to have more private conditional transactions on Bitcoin. So both of them, I would say, are incremental changes.
Is this an over-exaggeration that Schnorr Taproot might improve privacy and scaling, which is at the high level things that people mention? Is that just like a dramatic way of trying to frame what's fundamentally an incremental improvement?
Yes, but incremental is the word, right? It's not, we're not going to get an order of magnitude enhancement to either privacy or scaling, but we will get a considerable enhancement. But privacy and scaling are actually two sides of the same coin, because you get more transactional privacy by removing data from the ledger so that there's less metadata for people to surveil and analyze. And that's also how you scale, by compressing and being really space efficient with transactions. And the more parsimonious you are, the more economically dense each byte that everyone has to retain on the ledger is. And so those are, very closely allied concepts.
So
let
me ask the ridiculous question, just in case. Who's Satoshi Nakamoto? Is it you?
We don't know. It's probably not me, because I was 17 when Satoshi invented Bitcoin, 16. So unlikely. And also I'm not really a programmer. So there's a lot of theories, but honestly, it's one of the greatest mysteries of all time, because even Bitcoiners that have been around since day one, really, people that were around before Bitcoin came out, they're on the mailing list, they were active in the cypherpunk community. You ask them and they sincerely will not know, and they may not even have a good guess as to who Satoshi is.
Is it important to know, or is it actually important not to know? Do you think that's a feature or bug that we don't know?
Some people don't like the uncertainty, especially, folks on Wall Street. They really want to know. And if you read the Coinbase S1, their disclosure pre-IPO, that's a risk factor that Satoshi could come back. So the risk management crowd wants to know, because they want to know if maybe Satoshi had, undesirable political opinions or something that would forever taint the project.
Do you think they were just trolling with that risk, with Satoshi's identity being a risk factor, or is that was there an actual meeting and a discussion of that being a risk factor?
I think in the risk factor sections of the prospectuses, it's really just the lawyers doing a total brain dump to cover absolutely everything they can think of.
So it's just lawyers. It's not like, it's like I think Elon was somewhere in the legal documents for SpaceX mentioned that Earth governments have no jurisdiction on Mars.
Yeah.
They threw that in there, and it feels like, that could be lawyers, but it could also just be Elon trolling.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's the Coinbase folks trolling, or if
I don't know,
or if it's lawyers. I hope it's the trolling, not the lawyers.
The Coinbase leadership, they're not as big trolls as Elon is, but it's a risk for sure from their perspective, because let's say Satoshi returned, doesn't seem likely, and let's say they decided to spend all their coins, which also seems very unlikely. That's, rumored to be, or estimates have it at 1 to 1.2 million Bitcoin, which is like $50-60 billion worth. So some people consider that to be a risk.
You think it's, this is almost like a topic of leadership. It doesn't feel like any one person speaks for Bitcoin. There's not even like prominent figures. Like you have for like Ethereum, you have Vitalik Buterin. There's a lot of like top minds talking about it, like yourself, but it's not like one or two. Do you think, again, is that a feature or a bug? Like, do you think for Bitcoin to effectively have a role in society that like is as large or larger than the dollar, there needs to be like a leadership that represents it, almost like democratic kind of thing?
Well, that's a real counterintuitive point, because most Bitcoiners, including myself, would say, no, the lack of leadership is a great quality to have. Because if you have a charismatic leader and a foundation or corporation that controls it, maybe they can control the features of the protocol, and maybe they can expropriate holders of the coin, or, build in an endowment that pays them off and gives them privileged access to the units of the coin, for instance. So, we call people that have privileged access to the money spigot Cantillon insiders, which is, there's this economist that pointed out that as, I think Richard Cantillon, that as money enters the economy, it has an uneven flow, right? And so you see this in the last decade or so, before that too. The consequence of money printing in this country is people that own financial assets made a lot of money, and people that didn't. So you see that Cantillon insider, Cantillon outsider effect. And it's the same with a cryptocurrency. In many other alternative cryptocurrencies that do have these corporate entities or these leaders and CEOs, they're able to make specific decisions regarding the protocol and the currency of the asset that benefit themselves, their cronies, etc. And that's not a good feature to have. I mean, it does grant you, the ability to orchestrate decisions in a faster and more efficient way. But long term, what you're trying to optimize for, if you're creating a money, is monetary credibility and soundness. So you don't really want it changing all that often. And you don't want to have the appearance of, these elites that are engaging in rent seeking or anything like that. So there's definitely people that are influential in Bitcoin. There's core developers that people listen to because it's, I would say, a meritocracy largely. And they're sort of self-appointed high priests of the protocol. I write a lot about Bitcoin. People listen to me, but it's a completely free market of ideas, right? I don't have any authority within Bitcoin whatsoever. I'm just a scribbler, You're
just a scribbler.
Just a scribbler.
Well, so was Aristotle, Socrates, and Nietzsche. Okay. Just by way of advice, is there, if people are interested in Bitcoin or cryptocurrency in your work, what are good books or resources on Bitcoin from you and from others that you can recommend that were in your own journey helped you or you've seen help others?
Well, it's very easy. It's much easier today to make the Bitcoin journey because the quality of content is so much better than it was when I started. I mean, when I learned about Bitcoin, there was the Bitcoin wiki and the Bitcoin Stack Exchange and the subreddit, and that was kind of it. And you had to just pick up everything. And the economic theory hadn't really been worked out very much. So you had to pick everything up from scratch. The good news is that there's a huge abundance of content. And that's actually one of Bitcoin's greatest strengths, is that people are totally inspired to write about it. And it's almost a rite of passage at this point, if you're like a Bitcoin thinker, to have your book. I don't have a book yet. I would love to recommend my book. I haven't written one.
Are you thinking about writing a book?
Yeah, I think it's my duty, 100%. Everyone that has created a lot of Bitcoin content probably should condense it into a book to give it an enduring status.
It's interesting because you mentioned block size wars, and you've written on a lot of different topics. So you could both write a big, like Sapiens style book about Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, right? But you can also write a book on each, like a specific thing. And now that you put pressure on yourself and talking about simplicity, right?
Yeah.
Where do you lean on those different book journeys that you might take on? Like, do you have in you eventually like a Bitcoin book?
I mean, I tallied up the words that I wrote in the last couple of years on Bitcoin. It's like over 100,000 words a year. So that's 2 novels there. But yeah, I think I do. I think there's so much underexplored space in Bitcoin. I mean, a systematic interpretation of Satoshi's writings, for instance. And a lot of people don't want anyone to do that because they don't want it to have these religious overtones where you're engaging in interpretation, but that's, something that should be done. There's a lot of Bitcoin histories that haven't been written. There was a great Bitcoin history recently published. This is one of my recommendations, is On the Block Size War by Jonathan Beer, who runs probably the best research desk in the industry. So there's huge amounts of history that has transpired that hasn't been chronicled. And some of the accounts are indifferent. They're often written by outsiders, journalists that maybe don't fully engage with the Bitcoin system. But
do you think the humans are interesting in the story too?
Of course, they're the most interesting thing. Bitcoin itself doesn't really change that much. It's kind of this cold, protocol that just sort of ticks along. But the characters are just fascinating. And there's so many unbelievable characters in the Bitcoin story. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency and just internet is like the weirdos, the brilliant weirdos. Like all the people in the stuff that's already established are boring. Like economics professors are all boring,
right?
But the interesting people, the wild ones, are the ones that are innovating in the crypto space, which is that's where the dangerous weirdos are and the exciting, brilliant weirdos.
Well, you had to be kind of crazy to adopt Bitcoin in the first sort of 5 years of its life. So there's an adverse selection element there. I don't know if that's an uncharitable way to put it, but like some of Bitcoin's earliest evangelists are not the evangelists I would have chosen, but they were the ones that we got. So
it's the one we got. But is there resources? You're basically saying just throw a dart and most books are going to be good, or is there something that stands out to you?
Your average book is, terrible for sure, but not on Bitcoin specifically, but just in general.
So one way to achieve layer 1 scaling is to increase the block size.
Yes.
Hence the block size wars, quote unquote. And you actually tweeted something about people are saying that Vitalik changed his mind about he went from being a small
I went from being big to small.
Big to small. To and but you said I've been a medium blocker all along. So maybe you can also comment on the very basic aspect before we even get to sharding of where you stand on this block size debate.
Sure. So the way that I think about the trade-off is I think about it as a trade-off between making it easy to write to the blockchain and making it easy to read the blockchain. Right. So when I say read, I just mean, have a node and actually verify it and make sure that it's correct and all of those things. And then by write, I mean send transactions. So I think for decentralization, it's important for both of these tasks to be accessible. And I think that they're about equally important, right? If you have a chain that's too expensive to read, then everyone will just trust a few people to read for them. And then those people can change the rules without anyone else's permission. But if, on the other hand, it becomes really expensive to write, then everyone will move on to basically second layer systems that are incredibly centralized. And that takes away from, decentralization and self-sovereignty as well. So this has been my viewpoints pretty much the whole time, right? It's that you need this balance, and going in one direction or the other direction is very unhealthy. In the Bitcoin case, basically what happened was that Bitcoin originally, at the very beginning, it didn't really have a block size. It just had an accidental block size of 32 or block size limit of 32 megabytes because that just happens to be the limit of the peer-to-peer messages. But then
interesting. I didn't even know that part.
Yeah, but then Satoshi back in 2010 was worried that even 32 megabyte blocks would be too hard to process, so he put the limit down to 1 megabyte. And I think
by put, you mean sneaked in there?
Yeah, just like made an update to the Bitcoin software that made blocks bigger than one. I think it's 1,000,000 bytes invalid. And I think the impression that most people had at the time is that, this is just a temporary safety measure, and over time, as we become more confident in the software, that limit would be and like raised somewhat. But back then, when the actual usage of the blockchain started going up, and then it started going up first to 100 kilobytes per block, then to 250 kilobytes per block, then to 500 kilobytes per block. There started kind of coming out of the woodworks this opinion that like, no, that limit should just not be increased. And then there were all of these attempts at compromising, right? First there was like a proposal for 20 megabyte blocks. Then there was the 248 proposal, which is a bit ironic because the 248 proposal started off being like a small block negotiating position. But then when the big block people came back and said like, hey, aren't we going to do this? They're like, oh, no, we don't want the block size increases anymore. So there were these two different positions, right? The small blockers, I think they valued 1 megabyte blocks for two reasons. One is that they just like really, really believe in the importance of being able to read the chain. But two is that a lot of them really believe in maintaining this norm of never hard forking, right? So the difference between a hard fork and a soft fork is basically that in a soft fork, blocks that were any block that's valid under the new rules was still valid under the old rules. So if you have a client that verifies according to the old rules, then you'll still be able to accept the chain that follows the new rules. Whereas with a hard fork, like you have to update your code in order to stay on the chain. And look, they have this belief that soft forks are kind of either less coercive than hard forks, which by the way I completely disagree with. I actually think soft forks are more coercive because like basically they force everyone who disagrees to sort of go along by default. Or they have this opinion that there's like it's more difficult to abuse soft forks to do really mean things or that like completely violate people's expectations, like increasing the supply, which is like, I think there is some truth to that. So because of, these reasons, they just say, we're only going to do soft forks and we want to just not do any hard forks. And they eventually discovered this idea called segregated witness that allows for like a very tiny block size increase to like the equivalent of about 2 megabytes, with a soft fork. It's just a really like weird and devious trick. Like basically what they do is they take the signatures of transactions and then they put them outside of the block, and then they add an extra rule that says that like for a block to be valid, the block has to come with a separate like basically extension block that contains all of the transaction signatures. Right. So, when you measure it according to the old rules, like, hey, it adds up to less than 1 million, but actually there's this extension block that the old protocol doesn't even know about. So
it's a hack that seemed to work to in a small way extend the size of the block size.
But so, small block side was like happy with these very low levels of block size. And then the big block side wanted to expand to, at the very least go to 4 megabytes, then, maybe 8, 20. There's disagreements within there as well. I definitely was favoring the big side the whole way through, as you can probably tell. But
even though, so the argument against the big is that it makes things more centralized.
Yes, because fewer people can run a node that verifies the chain, and also because any of these things would require a hard fork, and hard forks are inherently risky.
Do you think there's truth to that? Let me ask perhaps a strange question, but proponents of Bitcoin will say things like Bitcoin fixes everything. So why do we need Ethereum versus like Bitcoin plus Lightning Network for scalability, and then using Bitcoin with this proof of work for security? So in this kind of, it is perhaps sort of a strange question, but it's a high level question. Why do we need another technology? Yes, it has a bunch of nice features, but like, doesn't Bitcoin fix everything already?
So the thing that always attracted me about Bitcoin is, these values of, decentralization, creating these open permissionless systems that anyone can participate in and that aren't just going to flop over and die if whoever created them gets bored, and that are resistant to whoever runs them breaking the rules and all of these things, right? And I think that pretty strongly that these principles are really valid and important to much more things than just money, right? Like Bitcoin is the blockchain for money, and Ethereum is built from the start as a general purpose blockchain, right? It's, there is Ether, the asset on Ethereum, but then you can also make decentralized financial things, what we call DeFi today. You can make like ENS, the decentralized domain name system. You can make prediction markets on it. You can make totally non-financial systems that just keep track of whether or not some certificate was signed or whether or not some cryptographic key got revoked. There's this big long list of just interesting things that you could use about blockchains to do, right? Basically they are sort of the missing piece that where without them, the kinds of things that a decentralized computer network can do is very limited. And once you have them, a lot of those limitations end up going away. And so Ethereum was always from the beginning about that, right? It's about hey, this isn't just money. There's so much more that you could do if you could just go ahead and make any infrastructure or digital institution or DAO or whatever you want to call it, where the kind of the base layer of the logic is just executed in this open and transparent way where everyone can see what's going on. Or, if you like your zero knowledge proofs, at least everyone can see proofs that prove to you that what's going on follows the rules. And, you don't need to just constantly keep trusting centralized actors. And
hence the smart contracts
exactly
as being a sort of a core technology as part of Ethereum.
Yes, exactly. Smart contracts, the computer programs that are running on Ethereum, they are the core of what makes Ethereum general purpose.
Yeah.
So I think, I do think that, there's a lot more wrong with the world than just money, right? I'm not one of these people who thinks that, if you get rid of fiat currency and you replace it with cryptocurrency, then suddenly wars are going to go away, right? Because, first of all, seigniorage revenue is only a small portion of government revenue, right? It's 5-10%, something like that. Second of all, if you are the sort of this is one of the things I don't even get about their philosophy. Let's say you're the sort of person who is an extreme and very distrusting libertarian, and you think that these governments are terrible, right? We know today that governments fund a combination of things like welfare and things like the military that goes and bombs people in Afghanistan, right? And so the question you have to ask is okay, you with your new, magic newfangled cyber currency that takes over the world, take away the government's ability to have seigniorage revenue, and so you reduce the government's revenue by 10%. If the government is that evil, which portion of its expenses is it going to take that 10% from? Is it going to stop the bombing people in Afghanistan, or is it going to cut welfare? If you think it's the first, you have a very optimistic view of the government, right?
Yeah.
So that's, I guess, my perspective on why the whole we're going to save the world and create peace by denying governments the right to stealth taxation kind of perspective doesn't really make much sense for me. And I do think that there is real value that comes from a decentralized and open currency, just the fact that there is a financial infrastructure that anyone in the world can go ahead and use, right? It's that's something that can easily be a big boon for people, right? There's a lot of places where the currency is much less stable than the dollar, and these people they don't if they use Bitcoin, their only option is to get Bitcoins, right? Which are also pretty volatile. If they use Ethereum, then they can get Ether, but then they can also get stable coins, right? And you might think that you're not being ideologically pure. Now you're giving them stable coins which are mirroring dollars, and obviously dollars are going to collapse too. But the reality is that dollars are vastly more stable than the Venezuelan bolivar. So there are really meaningful and beneficial things that you can give to people by having a global and open financial system. But I think if he wants to actually do that, like you have to have much more than just a currency, right? And then if you want to go beyond financial things, then, you know, you have to obviously have much more than a currency. And then, you know, you also have to actually take scalability seriously, because non-financial applications, like nobody's going to pay $5 a transaction for them.
Just as a quick comment, because this is fascinating. In August of last year, there was this Madala.
I believe it's pronounced Medasha. It's a South American subway station. I forget where.
But spelled with 2 L's.
Yeah, because that's, you know, that's how Spanish works, right? Like the 2 L's have
Madasha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Anyway, but I read about it in middle of August 14th. There was an incident on that test net. How does this process work? Like, what do you learn from those kinds of incidents when stuff goes wrong in the test process?
I think that incident was that there was a consensus failure of some kind, as I remember. Like basically just different clients interpreting things in different ways, and then one of them getting kicked off the network. And then it had ended up taking a while to actually like get everyone to get back online. Like a big part of the reason why it took weeks to resolve, right, is because it's on a test network, like the coins are valueless. And so there's not really this big push of any kind for people to actually, you know, go and download a new client so they can start participating again. And so, you know, it definitely took a while until the chain started finalizing again. And then also, like there was, I think, another round of just not finalizing in October, as I remember. There were definitely things that we learned. Like there were a lot of things, especially that client developers just learned about, like optimization and how to build their clients in a way that they can process things efficiently. There's a lot that we learned from just like seeing the full life cycle of what happens when more than a third of the validators go offline and then finalization stops. And then that kind of weird, unusual state of the chain continues for a while, and then eventually everyone who is not participating like just gets enough of their stake. Like we don't use the word slashed, we use the word leaked for this, but like basically also burned until, you know, the people who are participating go back up to 2/3, and then the chain goes back to finalizing. So just seeing all of those edge cases play out live, I think actually helped a lot, and probably helped to really contribute to, you know, making us feel better about mainnet.
I mean, there's also an incident just recently in April 24th of 2021 where this was on Beacon, I guess. There was a bug discovered in the software client Prism that prevented roughly 70% of validators on the network from producing blocks. I mean, maybe you can comment on what happened, but broadly, like the big picture, what kind of stuff are you worried about in terms of problems that might arise? Are we talking about small bugs? Are we talking about like emergent social, unexpected social bugs? You know, what are the things that worry you about the future of Ethereum that you want to make sure you construct mechanisms that prevent those things from happening?
So one of the lucky things there was that this particular bug only prevented proposals of blocks. It did not prevent attestations, right? So attestations is just a mechanism for voting on blocks. And it's the attestations that are actually responsible for the chain finalizing. So like coming to this more permanent agreement on blocks, right? So the chain was actually quite stable all the way through. I think the thing that we generally learn from these experiences is just how valuable it is to have this multi-client network, right? So this is one of these areas where I think Ethereum distinguishes itself from like Bitcoin, for example, right? That in Ethereum, we don't have one single client that everyone just runs, right? There's multiple implementations of the protocol. And these multiple implementations, they all process and verify the blocks that each other can, you know, verify, right? So they all speak the same language. Now, sometimes when there's a bug, they disagree, right? And when two clients disagree because of a bug, we call this a consensus failure. And consensus failures are pretty serious, right? And when you have client monoculture like Bitcoin does, then like it's more rare to have consensus failures, though you still have them, actually. Bitcoin had a consensus failure between two different versions of the same client back in 2013. but they're less likely to happen. But the interesting thing is that the multi-client architecture has actually, I think, saved Ethereum much more than it's hurt it. So even in this most recent incident, right, like Prism was not producing blocks, but all the other clients were still producing blocks.
There's 4 others, right?
Yes, it's Prism, Nimbus, Teku, and the Lighthouse. And then also Ethereum back in 2016 had this fun event that we call the Shanghai DOS attacks. They're called that because the attacks started right on the first day of our annual conference at DEF CON that happens to be in Shanghai that year. So what happened basically was that someone came up with a way to create blocks that were very slow for one client to process, but not the other client. So at that time, there were basically 2 Ethereum clients. They were called Geth and Parity. Right now, I think the top 3 ones are Geth, Nethermind, and Besu. But what happened as a result of us having 2 clients is that the attacker was just not able to come up with blocks that both clients were completely failing at processing. And so a lot of the miners and a lot of the network participants, they just kept on switching between the 2 implementations depending on which one worked. And that actually really helped the chain kind of survive through that month of attacks, as the attacker just kept on hammering at our system and identifying all of the weaknesses and just forcing our clients to do this rapid sprint of just optimizing the hell out of everything and make sure there aren't any of those DOS blocks or DOS bugs remaining. So that was another example. And then as a counter example, so something that also shows the point from the other side. Bitcoin had this bug in 2010, right? The balance overflow bug. Basically, someone created a transaction that had 2 outputs, and those outputs were both of a few billion Bitcoin, so about 2 to the power of 63 Satoshis. And then if you add those numbers together, you go above 2 to the power of 64. And of course, computers once you go above 2 to the power of 64, you wrap around. And so the Bitcoin nodes thought that there was enough money to pay for the transaction because it was asking for, let's say, a billion Satoshis or something, but actually it was asking for 2 to the power of 64 plus a billion. And so, the attacker just managed to create billions of Bitcoin out of thin air. And this was not only discovered and fixed after something like 12 hours. But if Bitcoin had been a multiple implementation system, then what would have almost certainly happened is one of the clients would have bugged out, but the other clients would have probably actually had a check for that, right? And so there would have been a consensus failure, but at least that would have alerted everyone that there is a problem very quickly, and it also would have given everyone just obvious social permission to go and pick whichever one of the chains is correct and solve the problem. So that's, I think, a big learning that we've had from multiple of our experiences in the Ethereum ecosystem, just validating this multi-client model. And to be fair, it's a model that we get criticized for a lot, right? Bitcoin people talk about, the risk of consensus failures that this creates. VC types are well, isn't it expensive and wasteful to fund 3 software teams when you could just be making, one quote focused effort? They love the word focused, and Ethereum is not that, but it's amazing despite not being that.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. So that was interesting, and then there have definitely been other learnings as well, just from seeing the chain live and seeing what actually is the staking experience what are the actual incentives for all the different participants. So I definitely feel we're gaining a lot from this sort of 1 year of trial running the chain before we actually make all of Ethereum depend on it.
Can we upset more people a little bit? You already
maybe we'd have to try.
No. Can we? Can I ask you to elaborate? Because my intuition was that you would be a supporter of something like cryptocurrency and Bitcoin because it is fundamentally emphasizes decentralization. What do you? So can you elaborate on
okay, look,
your thoughts on Bitcoin?
It's kind of funny. I wrote. I've been advocating some kind of digital currency for a long time, and when when Bitcoin came out and the original paper on blockchain, my heart kind of sank because I thought, oh my God, we're applying all of this fancy thought and all these very careful distributed security measures to recreate the gold standard. Like, it's just so retro, it's so dysfunctional, it's so useless from an economic point of view. So it's always, and then the other thing is using computational inefficiency at a boundless scale as your form of security is a crime against the atmosphere. Obviously, a lot of people know that now, but we knew that at the start. Like, the thing is, when the first paper came out, I remember a lot of people saying, oh my God, I think this thing scales, it's a carbon disaster, you know? And I just I'm just mystified, but that's a different question than when you asked, can you have a cryptographic currency, or at least some kind of digital currency that's of a benefit? And absolutely, and there are people who are trying to be thoughtful about this. You should, if you haven't, you should interview Vitalik Buterin sometime.
Yeah, I interviewed him twice.
Okay. So there are people in the community who are trying to be thoughtful and trying to figure out how to do this better.
It has nice properties though, right? So one of the nice properties is that government centralized, it's hard to control. And then the other one, to fix some of the issues that you're referring to, I'm sort of playing devil's advocate here, is, there's Lightning Network, there's ideas how you build stuff on top of Bitcoin, similar with gold, that allow you to have this kind of vibrant economy that operates not on the blockchain, but outside the blockchain, and uses Bitcoin for checking the security of those transactions.
So Bitcoin's not new. It's been around for a while. I've been watching it closely. I've not seen one example of it creating economic growth. There was this obsession with the idea that government was the problem. That idea that government's the problem, let's say government earned that wrath honestly. Because if you look at some of the things that governments have done in recent decades, it's not a pretty story. Like after a very small number of people in the U.S. government decided to bomb and landmine Southeast Asia, it's hard to come back and say, oh, government's this great thing. But then the problem is that this resistance to government is basically a resistance to politics. It's a way of saying, if I can get rich, nobody should bother me. It's a way of not having obligations to others. And that ultimately is a very suspect motivation.
But does that mean that the impulse that the government should not overreach its power is flawed?
Well, I mean, what I want to ask you to do is to replace the word government with politics. Like, our politics is people having to deal with each other. Yes. My theory about freedom is that the only authentic form of freedom is perpetual annoyance. All right. So annoyance means you're actually dealing with people because people are annoying. Perpetual means that annoyance is survivable, so it doesn't destroy us all. So if you have perpetual annoyance, then you have freedom.
And that's politics.
That's politics. If you don't have perpetual annoyance, something's gone very wrong, and you suppress those people, and it's only temporary, it's going to come back and be horrible. You should seek perpetual annoyance. I'll invite you to a Berkeley City Council meeting so you can know what that feels like.
What perpetual annoyance feels like.
But anyway, so freedom is being, the test of freedom is that you're annoyed by other people. If you're not, you're not free. If you're not, you're trapped in some temporary illusion that's going to fall apart. Now, this quest to avoid government is really a quest to avoid that political feeling, but you have to have it. You have to deal with it. And it sucks, but that's the human situation. That's the human condition.